I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodo min moni do min darti yo goto fone borni bucket as a party and winam better o min garti min gari zude kadi party kodo min moni do min darti yo goto fone borni bucket as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir de film hanki wana hande hanki jamon bale sim min nyalla fije nange jamon lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti namo ala chifti ala ind idi
Jamini akebo akobi ewe ayo ewe tumeje itun lo ni otun ese ifa lo ni kan fa imora aibinu gbogbo atare gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló bá ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú.
Arrangement kan orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
MBN
Sir, Mr. President, do you know what hunger is? Do you know what hunger is? You don't. Sir, do you know what hunger is? I'll tell you. 1965, we fought a war with Pakistan. 1966, the rains failed. Do you remember that, sir? 67, the rains failed. We had to import 9 and 11 million tons of food from the United States. We were living on what is called ship to mouth. The ship would bring us the food, the wheat to eat. And Mondays we were not supposed to eat. Ma'am, you might remember that. We were not supposed to have a meal, not have dinner. Ask me. Not that my father couldn't afford it, but he was a loyal Indian and he said no. And a 15-year-old kid sleeping hungry, let me assure you it wasn't easy. And this country that begged for food, and Mrs. Gandhi turned around and told her assistant, India will never beg for food again. This country that spread its hands and said, feed us, is in 2018 the second largest producer of food in the world. Your country. This is the mega trend we are seeing. This is the change we are seeing. India's consumer story, according to Goldman Sachs, will be shaped by people like you. We call you the Gen Z, born after 2000. People like you and I. Those fellows in the front row are all oldies. They don't know. But we have to shape the future of this country. And Goldman Sachs says this will be the world's most compelling story for the next 20 years. We can do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I couldn't
So there it is. So there it is. Pardon me. Pardon me. So anytime the music stops, no matter how prepared I imagine, you know what usually happens? Just at the last minute, I remember that I have to do something. Then I put on another thing just to keep the space active whilst I try to do that. You know, for whatever reason, I feel I have to wear a wristwatch. There's no reason at all why I should. But for whatever reason, I feel I have to wear a wristwatch anytime I'm doing this session. And if I'm not wearing one, I feel somewhat discombobulated. So that pause between the previous clip and the last one was me realizing that I didn't have my wristwatch on, and then I just rushed off to get it. So there it is, just to these silly little things that we do sometimes. So silly little things that we do. Good day to you. Good to have you here. Good to be in your company. Always a delight. Always a delight. Always a pleasure. Never a chore. So always a pleasure. Never a chore. So delight in your company. The usual protocol, just that rush off to go and get my wristwatch is somewhat knocked me out of skill. Somewhat. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Good evening to you, Choma. Click on the like button if you haven't. Click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join me in the studio. So do that. The robustness of the session is entirely dependent on your participation. So the sessions are only robust if you decide to participate. So it is a participatory sport. It's not a monologue, it's a dialogue. So for that dialogue to take place, then I would need at least one second person to bounce off. Otherwise, then I look somewhat like a madman, just rattling off. Some of you may say I'm already insane. So yes, do all those. Let's just get straight to it. Enough of me babbling on. So let's get straight to it. This perhaps, actually, don't let me start you there. Let me start you here, because this is the precursor to what you are about to see. Where is it? Wherever I put it. This is the precursor. Yes, this. So let me start you here. This is the precursor to what you're about to see next. This is the precursor to the Oronsaye report or Oronsaye report that Tinubu is about to implement now. So a lot of people actually feel that the present administration is rudderless and they don't have a clue, that they don't know what they are talking about. They say they've come into governance without having a plan. Totally untrue. Not only do they know what they are doing, they've also actually come into governance with a well-structured plan. So here is a glimpse of that plan. So here is a glimpse of that plan. This is our Policy Advisory Council. So our National Economy Subcommittee. So who's this by? This tells you then executive summary, introduction, fiscal policy, monetary policy, industry and trade, capital markets, performance and delivery. So that sounds like a structure right there. Yes. It says a summary of details of the subcommittee. Subcommittee, national economy. The people on that subcommittee is Senator Tokunbo Abirud as the chairperson, Dr. Yemi Cardoso, who is now, of course, your CBN governor. He was a member of that panel. Sumaila Zubeiru on that panel as well, and Dr. Doris Anite. So that's the panel constituted. And which firm did they use to pull the figures and the plan together? KPMG. And when was this put together? The final report, that is, this is the date that the report was submitted, by the way. So, of course, it would have taken several months then for them to land on that. The date is quite pertinent as well. May the 17th, 2023. So before Tinubu was inaugurated, a plan already in place. But what does that plan look like? This is what the plan looks like. Let me see if I can expand this so that you can read along. So this is what the plan looks like. Does it go up? Yes, it says compendium of refined action plan. So don't take my word for the plan. This is the plan. Compendium of refined action plan. Initiatives to create a fiscal environment that drives growth. So a fiscal environment, so the word fiscal, of course, is essentially policy-led. So to create the policy frameworks that activates industry and enterprise in order for growth to take place. So you all know that. So that's the, and by the way, note that date, the 17th of May, 2023. So before this guy was inaugurated, he already had a master plan. So what does that master plan actually tell us? So Compendium of Refined Action Plan, initiative to create a fiscal environment that drives growth. So that's the subtitle. So what are the bullet points? 0 to 18 months. So there's a structure to it, of course. 0 to 18 months. So where my cursor is right there, that space in the sort of yellowish, light brown sort of cluster, that says 0 to 18 months. So what's to happen within 0 to 18 months? Eliminate PMS subsidy. So subsidy is gone. So when Tinubu, and by the way, again, this plan in place, it was submitted, or it wasn't done on the 17th. Don't be stupid. It wasn't done on the 17th of May. Of course not. It was submitted on the 17th of May. So this plan already in situation. So it was not a misspeak when Tinubu told you subsidy was gone. So the first course of action, 0 to 8 to, is this 18 or 16? I can't quite make it out. So the first course of action, 0 to 18 months, it says eliminate PMS subsidy. So that's the marquee item of that space. It says restate commitment to eliminating PMS subsidy in the inaugural speech. So that already, this, let me just take you to that date again, because I know some elements in here, they're slow of wit somewhat, and they'll be arguing against facts. So that's the date right there. Dates, consultants KPMG, date May the 17th, 2023. So you can see that right there. And of course, Tinubu's speech May the 29th. Let me expand this. Yes. So Tinubu's speech, of course, May the 29th. Eliminate PMS subsidy. Restate commitments to eliminating PMS subsidy in the inaugural speech. So it was not a mistake. Deploy strategic communications to engage stakeholder in the business case for subsidy removal. So that's the second item. Design and deploy non-cash palliatives such as public transport vouchers, education and healthcare support, etc., to ease the impact of the subsidy removal. And then it goes on. The next item, effect increase in minimum wage as part of strategy to cushion the impact of subsidy removal. So that is ongoing. So a lot of those subsidy removal, that's already ticked off. The palliatives are an ongoing entity. The increments in minimum wage, that's still in discussion. Implement one of personal income tax relief for low-income earners for up to 1 year. So I'm not quite sure if that's been implemented or not. I have no knowledge of that space. Work with NNPCL and other private sector players, Dangote, BUA, etc., to increase refining capacity. So a lot of that already achieved. Port Harcourt, of course, already on stream. That's already up and running. Dangote already up and running. Effect bullet removal of PMS subsidy in line with Section 205 of the so that's essentially follow through with what Buhari had already instituted in law, that subsidy is gone. So that's the first 0 to 18 months. So now the 12 to 18 months now. So that's a crossover, of course, because it's an ongoing concern, the act of governance. 12 to 18 months now. So that's what's showing here where my cursor is, 12 to 18 months. So what's to be achieved within that period? Optimize operating expenditure to reduce cost and leakage. Optimize operating expenditure to reduce cost and leakage. So, essentially, get the best out of every dollar or every naira. The best cost, the best service for the most that you can get out of every naira. That's essentially what that means. And then now we're in that second phase now, because it looks as though the first phase has automatically overlapped into the second phase. Implement the Oronsaye report on the rationalization of MDAs, eliminate duplication of offices/functions, reposition autonomous relevant MDAs to become commercially oriented entities, implement e-governance solutions in strategic MDAs to improve efficiency and transparency and reduce the cost of governance. So Oronsaye report is the next phase that we're in now, and Tinubu has activated the actioning of that report. So that's what's going on now. So the one that you have an ICPC, then you have a EFCC, and then you have all this overlapping, and then you have a DSS, and then you have a national, all these duplicitous agencies that serve no purpose other than job for the boys. A lot of them will be, anyway, we'll go into that in a moment. Reposition autonomous relevant MDAs to become commercially oriented entities. Implement e-governance solutions in strategic MDAs to improve efficiency and transparency and reduce cost of governance. Optimize overheads by sharing services across MDAs and maximizing the use of federal government infrastructure and support services. Implement budgeting policy to progressively increase allocation to capital projects, and there it is. So that's of course, these are the bits that have come out so far, because this is the phase that the country is in its evolution. So now implement the Oronsaye report. So that takes us now to this headline. Breaking: Tinubu orders full implementation of Oronsaye report, announces scrapping margin of several government agencies. So about time too. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the full implementation of the 2012 Stephen Oronsaye report. Going by this implementation, it announced the margin, sub-margin, scrapping, and relocation of several agencies of government. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, revealed this to State House correspondents after Monday's Federal Executive Council meeting at the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja. So, in a very bold move today, this administration, under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu, consistent again with his courage to take very far-reaching decisions in the interest of Nigeria, has taken a decision to implement the so-called Oronsaye report. I'm not quite sure if the Minister of Information would have referred to it as so-called. Okay, it goes on. Yeah, so let me take it from top again, actually. Right, it says President Bola Tinubu has ordered the full implementation of the 2012 Stephen Oronsaye report. Going by this implementation, it announced the margin, sub-margin, scrapping, and relocation of several agencies of government. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, revealed this to State House correspondents after Monday's Federal Executive Council meeting at the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja. So, in a very bold move today, this administration, under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu, consistent again with his courage to take far-reaching decisions in the interest of Nigeria, has taken a decision to implement the Oronsaye report. Now, what that means is that a number of agencies, commissions, and some departments have actually been scrapped. Some have been modified and marked, whilst others have been subsumed. Others, of course, have also moved from some ministries to others, where the government feels they will operate better, it was said. Consequently, the president constituted a committee to implement the mergers, scrapping, and relocations within 12 weeks. So there it is right there. This report actually came out. That's not the end of it. This report actually came out under the Goodluck Jonathan administration. A lot of you will recall that. This report came out under the Goodluck Jonathan administration to streamline government, to cut down the over-bloated size of the governance, and to scrap all these excesses and all these excesses and wastage and duplicitousness that are permeated. So it is just to lean down government and get rid of all these agencies that serve no purpose. It came out under Goodluck Jonathan. He buckled it. But Buhari came and said he was going to implement it. He buckled it. But this guy now is saying do it within 12 weeks. So there it is. The speed at which this, there's something going on. People are saying the Tinubu administration is too brutish and unfeeling. You know, sometimes you just have to yank the band-aid off and let the wound breathe for a quicker heal. So this is essentially what it is. He just wants to just forcefully, you know, effect the necessary paramount important changes, take the body blows, and within 2 years recalibrate and then start to evolve the country. You see that $1 trillion economy that he said he's after, I think that is an underestimation. I suspect that this guy will turn Nigeria into almost a $5 trillion economy. But it carries on. Consequently, the president constituted a committee to implement the mergers, scrapping and relocating, scrapping and relocation within 12 weeks. Yes. I think, let me take it from this paragraph again. It says, now, what that means is that a number of agencies, commissions, and some departments have actually been scrapped. Some have been modified and marked, whilst others have been subsumed. Others, of course, have also been moved from some ministry to others, where the government feels they will operate better, it is said. Consequently, the president constituted a committee to implement the merger, scrapping, and relocation within 12 weeks. Within 12 weeks. So 8 plus 8, how many years? Goodluck Jonathan was what? 7 years, 7 plus 8. Over the last 15 years, nobody has, anyway. Consequently, the president constituted the committee to implement the mergers, scrapping, and relocation within 12 weeks, said Tinubu's special advisor on policy coordination, Mrs. Hadiza Bala Usman. Submitted in 2012, the Oronsaye report on public sector reforms revealed that there are 541 statutory and non-statutory federal government parastatals, commissions, and agencies. A year earlier, the president, Goodluck Jonathan, had set up the Presidential Committee on the Restructuring and Rationalization of Federal Government Parastatals, Commissions, and Agencies under the leadership of Head of Civil Service, Stephen Oronsaye. The 800-page report recommended that 263 of the statutory agencies be slashed to 161, 38 agencies to be scrapped, 52 to be merged, and 14 to be reverted to departments in various ministries. The report also recommended that the law establishing the National Salaries and Wages Commissions be repealed and its functions taken over by the Revenue Mobilization. Imagine that. This is a classic example of the malaise. Even it's not even a malaise. This is a classic example of the excesses that has held us hostage and backward, that's stymied our growth as a country for so long. So listen to this. The report also recommended that the law establishing the National Salaries and Wages Commission, so there's a National Salaries and Wages Commission, which stands as an institution, be repealed, and its functions taken over by the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Responsibility. So what's the distinguishing factor between those two spaces? It's just one job, two people. It advised the federal government to merge the nation's top 3 anti-corruption. Of course, it's the heights of Yes, it advised the federal government to merge the nation's. You know, how many times have we said this? You know, how many times have we said this? It advised the federal government to merge the nation's top 3 anti-corruption agencies, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, and the Code of Conduct Bureau. So that's one job split into 3 parastatals with all of the accoutrements of structures. You know, just hemorrhaging money. So there it is right there. You can continue to knock the guy, but this guy is recalibrating your country. This guy is recalibrating your country. Whether you don't like him, who cares? Who cares? Well, if you like him or not. But essentially, what this guy is doing is recalibrating your country in the way that it should have been done some 30, 40 years ago, bringing you back into humanity. List of government agencies to be merged, scrapped by President Tinubu. List of government agencies to be merged, scrapped as President Tinubu implements Oronsaye report. Some ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government are set to be merged, whilst others will be scrapped based on the implementation of the Oronsaye report by President Bola Tinubu. As earlier reported by correspondents, the decision to implement the Oronsaye report was made public after Monday's Federal Executive Council meeting. Former President Goodluck Jonathan in 2011 had set up the Presidential Committee on Restructuring and Rationalization of Federal Government Parastatals Commissions and Agencies under the chairmanship of a former head of civil service of the Federation, Stephen Oronsaye. Members of the committee include Jaf C.T. Nwosu, Rabiu D. Abubakar, Salman Man, Hamza A. Tahir, Adetunji Ade Sunkomi, and Umar Mohammed. The committee submitted an 800-page report on April the 16th, 2012, in which it uncovered a high level of competition among several overlapping agencies, which not only create ill feeling amongst government agencies, but also brought about unnecessary wastage in expenditure. It also recommended, amongst other things, the discontinuation of government funding of professional bodies and councils to free funds for capital projects. The Oronsaye report established that there are 541 federal government parastatals commissions and agencies, and recommended that 263 of the statutory agencies be reduced, etc., etc. Below, so we've read all that. The implementation of the Oronsaye report is set to pave the way for a leaner government. So this is exactly what I wonder how they're going to criticize this, or they will find new and innovative ways to rubbish this, of course. They will say, let us see. It said 12 weeks, so it didn't say 12 months, so it didn't say go and look at it and review. It said implement it in 12 weeks. How many months is that? In 3 months, thereabout. Okay. The implementation of the Oronsaye report is set to pave the way for a leaner government. Below are government agencies set to be merged or scrapped. 36 federal agencies to be established. Public Complaints Commission, National Poverty Era. So that Public Complaints Commission, I'm not quite sure if it goes on that or is already duplicated somewhere else. But this National Poverty Eradication Program, this already comes under the purview of that Better Edu sort of ministry. So I'm not quite sure why it exists as a standalone. Utilities Charges Commission, National Agency for the Control of HIV/AIDS, that comes under the Ministry of Health anyway. National Intelligence Committee, that even has no meaning, etc. 14 agencies to be fused into ministries where they were created, e.g. Department of 14 agencies to be fused into ministries where they were created, e.g. Debt Management Office to the Federal Ministry of finance. So why do we have a debt management office as a standalone? What particular purpose does it serve that is not served as part of the overall Ministry of Finance? It's just a nonsense, isn't it? This is what the advocates did to us. Public Health Department back to the federal ministry. How can you have a public health department that sits outside of the Ministry of Health? National Information Technology Development Agency to be fused into the Ministry of Communications and Technology. Reduction of statutory agencies from 363 to 161. 51 institutions to be merged. NTA, FRCN, and VON into the Federal Broadcasting Corporation of Nigeria. So, I mean, unbelievable. NCC and MBC into the Communications Regulation Authority of Nigeria. CCB, EFCC, and ICPC to be merged into the Anti-Corruption Commission. Another key recommendation of the committee was to discontinue government funding of professional bodies and councils. Consequently, there is a need to amend the Professional Bodies Special Provisions Act 1972, which mandates the government to provide financial support of various kinds to such bodies. They include the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria, Computer Professionals Council of Nigeria, Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria. I mean, these are private bodies. I can understand somewhat the teachers' registration, but that's even a private profession. Why is the government subsidizing Computer Professional Council's body? It's a high income sort of, my goodness me. Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, Nigeria Press Council, Architects Registration Council, they are even subbing their architects, Council for Registered Engineers, Estate Surveyors Registration Board, Town Planners Council, Nigerian Builders Council, Quantity Surveyors Registration Board, and Nigerian Builders Council, and Council of Nigeria, Nigerian Mining Engineers and Geoscientists. So unbelievable stuff. Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution to be scrapped and its function to be transferred to the Department of Strategic Studies in the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. The committee recommended that the Petroleum Product Pricing Regulatory Authority and Petroleum Equalization Fund to be merged with Petroleum Equalization Fund. So that condenses into one. Based on the white paper, the Fiscal Responsibility Commission would be abolished and its enabling law repealed, as its functions are being performed by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission. A similar fate awaits the Salaries and Wages Income Commission. The trio of the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, and Nigerian Meteorological Agency were recommended to be merged into one new body to be known as the Federal Civil Aviation Authority, and their respective enabling laws be amended accordingly to reflect the merger. Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, the committee recommended that it be merged with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council to synergize for management and utilization of resources. The committee recommended that the enabling law of the National Commission for Nomadic Education be repealed and the Commission's activities be taken over by the Universal Basic Education Commission, National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, and National Environmental Standards and Regulations Agency. You see, all of these agencies, by the way, that have been scrapped. As we are talking now, they are busy looting all of those offices. You know what your people are like. They are busy looting massively all of those offices. National Oil Spill Detection, water. And by the way, let's see some activities on the super chat thing. What's going on? Let me put the notice up. We need to be seeing super chats on this platform. National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency and National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency and their function performed in the Ministry of Environment. The recommendation that the National Council of Art and Culture be merged with the National Troupe and the National Theatre into one agency was accepted by the government. The merged entity will be named the National Theatre of Nigeria. The committee recommended that the National Hajj Commission and the Nigerian Christian Pilgrim Commission be scrapped and government restrict itself to only provide consular service and vaccination for intending. So this is one of the things that rankle people the most. The government paying for people to go on pilgrimage. So Tinubu gets. If you say that this guy does not have the testicular, be fair for once in your life now. Just forget all this. The election has come and gone. If you say that these are not the decisions that are necessary to be made in the country, then you don't wish that country well. The committee recommended, and this is something that rankles a lot of people, and now it's been brought to an end. The committee recommended that the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria and the Nigerian Christian Pilgrim Commission be scrapped, so no more, and government restrict itself to only providing consular service and vaccination of intending pilgrims. The National Communications Commission, the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, and the regulatory function of the Nigerian Postal Services were recommended by the committee to be merged. So there it is. So there it is. So there it is. I mean, what more can I say? Of course, when they start to unpick this, the raw meat eaters with the long fangs, when they start to unpick this, they will introduce a depression into it. But if for my money, this guy is taking on big ticket items. He's taking on the big ticket item of the arbitrage in the exchange rate. Corruption is fighting back, and he's fighting them frontally. And then he's taking on the big ticket of the overbloatedness and duplicitousness and the cesspool of corruption that is embedded into a structural framework of Nigerian governance. He's taking that on as well, and is activating that within 12 weeks. So there it is. You say all you like, but these are the necessary actions that necessarily needs to be taken. They are just the necessary actions that necessarily needs to be taken. But is this an action that necessarily needs to be taken? Please release Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho begs Tinubu. I wonder what his business is with our man from... I have a Nnamdi Kanu clip. Let me see. Maybe I'll play that as a precursor to this. Where is it? I hope I have it to hand. Oh, goodness me. Oh, yes, I have it. Let me play you this before I read you that. This Nnamdi Kanu guy, he's been a clown, not today. So let me play you this. The guy, man. I'm going to save this as a go. And by the way, plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, so that a conversation can take place. But as you're jumping on, let me play you this.
If you are attending a Yoruba church, be ashamed of yourself. Time for them. If you are attending a Yoruba church, be ashamed of yourself. Anybody attending a Pentecostal church with a Yoruba pastor is an idiot, a complete fool, an imbecile. I have no time for them. They are worse than Boko Haram. They are very, very foolish. If your pastor is Yoruba, you are not fit to be a human being.
For I say to God in heaven this night and going forward, if we fail to get Biafra, if Nigeria survives until 2015, let every Igbo man anywhere in the world be destroyed by God in heaven, including my own family. Let everybody die because we don't deserve to live. As the leader of IPOB, I am a very powerful man. I know that very well. I can decide who lives or who dies. I can decide to play God if I want to. I have over 2 million men under my command. I can destroy anywhere I want to have destroyed. As the leader of IPOB, I am a very powerful man.
Amen.
They are what.
All right. So
if you are attending
let me stop that. So that is our friend Unamudi from the preening and peacocking to the humbling of him. Also preening and peacocking to humbling. Let's go on to the next. And by the way, anybody wants to jump on. Let's go on to this. Please release Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho. Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Adeyemo, widely known as Igboho, has pardon me, has made a public plea to President Bola Tinubu urging for the release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. Igboho, in a recent video release, appealed to the Tinubu-led administration to also consider dropping the treasonable charges against Kanu, highlighting the health concerns currently faced by the IPOB leader. It doesn't look especially of ill health to me. In fact, it's looking fatter in that clip that we just saw. Now, in this address, Igboho emphasized the parallel path of struggle he shares with Kanu, noting that both are agitators championing the cause of their respective region, the southeast for Kanu and the southwest for Igboho. He underlined the significance of allowing Kanu to address his deteriorating health condition as a matter of urgency and compassion. This call to action from Igboho comes at a time when discussions around the political detentions and the rights of activists have taken center stage in the national discourse. So it's not a political detention, Nnamdi Kanu, it's a criminal detention. By advocating for Kanu's release, Igboho is not only spotlighting the health and humanitarian concerns surrounding the IPOB's leaders' incarceration, but also drawing attention to the broader issue of regional agitation and the quest for self-determination within Nigeria. Igboho said, please release Nnamdi Kanu, stop politics. This guy did not do anything. Today is February 26, 2024. Release him, let him go and stay with his family. This guy is just fighting for his people in the southeast, like me, that I'm fighting for my people in Yoruba land. Release him, let him go. Release Kanu, please release him. So there it is right there. Our man from Oyo lending his voice to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. Let's go on to the next one. Breaking hardship. Protesters defy police warning hit Lagos street. So the Obidients in action in Lagos. Residents have hit the streets of Lagos to protest against the increasing spike in the price of food and the high cost of living in the country. The protest was facilitated by human rights group identified as the Take It Back movement. So that looks like the Showore cause, isn't it? This comes against the warning issued by the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Adegoke Fayoade, on Sunday. The protesters were seen carrying placards of various inscriptions at Ojuelegba under bridge area of the state to express their grievances. So this is the goings on then. This is the protest according to our, I don't want to say according to our obedience friends, because it looks as though this is a show sort of a, I'm not quite saying, there are more policemen than there are protesters. This is what I see. But there it is. That's the goings on in that space. This next one is for Ekene. It says, what's popping? Federal government students loan scheme. So that student loan space now already been rolled out. One of the central pillars of the Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda is the implementation of a student loan program aimed at alleviating the financial burden of Nigerian students, particularly practically for the higher institution until university. The federal government has announced that the education tax administered by the Federal Inland Revenue Service will contribute to the funding of this newly established student loan scheme. So apparently, there's an education tax levy that they are going to now port over into this port. The scheme is slated to be fully automated, ensuring a streamlined process with no human intervention in loan application and processing. Prospective applicants will utilize a dedicated portal or app for submission. Applicants must provide essential details such as their JAMB registration number, date of birth, national identification number, and biometric verification number during the application. Upon approval, the funds required for tuition or fees will be directly transferred to the educational institution, offering administrative benefits to the institution involved. On September the 22nd, 2023, a test run of the student loan app will be conducted. No, that will be September. That will be 2024, not 2023. I hope. But there it is. That's the quality of the staff that they have in that agency. Let's go on from there. Aba makes history as Tinubu inaugurates a geometric power plant. What's going on there? About the commercial hub of Abia State, this one is for Emeka then, because it's from there, of course. About the commercial hub of Abia State will today make history as President Bola Tinubu commissions a geometric power plant, the first integrated power plant in Nigeria, situated in something or the other industrial area of Aba. In preparation for the commissioning of the power plant, turbine 3 was turned on at 3:40 p.m., etc., etc., leading to massive rejoicing by geometric power plants engineers and their KS Energy counterparts. The 181 megawatt geometric power plant was originally scheduled to be inaugurated on Saturday, February 24th by the president. Aba Power Limited Electricity, the newest electricity distribution company in Nigeria, will take electricity from the new plant and supply to 9 of the 17 local government areas of Abia State. Described as the biggest investment in the southeast zone of Nigeria, Geometric Power has spent about $800 million on its integrated power project, which includes building of 27 kilometers natural gas pipeline from Owaza to something or the other, anyway, whatever it is within that space. We have in addition installed, so essentially good news in the southeast. Good news in the southeast, so the country pull it together. Let me see, which one else do I, so I'm just going to rush through them now. Breaking full implementation of Oronsaye report, we've already done that. TUC pull out of NLC's planned protest, give reasons. So that NLC planned process, of course, the NLC leader, Joe Ajero, a self-confessed obedient, of course, the Trade Union of Nigeria, TUC, has said it was never part of the process, meeting and declaration of embarking on street protest against the economic hardship slated by the Nigeria Labour Congress on Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. The TUC further explained that NLC's protest for economic hardship was not related to the initial 14-day ultimatum given to the federal government because the non-implementation of the agreement on wage award, salary increase, CNG buses, and others reached by the government in October. However, this protest that is being called by the NLC is not related to the ultimatum that we jointly gave. What we were told by the NLC is that the protest is not related to the ultimatum given. TUC President Festus Osifo said this when he addressed journalists in Abuja on some recommendations on what the government should do to end the worsening economic hardship and revive the country's economy. So that's essentially what is essentially telling you is that it is an obedient-led protest. So that's that. So that's that. I think that's sufficient enough to be going on with. So that's sufficient enough to be going on with. So others follow Ayo's example. We really need to be seeing our super chats on this platform. It's just unacceptable that we don't. So that's Ayo right there. In fact, it's only really Ayo. So that's Ayo, and that's Ayo, And that's Ayo again. So well done, Ayo. So let's play the Kegite music. Now bring the panelists on and kick off the session. First, of course, we go to the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, 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 water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Failati keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neruwa Gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Let me play you a micro little clip before the panelists come in. This one is coming from. In fact, there are two clips, but I'll leave the one till later. This one is coming from Anambra State.
Soludo, your son is not contesting with me or against me. He's still my friend. I salute his vision. He's a brilliant man. Wonderful. He has the brain. He's a thinker. He knows the way. We will work together inclusively. When I become the president, Soludo will be one of those advisors who will bring prosperity back to you. Wonderful. So the way you vote for Soludo is the way you vote for Bola Tinubu.
Expecting from this meeting.
I think well, as has just been said, it's a tripartite meeting and designed to, put heads together and to think together. They will have one national economy, and it's the responsibility of the 225 million Nigerians to work together to make it great. And we have all the potentials, and we have all that it takes to make Nigeria, get right through these turbulent times.
All right, so that was Charles Soludo. That was him before the elections, and that was him after the elections. Remember that meeting that Tinubu had a couple of days ago with big stakeholders, Soludo one of them. So that shows a follow-through then of campaign pronouncements and actioning in governance. It'll be a fool not to use somebody of Soludo's talent, and because he's not a fool, is using somebody of Soludo's talent. Our father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, he's here. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. Our bishop is in the house, a real delight. Solly joins us. Good to have you, Solly. And Ola is in the house. Good to have you, Ola. Thank you to Boson, who joins you're in the super chat space. Keep them coming. We want the super chats spiking up on the platform. So let's kick it off with Ajanle Koko if he's ready to go. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Yeah, one man.
All right, good to have you here, Ajanle Koko. So, was I getting a little bit carried away when I was reading that Oronsaye report, and I was excited that this now long overdue and the speed of implementation quite dizzying. Are you there?
Yeah, one man.
Yes. Do you want me to kick it off with someone else and come back to you? Are you able to speak?
Yeah. I can speak. I just
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Just statement again. You are saying were you so? I mean, you are.
No. I was saying, was I getting overly excited when I was reading that Oronsaye thing, which is something that is long overdue, and the speed at which Tinubu has ordered the implementation is quite dizzying, completely streamlining the government to the leanest, most potent it can be. What are you making then of the order to activate and implement Oronsaye's report immediately?
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man. Everybody should be excited for this move by the president. Implementation of Oronsaye report will save us a lot of money, number one. And number two, it will transform our civil service. It will transform our civil service to achieve, efficiency and the desired objective that is set for them, to achieve for the interest of Nigerian people. And it will put us on the right track of good governance. So I'm excited like you, and I believe a lot of people on this platform, particularly Bishop, will be excited as well, because Bishop most of the time do mention this Oronsaye report. Whenever he's speaking about civil service reform, Bishop always call on the government to, to carry out this implementation of Oronsaye report. So, but there's one thing I was listening, while listening to you rather, to hear, but I didn't hear it. It might be in the report. Maybe it's not in the article you read, which is the issue of accounting officer. Who is going to be the accounting officer of each ministry and parastatals? If the accounting officer is not if the responsibility of accounting officer is not given to the permanent secretary, I think we won't achieve the what is desired to achieve in the real full of it will not be achieved. And we have been having problems in the governance of Nigerian state since Babangida switched the accounting officer from the what do you call it? Director from the director general to the political office holder, to the ministers. That was when that since then we have lost the focus. Our civil service have lost the focus in their responsibility, to performing at high expectation in the best interest of Nigerian people. So if that is not included in that report, I think we're still having, problem in civil service.
Is that in the report?
It's in the report, but it's not highlighted in this.
Yeah, if that's what
new thing they are doing now, but it's in the original report.
Well, if you've asked that the report be implemented, then it's in toto, isn't it? It's in toto. So I think they've just flashed up the sexy bits.
Okay, so Baba is confirming that it's in the report.
Yes.
Okay, that is wonderful. That is wonderful. You see,
in the Oronsaye report, I said, well, I'm not saying in this cycle where they say they're adopting it, or Oronsaye put it in his reports.
Oh, yes, is it not Oronsaye report that Tinubu ordered?
Yeah, he said holistically it should be adopted.
Well, okay, so I wish that can be adopted. When that is adopted, then the politician will be what be looking up to. I mean, the politician will have to sit tight. They will have to sit tight. They will have to bring in their policy for the permanent secretary to implement, and they won't be in charge of the management of the funding of their ministry. It's going to be the permanent secretary who will be in charge of the management of the funding of their ministry. And civil servants, to a lot of people, they see civil servants as, oh, they are corrupt, oh, they are this. I'm telling you, the top civil servants, those in the position of permanent secretary, because they grew up through the rank to that high level position, they will want to rubbish their name. They will want to perform effectively in the best interest of Nigerian people, particularly the responsibility of their ministry as committed to giving good governance to Nigerian state and Nigerian people. So that is the key. The accounting officer must be the director general. So then politicians, when they are not in charge of the financial management or they can't have control over any fund or funding whatsoever in that ministry, then that will cut down the corrupt practices that these politicians have perpetrated for a long time, since Babangida time to date. So one man is a welcome development, and I think the president has given timeline 3 months for this to be implemented. We'll be looking up to it, and we would like to see it, fully implemented seriously, without a political favor, without political undertone or whatsoever to it, strictly implemented according to to the report. So I don't know how this, maybe they have to constitute a committee to really monitor how this will be, carried out. I don't know what they're going to do.
I think a committee is already constituted. Agencies to be scrapped, pension. You know what especially, you know, where my pardon me, where my excitement packed up the most is the scrapping of this Hajj and Jerusalem pilgrimage that is being invoiced to the state. I mean, not only should they scrap it, they should recover the money that's been spent so far. The government is only to provide consular service and vaccination.
Recover the money spent so far.
It's a ridiculousness, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a ridiculousness indeed. So I think that will give a lot of us a relief. This is what a lot of us have been calling on government to do. It is clear in our constitution that our resources should not be committed.
Could you believe? Sorry, Ajane Koko. Could you believe we have a federal radio corporation, and then a different entity, Voice of Nigeria? I mean, my God, we are a bunch of what's it? I mean, anyway, sorry, carry on.
They're trying to copy America now. You know, America have Voice of America, so Nigeria is trying to. You know, they just want to copy without, knowing what is fully behind that what American institution represent. So, but that of the Hajj and the Jerusalem, I think, look, one man, it's just, it got to be struck. I mean, it got to be abolished because the Constitution does not allow it in the first place. It's been an illegal practice, waste of resources, and an avenue through which politicians loot the resources, favor their political, how do I say, their political associates and their fellow party member, and it doesn't represent anything, any goodness for the country at all. So that's a welcome development as well. Everything in that report should be implemented to the fullest. Nothing should be left out. Everything should be implemented to the fullest. And I hope, like I said earlier, there's not going to be political favorism committed to this. I know there's going to be pushback on that religious stuff, particularly.
The pushback will be very difficult to sustain because both the religions get slashed.
Yeah,
you can't call it anti-Christian and you can't call it anti-Islam. So both religions get slashed, you know.
So there's going to be pushback no matter what. The Muslims will push back, the Christians will push back, the pastors and all the rest. And but we should all stand up to say no, enough is enough. The Constitution of Nigeria does not allow the funding of religious activity. It's illegal. It's just unbelievable that the way that country is being run with illegality, legalization of legality.
Is interjection allowed?
Okay, go ahead.
Ajane Koko, those commissions were established by an act of the National Assembly. You say it's illegal, it's illegal, it's illegal. I don't understand. Yes, the law established them. Another law is repealing them. That is the way. But saying it is illegal, it is illegal, it is illegal. I don't know which law you are quoting. Those commissions were established. They draw funding from the federal government. It's been there for, I can't remember the time it's been there. I support the scrapping of them. I've advocated for it. We have no business sponsoring anybody to Hajj or to Jerusalem. It makes me sick. But to the fact, those bodies were established by act of law. So saying it's illegal is legal. If you are saying morally it is wrong, I agree with that. But that language that it is illegal, you have said this repeatedly. I don't think that is factual. That it is illegal is not factual. That it is morally wrong, yes, I agree with you. That we don't like it, we don't have anything to do with it. It should have been scrapped like dozen years ago, yes, but we can't say it is illegal because it's an act that draws funding from the National Assembly. Thank you.
Ajan Lekoko, can you believe that the country is actually paying stipends? They are making payments to the trade bodies like Architecture Association. They get a payout from the government. Engineers Council, they get. What sort of engineer needs a payout? If you're needing a payout from the government with an engineering and an architectural degree, maybe go and hand over those degrees and go and learn plumbing. And it's just a woof, isn't it? My God. When you read these things, you see just clearly where all our fault lines are.
I don't know the objective behind that anyway. I didn't even know that exists until when you are reading it. When I was checking my hair, I did what is going on. So, but you know, it is good that Oronsaye report captured that and recommended that it should be scrapped. But to Bishop, I'm not saying that the Commission for Hajj, Christian pilgrimage, was not set up by an act of Parliament. But what I'm saying is that the funding of Hajj service, of Hajj pilgrimage and Jerusalem pilgrimage by our state, the different states, by all the states of the Federation, including the federal government, is wrong. The Constitution does not allow funding of religious activity. So funding of religious activity is different from funding of that commission that organizes and facilitate, pilgrimage to Mecca and Jerusalem. So they are two different things. So, but this will tomorrow on the pages of newspaper in this different studio across our country. I believe political analysts and other interested, commentators, we hail Tinubu for this action. I hail it.
You say that, Ajan Lekoko, but the raw meat eaters are already they've already started to bring out their fangs to chew it up. Let me bring you this. 3 Nigerian presidents have implemented Oronsaye report. We are jokers in this country. Your friend and mine, Rufai Oseni. It says Arise TV anchor Rufai Oseni has rubbished the announcement of the Tinubu government to implement the Steve Oronsaye report. Earlier today, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, announced that President Tinubu had ordered the full implementation of the report. Idris announced that following the recommendation of the report, some agencies have been scrapped. So it's not even that they are going to be, they have been scrapped. Others merged, and some have been submerged. Reacting to the news, Oseni stated with evidence that 2 previous presidents have also ordered the implementation of the report. According to him, Nigeria is a joke, and this is why countries do not take Nigeria seriously. So he then goes on to bring it out. He says that Jonathan orders implementation of white paper on Oronsaye. So and then maybe it says Buhari did it as well, but yeah. So well, he's told us that they will do it within 12 weeks. So it said the moment the President Buhari signed the 2020 budget. Okay. So yes, they are already looking to rubbish it. Your people.
Our people refer. Well, I don't know whether Jonathan ordered the implementation or not. I'm not sure of that. And I'm not sure if Buhari did the same. But, for him to condemn Tinubu or to take that directive as unachievable under Tinubu, I think it is wrong right there. The president has given, timeline 12 weeks, and if within that 12 weeks nothing is done, that is when it should come out to criticize. Not now. Everybody is looking up to this, for a long time, and the president is saying, yes, this must be done, and he has shown seriousness by giving timeline. Let us wait and see what he's gonna do. If he fails, that is when we can come after him. We cannot start chastising or criticizing him when he's taking a very bold step. This is a very, very bold step. So this is a restructuring on its own, restructuring of our civil service. And when you restructure a civil service that can work, that can perform efficiently, the country we experience, good governance. That is what it means. That is what it means. So I hail him. I really commend him, and I look forward for him to achieve this the implementation of this Oronsaye. I wish
all right. Let Ola have that interjection, and I'll take you on to another talking point. Yes, Ola, come in.
Man, I really love this evening session. I feel like jumping over the roof. You see, one thing is the bad news for the likes of Rufai. Let him wait there and sleep there, and expecting that this guy will fail just because the former presidents, they made promises and they didn't fulfill it. He will be surprised. Because when you look at antecedents, before you criticize someone, look at that person. Did he say something like that in the past? Mark the word, say, not whether he has directed. Did he say something in the past that he did not try to implement? When we talk of politicians, we need to look at the politician we are talking about. When he promised to reform Lagos civil service, then ask whether he did reform or not. When he promised to reform the judicial sector, the judiciary in Lagos, ask whether he implemented or not. Go and look at the record. This guy gave 6 weeks, if I got it right, and I think the 6 weeks, I can say is very significant because
he gave 12 weeks.
12 weeks. Because by the time this guy will mark his 1 year in the office, that is going to be one of those things that is going to use for you as appraiser. I listened to someone here like 3 or 5 days ago say that, okay, this guy is just following his manifesto. What will he follow? That is what we pray for. Someone that will put manifesto, this is what I want to do. I follow the manifesto. Not someone that will just throw it and put that in the corner of it. So I strongly believed, until I see otherwise, that this guy is going to do, and the restructuring that this guy has been talking about for decades, I think the restructuring is staring at us now. So what we can do is just to pray and to support this guy. You see that of Hajj or whatever, pilgrimage or whatever they mention. Honestly, this will be the first of its kind. In fact, when you want to progress in a country, you take something that's supposed to be personal to people, you take it out of the government. Scrapping sponsorship of a pilgrimage, I think this is a very landslide victory for Nigeria, because they put religion matter to be sponsored by the government as politics. And once you take that thing away from politics, I think we'll be better, because I'm expecting, because nationally I will be it is going to be disappointing. I will be disappointed rather if CAN or any Christian body will come out and criticize this. But I cannot say for the other part of that religion, other side, because I may be wrong, but I may see the politics around that place. So before I go, the other thing I want to add is this on that professional bodies. Anyway, it's good the way they remove it, but
Ola, I'll be taking the topics round. So, but land that point, and then I'll move Ajan Lekoko to another topic.
Okay. See, I think the time they were supposed to be funding all those professional bodies, if they've done the right thing, I think it was to encourage development. There is nothing wrong if you make budget for the Nigerian Society of Engineers, you made for those people in ICANN and others. There's nothing wrong. It's just about, because when you look at it, the government of Nigeria is supposed to be finding all those professional bodies and push them for major researches that will move the country forward. That's just the perspective. Maybe we can talk about that one later, but let me just keep it short for now.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So, Ajani Koko, let me take you to one more topic. Then I'll go on to Soli, Baba, and then we try to get to people as quickly as we can.
Let's land this before you take me to another.
All right.
Ola is saying that he doesn't know about the other religion. He said he would be surprised that, if they can come on to criticize this, that he doesn't know about the other religion, the Muslim religion. You can see on this platform, Mumuni already attacking us. That Mumuni is already.
You didn't put Alaji Mumuni respectfully.
Alaji Mumuni already attacking us. Already, and he's a Tinubu man. No, he's a Tinubu guy. He's a Tinubu core supporter, but he's not happy of the scrapping of the pilgrimage board. So. He's attacking one man. He said one man is a Jehovah's Witness. That is why
an infidel.
He's an infidel.
Yes.
He said we are all.
We laugh about it, but that sort of language in the north, that sort of language in the north.
I wish more of. Implementation of similar report like will be carried out under his administration as well, particularly the one that Jonathan did concerning the restructuring of the country. I know that one is subject to approval by the Congress, but I wish Tinubu can take the bull by the horn and push for that as well. That will start giving everybody that sense of belonging, particularly a lot of Nigerians that are calling for restructuring. So I commend him on this and I wish him success. Let me leave it that. Thank you.
All right, let me take it to one more space. I've not read this one out. Let me quickly flash through it.
One more before you go, please can you send your WhatsApp message, WhatsApp number to me? I want to send a message to you. There is an interview of Dr. Arabambi today. Which no,
it was yesterday. We saw bits of it. Yeah, we saw bits of it yesterday.
Then why can't you even invite that guy to the platform?
I've been trying to reach out to him, but my contacts have not yet been able to.
Okay, I can talk to him then.
All right. I'll send you my number. Let's talk offline.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Have a look in the private chat. The star. Let me take you to the space, Ajan Lekoko. FEC meeting, 5 key decisions taken by Tinubu. So it's just master stroke moves by this guy. The Federal Executive Council was held on Monday and presided over by President Bola Tinubu. Here are some of the highlights of the far-reaching decisions taken during Monday's FEC meeting. Number 1, FEC approved the construction of a Lagos-Port Harcourt-Calabar coastal superhighway to Massa's High-Tech Construction Africa. The first phase, made up of 47 kilometers, will begin in Lagos. So that already, you see all of that savings from the looting of the subsidy. This is now it. Social security payments to vulnerable households begin immediately. Recipients will be those with NIN and BVN. Number 3, social security payments to be extended to graduates from NCE and upwards. So everybody gets cash. So I'm not quite sure what this does. Consumer credit to be established very urgently. But I think this wraps around that credit system that Tinubu wants to be a culture in Nigeria. Consumer credit to be established very urgently. But then the person that leads it is not anybody you have confidence in. Chief of Staff to lead a committee that includes the Budget Minister, Attorney General, and Coordinating Minister of the Economy and Finance to make the scheme a reality. And number 5, the Council, in order to enhance efficiency in the federal service and reduce the cost of governance, decided so. And then Oronsaye report is the 5th one. So which of those excites you the most? I'm especially excited by that coastal superhighway. If these things can be achieved, and no reasons why they should not be, I think that country is on a fast track to transformation.
Yeah, I think that's the most exciting one. The construction of that coastal superhighway. I think it will open up a lot of development, and that will expand our infrastructural base, and that will transform the economy. And in line with what is trying to achieve with the creation of Blue Economy Ministry, or what do you call that ministry, that have his brother as the minister. I think it will achieve a lot in revenue generation once it's completed. When they complete the construction, woman revenue generation of that country, we hit the sky. We go up, and it might even be stronger than that of what we are getting from oil. So it's very important. It's a source of revenue for the country. Infrastructure as well will bring development, and that will make the country more attractive to foreign investors, because once you can have your infrastructure meeting the modern standard and turning your country to a modern world, then investors will come in to invest more in your economy. And we know what that means. That will create more jobs. That will bring, development. That will bring wealth, and that will, put the economy on a more stable position, and position that it can grow. It can grow more and more to the benefit of the people of their country. So that is the one, to me, that is more important. The cash giving venture, Buhari did it for.
I hope they are not cultivating a culture of dependency with this. I'm a bit conflicted because once people are used to that cash, you know how the social security system works. It can create a culture of dependency, can it not?
I don't really believe in giving cash. Assistance can be given to young people, children, pregnant women, and old people. And there's various ways assistance or program, people's oriented program, can be carried out. Number one is education. If you give education, like I always campaign here, free education to university level, technical schools, nursing schools, everything is free. All Nigerians will smile. Every parent will smile because we are giving their children the future, and you are giving the country the future as well. And you will discover talent that will build your country. You understand? And if you subsidize heavily, subsidize health sector, build good hospital, develop the infrastructure in the health services, and make it affordable for every Nigerian, everybody will smile. Everybody will be happy. That is the way, that is what you can do to Nigerian people, that there will be so much, Old people should not be paying a dime for diabetes or all this kind of stuff. Poor people should not be paying for healthcare in their country. If Cuba, that have nothing, I know some people will say, oh, the population of Cuba. If Cuba, that have nothing, can achieve it, education, free education in Cuba, free air service in Cuba, who telling you that Nigeria cannot do it?
And where is Cuba today, Babaja?
All right. Let's not open that space too widely. I think we've had that conversation severally, but bring it to Majale Koko, and then I'll go on to Solly.
It's not done anywhere.
One man. It's unfortunate that people can argue the way they want to argue. Let America leave Cuba alone. Let America not sanction Cuba, and Cuba will be one of the greatest countries in the world. The greatest country in the world. I have Cuban friends that they paid nothing for education, and they are medical doctors. During the COVID, their country is the most well managed. They manage the COVID better than United States, better than most country in the world.
This you're overhyping sometimes.
So, let me.
There are thousands of Cubans here in America that are trooping in as refugees every day that are claiming as hundreds and thousands of them.
You can say your own. I mean, you can say your own.
No, interjection is part of the conversation now. Don't say you can say your own.
No, don't rubbish my Cuba.
It's not your Cuba. I did not rubbish your Cuba. I'm just stating the facts.
You don't have the fact. I told you what is behind it. Baba is saying, oh, where is Cuba? Let America live there. Let America stop sanction against them. Then you will see, as small, with the limited resources, they will be the greatest country on earth. So Nigeria can achieve that. That will be the best. That will give savings to a lot of Nigerian parents, Nigerian people, and that will make Nigeria more healthy and more futuristic country. Education, healthcare. Let me leave it there, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Ajanle Koko who's kicked things off for us. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, the brilliance of the man. Another man, yeah.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I'm testing a new mic. Sorry.
Oh no, that's the best quality yes we've heard. So it's a good mic.
Really?
Okay, yes, cool. The roundness. We didn't know your voice was so rich. Look at that. I want to get my belly numbers and look at this. The farmer needs a wife. The farmer needs a wife. So the farmer needs a wife. Let's go on to Solly then, who joins us. Solly, you ready to go?
Yes.
Oh, all right. All right. So there you are. So do you share in the excitement of this Oronsaye report? Does it even mean anything to you? Do you want to come in from that point, Solly?
I don't know too much about it. I heard that they've been making it up for a while, and finally they are going to let it work. I heard the interesting part was they are going to join ICPC, EFCC, all those organizations together. All those people, they will fight each other. They don't like each other, So
I think they're going to scrap a lot of them and convert. It's too duplicitous, isn't it? Really, it's just the height of ridiculousness. You have 3 agencies fighting corruption crimes. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I feel like if they are joined together in the future, they will actually be doing what they are supposed to be doing. Little by little, we'll see the system work. Little by little, we'll see the system start to fight corruption on its own. It will do self-healing, but it will take a while because each organization Nigerians are always competing, so they always try to outdo each other. But anyways, it's a way to all these kind of payments that they're always making. When the payment is spreading too far and wide, that's when corruption will be easy, But when you are spreading it into little areas, then you can reduce the amount of wings that the money has. So I'm not saying corruption will end, but a lot of money will be saved in the process.
Yes, it's a gift that just keeps on giving, isn't it? One, a lot of money will be saved, and they'll just create this agency and they'll go and build this multi-million-dollar infrastructure, and then they'll put a logo on it, and then they put a bunch of abokis in there, and it's just the level of waste and decadence, or it's the excesses that we've been they've never served any purpose. What has EFCC achieved in all of the times that James Ibori was locked up in London? Did they not know he was a criminal, EFCC? All these things, But what else are you looking at in the news, Solly? What excites you in the news?
Most of what you said. I think I sent everything that you sent. I sent a post to you on it. If you can repeat it again so that I can go through it one by one.
All right. Let me take you to a space that I did not read out, but something that probably will interest you. Official Sweden to join NATO in a blow to Russia. Sweden is set to join NATO after Hungary, the last NATO member holding the move, on Monday, February the 26th, held a parliamentary vote to approve the move. Sweden is now going to become the military alliance's 32nd member. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Sweden abandoned its decades of military non-alignment and decided to join the world's biggest military alliance. Lawmakers in Budapest, the capital of Hungary, finally made the move on Monday, with the parliament voting 188 to 6 in favor of the resolution for Sweden to join. Hungary's prime minister, whatever his name is, who is friends with Russia's Putin, withheld approval. Are you playing a game there, Solly?
No.
What's all that bing bong bing?
It's one app. I'll close it now.
It says Hungary's prime minister, who is a friend with Putin, withheld approval of Sweden's bid for more than 600 days. He finally gave his nod just before the weekend when his Swedish counterpart flew to Budapest and signed a defense deal following years of what Orban called damned relations over human rights and the rule of law in its increasingly politically repressive country. Now, all existing, so essentially, Sweden joins NATO. Do you have any thoughts on that?
They are always looking for trouble. When trouble is not finding them, they will create propaganda to say trouble is looking for them. All these things they are doing, they are doing as if somebody is chasing them. Meanwhile, nobody is chasing them. Just fear mongering all the time. I don't, see, just like some people, these people are always playing themselves. Every policy they make, they are always playing themselves, but they know how to make it look like they are winning. I don't really care about their issue that much.
All right, let me take you to this
Any
space.
small wahala like this, I will just run back to Nigeria.
Look at that. Can you even fit in Nigeria anymore? You don't speak the language. You don't know the culture. Can you figure?
Me, I don't speak the language. My
You
own
don't.
Yoruba, and I grew up in Lagos. Hey.
Look at it. All right, let me take you to the space. Breaking hardship. Protesters defy police warning. Hit Lagos streets. So your friendly neighborhood obedience, they are trying to, they've been trying so hard to create a havoc in Lagos for such a long time. So this is them protesting now. I can see more police officers than protesters, but there it is. The latest feeble attempts by the Obidients to create anarchy within the Nigerian state. What says you?
I can guarantee, in fact, I can bet money that less than 50% of those people there know why they are protesting. If you sit them down and ask them detailed question, they will not even know why they are there. There is serious brain drain in that country. Anytime I open Instagram and I look at the comments, sorry about that. I look at the comments. Before they used to say there's brain drain in the country. There's brain. I never used to see it. I never used to notice it till I started using social media recently again. They are dull. They don't think. They don't question anything. They don't research. They don't read. All they do is somebody said this, and most of the times they don't even know who said it. Serious brain drain. These people that are protesting, what is their goal? Where is it taking them to? They are just doing it because they don't know what to do. What is their plan? What are they demanding? They are just coming out and saying, we are hungry, we are hungry, we are hungry. Are there solutions being put in place? What is your protest going to do? Nothing. All the protesting they've been doing, it's not, there's no aim. They are just blockheads that don't know why they are protesting. I'm not impressed. Just a waste of time. Another waste of time. And if it is Labour Party that is using this strategy again, that's just a party of dullards. Because they never have a plan. It seems they are always going up. Their main plan and their goal is always shock value. After shock value, there's nothing left on the platter. No plan, no strategy. They don't even know their audience. Just another way to do a spectacle, push propaganda, and lose again. Definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over and over again and losing. If you see that it's not working for you, but you're still doing it, I don't know what you're expecting. Is there no genius in that party, or is it that they don't question each other? And one man, I sent a video about that Labour Party. I sent a video. I think I'll look for it again, where they were explaining the Labour Party issue.
Is it from Arabambi?
I'm looking for it to. It was a long video, and it explained.
No, is it Ruben Abate hosting it?
Okay, yes, I'll send it to you again.
Oh, all right.
I just sent it to you now on Instagram. So it seems that nobody is questioning. Once Peter Obi entered that party, for a while, people did not question a lot of what was going on in the party till after the election. Even after the election, it's still now that people's eyes have started clearing. More people have been coming out to say what was happening in between. And an example is that video that I sent. Because
it'll be interesting tomorrow to see how Peter Obi responds to this Oronsaye report thing. Yeah.
You know what I noticed about Peter Obi? If they come out and they say something, right? No matter how ridiculous it sounds, if it's true, Peter Obi will not respond. If it's true, Peter Obi will not respond. The reason why he's not responding is he doesn't want them to bring proof later. In case he say, it's a lie, he doesn't want them to bring proof later. And he'll say, Peter Obi lied. So anytime they say Peter Obi did something and he doesn't respond, I know it's true. You know, so that's why I used to catch him. He's a very predictable person. Very predictable.
All right, let me take you to this space. Releasing Andekano, Sunday Igboho begs Tinubu. So is that Tony issue again? I myself, I'm not in the releasing Andekano space because Andekano to me is tantamount to Ibrahim Shekarau, the head of the Boko Haram space. So you cannot say because you are somebody like Sunday Igboho, who's only is the worst you can accuse Sunday Igboho of is rascality. He and just a few boys will go down the Ibadan street chanting Yoruba Nation. I don't think that is quite a crime against the state. But Nnamdi Kanu, you heard him. He told you that he has a 1 million-man army that he wants to rage against the Nigerian state. So what are you making then of our Ibadan man, Owala, asking for the release of his Umahia counterpart?
It's too much freedom that is worrying him. It's because they allowed him back into Nigeria. And this guy, he doesn't, I can bet again that he doesn't know anything about Nnamdi Kanu. A lot of people that are saying free Nnamdi Kanu, you know what I noticed? A lot of them never watch Radio Biafra.
Let me reintroduce. I think I played this in the opening phase. It's just a few minutes. Listen to this guy. It's the worst of the worst.
If you are attending a Yoruba church, you're ashamed of yourself. Anybody attending a Pentecostal church with a Yoruba pastor is an idiot, a complete fool, an imbecile. I have no time for them. They are worse than Boko Haram. They are very, very foolish.
For I say to God in heaven this night and going forward, if we fail to get Biafra, if Nigeria survives until 2015, let every Igbo man anywhere in the world be destroyed by God in heaven, including my family. Let everybody die because we don't deserve to live. I will stop praying to God to keep the evil race and wipe us away from this useless earth that we are in. If we allow this nonsense to continue beyond 2015. For I say to God in heaven, as the leader of IPOB, I am a very powerful man. I know that very well. I can decide who lives or who dies. I can decide to play God if I want to. I have over 2 million men under my command. I can destroy anywhere I want to.
This guy is a terrorist. I cannot say how a parallel can be drawn between this guy and Sunday Igboho. He has to get the fullness of the law.
One man, majority of us here, if you have been on this platform for before 1 year, you know, in fact, before the election, we all of us, we used to watch Radio Biafra religiously. A lot of these people saying free Nnamdi Kanu, free Nnamdi Kanu, you people did not watch the Radio Biafra. All these things that one man is playing, it is 5% of the terrible things Nnamdi Kanu used to say. See, at one point, I can bet it that this guy started taking drugs, because I've met a lot of people that take meth. I've met a lot of people that take crack. I've met a lot of people that take cocaine. They used to be normal, but the moment they start taking on those things, they talk like how Nnamdi Kanu used to talk during those last few months of Radio Biafra. You people never watch Radio Biafra. Majority of you people shouting free Nnamdi Kanu, majority of these people, I would say over 90% of people saying free Nnamdi Kanu did not watch Radio Biafra. Every day, I had that notification bell on. We watch it, even if it was 4 hours. We watch it from the beginning to the end. We would come here to discuss it almost every day. Then somebody will come here and say, it's the same as Sunday. This guy, let me tell you, I used to support this guy. The moment this guy said 100 heads, that's something I'll never forget. And he wasn't talking about Yoruba heads. He wasn't talking about Northern heads. He was talking about Igbo heads. Female heads. To be specific, this guy was very specific. And they already started collecting those heads.
Don't be too graphic
No, that's why I'm not. I'm just
yeah.
saying here. They've already started collecting. So at one point, I believe they've already collected 16. Will you still support this man if he took your sister? Will you still support this man if he took your daughter? But some people say they don't care. And that's one of our problems. You don't care because it's not your sister. You don't care because it's not your daughter. In fact, some of you, even if it's your sister or your daughter, I know you won't still care. Is that normal to you? Is that the words of somebody that is normal to you? And I'm telling you, I'm not even telling you.
I want you to. This is what you are speaking to. A lot of people don't know this guy. I want you to. I wouldn't normally highlight a comment unless it was a super chat because for reasons of whatever. But it says this is from AB. It says woman, wow, was he that vicious? I think this is the first time I am hearing him. Oh my God, a lot of people don't actually know who this guy is, This Umar Hiabon. They don't know who he is. The parallel I'm drawing with him is with Ibrahim Shekarau, the Boko Haram guy. It's not some run of the mill. He told you now, he says he has the power of life and death, which he has exercised severally.
One man, that one is even small. It's small compared to, he may win all the other cases, but that terrorism case is not winning it. 100% guaranteed. Anybody wants to bet with me here, they will take the key and they need to throw it away. That guy cannot be in the same outside public with normal human beings. And I'm telling you, you don't want to leave your family around that guy. Before you know it, you will turn into another cult. There's this guy called very short guy. He started a cult in the US, but they caught him.
Is this something Courage?
Charles Manson. Charles Manson.
Oh, yeah.
You see, somebody like Charles Manson, it doesn't look dangerous, but if you leave that guy outside, before you know it, he has gathered people and they will start doing nonsense. Nnamdi Kanu has that same kind of power. Yes. If you let that guy go back into public, he will start another thing again. That guy is not going to stop. He started small and he kept on growing and growing and growing, and he saw no limits. And it's usually people that take drugs that usually get to that extent. I'm still willing to bet again that guy was taking drugs at some point. When you get that kind of money, once you start entering millions of dollars, even at $500,000, some people cannot resist drugs. They just start taking it. And I'm sure, and I've seen them, it looks like he spoke and he behaved like one of them. Some of them you will never know. They look healthy, they look strong, they look energetic, they are very smart, but they are on that drug deal. So they need to take this guy up, file those charges properly, especially that terror. All the proof is online. Even if you don't know, even if you think I'm lying, right? You can simply just go there and watch those last 3 months from NSAS and Co. Watch it. Then you know Nnamdi Kanu. You will know why they had to take him from Kenya. You will know why it was needed. It was very necessary. When they were doing that NSAS stuff, this guy started broadcasting. He was directing them where to go, what to burn. All those things that happened during NSAS, all those vandalism, it wasn't random. It was directed by Nnamdi Kanu. Directed. That's how it became very evident that this guy has sleeper agents in Lagos.
Oh, all right. All right. Thank you, Solly.
Throw away the key. Lock him up and throw away the key.
All right. Lock him up and throw away the key. So that's Solly's recommendation to the Nigerian state, Nnamdi Kanu. So Nnamdi Kanu, let's go on from you, Solly, to Baba, who I think is more interested in the Oronsaye report. Baba, good to have you. You like to free flow, Baba.
One man.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, is it Baba or Mike that was last time we were on live stream that was telling that I should not be scared of Nigeria? that I should go there and do farming.
I don't know. Maybe that was the after hours.
Yes, it was the after hours, but
Yes.
there was one post I sent to you that shows an example of the way Nigerians behave. There was a woman they put in charge of the poultry. They now fired her. You know what she did? She wiped out the whole.
Oh yes, I saw that. Was it you that sent it? Yeah,
I sent it. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not even about the government. It's not about the officials. Look
Nigerians
at
are nasty people anyway.
Yes,
they're very bad
look
people.
at what the average Nigerian is doing. So they need reform. They need serious reform. Even if they develop that country, they still need serious reform.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Excellent. So that's the elegant Solly. So thank you, Solly. We go on from Solly then to Baba, who takes the center stage. Baba, you're up next.
Yeah, one man. A very fine evening to you. Panelists, I salute you all. Welcome to the one man show where ideas flourish and it also contains. I salute you all, my people in the comment section. Welcome. Before I go to the Oronsaye report, I think there is something that caught my interest today. Actually, it's about that Professor Bat Naji power plant commissioned in Abia State. It is very sad in our country that that power plant was actually started 21 years ago. And
is it the one, the Abia one, the one in Abia State?
The Abia one.
Yes, it's one of the stories we're covering. Yeah.
And for the last 10 years, it has been completed, but couldn't be commissioned because it was bogged down in litigation. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why a country governed by a president will allow that kind of plant to lie fallow, idle for 10 years because of one litigation or the other, and you cannot intervene when the country is so short of power. I mean, there's when they say 10 years, I know that takes part of Jonathan's period and the totality of Buhari's time. I mean, that is absurd. Where do you want to start with the disaster of that? Those turbines, will they be still fit for purpose? Something that was bought maybe 15 years ago and installed. There will be modern versions of those turbines. Why do we just, because you have power, you have to ruin a man? I don't get it. And I think this is where we have to, whether we like it or not, whether we are a Tinubu supporter or not, I think you should at least have a heart for him for doing these things, because it's like losing a Gordian knot in that place. And at least all the eastern states today and some other states around there will tap from that power supply. It is a big relief. But to think for 10 years we're deprived of that kind of thing, oh no, I don't, and that takes me further to a lot of federal assets lying fallow, bogged down in litigation all over. Chiefly one is the Federal Secretariat in Lagos. With, I mean, I just hope the president will do something about that too, so that whatever it is, let's settle that. If they have to convert it to a housing unit, hotel, or they have to give it to Babalaki or return it back to Lagos State government, something has to be done about it. We shouldn't be allowing these kind of things. Because that plant, when I had that for 10 years, completed, no action, nothing, because of court case. I mean, that is terrible. I'll go on quickly before because Oronsaye report or Oronsaye is the key thing. Talk about this free education to university level. I mean, I don't understand this obsession with free this, free that. I'm not one for it. What you don't pay for, you don't enjoy. Even the freest of economy. I mean, that is a vestige of something that's smack of communism. Yes, we can do it up to SSS level, but university, it's not something you can do. Do you know how much it costs for a graduate, for a government? That means we don't want to do any other thing than train people. But the conundrum there, the advocates of free education up to university level are not thinking about is, where will the jobs be? Where will the jobs come from? You want to turn out graduates in 176 universities, about, let's say, 500,000 every year graduates go into the industry to work. Where are they? We already have about unemployment rate of maybe close to 30–40% in the country. And we're advocating for more free education. These things are done, they're aggregated. Because if you look at even countries where they do free education to SSS level, they have problems because they don't run our own type of free education where it is automatic. You move straight from JSS to SSS. In those other countries, you have to be qualified to go to SSS. So that gap alone, in fact, people are even falling out. Boys, girls in their early teens couldn't proceed to SSS. They fall out because they don't qualify, or they don't even have enough SSS secondary school to take those quotas. So let's say the JSSS 1,000 to be graduated into SSS, where there are only 800 classes or places. So those 200 goes into what? Into the street. And you know what happens with our girl child of that tender age. So we have to be very careful. Things are not just, policies are not just made frivolously. It has to be a subject of well thought out planning and things like that. So let's come to Oronsaye. I don't know. I always get tongue twisted pronouncing his name.
Yeah, Stephen Oronsaye report. Yes.
Do you know?
It's probably the most exciting thing that's happened within the Nigerian state for the last 20 since the start of democracy or the Fourth Republic.
Yeah. The surprising is, do you know that man was almost sent to jail? He was almost sent to jail. And I want to think it comes from this report which he came up with and handed over to the government. It was almost, what's the charge again? I think he was discharged not quite 3 years ago. So he was discharged from that case because people who didn't want that thing implemented. Jonathan did white paper on it. Did it perform? I don't know where Rufai got his implementation pronouncement from, or where did he find that? Buhari even instituted a panel to check the white paper out, and another panel to even check what the other panel checked out twice. Buhari did it. Nothing came out of it. And this man has come up. I think he himself didn't do it lightly. I don't think he does, but it's adversity that normally introduce a man to himself. Maybe the adversity we are facing in the country at the moment made them to dust it up unwillingly, and they are implementing it. All for good for our country.
I think it was part of his campaign pronouncements at Tinubu.
But he left it too late. If it's part of the campaign, something, why wait 8 months?
Let me show you something. Hold on. Carry on, necessary. Yes, here it is. Let me show you.
This
Policy
Advisory Council, yes.
Yes, so they have
I've seen
yes, this was done by KPMG, and it was done
Yeah, I
on the
know.
17th of May 2023, so long before Tinubu was inaugurated. And they have a structured plan as to what they're going to do. So in the first 0 to 18 months, is all about the removal of the subsidy and consolidating that space. And then from 12 months to 18 months, optimize operational expenditure to reduce cost and leakage, implement Oronsaye report on rationalization of MDA. So it's part of a structured plan.
Yeah. Well, but why leave it 8 months into your government? I mean,
because they had to do the heavy lift of the fuel subsidy first now.
Heavy lift. All should have been going pari passu, side by
Pari
side.
passu, they were overwhelmed now. They removed all subsidy, did the arbitrage, and then they add another big ticket item on top of that.
It will have saved us a lot of trouble. You understand? Because most of these things actually are there, particularly that involves the permanent secretaries being the chief accounting officer of every ministry. It will have saved up from the hands of people like Beta Edu and Co. and all the rest of them. You understand? But 8 months into it, but also good, it's never too, it's better be late than be late. So we are implementing it right now, and I think it's a good thing. It's going to save us a lot of money. A lot of money. Money the government has to be very careful in utilizing. It shouldn't be stampeded, because now we are talking about social security welfare handouts to unemployed. And like you pointed out, it has its own pitfall. President Roosevelt, yes, I think Roosevelt, after the Depression in 1935, yeah, if my memory serves me correctly, that implemented the American model. And since then, they've been trying to stop it. Yeah, no stopping it. It's not going to stop, because when people lash their teeth into things like that, it's very difficult to win them out of it. Is this serving? It's like affirmative action. Has it served us well? Has it served the country, USA, well? Well, the jury is still out there for this. So if we have to do it, maybe for the emergency of the kind of period we are, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, but we should not be bogged down in it. Maybe for a period of time, maybe for the next 3 years, until the economy stabilized and we start earning living wage. So same thing for the what's the other one? Commission. I've forgotten. The essential commodity thing, which people have to go with card and take food every month. It's just the same thing, just like food stamp. That's the one you said you didn't understand. What's that again? What's it called? I can't remember. The second program, side by side.
It was a consumer credit.
Yeah, consumer credit. You understand? Yeah. It's going to be like the Senko thing of the old era. All those things has to be timed. There should be timeline to them. It shouldn't be something that will make us become a laid-back citizen with not to think for ourselves, because already there is a free money coming every month. It's not good. We know what it has turned nations into. We are not even developing yet. We are underdeveloped nation. So we need to roll our sleeves up and work very hard. You understand? America is a unique country. It's very lucky, most powerful, richest. But if you go to the Nobel Prize list, they're always winning all the prizes, but they are paying a heavy price for it. The only luck America has is because 66% or so of international trade is denominated in dollar. If not, they can't even, their economy cannot sustain it. So we should put our money elsewhere where it would develop our youth, improve the human capacity of our people, and make them become passionate thinkers, people who can work on their own, create the opportunities for them so that they can go into the field and explore. That is my take in that. The Oronsaye report, Oronsaye, is very, very, very good. It's a report that its time has come for its implementation. There is time for everything. Its time has come. After it went through the gamut of 2 administrations, close to about 12 years, somebody has dusted it and brought it up. So, but I think the 12 weeks will not be sufficient. It's going to be like 6 months. So don't be surprised. I'm giving it a timeline of 6 months, because there's going to be cross-departmental transfers and things like that. People moving from one place to the other, even state to state. So it's going to take time. It's going to be rough in the beginning, and a lot of people are going to be out of job. But I think it's going to be those people that are nearing their pension age that will be out of job. So also good. There is no operation you can do, invasive surgery, without spilling blood.
All right, let me take you to the Sunday Igboho space, asking for the release of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, I think for my own selfish reason, for which I won't say, I think Nnamdi Kanu should be released, like since yesterday. Like since yesterday. If you are a mind reader, try read my mind. But I think he should be released.
We cannot read your mind, though. Please tell us the reason why.
That's for me. It's my private thinking, but I just want him to be released.
In spite of all of the atrocities,
yeah,
the killings and everything.
You want to bring something from my mouth. It's not going to happen, woman. I want Nnamdi Kanu released. I want Nnamdi Kanu released. I watched him in court today. I saw him. I think the bishop, is he a bishop who blessed him or things like that? Quite interesting. If Igboho is out, why wouldn't Nnamdi Kanu be out? Who suspended Igboho's warrant?
Igboho is not a terror suspect now.
I still insist, like I told Ogbeni that day, Igboho has a warrant on him. What did DSS go to his house to do, apart from him saying they went there to kill him? I would say they went there to arrest him. He ran away. So he is back in the country. Doesn't DSS want him anymore? That arrest warrant they took to his house, has it been suspended? So if he's free man today, granting interview, come on, because I believe strongly. I think it's a Nnamdi Kanu solution is political. So let him go. It's not things in courts. I mean, the president, like they withdrew the case against Shure the other day. You might as well say, okay, nolly prosecute. For want of prosecution, go. This is my own take in that thing, because I know I want to see what happens. I have my theory of what will follow, but it's a theory, so I cannot.
What do you think will follow?
One man, leave that thing.
Oh, all right.
Leave that thing. So that's my take on this. I yield the floor for other people, please.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the Dorset tones of Baba. Thank you, Baba. So from Baba, we go on to Bishop. Bishop, you're up next. Bishop? All right, we don't appear to have Bishop. Let's go to Rational Mind, just to mix it up a bit. Rational Mind, are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, one man.
I can hear you.
Oh, yes, Rational Mind, good to have you. So I'm sure you've caught the news, the implementation of Oronsaye report to be concluded within 6 weeks, as close as possible. What are you then making then of this move by your favorite man, Tinubu?
Favorite man indeed. Well, you know, I have this mixed feeling about the Oronsaye report, even though it's about scaling down the numbers of government parastatals and what's it called, government functionaries. For me, I think it's we need a leaner. I can't even talk. Leaner government and a leaner kind of civil service. But the question is, how effective? It's not just about creating a leaner civil service or agencies. It's about how what's the English word I'm looking for now? How effective would they be to discharging those responsibilities that will be saddled upon them? That's the question we'll be asking. It's not just about trying to save or cut down costs. So, that's what we should look into. Does the Oronsaye report really address that part, or it's just about some kind of a vague kind of proposal that government should just merge this parastatal, merge all this one? No, it's just not about just doing that. There's a reason why some parastatal, like for example ICPC and EFCC, probably they do the same thing, but ICPC is more for civil servants, people who are functionaries, while EFCC is more like, for me, that's how I see. That's my reading of it. It's more like for those who are in the private sphere of the economy of Nigeria. That's why you see them, they poke nose into banks, and though I've seen them prosecute former governors, that would be former governors because they no longer serve it. Maybe they prosecuted some also. Maybe they've been cross line in their work too. But the question is this: if they merge ICPC and EFCC, would they be effective in their fight against the economic?
Are they effective now?
Well, that's another question, one man. I'm not saying they're not effective. They're effective now. They're not effective. But the question is, does the Oronsaye report really addresses these issues of effectiveness? I mean, I'm for leaner government, leaner civil service. But how effective would this be? Would this bureaucracy not be an issue? You know, that's what we should be thinking about. If those things are addressed in the reports,
but is it not the bureaucracy that they are trying to cut down? If they are streamlining it, then that cuts bureaucracy, doesn't it?
No. Streamlining it does not cut bureaucracy.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. No.
All right.
Doesn't. Streamlining doesn't cost bureaucracy. What really is the way they are structured, the structure of whatever agency. Even though you merge them together, but the structure within that agency is what might probably, no doubt, would cut down on that bureaucracy. You don't need to see one person to be able to get something. You can go through that within that agency. You can see. I mean, like they have a big brother that watch over each other. I think that would help in being able to cut down on that bureaucracy, and whereby somebody has the whole say in some kind of.
Sorry, I'm are you against the Oronsaye report, or where you stood?
Well, man, you see, I don't know why you always.
And this is from Goodluck Jonathan, by the way. This report was.
I don't know why you always like to want to like.
No, I'm not quite sure.
I've said it in my opening. In my opening statement that I said it's a good thing. It's a good thing if it does address the bureaucratic aspect of the functioning of those agencies that will be merged into one. You know, not that one man calls the shot and to just impede on the work, it slow down on how effective they should be in discharging their responsibilities. That's what we should be saying. If the Oronsaye report really addresses all of these things, well, we shall see how it goes. But like, let me go on my blow that I give to Tinubu every time whenever I talk about things like this. It's just because you were coming in. I was reading on somewhere. Was it on Twitter or well? I mean, no, Twitter. Maybe on Twitter somewhere. Was it on Nairaland? Where somebody was saying that they were listing the policies that Tinubu is going to do: floating of naira, removal of subsidy. Oronsaye report was one of them. I was like, oh my goodness. Now let's just assume that thing is true. That I don't know. I can't remember if you mentioned Oronsaye report, but I know of what's it called? The other two ones that we talked about, floating of naira and the rest of them. But the question we should be asking is this: you knew that the Oronsaye addresses the shrinking down of downsizing of the number of people within that works within the government functionaries, and you're having 45 or 43.
No, that's not what. It's streamlining governance, not reducing staff. It's streamlining duplicitousness and redundant agencies. That's what it's for.
And so what does that not do with the civil service, civil ministries?
It wasn't targeted. Duplicitousness, not having three agencies manning the same portfolio, which is counterintuitive.
It does, Roman. I don't know the go to you're talking about here now. You see, this is what you do, Roman. I don't know. Maybe you and I will look at things differently. Oronsaye report addresses the government. I mean, the civil service as a whole, both the agencies. Okay, look. For example, now you have a Ministry of Humanitarian Service or whatever they call it, and you have what's the other one? Ministry of Women Affairs, something like that. Is it Women Affairs? What does that say? Why can't you just merge them into one? You have what's it called? Youth and Ministry of Sport and Youth. I think that's what we used to have before. Now we have the Ministry of Youth, another portfolio created for this lady or one other girl like that. I mean, you start wondering, why can't you merge them into one? Why must you give? Why must, that's what we're talking about here, one man. So if the Oronsaye report, addresses all of these things, why you are having 41, 40? Why can't you just look at the way whereby you can shrink them down? All because we know why what he's doing, because these are people who supported him during the election. He wants to pay them off by giving them portfolio. I mean, you knew that this is one of your agenda you have, Oronsaye report, and you are creating 43 ministries. See, when we say some people are not just ready, they just want to be president. People say we just want to hit them blow. Well, we shall see. Well, let's just hope that
rational mind. So, look, politicians will always act like politicians, meaning that, when they first come into office, they have to settle their political associates and, donors and stuff like that. So he did that. So don't you want to give him a courage for, giving directive for the implementation of this Oronsaye report, which we slash down most of the appointment. I mean, some of the appointment that he even made. You don't want to give him credit for that?
Well, you see,
because I think you deserve some credit.
Yeah, we'll give credit to people. We'll give credit to people who know what they are doing. That's what I'm saying. We will give credit to people who know what they are doing. You will listen. You will not create a problem and solve the problem and say, start giving yourself credit for it. Come on, why is that even done?
Tinubu created the problem.
Come on.
The over-bloated bureaucracy in Nigeria.
No, he's not responsible solely for it. I'm just giving you an instance of what he did when he came in, creating 46 or how many?
Be nice for once, just for once.
No, nice. I won't be nice. You see, you guys, come on. You see, I'm an opposition to Tinubu and his you are Agbado people. So you will not come here and let you guys to be singing praise of you people.
So rational man, he doesn't deserve no
don't give me this. Doesn't deserve a job. Let's not go down this route.
So he doesn't deserve no.
The point is this.
For being courageous and rational mind. He gave a timeline for the full implementation of this. 3 months. You don't want to give him credit for that?
Go man. You see, you see, the problem with the thing I have with these people is this: this Tinubu and his Agbado people and way style of politics, they will create the problem and they will solve the problem or try to look for a way of solving the problem. In the first instance, why did they even create the problem? So they can create, you can give that impression of being a problem solver. That's my problem with that.
My goodness.
Yeah, you can say your goodness, woman. It's up to you. But my point is this: is that you created 46 something already. If you had that Oronsaye report, you have it in mind, part of your manifesto you're going to do. Why don't you even implement it from day one when you got in there? But you want to settle all your people that helped you in your, well, that's their problem. Now you're not creating a facade of, oh, now I want to shrink down everything. Like, what are you doing, man? I mean, woman, please.
Rational mind. You know,
I'm not saying it's not a good thing.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
See,
you don't want to look at the political angle of this thing, that if we had to do that from day one, it will cause some rancor among his party leadership, people that have worked for him, that are looking for appointment one way or the other. We will have disappointed them from day one. And we have created enemy within for him, which is not good for him.
You can say that, and I can agree with you that it can cause a rancor. But the point is, that is why we say, why don't you come in the right way? That is the problem. Coming in the right way.
Rational mind. It was functioning within the existing. You said you saw the KPMG thing that structured how they were going to administer the Nigerian state. So they were going to go after the all subsidy first, which is a big lift, which they have done, and then the arbitrage. And then from 12 to 18 months is that Oronsaye report and streamlining. So the structure was still there, EFCC was still there, ICPC was still there, all of these agencies and parastatals were still there, and they needed to be filled. So he's created all of these other agencies, but those agencies are not affected by the Oronsaye report because he feels that the agency that he has created, whatever it is that the new spaces he has created, they fit more with purpose, and it's going to hemorrhage what the Oronsaye report says. So ultimately, it's still going to be a streamlined government, but that is fitter for purpose.
Come on, man.
Do you not see it?
Yeah, no, I don't see it. I don't see what you're
You
talking
don't see it?
about. I don't see it.
God.
I don't see it. I don't see it. No, I don't see it. Woman, please, let's not. I don't want to overflow this topic. The point I just say is all I just say is this: we shall see how it all plays out. You cannot create a problem and be creating a facade of solving the problem. I mean, when I mean create a problem in this instance, I'm not saying the whole over bloated the civil service agencies and everything that we have. It's all solely on him. But I'm just saying the recent one he did when he came in, when he created some agencies or he created some ministries, just so that he can be as a payback for those people who supported him during his election. And now you want to see me to like solve it. Oh, please. You want to see me like create an illusion or some kind of an optics of, oh, I'm trying to stream. Well, let's see how it goes, woman. You see, these people, why I don't give them credit for anything is that I don't just like their politics. And for that reason, you don't expect me to be giving them, coming here and be singing Kumbaya. And
So does that then mean, because you keep saying you're a rational mind, does that mean a blanket criticism no matter what? Is that what it is? A blanket criticism no matter what?
Woman, you still trying
No. It's just I don't get it sometimes, you know.
No, I know. Listen, I'm a very fair person.
Are you? You are?
I'm a very fair person. Woman, you don't know me.
Okay.
You know me by a little bit.
Tinubu cannot do good. To rational mind, Tinubu cannot do good.
Can we interject, rational mind?
Okay, go on, please.
I appreciate your take, but I just want when I ask a question that you give an example of the new ministry created that you are talking about, because two things are involved there. There are some ministries that we say duplicity. We should get that. Okay, ICPC, EFCC, can they perform the same role? And a bureau of conduct, whatever conduct I be, what do they call that? Okay, are they performing similar jobs? If they are doing the same thing, those are the kind of the kind of redundancy you've already created, matched together. for efficiency and effectiveness. That's one. Now, when you say this man created new ministries, you want to know, are they existing as part of a redundancy, or they are necessary based on the new requirements? Okay, now for example, how do you convince me now that blue, is it the marina blue economy, for example? You have to convince me that, okay, this thing is having some kind of duplicity for me to say, okay, it's part of the problem. So that's the only way I see. You can marry the one before, and new one, it doesn't mean new one cannot come out. What if artificial intelligence is what is dominating tomorrow and so critical, and you need to, and people around the world are responding to artificial intelligence as a form of another industry entirely that you need to create ministry for? Will you call that one duplicity? So
you see,
I just wanted to know. I asked because I want to know whether you are criticizing or you are just trying to critique the
what is the difference? What is the main difference between critique and criticizing? And
when you critique, that means you are just analyzing and you are providing.
Yeah, you know me very well now.
Everything without
let's not overflow it now. You already know me that I'm a critique. I critique everything, and that's who I am. And I do that because of the antecedent, what I've known these people to do. I don't believe in their politics. I just believe I take everything they do with a pinch of with a grain of salt or a pinch of salt. So I will stay on the side of caution whenever I hear anything from them, because I don't believe them as such. If they do what is good, and I've said it on this level, if Tinubu works for the people, and I see at the end of the day this guy did, and he really worked for the people, I'll be one of those people that will sing his praise on this platform. But until then, that's what you said. What
the pilgrimage is going to nullify? Is it a good thing or bad thing?
After he has given, you see what we're talking about. After he has given them billions of naira, he wants to nullify them again. I mean, you see, these people will create something. They will do something and create.
Tinubu created the Hajj commission.
See, come on, one man. And I didn't say he created it. He gave them money recently. Now you want to scrap them out?
Yes, because they were existing at the time. They
were existing at the time. But what in the constitution gives any president? I don't know. Maybe there's but as far as
it's instituted in the constitution. The Hajj and the Jerusalem pilgrimage, they are instituted in the constitution. They are saying they are going to do acts to repeal it. It's been repealed from the constitution.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen.
Well, yes, you don't know. So that's it. Yes.
A lot of us will say, "Go and read the constitution. Go and read the constitution." Well, we just bring us something. It's in there. I mean, I don't know.
It was in the readout. Maybe you were not. You were not. Yeah.
I'll jump in when I signed in. When I. Yeah, that was really. I was busy here doing something. So anyway, one man for me is that. You see, these are some of the things I say when I draw this examples, like, okay, see what he did there, look at what he's doing. Now, I look at it, the way it doesn't make sense to me, then I start questioning it. You know, that's how I read. That's my reading of the whole thing. Woman, let's not overflog it. Well, what I'll say is this: until then, when something is implemented, and I will see it, that whatever he said is scrapping, also include whatever crap he himself has done that is scrapping. That we see that. Okay, look, for example, let me give you an example now. We have food and drug law. I think we have food and drug law agency, something like that, and we have I think we have NAFDAC, and we have one other agency, and it's probably for food and drug and something administration. Why can't you merge two of them together? Why not even move NDLEA to become part of a bureau of part of the DSS, or maybe the police, Nigerian police? I mean, why don't you? Okay, look at the civil service, civil defense. Why don't you just merge them with the police? Why create the separate? But we know if they create them now, if they merge them into one now, would they be effective? Would the civil service still be part of the Nigerian police, still be effective in doing what they are supposed to be doing, their responsibility? That's what the question we should be asking. If it's better, we leave that like that. It's best. But if not, you see, that's why I don't know how far.
Are this not the recommendations of Oronsaye report? Hold on. Let me give you this. This is from Bayon Onuga. It says complete list of agencies, commissions, parastatals affected by the approval of the Federal Executive Council meeting, etc., etc. Agencies to be scrapped are Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate to be scrapped and functions transferred to the Ministry of Finance. National Senior Secondary School Education Commission to be scrapped and functions transferred to Department of Basic and Secondary Education. Agencies to be merged. National Agency of Control of AIDS to be merged under the Center for Disease Control in the Federal Ministry of Health. National Emergency Agency to be merged with the National Commission for Refugee Migration and Internally Displaced Persons. Directorate of Technical Cooperation in Africa to be merged with the Directorate of Technical Aid and to function as a department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Infrastructure Commission and Regulatory Commission to be merged with Bureau of Public Enterprise. Nigerian, that is not the spaces you're talking about. It goes on and on. I don't want to bore you with the. Yeah, I'll send you the list and then you can have a read through it. I mean,
woman, I don't know what you're trying to squeeze out of me, and I think I've answered that question. I said it's a good thing. The Oronsaye report is a good thing, but the only thing I don't know how far-reaching it is. Although you've given me a bit of it, the merging of this different agencies into maybe Ministry of Finance and maybe Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all of that, which is a good thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not a good thing.
Rational mind.
My point is this: is that this person who wants to implement it, how is he going to implement it?
Rational mind.
So we're here to see. Your this room, you can land pointing. Until then, when I see the full implementation of it and it works, until I can give me that commendation. That's all I can say, woman. Yeah, go on with your question, please, if you have any questions.
Rational mind. Peter Obi has this exactly.
Peter Obi everything.
Kì í ṣe Yorùbá náà wà ní sọ ọmọ ìyá. Ibi ẹ̀dọ́ gan. Mike, you know be ọmọ ìyá náà.
He's a man. He's a man.
Èmi ò ń búra, Kristẹni lèmi, ọmọlẹ́yìn Jésù lèmi.
Kristẹni tó ń ṣe ọmọ.
Okay, let me not. Am I not best speaker?
No, your wife is on the other side of the show.
Ọmọlẹ́yìn Jésù Kristi lèmi. So èmi ò fi ògùn búra. So,
rational minds. On a serious note, Obi has this in his manifesto. This is a big deal. If done correctly, I'm not going to start jumping for joy until we see the implementation. But there's some things you have to just let go and just like pray and hope for the country and say, okay, this is the right direction. I hope they implement it well. And just keep your peace. Any criticism now.
Okay, yeah. So, like I said, until you said now, until we see the full implementation before you see, I just don't like this lip service that Tinubu and all these people they do every time to things. And
lip service, they've asked for the implementation within 6 weeks. Within 12 weeks.
Now, I mean, is this too far? Can we just wait till that 6 weeks? When we see it, then let's bring it back and we'll see the full implementation. And we'll see it's working. Then I will be one of them that will commend them for that. One man,
I'm sure. Yeah, all right, carry on.
If you don't mind, just 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Kulata just mentioned now that we should hold your peace till it's implemented. Now, if you remember, this particular report has been reviewed almost 3 to 4 times now. And every time there's a review, there's always about something new coming up. So the last one that was reviewed, to the point that the report from 2014, any agency created from 2014, saying that they should leave it the way it is, but the one created before then also need to be looked into. So there's possibility that even the implementation may not actually go toward the same line of that report. Maybe there's some things changing, maybe new innovation and all that. So there's a possibility of that happening. So you understand. So just like Kulata said that, maybe it will not be implemented just the way the report actually says. It's possible that it may not be implemented the same way the report actually dictates, but there will be some changes anyway. The fact that the agency will be able to, federal government will be able to save money is a thing that should call for joy.
Yeah, it's something
Thank
to
you.
call for joy. I mean, like, I understand, friends, my friends. Well, my point is this: is that until then, I will see. We just have to keep our fingers crossed, because this administration that is there, I always doubt all their motives for everything they do. I always doubt anything about. So when I see something really, really, really happening, I will give them that commendation. But because everybody just straight out there, we are going to Dubai today. We're bringing in investors, and then everybody, yeah, Tinubu is going to Germany. He's going to bring. He wants to go and talk to Siemens. He wants to go and talk to the House of Salt. He wants to go and talk to this thing. At the end of the day, we will not see anything. And after all the hype and everything, what are we talking about? So when I start seeing those foreign investors coming, it's reflecting in the lives of our people. Our people are getting employed. Factories are being built. Our Nigerian people are being trained skilledly. I mean, they're getting skills. Then I was, oh, now this guy is really working. I'll be one of those people that will come on this platform here. I will hate Tinubu for that. But until then, I will never say, but yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's a good policy. The Oronsaye report, if it gets implemented, until then, I'll reserve my praise of him or whoever gets it done. That's all I will say.
All right, let me take you to another space. Protesters defy police warning, hit Lagos streets. So this is what seems to be a coordinated protest going on against the hardship in the land. What says you? We had a look, and it wasn't especially anything that impresses in any particular way. So that's the protest. I see more police uniforms than protesters. So that's what it's looking like, and that's what it's looking like, and that is just a few students doing the usual "we no go agree." So what are you making of this nationwide protest that is not really gaining any traction amongst the populace?
Yeah, it has been speculated. First of all, this is one of the topics that brought me here. You see, this criticism of Obi every time. Some people just say, "Oh, anything little thing, Obi." I mean, but the last time I checked, there were so many candidates who were candidates in that last election. Everybody campaigned against Tinubu. As USSM with Tinubu also campaigned against them. Everybody was trying to sell themselves. In fact, the second person that came second in that last election, according to the INEC declared results, we saw it was Atiku. Now, what are the 6.8 million or 9 million voters for Atiku? So now, if those people now, are you saying that they're quiet now? They're not part of these people that are protesting. So all of them now, they are all obedient now. Is that what you're saying?
We are not hearing that narrative from the Atiku space. That's the thing. We are only hearing the narrative from the obedient space.
Because you choose not want to hear it. And you choose you want to like, you
are hearing narratives from the Atiku space that they are going to protest on the street.
We are. It's not because all your concentration is because the bloody nose that he gave to Tinubu in Lagos State was, oh my goodness, nobody ever believed that Tinubu could be destroyed in Lagos in his own enclave, not even his own state where he's from.
Governor Rosevivo,
the same day, the House of Rep and Senators went for APC, didn't they?
No, that's not what we're saying, Baba. We're talking about.
Where is that bloody nose there then?
No, we're talking about. No. Ironic. Next election. But
thank you. Only look.
All possible.
Next election it won't happen. That's it.
Blooded nose.
Swallow it. Only you have said it won't happen again. Thank you.
I said it might probably not happen.
Actually recorded it, so we've recorded it. Thank you.
No problem. I agree. I said probably might not. Let me repeat myself again. Probably might not repeat itself because I know now he has the control of the what's it called, the Nigerian military and the police. He could send a federal might there and he would silence everybody that wants to vote against. We know what might happen. That's why I say probably might not happen again. Well, we shall see till then. I don't want to share me what to do by him. But what I'm trying to say here is this: is that At least it remains in history that he was giving bloody nose in Lagos then the last election, presidential election. That remains in history. So for me, I don't even know where I'm going with this topic now. I mean, I digress.
Yeah. Let him flow for a bit. You were talking about the protesters.
Yeah,
and
so
you were querying why people are narrowing it to
I don't know.
obedient
For information,
narrative.
I think I saw they said the Obedience, they were gathered in Abuja today. They were doing, despite this whole thing, you know, see, this is one of the reasons we said, let us get our facts right. The majority of the Obedient, if not majority, they were all tuned in, live coverage, and some of them were in that gymnasium or that arena, or is in a conference center where they had where Obi appeared and other Obedients. They said they were discussing to float a new party, as the case may be. They were trying to looking at going forward into the future. What's that?
They are doing 1 year celebration.
All right, carry on, rational mind.
Okay, they were doing 1 year celebration, whatever it was. But my point is that they were all gathered there, and some people were out there protesting. Probably these are Nigerians, because these are some of, when I say some of the lies that APC do. In the last election, I mean, let me say, when Mimala Boni was there, they did their award registration. Somebody correct me here. APC said they had about 60 million registered APC members. Now, in the last election, how many people voted for Tinubu? They were never up to 10 million that came out. So what are we talking about? So what happened to the remaining 40-something point something million? I mean, 40.
How many people did INEC tell us was registered to vote?
INEC said there were 90 million people were registered.
Well, so there it is. And how many people did vote?
Hold on now. So if 90 million people vote registered, and APC is claiming to have 60 million out of them, out of the Nigerians that were party registered members, or their own members, even more than that. And then in the last election, how many of them came out? You see, all this their hero, and their fraud and everything they do. We know it. But my point is this one, man. Now, are you telling me that out of that 60 million, they're not part of them? I know the people that are voting. Lagos Island, how many people voted for Tinubu in Lagos Island? So, and when he was going to the mosque, when they were saying a big power, okay, you are the same, you one man. You said these people no doubt were all these Alaye boys who no longer get any roja anymore from maybe Tinubu or from Sanwo-Olu, that they were making noise. Okay, let's assume these are the people. How are they now obedient? So I don't know why every time we have to point finger at obedient. Anything little thing that go on in that country, if Tinubu could not get election, is that Aso Rock? It is Obi and it's obedient people. If Tinubu could not go to Washington today and go and stand, it is Tinubu and Obi. I don't get it. Can you people just leave these obedient people alone?
Only get the election,
Oh no, now. No bad election. Obedient locals here. I don't get it. Will you people if your people don't run left? Everyone don't run left. I go big beside you. I mean, I don't no. I mean, I also not need. I only man election. I did that by now. So I did. So what I'm just trying to say is this, woman. Let's just cut that book crap out. My point is that all I'm saying is this, woman. You don't have to tag everything. There are 6.9 million of article. Are these people also not part of the people that are suffering in Nigeria? So now that you now realize that they are also obedient now, because obedience are people who are vocal online and maybe in the streets. So what happened to the many about 40.something million people that are APC members?
Even obedient are not vocal on the street. They are only vocal on the Twitter.
So what I was talking about. So and now you have to say everything. Okay, look at the Showere. Okay, is Showere an obedient now? Was it him and his people also not protesting this hardship? So one man, let us get our facts straight. This always I know one man, I get you.
The protest we had yesterday at Lagos is actually Take It Back movement that protest yesterday.
See, take me back. So then are they now obedient, one man? So you see, obedient people were just today, they were doing their conferences today, and at the same time in tandem
they were obedient leaning. They were obedient leaning.
No. They are not.
I understand, Robert. It's for the optics so that we can drag people like me.
It's the people that actually start the protest. They were Take It Back movement that Obi pretend to be, but which is not.
Foley, that's your own submission.
I know you want to claim it for Showore.
Rational man.
It's
And
not
Richie account
claiming.
No,
you.
it was
It's not
actually the
claiming.
Take It Back movement that organized
It's
it.
not claiming. It's what they have. It's not claiming. It's what they have.
Well, I don't know. What my point is let's just not continue having I mean, always having saying everything is obedient. I mean, Nigerians have the right to not everyone has to be obedient to be able to protest in Nigeria. The other political parties. I mean, if what's it called? INEC could tell us that over 90 million people registered, and out of this 90 million, Obi only had about 6.something million out of them. Even the number second, like second. I mean, what happened to all these people that voted for him? Are they not part of these people that are suffering in Nigeria? So why is it that everything has to be obedient? I don't get it, woman. Let's just leave obedient. For people let us criticize where the criticism is. If people needs to go out and protest for their right, let them protest. That's how I have to say, woman. Let me just leave it at that, woman.
All right, let me take you to this place. Please release Nnamdi Kanu. Sunday Igboho begs Tinubu. So, what are you making of that? Let's start it from there.
Woman. You see, with Baba, I would support what Baba said. I mean, I'm glad he said that. For me, I know Nnamdi Kanu has said so many ugly things in the past. And you see, woman, if you do, I think you and I, or Agalagoko at the beginning, I mean, we have some obedient people that come here, like CM, is it CM or one of those people that used to come back then? I mean, there's this other Biafran lady that has Biafran TV that you're trying to promote on your
Ada Biafra. Yeah, your memory is good.
Yeah, so if you remember all these things that then, I mean, I'm one of those people that usually like push back on them. You know, I push back on them, even though I was a Yoruba nation then too. I push back on them and say, listen. But at some point when I now sat down, I did some kind of I reflected on what that guy was trying to achieve. I know some of the things he said were just ugly, were just not what's. So I know some people were saying that back then he has mental issues and all of that, which at some point too I was thinking maybe he does. Not even when he was throwing out this Buhari clone and all of that kind of a thing, it was just making it sound more ridiculous. And those ugly things he said about Yoruba people too. I mean, like what you were playing here. I get it, woman. I get it. But I just feel like somebody was saying it's just for the effect. It was just somebody used that. There was a way somebody described it. You know, it's like just trying to like get people, catch people's attention, and which he really did because he succeeded. Because when he started yabbing everybody, Yoruba people, even yab some Igbo people too. The effect was like so. I just see just doing that for the effect.
You don't think he actually committed any atrocities?
Well, woman, like I said, if you can link him or anybody can.
Do you remember his broadcast during the NSAS?
I remember. Yes. Like I said, woman, there are so many things he said that could
and forming an armed militia and all that.
Well, you see, you and I we discussed that some days ago about the armed militias. I'm not saying they carry harm or they don't carry harm. So I just don't want to say anything much on that. But I believe that they have the right to defend themselves. Not even when.
Man, you don't mind if I interject you for a second?
Please go on, please.
If you don't mind. So what you're trying to say is that all the threat where he was calling for the heads of particular even his own people, do you call that as just bluffing? You call that just yabbing, not really hold water? Is that what you're saying?
That is like I said. It's ugly and should not be. But then, if that has led to anybody's death and they can prove it, let him face the music. That's all I can say. But for now, release him. Please allow me. Please let me say this, please.
It is not ugly. It is criminal. Call the criminal of criminal.
It's criminal. Okay, fine.
Criminal.
Fine.
It is not ugly. Stop separating it.
Okay, fine.
So if you call him criminal, what will you call people that went to his house to kill him? What will you call them?
Well, that's another thing again. But then let's assume he's criminal. Let them prove it in court that he's a criminal. He's guilty of those offenses, and then let them link him to all of those things. And if he's found wanting, release him. But if the court can grant him bail while he's attending his court cases, well, let them do that because that guy, I believe, is just it's a fighter a freedom fighter who wants the best for his people, who feels that his people has been marginalized, not even the atrocities and the horrors of that Biafran civil war that was never discussed. But anytime you see the Agbado people and Tinubu and his people, they want to throw shade on them. Recently, we saw the Gowon himself, who was the man who officiated over the massacre and the genocide during that Biafra war. How recently was making some incendiary comments that was reminiscent of some of the things that were said back then during the war era. You can imagine. So, and that could also find that sentiment of this guy is not even repentant, even though you gave that facade of one Nigeria, no victor, no vanquish. I mean, like, and then you're making this kind of comment. We officiate. I mean, people said I could not do it then. I could not win that war, but we did it. We saw how it come. I mean, why can you be saying that kind of? Why can you be saying we want reconciliation? We want this rapprochement where everybody comes together. We come together as one. If we want to build that country as one country. But when you make this incendiary comments, that could bring up the remembrance of that how the massacre and everything. It's you don't say something. You are a statesman. Watch your language. So, but then for me, I think we need a day of healing in that country. And until we address those matters, whereby we recognize the genocide that was done. I mean, there are many countries that did this. Look at what happened in Rwanda. They acknowledge it and then they moved on. You see, so the point is, if we don't give people that closure, I mean, that's one thing the Nigerian state is trying to. They've been avoiding over the years. Let people have that closure, admit it, create a monument for those people, so that when people see that in the future, we know that nobody will have to repeat such thing again. So, but then we just like to gloss over.
Rational mind. Hold on. The way you are talking now is as if the country is holding the East from.
I never said that. Never said that.
No, but the way you are painting it, it's going in that direction, and it's not fair to.
The country is holding anybody ransom already. Everybody. They are holding them ransom already.
Yeah, it's not fair. The country, just like Foley said, is not fair to everyone. So not just one particular ethnic group. So we should not paint a picture as if, they are holding the Igbo back, they don't want them to achieve anything. All those lies that some Igbos too lies every day. Igbos, an Igbo man was the vice president in the Second Republic. An Igbo man was the speaker of the House. And the Igbo man was almost even the Senate president. If the country did not reconcile or did not admit them back into, how would they have got to that topmost position in the political offices in the country? And then, what's the name of the vice president? One day publicly said that in his own time, 44 Igbos became millionaires. And it was a big deal to be a millionaire back then. It was a big deal. So the nation is not particularly unfair to Igbos, but to everybody, every part of Nigerian state. Those in the position of leadership favor themselves alone. They are the one running Nigerian state, including Igbos leaders. They all of them favor themselves alone and not Nigerian people. So we should stop painting the picture as if the East have been marginalized or.
Adeleko. Let's not.
All right, rational mind. Yeah, respond to that, then bring it home, and then we're going to.
Yeah. So real quick, Adeleko, I don't know. Sometimes maybe the way I speak, I speak too vague sometimes, and sometimes people just read meaning to that vague aspect of my comments. I've not said, and I don't intend saying that the Nigerian state is holding. Well, in some ways they are holding them back, but I never said that when I was making that comment. But now that you're saying that, I would say yes, they are holding them back. If the majority say they want to leave, let them go.
But the majority are not saying it's a vocal minority.
This is what we're saying here. This is what we're doing here. How do you know? Have you done a referendum?
Well, how do you know the majority are saying they want to go? It's a vocal minority.
I said, if the majority, oh God, you see, this is what we do. I said, if the majority said they want to go, let them go. That's what I said. If. So if they say they want to go, let them go. Rather than it's just like a marriage, a union. If somebody said, if you and I were a business partner, and we say we want to break up that business, that enterprise.
Is the same thing applicable to Yoruba people? Hold on. Is it applicable to Yoruba people too? What you just said now, that the nation is holding No. Answer that question. I mean, we have Yoruba nation people too.
You know where I stand. You know where I stand on this matter. I've said it. I'm a Yoruba.
One man.
Yes.
Can I read the statistics for the platform?
All right, carry on.
So the Southeast, first president of the country, first head of state of the country, first executive vice president of the country, 9 Senate presidents. 9.
Is that the most? Of
course, that's the most. Of course. 9. How many have we had? 9. They were in the center till 2015. They just left the center in 2015. Can we look at that objectively?
In fact, if you remove that, we've had Yoruba presidents. They've probably had the run of the country more than Yoruba people.
Yeah. You see, this. Let me use the word of let me use the word of our friend here from California. This is a false equivalence we're using here.
Prince Daddy,
Prince Daddy, don't know my job. Yeah. It's a false. You're using a false equivalence here. So it's for me. It's you just look for something. I mean, it's like I've not said all of these things you people are saying. I'm just saying that.
Are you saying there's no fact to that? I mean, what?
No, I've not said that. I've not said that. But the way you're trying to use it, that's the problem I have. But then let me just quickly take it home. Let me bring this home because one man needs to move on. You see, I've never said that Nigerian state is holding them back. Like I said, if they say they want to go, let them go. But my point is that this poking at them every time we have opportunity to poke at them, that is what we need to stop. Just like somebody whom you've done.
They don't poke at people, of course.
No, I don't get me wrong. You see, one man, you know me very well. You know when we started this, I started with you on this channel here. I'm one of those people that's always I poke at them. I mean, I'm one of those people that make reference to that thing that what's his name? Sadwana said to that journalist that interviewed him. I said they have the propensity to want you to like dominate. I know that very well. I have a very bigoted father. My father is a bigot when it comes to that. There's certain things he tells me when I used to go back home years ago. He will tell me about them. But you see, the point is this: having my own kids who are not just whom I understand how they are profiled here because of their color, being that they are biracial. I can tell how it feels to be singled out and to be make a target of whatever bias. That's what I'm trying to say here. That's what we need to do away with. We need to do away with that bias and always both sides, both the Igbos, both the look at what Arambabi was saying, the crap he was spewing on the rise, which I'm not saying maybe it's not true, but the thing is this: you see, this is another false equivalency that people will always jump on. I want to use. If you have beef with some certain people, you say you have beef with them. You started using this, even though you might get the impression that they have a propensity that they want to dominate whatever they have. That's how they have. But the point is this: is that you see, woman. Let me know. You see, when I get to this area, that's why I just go blank. I don't even know what to say. But my point is this, woman, is that let's stop poking fun at them. Let's just stop hitting them. Giving them remembrance of what they did to them. I mean, like the crap that idiot was saying. The idiot that was there was the president. They were dots in the circle. I mean, was that necessary? No, it's another way of saying that the way we dealt with you when you people were surrounded. These are some of the things we need to avoid. So my point is this: is that so also goes to them. Do not claim other people's territory. That's not your territory. Do not make them feel like, you're going to dominate them in their own territory. We need to stop all of that. If all of us wants to heal. But for me, if you read this guy, let him address. Let him come to court from his home. Woman, I know you want to move on. Lastly, let me just say this in passing. I listened to one guy on Symphony, Symphony documentary or docu and interview they did. There was this guy who was saying, which I reasoned with him. One of us can attest to that. Here in America, here other parts of the world, if somebody can they say somebody is not fit to stand trial because of his mental incapacity. I mean, somebody who is going through that kind of duress, we don't know where they. I mean, from Showore and other people that were released, who said they had a dungeon. It's like a mental torture. How do you expect that kind of person to be mentally able to stand trial? So why don't you allow him just go? Let him attend his court cases from home, where he feel refreshed, he can interact with his people freely, he's free to walk around Nigeria, at least with his mental capacity all intact. He'll be able to, stand trial so that even when they now finally pass the judgment, everyone knows that, okay, fine, this is being fair. But you put him hold up somewhere, he's being tortured, we don't even know what he's going through.
He's being tortured?
We don't know what, man. You see, you don't have to torture somebody by hitting him or putting electric shock on his body, whatever.
Russian man.
Just hold on now.
Well, let him just land. We have to move on.
That might be enough for 50 minutes. When it's next person, you will be hurrying us up.
That is true.
I can wrap up.
2 minutes.
Wrap up. I can wrap up. So my point is this: in conclusion, leave this guy alone. Let him attend. So he needs to have his mental capacity. Well, man, thank you so much. And thank you, everybody. I leave it at that.
Oh, all right, brother. And that's the excellent, indefatigable rational mind. It would not yield.
Indefatigable. Very defatigable. The fan concept.
Look at that. I shan't agree. Yes. So from rational mind to the majestic bishop. Bishop, you're up next. Free flow at it at your will. Bishop.
Okay, good evening. Let me say good evening. If you remind me what you have on the...
really, the lead item, which is really the main item, is the Oronsaye report, which generates a lot of excitement in spite of people trying to dampen it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no 1,000 or something that will dampen it. The truth of the matter is it's a huge step in the right direction. It takes the man with the heart of, to be able to take that decision, because
you can't accuse Tinubu of not being able to make bold decisions. Every decision is bold. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That it takes a man with the heart of a lion, bold, resilient, and he knows what he's doing. We discussed this a little bit extensively yesterday. It's one of the big wings that anybody that can do it is likely to add a lot of value down the line. So, yes, is it going to be perfect? I don't expect it to be 100% perfect, but it's a huge step in the right direction. And I'm counting the wins in this step rather than the mistake, the misstep, the loophole, how it will fail, how it will not succeed. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at how it will succeed. And I know very well that there will be challenges. There will be some fall, some... what do you call it? There will be some little mistakes here and there, but largely it is a very welcome development, and it is very well celebrated. I am happy about it. I've looked forward to this. This and some civil service reform, reform in the judiciary, quite a number of things, and the things I was looking for. So I say, kudos to the president for having the courage to break the ice. He's been there for a while. We've been talking about on this report. This report was like 2012 or 2011 or 2012 report. So it takes courage. I thought Buhari was going to touch on some of them. They were setting up review because some people were actually against it. A lot of people sponsored bills to, some people even sponsored some new bills to create some other sister agencies that this report will not affect, all just because they want to remain relevant. So people that are saying otherwise, if they begin to tell you how many hundreds or even thousands of departments and agencies that we have, that you probably don't even know their names, you don't even know what they are doing, but they are somewhere drawing budgets or budgetary allocations from the ministry, from the federal government and the rest. You really be shocked. So for me, yes. Now, there are quite a few of the things that will be controversial going down, and implementing them will be very controversial. Yeah, if we can actually start well, because I would say the courage to implement it and setting a timeline and bringing, those things out the way it's been enumerated. I've not read the whole thing because it's been a hectic day kind of a day. So if it can actually be implemented and they are using, I think Nigeria is set for a redirectioning, a serious redirectioning. Now, on the fallout, yesterday when we were discussing it, one of the consequences will be some people will lose their jobs. And I did say, there was a report I read sometime, I was trying to look for it, that actually said that less than a third of our civil servants, in fact, they did some, what do you call it? The people that are qualified, that had relevant skill, set skill for the position they are holding, and the people that are actually adding value to whatever ministry, department, or agencies or parastatal that you were, and the figure was abysmally low, abysmally low. You remember Okonjo-Iweala when she was the minister, said even in the Ministry of Finance, just about 20% of the people there had training that has any bearing to finance. I don't know if anybody remember her interview that. Just about 20%. That means we have 80% that are not adding value, especially in the core area. So when the report came up and said that only about a third, less than 30% of our civil service actually adding value, and not just in the federal alone, both the state and the local government, we know that we are in for a very long run. The question is, what are we going to do with them? And I'm sure that's what made it to have taken this time, and that's what made it for people the other people that had the opportunity of implementing them to implement them. What do we do with the hundreds of the thousands of the people, especially considering the fact that, look, unemployment is one of our biggest challenges for now, but we cannot continue that way. I don't know the kind of package or the kind of options they are giving those people, but they just have to give them an option. Either retrain the ones that are retrainable, redeploy them to where their services or their skills are required, but we cannot just have a bunch of people listening about in ministries, departments, and agencies without adding value, and we're complaining that Nigeria is broke, and we're complaining that things are not working, our schools are not well funded, our hospitals are not, those people are just creaming away public fund. I don't think that is right. So for me, yes, whether I will still abuse Tinubu tomorrow, for today, he is a hero. He has the heart. He has what did they used to say? He has done something where angels fear. He has treaded hair. He has strolled like a colossal where ordinarily other people don't even want to touch with a long pole. So I say kudos, and the big winner is Nigeria, because if we can manage, it's going to be tough. There's going to be pushback a lot. There's going to be blackmail. There's going to be look at the one you said. All NBA, NMA, they collect money from government. They collect. They do something. They put them they nominate people, and they leave. So if they can do that one, I don't know what we have to do with Hajj or Jerusalem Commission. None of the books said it is a must. You want to go, even our own African traditional religion, nobody recognizes it. We now recognize foreign religion to the extent of sponsoring people with state money to go and do what? To go and leak one tomb somewhere or throw stone to one demon somewhere. Yes.
Sorry to cut you short. Our military, they're the one that started not those nonsense before.
Okay, it was a shame.
Yeah.
It was a shame. I have never liked it, and I can bring where I wrote about it before and send the date, stamp date there. It's something that I have never. It's nauseating. Thinking out if you have the money, even the good book. According to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said, if you have done all those things and you can afford it, go. I don't see where it is written in the Bible that somebody must go to Jerusalem and be called a JP. That thing really, really well. But so if you can do away with it, so with those decisions, you can be sure that there will be fallback, there will be threats. It's only ordinary to move department of the CBN. Some people are already threatened, so there will be more threats. And I think a leader should do what is right, whether it is popular or not. And that's why Tinubu is getting a lot of flack, a lot of abuse, even from people that shouldn't ordinarily be able to look at him in the face and talk. But it's okay. That is the price you pay for leadership, especially in the African continent. So good luck. I mean, good luck to them, and congratulations to Buhari and to Tinubu and Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Take us to this space. Abba makes history. Abba makes history as Tinubu inaugurates geometric power plant today, first in the country, according to the report.
Yeah, he's not the first in the country, but let's go there. I don't know whether the first in the country, but that's by the way.
How do you mean it's not the first? Hold on. It says Abba, the commercial hub of Abia State, will today make history as President Bola Tinubu commissions a geometric power plant, the first integrated power plant in Nigeria.
Integrated, maybe integrated qualifies it to be something else. But if it's a privately power plant that is not, the normal national grid or something, it's not the first. Even not Amechi, Peter Odili built. There's been an independent of the grid national. What? Yes.
The reason why they call it first is because it's the first one to generate and to distribute. That's why they call it integrated.
But what that one that is in Jos, what is it? What is it? Does it not generate? Does it not distribute? There's been a power plant in Jos like forever. That power plant should be more than 50 or 60 years. It's private. It's not on the national grid. Anyhow, let's take it. I mean, don't let's dampen the spirit. It is a big way. The only shameful thing about it is that this thing should have started work like 10 years ago. They almost completed the building. I mean, the construction, about 10 years ago, when litigation came up with Enugu, whatever, those people that PDP sold the power plants to, and that installed it, and it was a monumental waste. A real monumental way. I think they have to settle Enugu Disco with about $20-something million or thereabouts before they allow them to proceed. It's shameful that every time we want to make progress, some people are sitting in one corner and all they are doing is to look for way and means to stifle that progress, to draw us back. And that's one of the biggest challenges we have in Nigeria. Look, why a few persons are trying to build, they are laboring. They are not perfect. They are human. There are some people that claim to be lovers of Nigeria, that they are really working actively to pull down. I can imagine you are pushing the car, some people are pulling it back. So even the effort that you are using to push it before, but now considering the fact that there is a resisting effort, and they are really, because of the number of persons that want to reap from where they have not sown, that they are really succeeding. Unfortunately so. They will mount, they love Nigeria, but hey, things that you cannot do perfectly, when others do it, you expect them to score 100 over 100, or you cannot score. Is there any human endeavor that is perfect? I mean, I used to coach one man that used to say that learning, jumping and falling, learning from jumping from tree to tree, the monkey learns to jump without falling eventually. You learn, you jump, you fall down, you jump, you fall down. But when people, they just don't even wait for you to fall down. They just look for a way to just destroy every effort, every attempt, every genuine intention, just to be on that of the name that we are criticizing. Those are not criticism. Those are, some of us, we have turned criticism, it has gotten to the level of witchcrafting. Some of us are witches and wizards. And there is something that befits witches and wizards. The way we conduct ourselves, especially when we come to our country. And that's why I said some people are actually not Nigerian, irrespective of what they say. They are not. So for me, it's a good thing. Congratulations to the people of Abba. I hope that it is well harnessed. I'm sure people will pay for it. And this will break the ice. It will pave a way for us to now say, look, do you know we can actually, if people are willing to pay the correct energy price, then other people will be encouraged to come into the space and develop mini off-grid, what do you call it, distribution network. I mean, there's nothing that stops other states or two states combining, or even cities. Cities can hold their own power, whatever. So once again, congratulations, Nigeria. Congratulations, people of Abia, and congratulations to Geometric and and what's the man's name now? Batinaji, and congratulations to the Abia government.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more space and then we go on to Kolata. Breaking hardship. Protesters defy police warning, hit Lagos streets. So what are you then making of this protest, this hardship protest that is struggling to gain traction? Nobody really seems interested in it. Anytime you see it, no more than 10 people.
I'm rushing very well because I want to cover more. I've just spent 13 minutes. 13, 1, 3. And you're already giving me a yellow card.
All right.
So let's just no, don't worry. I'll yield for rational mind so that others can have the say. You can see that I'm speaking like somebody with hot yam in my mouth.
No, carry on. We're enjoying your submission.
I've actually brought. So the number one, police did not say they should not protest. They only say they should not block major highways. I had the policeman repeat that again. Almost all the media put the thing outright that they have the right to protest, and I support their right to protest, but I don't support their right to block highway or to force other people to join the protest. If they want to protest for 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, police should provide adequate security for them. So the police that are there, I'm sure they have told them on what to do. They are not going to stop them from protesting. They're not going to stop hoodlums from hijacking it and them from blocking roads and inconveniencing other people. If we can have a protest like that, honestly speaking, and that's what I say, we are making some slow, gradual progress into what a decent society should be. The police are there to deal with miscreants that will want to foment trouble. And they demand, the spokesperson for the police, Lagos police, actually said that much. They don't say don't protest, but come and protest, hear your grievance. There is no blocking of road, there is no setting of bonfire, and there is no destruction of public or private properties. If those three things are strictly adhered to, even me, I can go there and give them pure water and give them soft drink, whatever. I will be so happy. Let them protest. Honestly, it is nobody can take that away that right. But hey, when they begin to block the road, when they begin to get unruly, throwing stones, destroying public properties, then they have crossed the line. And I want the police to deal with such. It will not be all of them, maybe just a handful. Deal with them. In fact, deal with them that anytime they hear pro, before they won't even wait for the test behind it before they run. But yes, let them protest. I'm very much in full support of it. And let me add the Nnamdi Kanu space to it, please. Like I said, I'm speeding up.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So let me add the Nnamdi Kanu space to it. Number one, I think I don't like Igboho saying that they should release him. Igboho himself should not even be walking free in Nigeria. I'm still waiting for what the president will do in that state. Because if he actually allowed that nonsense to happen without being checked, it's a shame. It's a shame on the president himself. I hope there is something. And I don't know who gave him those security operatives. Because I cannot understand. I try to wrap my head around it. I cannot. But for Nnamdi Kanu, on this platform here, I did suggest that, look, if we can find a political solution, for the peace, because of the life of people that have been disrupted in the southeast, not because Nnamdi Kanu deserves it. No, 100%. I don't know how many people, some people attacked me that day. I said this here a couple of months ago. It's not because he deserved it. It's not because it deserves to be. But if we look at what is happening to people in some places, about a week ago, I saw a video of some people that were rescued, and I saw decaying, decomposing, body and all manner of things, and they interviewed some of the people that have been kidnapped, that were used as, slaves there, assaulting them repeatedly, and the rest, even some elders, a traditional ruler that was praising that, thank God that they kidnapped them and they have married the other. And I was looking at the video, and these are, you see young men that are deriving joy in inflicting pain, excruciating pain on other citizens. So it is not because Nnamdi Kanu deserves it. If you were listening to the radio station there, he's done worse things. But I said to myself, what is the way out? if the way out is to just find a middle ground, give him a soft landing, maybe just postpone, give him a bail, just postpone the case and, for drag about it for a while, give him conditions if he's ready to meet with no conditions. Now, the big but is this. All the conditions they were giving Nnamdi Kanu, according to what we had from the grapevine then, even though the case itself has not, he's turning them down. Now, if they now release him with those, use a soft landing to just use political solution, and he still goes out and begin to foment the trouble, I think the state knows what to do. But for me, I want them to release him. Not because he's innocent, not because he's not. We watch example. We don't want him to be like set a precedent that everybody can just become a terrorist, like he's turned himself to be, and after blowing hot here, and they would not say, okay, look for no, it's not. But for this one, maybe they should just make it an exemption and let those people have some peace. Except we are deceiving ourselves. There is a lot. This man said yesterday that less than the population of Anambra State, Chasolodo, are actually living in Anambra State. Look, it has not always been like that. People can travel, but the recent one are people were forced to flee. There are communities today that are completely empty. Communities that are completely empty because of the menace of this what do you call it? Of these so-called IPOP boys and the rest. The name that they are enforcing one seat at home here or the other. So yes, if we can find a political solution, let us find it. And not because it deserves it. Then it is not Igboho. It is not from his mouth that we should hear, because actually it will be a failure on the president and the security, except I don't know what they are doing. Maybe they are going to bring their ace or their joker later. It is not in the mouth of the Igboho, and they should not even be giving him security, because I saw that I saw one or two policemen with him. I was wondering.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Who is that?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I want to know who is asking me a question.
Okay, this is me, Rational Man.
Your favorite panelist on the platform, Rational Man, the majestic, elegant, one of one, the master of the universe.
I will not pay you back your point. Go ahead and ask the question.
The Odogo
what is the paying back
I can't you 3 times. You've done it to me back to back. So that's fine.
We don't have any discourse now. Me don't have any discourse now. All right, yeah. So all right. So now, if you're saying that they should be arrested, Igboho should be arrested, and this guy should not be released because they are threats, what do you make of this man that was threatening the first lady, the Muslim cleric from the north? What do you say about that?
Did I say he should not be Nnamdi Kanu should not be arrested?
If I understand what you is that what you said?
Is that what I said?
You said okay. Let me if I heard you correctly. You said Igboho should not be the one talking about the release of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes, that's what.
Probably, if I understood from what you're saying, then he should just shut up and let Nnamdi Kanu just deal with this case. Is that right? He should not be released.
That's not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
Tell us what was it?
Let me repeat what I said.
Please.
Which question?
About the cleric.
The cleric. We had a conversation about the cleric some times ago. I said if the cleric man said, then we should arrest Bishop Ekeke Chukwu or whatever.
Are we doing what about now? Are we doing what about now?
This is not. No. This is not what about. We are not arresting. If somebody said, look, the president should be fine, that the wife know what to do, she should be putting small poison, and the other person now said, if they have arrested, they committed the same crime, but you cannot compare their offenses to what Nnamdi Kanu did. Nnamdi Kanu actually raised an army. He said so by himself. He bought arms. He raised money for arms. He was inciting people, and people actually carried out those things. So if you are now using that the man that said, yes, I condemn it, let them arrest him. But they should not arrest him alone. They should arrest Paul Eneche. They should arrest Ibiyomie. They should arrest that apostle that said that the Remi Tinubu should give they put a small something into the husband's food. They should. So let all of them face the music. So I'm not saying, but I never said that Nnamdi Kanu should not be released. In fact, I said this months ago here. I don't know if anybody here remember. I know very well Janiko, who was on the platform then, that it is not because he deserved it, but for the sake and the benefit of the people that are really that his continued incarceration has. But if they can put the condition, let them find a political solution, in as much that it's not going to be a precedent that others will now want to be pointing at, that after all they did this, they did this to this person, because if we allow we fight a non-prosecute against for Sowore, fine, I don't have any problem with him. My first interaction with Sowore one-on-one was more than 30. I mean, it was in his Unilag days, so I know very well. So I have nothing, absolutely nothing against that. And they are now tactically withdrawn the charges against Igboho, that he's coming home, and they are giving him almost a heroic welcome and what have you. Then there is nothing that says we should not look for a political solution for Nnamdi Kanu. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's innocent, and I made that very clear, and I really emphasized it. I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying, but I'm saying in the larger interest of the people that have been displaced in several communities in the southeast, which is real, of people that are getting missing every day, the criminal gang that have turned it to something, just kidnapping and just maiming and destroying people's lives. Maybe we should just, in the larger interest of those people. So it is not because he deserves it, just let him be. Just find a political solution, give him some pay, put some condition, grant him some pay, provided he agrees to those conditions, and we can move forward. That's what I said. I never said they should not release him, even though I still insist not that he deserves to be released, but let them find a political solution and release him. So you had me wrongly of rational mind.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Bishop. So that's the excellent Bishop, one of your favorite voices on the platform. So thank you, Bishop. So Bishop, let's go on from you to Kulata, who's also with us as we huddle through the panelists. So Kulata, you're up next. I started up all pumped up with the excitement of this Oronsaye report, which I think is it's a paradigm shift from norm and a point in the direction of travel that the country necessarily has to follow. So that's how I started. But then rational mind, of course, as ever. But what's your take on that space? Kick it off from there.
Rational mind will always rational mind now. What do we expect? I actually discussed this, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I know I mentioned it on Rudolph's platform, that we need implementation of Oronsaye report, either in its entirety or some aspects of it. Because, the situation we're in is critical. We definitely need some structural reforms in the government to improve service delivery, most importantly, cut cost, and just generally have a lean, meaner government. There's nothing that warrants that we keep carrying this recurring expenditures, massive ones, for a civil service that is so bloated and all over the place that you wonder what sort of service delivery or what sort of service are we getting from the way our civil service is currently structured. There's so much duplicity across different parastatal. It's ridiculous. Sometimes they just churn this thing out just as a special purpose vehicle to siphon money. So, Tinubu, if one thing I give him credit for is a bold man, is touching this like the third wheel of Abuja. I can imagine how much. I can't
wait to read Senator Ndumi's tweet tomorrow. I'm sure he has a relative somewhere.
Is it only in Ndumi? What about all those civil servants? Do you think it's by accident that they've been leaking in his government? the civil servants in Abuja are going to be greatly affected. You hear a lot of cries from the north because it's touching. This is the third reel of Nigeria politics now. You're touching all this civil service. So let's see. I'm waiting to. I mean, it's good news that he announced it, but the proof is in the implementation.
Yeah,
Right?
but before that, what about the speed? Do you think it's feasible that this thing in 12 weeks?
That speed, me, I don't know. 12 weeks. How much is 12 weeks?
It's
I
3
mean,
months.
3 months. He needs to hire a consulting company to help him. They can't do that by themselves. And with that 3 months, it's gonna be. I mean, they will kickstart the process to a point. It will be more than 3 months. This kind of engagement will be more than 3 months, in my opinion. They can. I mean, they're good consulting companies in Nigeria. Even McKinsey going is in Nigeria. So that speed is. I don't know if that timeline is possible. There's some things you can do in 3 months, but to kind of like rationalize everything because you have to create all sorts of structures in the organization. You are
No,
blending
3 months.
cultures.
The structure is there. It's just to merge them, and then you know, and that's it. It's not. There's nothing. It's not a big deal to. I mean, they are existing already, and they are within the system. It's just to merge them. And they forge ahead. They structure the management team, like the director general, and those are the most complex ones. Who is going to be director general here? Who is going to
You have to they duplicate. You may have one DG of this, one DG of that, and then you say this one rolls under this. Then what do you now do? So that corporate, I mean, the corporate,
some are going to be laid off. Some of the director general will have to go. For others to remain as the head of the margin, what do you call it? Agencies or parastatals or many. Yes.
layoff is probably the easiest because I mean you lay that person, you give that person notice, and you give him a severance paycheck, and you keep it going. Is the culture? Well, that's going to take some time. Merging culture of different agencies, forming like long-term culture that carries on with an organization. Because when you take one parastatal from another one, you jump it together. It just doesn't work like that because they have different ways of working. That aspect will take more longer time and take a lot of change management. But to kind of like say, okay, this one go under here, that one go under there. I fire you, I fire that. A good consulting company can help do that work quickly. But I'm just looking in terms of like long-term results to make sure we're benefiting. Because it's one thing to do it, but it's another thing to make sure it creates the right result. And for it to create the right result, you have to manage it, give it some TLC over time.
They don't need consultant. They don't need the consulting.
They need it, actually, Coco. I know what I'm talking about. They need it.
No, they don't need it. Let me tell you.
That's
hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. They have. Is it head of service? Who is that? Guy from
head of service will hire.
Hold on.
Will hire one of the big four to help.
No. He doesn't need. He is in charge. He knows how the civil service function than even the consultant you are talking about. He can effect. He can do it. We can't be wasting money for. Do you know how many?
It's not a waste of money, Ajale Coco. That's what they do.
The consultant doesn't know how the civil service is structured, but he is the one in charge, and he can give that. If he can structure it, he can set up a committee to effect that, and they effect it perfectly. Because they know the system, how the consultant doesn't know how the civil service is structured. They don't know how it works.
They know, Ajale Koko, they audit these guys. They know.
No,
I mean,
they don't audit. They have auditor general. They don't. Consultant don't audit.
They call them to do audits. Forget audit. Even audit and consulting are different. Actually,
they don't do
actually they're different.
They are professionals.
Ajale Koko, they will need it. That if you want to achieve it in 3 months, that timeline, you have to bring in consultants. You have to. You have no choice. It's too short of a timeline for something to be handled like that. And something sensitive like that is not even in your best interest for you to do those layoffs yourself. You have to get people that are going to help you do it. And I mean, do it quickly because it has to be very surgical. 3 months with a lot of things, it has to be surgical. It has to be. It's not something you cannot afford to try and do it by yourself. You need to hire professionals for this if they have to get it right. But I think long term, to start seeing that they're productive, they're delivering service, that will take some time because they have to train them. They have to merge the cultures. They have to do all this kumbaya stuff and continue and change staffing around to get to the kind of like organization that you want. It's going to take some time, but the immediate firing and immediate cutting, they can get that done in the 3 months. But it's a good news to announce it, but Tinubu has given me cause to doubt his implementation, right? So while I'm happy, because I still talked about this literally 2 days ago, I want to see how this is going to be implemented because the taste of the pudding is in the eating. It's not just like say, okay, I'm baking pudding. Hey, fine. But if the pudding doesn't taste good, it's going to make you go to the toilet. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm happy we have a bold president with bold reforms, brass balls. If this guy can do 2 terms, I will pray that it touches restructuring. The way he's going, the way he's showing bravery, if they give these guys 8 years, I think eventually we're going to get restructured. So I want to encourage him.
It's going to change the landscape of that country permanently and irrevocably as well, because I think he knows enough to know that as soon as he hands over power, if he doesn't structure it in a way that is irreversible, that $1 trillion economy, one must that won't cover.
Those people, all these Abuja people, no scruples, they will eat the country dry. So he has to turn the country in a way whereby there's no juice for you to go and get in the center anymore. And it's only if you're willing to work that you get rewarded, whether at least you be productive. There's no place in the world where there are no favors, but at least be productive. Let your activity at least benefit people, even if you're going to make a lopsided amount. So I'm cautiously optimistic. It's a good news. When I saw it, I was elated. It tracked with a lot of things I've been saying. And I think it's goes a long way into fixing our problems. Because now, if we get we have the structural reforms in place. We have the monetary policy ongoing. We're waiting for the fiscal policy. How are they going to be distributing? So, okay, now, they're going to announce whatever they announce for MPC. Most likely, they're going to increase interest rates to fight inflation. But we don't have to let it bite the poor people. So I'm waiting for them to find, I think they're already doing it actually. So let me correct myself. That Better Edu's portfolio, I'm waiting for it to be digitized. So the delivery is electronic. So people that have, they're doing this. I'm sure I read it from somewhere. People that have NIN, open bank account, go and they should start putting money into the hands of the people that need it the most vulnerable people. So if they're giving them that 25,000 naira, and then they improve farm productivity, so there's more supply of goods, price of goods will either not go up again or it may come down. And if you give these people stipends, they'll use that stipends to eat. So while there's going through structural reforms, at least the people will be able to eat, and maybe they will have patience for the policy to take shape, because policies just don't happen overnight. It's going to take a while. But if they at least can eat while this thing is going on, then we may be better off on the long run. But as it is right now, that's the next immediate priority: how to get money,
This is your selling
cash
and selling.
into the hands of the people that need it, the vulnerable people.
Can I ask you a
So
question?
yeah.
Farabalẹ̀, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Lábẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, kò ń ṣe ìjà. So
Me better now.
I see how you are praising your Tinubu, and you've been going and see.
Is our Tinubu is your president too?
I understand. It's your Tinubu.
Is you and mine, our own.
I don't know if you listened to Ruben about it this morning when he was giving his submission on Arise, and he was saying that the president does not have economic advisor. So you gotta go and dust your CV now. Send it to
Me. I've always said
I have an inside man. No, if you want to get in, I have a very strong inside man.
I have a friend in this government, or not you just one.
I know. I mean, you just came back from Nigeria now. We know what you are doing. You are lobbying now. So I'm just telling you so that you know that there's vacancy.
I'm not lobbying. I have a good job in America.
There's vacancy.
I don't have to go anywhere.
He needs an Agbado economic advisor like you that comes here on one platform and be giving us some additional this Agbado economic. So go and advise him. That's on the one side. The second thing is this.
They're listening to us, Rational Mind. Honestly, they are.
Is that what?
They are listening to us.
That's now beyond question, actually, because there's just too much. There's too much coincidence. But carry on, yeah.
Yeah. So my other question is this. I mean, that's not a question. That's just something that you're saying in passing, so that you can apply for economic advisor to Tinubu. So my question is this. Now we're talking about this floating of naira, because people are you're saying this guy is a master strategist when it comes to policy and the crap people come and say to us here. Now, when we say this guy it's just doing try and error. Look at what they are doing now. They said you can only get $500 from any BDC. You cannot go in excess of 10. If you have to go at anything above $10,000. Then you have to declare your source of income. How did you get the $10,000? And now that even though anything beyond $500, I think they said they'll give you a prepaid card. They will load the money on it. Now, look at all these ideas. They are brilliant ideas. Why didn't this guy put this thing in place first before he went and just announced the floating of this naira? So that we will not find ourselves in this misery. You see, the point we're saying here is this: that this guy impulsive way of acting is what is costing us all this. Nigerians should not be subjected to all this crap because of one man's impulsive way of doing things. You've not put things in place. You've not look at the whole thing around the forex. See how you can block people from not abusing the system. This rent-seeking language people brandish around on many major platforms, like one man here. Why don't you look into all these posts and put in place all these policies, all these regulations that will almost make it impossible for people to take advantage of the system like they're doing right now? And now they will create a problem and they will be acting like they're solving this problem themselves.
Okay.
That's what we're saying.
Rational Mind. Can I answer you now?
Okay, go on.
You betray one major thing. The way you talked right now showed me you've either not built anything by yourself or built anything for work. Or let me talk now. Let me talk. You've not built any. I don't think. Let me talk now. It shows you've not built anything or you've not fixed any problem. You see, when you create something like you create a Peugeot 504 in the 1970s, you don't just start on in whatever you build. Like at that point in time, you came up with the best idea. You built the product. But then you see areas of improvement. What do? You release the 1984 model. You look at it again. You improve on it again. 1985 model. You improve. You don't have all the solutions when you're going to fix a problem. You just have an idea of, okay, these are the positives and these are the potential negatives. And then you have choices, options. Okay, option 1, I have so many positives, so negative, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, which one? Based on where we are or what we know now. Okay, I pick this option, and then you build it, and then you start tracking. Okay, when I'm tracking, this negatives is coming up, but the positive is there, but these negatives, I need to fix it. Then you took it. That's why when you get iPhone, they just don't have one software for iPhone and then say, okay, we finished work. Otherwise, you could have been questioning them. Why didn't they think about every single thing they will get? But you have updates because there are problems to fix. You tweak. That's how
you're very good at answering these kind of questions. I mean,
that's how you build. That's how you build stuff.
No, you don't.
That's how things work in this world. There's no magic.
The point you see. When I say you talk from all sides of the mouth, sometimes you see.
I want what's out of my mouth. I'm explaining. That's what I'm saying. The way you talk just betrayed that you've not really fixed the problem before.
Here. Hold on, Farabale. This is the same you yesterday here that you were criticizing Tinubu's impulsiveness. His impulsive way of thinking.
So can we have both things that are true at the same time? Is Tinubu the CBN governor?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I had someone for the job.
Yeah, but then
so as a leader, rational mind. As a leader, I just give directions. This is my vision. Execute my vision. That's what leaders do. Go and execute my vision. Then it's up to Cardoso to execute.
But the point is this: you never thought things through very well.
You don't have to say, look.
Putting in place.
Visionaries don't have to sit down and dilly-dally.
Visionaries or what? They don't do what?
Visionaries, leaders don't have to sit down and dilly-dally. Sometimes you have to be very decisive. That's why you are the CEO.
So CEO just act on impulse. They don't have boardroom meeting and talk.
Sometimes there are good things that come from impulse. Other things, if you deliberate too much.
Said, let's put a man on the moon in 3 years.
Exactly. You have to have a big. You have to dream big.
Who's going to hire you to be? I mean, look at how you are talking about. Look at how you look.
What am I talking? This is leadership 101. Rational
This is not leadership 101. This is an impulsive person who doesn't think things through, who just act on whim, just act on some kind of.
If you have a dream, right? Where I'm going to fault him is maybe he did not get people that could execute his vision very well.
Exactly.
That's where I have been faulting him. That his team needs to be rejigged. As a leader, you have to dream big. What's your freaking job?
And bring people to interpret it.
You can't just say you want to remove something, you want to do something. You must have thought it through.
You must say you have to do something. You are not there to go create inertia.
No, you can't just look. Listen, you can't just say I want to marry. No, you can't just say one day I want to marry. I want to be married to a woman. I want to whatever.
You can't marry.
You can't just wake up and say you want to make a decision. You must have sat down and think it through. This is how I'm going to achieve it. This is how I'm going to.
Rational mind. Tinubu is not the doer here. Is the boss.
So you just say something you want to do, and you go and look for somebody.
Yes, and then you get competent people to execute it.
You see, you are a flawed. I mean, let me just.
It's not flawed. You don't have that. You don't have that mindset. That's the problem. You have the worker bee mindset.
Let me put the question.
And it does not have a route to achieving that thing, achieving that aim. That goal.
Let me ask the question.
Let Foley come in. Yeah, Foley. Yeah.
What you said about iPhone the other time, you said they are improving, right? But do you know if their first products are not really useful, people will not buy the next products? Hope you're aware of that.
Yeah, you have till 2027 to make that decision.
So the first product you want to sell out, you have to work on it before you give it out. Do you believe in that? And this product these people are giving to us, they are not working on it at all. That is what rational mind is telling you. They are doing trial by error.
It's not trial by error. Okay, you remember this phone? You remember? Is this Samsung 7 that was burning? You remember that phone to Ogbino? So they released Samsung 7 Ogbino. They went back to go and fix it, and then they started selling it again,
and came back better.
And it came back better. So I don't understand why you guys don't get simple concepts.
They like to use false equivalency and whatever they do. They are very good at all these things. I mean, they go and look for some kind of shop for some kind of parallel that doesn't even make sense.
It's not parallel. It's just the way things work.
So Nigeria economy, what the iPhone buys.
Look, okay. In America, policy, they release economic policy. I don't remember if you remember savings and loans crisis in the 80s. That's too far back. There are many policies like some Obama policy. When they started healthcare.gov, look at the website. Wasn't it crashing? And they spent billions of dollars for Obamacare healthcare. I don't want to turn this to American conversation. But if you say, Obama don't spoil, they abandoned it. Are we going to get the improvements now? Now, when you go to that same website, you have service delivery. So you just don't say, okay, because you have teething problems or you have to walk through some issues to perfect it, then you have to abandon it. A leader doesn't do that. You make up your mind and then you get people that will execute your vision. That's what Steve Jobs, that's what he did. He's not the one writing code. That's the other Steve that's writing code. He's just a visionary. Like, this is what I want. You dream big. That's why they pay leaders big bucks. And then you take the responsibility for the action, for the actions and inactions of your decisions. It's
do you realize that he has to, when he dreams big, he not just dream, like, I want to create Apple, but he has to walk towards creating that Apple.
He didn't write a single, I don't think he wrote any code.
Well, he might not write the code, but he gathering the people and telling them his vision and how he wants that vision to be realized. Isn't it? Isn't that how it's done?
Yes, now, and then go and execute.
Fuel subsidy is gone. Without no
because it was gone.
Yeah. We floating in Naira without putting in place things that will make it almost impossible for people to I mean, we're not seeing
the mindset you're using to analyze
did you not anticipate that? Did you not know that corruption would fight back if you floated the Naira?
Corruption will fight back. I mean, yeah, we know corruption will fight back, yes.
Yes, and how would they have mitigated for corruption not fighting back?
Yeah, sure.
So corruption has to fight back in order for him to counter it now.
One thing I come to realize is that there's no point arguing.
Let the guy, give him some kidney when he does the right thing.
Give him his flowers, rational mind.
I should give him what?
His flowers now.
His flowers.
No, yes. I will give him his grass. No, I will give him his weed.
That's something, no problem. Kulata, please, what's your take on this social security welfare thing and the other one they are talking, the stipend?
We have to pay taxes. People, I don't work in Nigeria. People will have to pay taxes to fund that now. Like,
it's not an easy thing. It shouldn't be open-ended. That's my opinion. It shouldn't be open-ended.
I don't think we're ready for that, though. I'm not going to lie.
But you see, one of the things they talk about today.
No, it's not realistic. In a country where border is just open like that, country where not everybody has NIN. I don't know how they were going to do that one, though. I don't know.
I don't think. It's just an idea that will not fly.
I don't think that one will fly.
What they're trying to do is just to ease the system so that people will, the tension will be reduced. They are trying to do, trying to make sure that people don't, they just have the kind of promising that, okay, they promise you this, so you should be expecting it. I think that's what they're trying to do. Damage control. Because with what is happening now, I'm not sure if things continue this way, they may not survive it. That's just a fact. So they are trying to do damage control.
They have to do damage control.
That's why they're trying to roll out all these promises.
They have to calm down the restiveness of people, especially. They have to calm that down. And I think that's why I'm saying the immediate next thing is figure out a way to distribute 25,000 to the people that need it the most. And please don't go through Better Edu or some person. Make it digital. Task those people, go and open bank account, community bank or whatever bank. NIN, proof of NIN. Wire the money straight to them. No middleman, just straight. Let them get that money.
I think that's the plan anyway. They said you have to have an NIN and a BVN for the money to come through.
Okay, I'm sure I read it somewhere.
How do you identify people that actually need the money? That's another issue.
How do you identify? They know the people at the bottom wrong.
They have a register.
These people, I don't like the way we deceive ourselves too much. I don't believe in that kind of what we believe in. we deceive ourselves. We know things is not possible, but we still believe that it's possible. That's it's painful anyway. I don't know how these people want to know people that actually need the money. I still don't know people that they want to deal with to distribute the money in a way that will actually reach the ground.
They have a 15 million target catchment that they've already identified. So these people are already known to
them. How do they identify them? What statistic do they use? How do they know they are the one that needed the money? That's what I'm asking. It should be transparent. Don't just tell me you identify 15 million people without any good statistics that you use to arrive at your numbers. At least we are here. At least we should be seeing the traces. We should be seeing the process where they arrive on that. But well, we didn't see anything like that. At least among the people.
Isn't that the same one that Sadiya Farouk said when she was there? What are the people that collected money? That Sadiya Farouk said.
Those where is the money? They just
Sadiya Farouk was the one that collected the money.
Those money was just stolen. Those money was just stolen. They didn't give it to anybody. Just stolen. That's what I'm telling you here. They just pack the money.
You have to give them a chance. If they said they have a list and it's state by state, so if the people can provide their NIN, their biometric, and let's see how it goes.
The problem we have is this. There are things you don't just put on chances. That when you put it on chances, some people will be rich before you know, and some people will be poor more before you know. There must be a transparency platform where you channel whatever you want to do. Let me tell you something. During the COVID-19, they actually gave rice to some people. I was in front of my office. This van actually came down. It came with rice, and people queued up. The guy carried camera, and he filmed the crowd, and he only gave them two bag nylon, not even bag, nylon of that bag, and the car moved immediately, and they have the video as an evidence of giving people's food. This is what we're talking about. This is an error we're talking about. So if at all you want to do these things, it's our money you want to give to us, right? But how are you going to do it? Let us have it so it can be transparent enough for us to know that you are doing this thing. So at the end of the day,
yes, but the way they are doing it is transparent, Folly.
Okay. If you think so, we'll be here again to remind ourselves when the Kasala burst again. We'll be here.
Do you want the Kasala to burst? Is that it's almost like people want the country to fail.
It's not if I want. This is how we always talk about the problem before it happened. But when it happened, all of us will still come back to the same point. We always talk about it. You should be able to do things the way you're supposed to do it, so that you will not make enemies. Don't try to make a try by an error with everything you want to do. You have to be factual about it. You have to know what you want to do. You want to have the passion to deliver to people, and you must put all the necessary organisms in place for you to get it right. Not for you to just throw it out without any serious implementation. That's what we're talking about here.
Foley, did you listen
to serious something? Not just throw out our money, our resources into the hand of criminals, and they will be fine. They will be using the money to flex, to oppress us as well at the long run. This is what we're talking about. There must be a transparency. There must be a statistics.
All right, Kulata. Do you want me to take you to another space, Kulata?
One more space before I go and crash.
Yeah, before you go and crash. Okay, you take your pick. Do you want to speak to the protesters protesting hardship in Lagos, or the Nnamdi Kanu space, Sunday Igboho speaking on him, or the good news in Abia State, geometric power plant.
Okay, I like that one. I like the Abia State.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the Abia State, that's the Batinanji geometric. And it's supposed to provide 24/7 electricity for, is it 8 or 9 local governments in Abia State. So I think that is fantastic news. Like fantastic news. It needs to get to the point where the Southeast needs to be generating more inward bound, more immigration. They should reverse the tide of the way people migrate. Because if Abia has 24/7 electricity, very soon it will get to Enugu. Very soon. I mean, look, the Southeast is the easiest place to develop in the entire country because it's a very tiny space. It's barely the size of Oyo State, just slightly bigger than Oyo State, not as big as the entire Kogi State. It is so small in size that the amount of money that I'm going to use to lay roads or lay whatever in Oyo State, I can use it for the entire 5 southeastern states. So why is that place not like fully developed? Because it has a lot of concentration of people, and it has a lot of like high achieving, intelligent people and well educated. So it's a tragedy, it's a travesty that is not more developed than it is. It should be competing with Lagos, with the kind of human.
So the leadership in that area are very, very corrupt not to have developed that place.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because the site is so small, like Jali Coco, it's the same money that I will use to lay road all over Oyo State. I can use it to lay road the entire five states. So why is it not done? It just amazes me. They're tiny. They're small places. They're not even as big. A state there is probably not as big as some local governments in Niger State. And so how much money will it cost me? Okay, apart from the erosion issues they have, how much money will it cost you to lay proper infrastructure? The entire place is small. So if they can do electricity, the wire, whatever it will take to lay towards that, and they also have gas. They have gas in Imo State. So there's nothing really saying the Southeast should not be the Lagos. And they have the advantage of high population, small area to develop. They don't have massive area to develop now. It's not like there's land. And you can make it like, they can build it in a way that they even have the luxury to do high rises if they want to do that. So I'm happy that they have this power in Abia, and Abia also seems to have a lot of like industrious people. They build stuff, they sew clothes, they make shoes. I mean, that's why it's called Aba Made for crying out loud. But a lot of what we call Aba Made is actually came from China and just assembled there. But it doesn't matter; it's still part of production. So the productivity in that area for industrious people, it will increase. And I hope it reverses the tide of migration for that area. Let more people go back, build up the place. It's easy to build. It's not big. So I'm happy. It's good. But now, it now speaks to governors of other areas. Southwest, apart from Lagos State, what are our governors doing? Me, I don't know. Cocoa price has jumped from last year, $2,000, is now $6,000, $6,500 per metric ton. Any Southwestern governors that already had cocoa should be making a killing right now in cocoa. The price is like 3 times its value from last year. So, I mean, when are we going to have 24/7 power? Maybe Ekiti is going to be the first one to have it because they built something similar in Ekiti, but I think it's smaller. They built something smaller in Ekiti. They launched it last year. So other states should not sit down. My own governor.
Upward University.
Say that again.
That is Upward University.
Say that one they did in Ekiti.
Yes.
I know they did one in Ekiti last year.
You know, there's an economy that they've still not opened up yet, which Shore used to talk about a lot. But it wasn't a possibility under the Buhari administration for him being some religious fundamentalist. It is the Indian hemp economy.
Yes, it's a cash crop.
It's a cash crop. They use it a lot in making all this, hair products and all this sort of stuff. a lot of extraction from it. Even it's in Coca-Cola that we drink. So a lot of things to extract from Indian hemp, apart from just Igbo smoking. So,
you know that sorry, you know that
I wanted to start it off. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, when he was alive, he went to Malaysia or Indonesia to go and spend wasted our taxpayers' money to go there. And after that, he went to Aso Rock to tell them that this is what he went to, and they never allowed him to continue with it.
Of course, no. You know, Buhari now, you turn it into imam something, you know. But now that we have a more, you know, contemporary sort of that's an economy that is just the whole of Ondo State.
Now that we have an Onigbo.
Yes, now that we have a drug dealer as the president, you know, we can open up the.
But you guys know that Tinubu man backbone now. You guys know Tinubu man backbone.
You know, Moje, that white something go on back in those days.
I've seen pictures of him with. Well, I mean, I don't think maybe uses it for whatever. Please. Okay, let me keep quiet. Yes, sir.
Keep quiet. I mean, they were
Baba. Jackie Baba sorrow, Joe.
He has pricked his ears.
Rational mind. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yeah, the guy is a chain smoker. Don't mind all this mischief saying that he was indulging in narcotic stuff. No, he was a chain smoker. He still, even as a state governor, he was still smoking cigarettes.
He still smokes. He still smokes till today. He still smokes.
Cigarette. Okay, so that's one.
No, not cigarettes. Not cigarettes.
Igbo.
Weed.
Come on now. Anyway.
No, I'm not kidding.
Why not?
I'm not kidding.
What's the big deal? Everybody smokes it. Why not?
I'm not kidding. I'm serious.
That one is true.
I'm not seeing that as a big thing.
It's not a big deal. Smoking Igbo is not
why
a big
are we going to be
deal.
discussing that on this platform? One man. What's our business with private life?
Private life of our president. What's our business with our president?
What concerns the private life of?
That means he's doing something illegal now.
No, it's not illegal. What did Bill Clinton say? Yeah, but
I didn't inhale.
He did not inhale. That's it. He did not inhale.
Obama said he tried it once.
It was. Look at that. He's still smoking. If there's ever one Amugo in this world, is that Obama? It looks like.
What of rational mind? What of rational mind?
No, the rational mind.
I don't never done anything. I'm just.
Rational mind. Agboni. Kì í ṣe gbó.
Mi ò mú gbó.
Agbo ló máa ń mu.
Mo máa ma gbó. Àwọn lábẹ́ tí mo fi sí báyìí. Mo máa ń kí ọmọ mọ́lẹ̀ láti mú báyìí.
Ọ̀pá ẹ̀yìn.
Ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ mi.
Look at that.
This guy is very corrupt, man. Rational mind.
Rational mind
Ask Ajale Koko. Ask Rational Mind what he went to do in Europe. Because I monitored you. I monitored you all our mixed race. Come in Europe. We have to DNA test them.
Eastern Europe. Rational mind.
Laptop.
Eastern Europe. Oh my God, like black gone.
Laptop rational mind. Oh my God,
you know.
General chat. No,
it's Choma Loan, sorry. Choma, the conversation, Choma,
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean,
so, I think it's good news that Abia State has electricity. At least half of the local governments is good news. It's time other states sit up. Like, honestly speaking, I've been thinking about the Southwest. For the people that come from the Southwest, let's stop deluding ourselves. Our governors are not doing well. I don't even think they're better than the Southeast governors. And I mean, where it's only Sanwo-Olu that's doing anything meaningful. Ondo State sits down there. We found bitumen since what's happening there.
But is that not under the exclusive? What's it? Is it allowed? Is it allowed to purchase? Yeah.
He's having problem with
But they are collecting money now.
No, I
For bitumen,
I don't know. That's what
how much they drill oil there, but how much? It's not
No, they've not
compared to
even
the
drilled it at
capacity.
all. But they are
So
paying
the
them.
gas, Ondo State have massive gas reserves. We should be tapping into that gas to generate electricity in the southwest. What are we doing about it? Nothing. Even Ogun State has oil. Ogun State has oil. Near that Benin Republic, there's oil. What's the name of that small island or whatever that's there? There's oil there. In my own state, what do we have? Okay, we have gold, but how is it getting mined? Who knows? So Southwest is not doing well. I'm just gonna say that. It's only Lagos that's everybody's just looking at Lagos. Lagos is not Southwest. It's part of Southwest, but everybody just because Lagos is doing so fantastic. We all don't come from Lagos. So I mean, Ogun State.
Nothing is happening in Southwest.
Nothing is happening in the Southwest. Nothing.
But it's Seyi Makinde not making some moves. Anytime I see, yeah,
no,
and what?
It's doing some like this electricity that.
Agriculture. I heard
Seyi Makinde is trying now. He's building some infrastructure too, and he has increased.
We passed the stage like that.
Generating base of that country. He has enlarged it. He has improved on it. So he has done well. He has done well too.
The only thing we know how to do in the Southwest is to tax our people. IGR. We do that better than anywhere. But Seyi Makinde,
when it comes to IGR.
Seyi Makinde is okay. He's building roads, right? But we passed the stage where we should be celebrating. Okay, build road like
salary, road salary, even electricity is not what we should be celebrating.
Basic, kind of like pedantic, basic stuff. Southwest is not doing well, though.
Even this guy, this Ondo State governor, that guy is just something else. I mean, they've been complaining. My people.
No, it's initial gragara. That is initial gragara, and it's preparing for next election.
That's where I'm going. It's all his focus now is how to clinch that ticket.
I like the Ekiti guy though. But the only two people that are in the Southwest are Kolaka's governor and Babati's governor. Those ones are. I
so
don't
useless.
know. Dear God.
My governor and Babati.
That's another 8 years wasted.
Very is the worst, man. That of Ogun State.
I know. Please look at my own state.
Is that Abiodun? At least we can excuse your guy.
Because
a dunce. But Abiodun is not a dunce. Now he's just lazy and he likes good life too much.
One man. The current Ekiti State governor, I did not expect less from him. You know why? Because he was actually the secretary of the committee that was set up during the junta era before the state was created. So he was the youngest among them. So he more or less knows the in and out of the state. So the development and the growth of that state is, at the back of his hand. So
what has he done since he assumed office? What has he done?
Good. I'm not tracking his.
You are not even tracking your
progress,
state.
But hold on. I'm not here to speak on his behalf. You can criticize, but one thing I know is that he run a transparent government. He run an inclusive government in such a way that.
Foley can tell us better.
Well, it doesn't seem Foley is fine anyway. But one thing is that if you go to the social media, all his progress since he has assumed office is always on the social media. You can track it. It's there. He has a social media
thing that. And what are the progress that you have seen?
I'm telling
you tell us what has he done. You live there. You can't say he has not done anything. Foley.
So I'm not tracking it, but like I said, you run and transparent.
I was on a radio station last month, and this same question was actually asked. And what I used to tell them is this: this man just spent a year and some months. So it's not time for me to rate him whether passed or failed. Okay. But if the way people are actually talking about his success, I'm sure if this thing gets to the guy's brain, he may not be able to do anything. He may stop what he's doing.
What are they attributing the success to? What are they attributing that success to? What are they saying? What are they saying he has done that is successful?
I think actually he paid some pensioners who have been neglected for a long time, and there are some road that is actually touching on. And with all these things that people are saying, with the kind of standard that we think we should be operating with, me, I'm expecting something more than that. But to any man on the streets who doesn't know what governance should look like, they may be thinking that he's doing the best. But to me, I'm not seeing anything yet. But this is not yet time for me. But what I'm seeing in Ekiti today, initially they are praising him, but now people have started talking about him, talking down on him. People are saying, even the APC members are actually condemning him now. The PDP people are doing the same thing. But what they are saying is this: is trying to buy every politician in Ekiti now, so that when it's coming out for second time, there won't be that much opposition to go against him. And that's exactly what he's doing. And if you check his caucus now, what's it called? We see PDP, APC, all the people that actually holds the political space in Ekiti under his cabinet. And that's exactly what he's doing. So to me, I'm just here because I don't know what people are actually celebrating about him. I don't know yet. But we are still here watching him. So I don't just you know what? I love it when you are working. I love it when you are progressive. But I don't carry it on my head as if you are doing me a favor, because it's not your money, it's not your things. But when you are now praising someone beyond what he's doing, it's getting to me. I don't like it. But to me, he has not done anything as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Bring it on Kulata, and then we go on to Dewale.
Everybody move to Abia State. Let's start following Abia. So we can...
it could turn into an industrial hub. If they are generating, what do you need other than electricity? And they already have enterprise there, talented people.
They have talent. That's what I'm saying. They have talented people, and now they have power. So, I mean, I really, really sincerely wish them the best. It's a good news, and other states should emulate them. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegant Kulata, the man.
Sorry, the guy in Anambra, the guy is in Abia. Is it not that Labour Party guy?
Yes, Alex Oti. But you can't. It get the attribution for this, by the way, because this is a long running project. It's just come to. It's come to.
Why should it be attributed to him?
No, I said he does not get the attribution. Yeah. All right, Dewale, you're up next. Dewale.
Thank you, one man, and welcome to One Man Show live from City of London. Okay, so by the way, rational mind. These people already attributed it to him as one of yesterday. I think I heard Ekene mentioning it that he's one of the attributes of the new governor, that they now have integrated power project there. So don't say they are not attributed. They are already doing that. They're already doing that online. So that's that about that. Quickly, let me jump into this Oronsaye of a thing. I mean, that topic has been discussed, flogged, turned upside down. But one good thing is that when Kuleta said, one thing that you can say about Tinubu is the fact that he is a bold leader that can take a very huge step and and do something. You know, this is a report that has been in the incubator for how long now? Almost 20 years, right? But you see, it takes a very because somebody mentioned it, I think it was Bishop, that there will be a blowback, which I'm expecting. And I also don't expect that it's going to implement that report from A to Z. Reason being is that there's been years in between the time the report was, the committee actually sat. There's been several reviews, and at the same time, a white paper was actually, generated, and to the point that certain things were asked to be put on hold and other things, to be implemented. So I don't expect it to be, done from top to bottom. However, the fact that it was even proposed, or let's say the federal government decided to implement it, is a big, big plus to this administration. And some people might say, well, just like Rational Mind was saying earlier, that this administration seems to be reactive other than being proactive. But sometimes public governance is not like when you set out, even in a regular project management, there's a particular division that is in charge of taking care of changes, because there's always going to be changes, right? And sometimes you have a clear cut plan, but probably will not work the same you expected. And sometimes what you have might be obsolete and you have to continually, renewing it and all that. So when you have a government that is set to tackle issue as it comes, I don't think such government deserve condemnation, in the sense that, look, a federal government may decide to take a big bold step by saying, this is what our plan is going to be, just like what you have going on at the CBN right now. Yes, we've had this kind of policy being put in place before, but you actually haven't seen a government that is set out to tackle it heads on. So, in such a way that you have some saboteurs operating in the dark, trying to ensure that such plan never succeed. So, what does the government need to do? You need to go and reinvent and do the abracadabra to ensure that some things also changes as as things are unfolding. So that is why you see that, look, and the fact that it's even been going to, because right now, apart from the fact that the government is going to merge and integrate agencies together, look, we'll be saving billions of naira. We've said it before on this platform that the amount government is spending over cost on civil servant alone is enough to put that country in perpetual debt. Somebody said, well, the one that you see happening, we have the principal officers that works in the household, but some of these political jobbers or political appointees are just few. Okay, they're done with their time and they'll move on. But what about the civil servants that are working in Abuja that are not actually contributing anything? So just like the way it was done in the Lagos state, the same way is going to be replicated, because I still believe there's some ghost worker working in the civil service, federal civil service in Nigeria. I still believe so. I mean, look at it. The CBN was proposing to, relocate some department to Lagos. And somebody take arms against government and say there's going to be a repercussion against it. That shows somebody somehow is benefiting from having those offices or those personnel working directly from Abuja. So in such a way, it's going to, create a lean government or lean civil service that people at least be able to work for their money. I mean, it's taxpayers' money. There's a saying in Yoruba there in Ekiti there, that I know all of those things that Kinshishi Oba Kamala Agun. You can't be earning without working. So you have to be productive and handle what you are being paid. So I think that is a good directive. I mean, a good in a direct. I mean, sorry, in a right direction. By the way, let me jump to Igbo. Who, I mean, sorry, your friend Nnamdi Kanu. First and foremost, I've never been his fan. That's one thing. And for those who are saying, well, there should be a political solution, I support it also, and also that I do not support it. Because the moment you decided to declare to be the enemy of the country by taking arms or clamoring for arms against the country, you've lost my respect and you've lost my support. Of course, you have reason why you are agitating against certain things, but not to the point of putting your your kinsman, your co-citizen in harm's way by condemning and continuously threatening to cause harms against your same patriots. I don't even call them patriots, but it is what it is. So in such a case, unfortunately, the previous administration lost that battle because they should have charged this man and allowed it to run its course. But no, they kept allowing Nigerian factor to continue to come to play to the point that it degenerated to this laughing stock level, and people are now saying it should be let go. Number one, when it was granted bail the first time and the jump bail, yes, the excuse then was that his life was in jail. But when he would not stop running his mouth, then the state has to come up. The state has to, find solution. I have to do something. Pick him up. And somebody was trying to equate what Igboho stood for what. No, Igboho never took up arms or campaign or clamor for arms against Nigeria. All what he did was like gave people ultimatum to leave his fatherland, right? And of course, he does not have such power to declare such uh, 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 fatwa against others. I call it fatwa. I don't even know what fatwa is, but for banishing others from his hometown, he doesn't have such power. The same people that he's trying to banish have the same right to live and to have property where he claimed to own. So now you have two people that are clamoring for secession from the country, but one is going the route of but more or less it's still treason because you can't declare secession secede from the country. There's no way you can do that. All right, but you have the one that is saying no, we have to take arms to the point that is even his own people that he claimed to be fighting for were actually at the receiving end of all this agitation because to this day there's still no peace in the southeast. I mean, his lieutenant declared that there will be sit at home every Monday. See, these are the domino effect of utterances that are unguided, right? So as it stands now, the federal government has lost that uh, the standing of saying one because if you're trying to prosecute, then there's no way politics would not get involved, right? But at the end of the day, if you're not going to prosecute, at least let him go then. Somebody said he was abducted from maybe not on this platform, maybe another platform, that he was abducted from Kenya and all that. Well, the bottom line is that as long as Nigeria and Kenya have relationship together, the point extradition relationship, it can be Kenya can decide to surrender him, and I think that was what played out. But if he claimed that it was, extracted illegally, then he has the start. He has a chance to fight his case in the court. But federal government won't do the needful. That's why I think the federal government has lost the case because now, I mean, you could see the optic, the bishop laying hands on him in the church. Virtually all the traditional rulers from this entire region came to court. Is now turned into an hero, an accidental hero. That is where we found ourselves when we have the charlatan, because now he's going to claim that he is fighting for his people, but not knowing that before he was even extracted to Nigeria, he was after his own pocket. He was looking for money, right? So, I mean, it's a mess. But by and large, I think Tinubu has to do something now. Either you let him go or give him a condition like the way you gave it to Showore, so that maybe you release him to only in Abuja metropolis only, and after that you let him go when everything has cooled down, or you let him go completely. Or if you have a good standing, go and charge him, because there's no way you would have put somebody in detention for how long now? For almost 2, 3 years, 4 years, and you won't charge him. I mean, you have court having contradictory judgment. It's just a mess. To me, it's uncoordinated, and I think it stems from the previous Attorney General Malami, who could not get his priority right. They're just doing things the way they feel. They should have said, if we were to be this current AG, yeah.
Just say, I don't know how to put it. I don't want to say correct. The trial not commencing is not the doing of the federal government. Nnamdi Kanu's team had thrown everything possible, everything to stall the commencement. They have challenged every move. So we're still at the pre-trial stage. It has gone so far to the Supreme Court. So not commencing the retrial is not the fault of the federal government if you have followed this way. They've done everything to make that commencement impossible. So at every objection, it will go to the Supreme Court. When that one is damaged, it will come again. Another one will enter. It will go on. So that's what we had. In fairness, the trial not commencing is not the fault of the federal government. I just want to put that out.
Thank you, Bishop. And in as much as you have others obstacles, against the case, but I still think that the federal government through the AGL should have done. I think there's a way you can. I'm not a lawyer, but there's some cases you can file. There's some motion you can file just to fast track. If you have a case. Because I don't expect to have somebody being kept in detention while you're still conducting investigation.
What Bishop said is not true. It's not true. It's not true that they keep adjourning it was the federal government. They keep when we want to rewrite history here. Like some of us have amnesia. I don't have amnesia. I'm sure a lot of us don't have amnesia here. We were here when they were what was that legal language they used for that? They were amending the charges against him. They will go to court today. They will amend it. They will go to court today. And even sometimes they will not present him in court. And now somebody's telling us here that it was the legal team of Kano that was adjourning the case. Oh God, come on! We were here. We saw what was playing at the court session every time when they go to the court. It's one thing or the other. Either they don't bring him to court, or they will bring in, they want to amend the charges, or they will look for one excuse so that the judge will not even hear the case that very day. They never did. Somebody here telling us that they are the one. Oh God, come on, let's not do this, please.
Yeah, but even that is the case, every defender will want to stall his case or a case in his or her favor, right? I mean, it's his right, but the Attorney General represented the country.
Permit me to respond to Rational Mind in as much as I don't really want to. Rational Mind, you don't have your facts. If you want to challenge that part, let us. But don't, when you say this, let's remove emotion, put emotion at fact and stop throwing all this your baby strong. Hey, we come here and say, yeah, come on, stop that. When we talk to fact, let's talk to fact. So let's take all the interlocutory, what do they call it, preliminary objections. Let's take them one after the other and put dates to them. And let's do a rundown till date and tell me it is the federal government that did the amendment that is not making the court to proceed. The only time federal government had was when they objected and they appealed the ruling of an appeal court. They appealed to the Supreme Court that he had a case to answer. So if you had those facts, put it out. Just this, hey, we just come here, stop that. Let's talk fact to fact. Always the word that's always you do not have those facts are just paradox. So what you just said are just running, they're just paradox.
You see,
if you have the fact, let us take those objections one after the other. Hold on, let me finish. So let us take the objection of the extra how do you call it, the rendition. How long did it take? The objection of the one that he sued the federal government, that he countersued the federal government, that the case had to go to the Supreme Court and everything had to stay. How long did it take? How many objections have they that has got into the Supreme Court? And you come here and you just talk, people will just come here, just cast as much as people. Bring those facts out. Bring them out.
You just said they just went to Supreme Court.
Who went to Supreme Court? I said the case went all the way to Supreme Court before it was determined. What are you talking? It was determined before it was the federal government.
No.
So they should not go to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it has contributed to the
Are you going to give us that floor so that myself and can tackle this part?
Let's move on.
Let's
move on.
Adewale, please go ahead.
Carry on. You can tackle it so long as it doesn't spiral out of control. So in a civil tone.
Right. Adewale, do you have a partition?
Bishop,
I want to go on
minutes so that you can maybe.
Adewale, continue. I don't have strength.
Okay. So, look, hold on, rational mind. Look, I don't have the details of the charges, so I can't really speak into it. But all I know is that case has been dragging for too long. And when you have that makes mockery. Whether somebody is deliberately stalling it, or the federal government doesn't know what they are doing, it makes mockery of judiciary and criminal justice system in Nigeria. Federal government need to pay attention to it, because you can't have a sensitive case like this that continue to linger and continue to cause our political, issue on our political landscape. It's just not done. You can't have a vibrant cohesiveness in the country, or in our politics, in our economy, when you have cases like this. Because it's creating division. And as far as I'm concerned, that guy should have been prosecuted point blank in such a way that federal government should have built their case, a very watertight case against it, including this Igboho of a thing. Because look, the moment you start overstepping your boundary, as a citizen, you have your right, but there are some things you cannot do. When Igboho was gallivanting across the southwest, with this bunch of I call them non-entity, making noises around there, and I look at it like, what kind of? I don't believe in that. Because why? Because Southwest has always been a key player, stakeholder in Nigerian projects. So when you have somebody like Igboho, I knew it was being used as a tool, for destabilization or whatever you can call it. But the moment you start seeing somebody like him becoming the mouthpiece of, something as strong as calling for a nationhood or a statehood, that is when you know that and I'm far from that, and I didn't buy it from the get-go. I saw a lot of gimmicks, people creating banners and symbols and all that to reflect or do. Even when you go, let's say, assuming that their wishes comes to pass, and Yoruba nation get his wishes, Igbo land or Biafra got his wishes, Arewa got his wishes. Guess what? These same crops of people, because our behavior is still going to reflect in the way we govern ourselves. People are still going to be exhibiting that kleptomaniac character, and you will see people still stealing from each other. So that would never go away. Of course, we may have a strong constitution, but guess what? We all will pay that price, because we've integrated so deeply that I don't know if it is even possible to dismantle this country, because it's gonna everybody will feel the effect of it. Anyway, so the likes of it also going around, because somebody, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's somebody who should have just get to the country, quiet, cover his face, and just go under. Is now go. You see, that is it. The system is making Igboho an hero. When somebody in my hometown or someone in a remote village somewhere in the southwest will be seeing him as their hero, we shouldn't be. This is a guy that could not even read the ABC. Kolefigdigo Koho. And here is he being championed as the hero of it's just to me, it's just makes nonsense
Sorry,
of the
we
whole
wanted
thing.
to come in. Sorry. Please, my brother, because you are saying it as if those guys, they just wake up from their bed one day and nothing happened, and they started doing something on their own. So I don't know how you're going to feel if you hear that somebody came to invest in his town, and the guy was just killed like like an animal without any offense that the guy committed, and you heard about it, and the whole town was actually met down for it, and someone reacts to it, and you are telling me now those guys, what they are reacting on is not what someone should react on. I don't know why we arrive here. I don't know what you mean by what you are saying.
My brother,
I don't
don't
understand.
misconstrue what I said. I'm not saying that
Even before you go ahead, I don't want to please permit me. The last speaker, I don't know who that is, or who that was, is trying to attribute.
That was Folly B.
Okay, Folly B. I don't know what you are trying to point at. That some people invaded the land. You are going back again. I know what you said. I'm just saying that you are saying, you are trying to infer again by your statement that those that killed Dr. Aborode were Fulani people. That is a blatant lie that have been laid to rest over and over again. The people that killed Dr. Aborode are standing trial as we speak in a high court. It was an interpolitical party affair. I forgot the name of the man that wanted to be the chairman because Dr. Aborode was the favorite chairman. That Balda Sheba that they kidnapped him and they were asking for ransom and cow ate his farm is just a bunch of lies that has been debunked by no other person than the governor himself. The governor granted a 1 hour long interview, and so when we keep making this reference, we are just deliberately whether it's the right word is obfuscating.
What you are telling me now, there is nothing like Fulani killing in Yoruba land at that particular period.
What's his man's name? Now, how can you just say because people kill? If people were arrested and people kill anybody, let them prosecute them. Every individual will not just say because a crime has taken place, we will not take the laws into our hand and begin to play John Wayne or John Rambo or Sylvester Stallone or Robin Hood. It is not. That's what we are looking for. When I land, when I land, you will put your own. What I'm saying is this: because a crime has taken place does not mean every individual, every Tom, Dick, and Harry will just become a John Wayne or Sylvester Stallone or Rambo and begin and take laws into their hand without proper. That particular one that you referenced, I'm not talking generally. I'm not just doing a blanket whatever. That particular one you referenced, it's not true. Because even the governor spoke to it extensively in an interview he granted, and there were suspects that have been arrested, and there was enough reason to charge those suspects to court, and those suspects are not Fulani men. I just want to put that one there so that we're not just because the way you throw it. Yeah, rational mind. Can you just rest? Can you just rest? Please, can you just rest?
Sorry, I'm not arguing that with you. But what I'm saying is this. Those guys are just an agitator.
I'm not disputing about agitating. I'm quarreling with the example you laid.
The reason why
you made is not true.
How do you know you have the truth when it comes to what you're talking about?
I have agreed.
I just told you that the governor came and spoke to it, and suspects have been arrested.
I don't want to compete with you.
Can we just talk one after the other?
No.
I'm just saying that the governor addressed that, and suspects have been arrested, and the suspects are in court.
You should remember that this Aborishade or Aborode man, there was a time they said they sent money to go and they kidnap him and the girl, and they send money to go and so that they can be released. People that took money to them, they said they are Fulani people. Suddenly now we're hearing something from another person.
Look at you. You are joining completely. You are joining two. You are joining two completely different things. You are joining two different. Yeah, because you are just lying. What you are putting out is lie. Why are you doing this like this? You are joining the story of what happened in Ogbomoso to something that happened. Why are you saying the correct and the girl and something? They are two different stories. And when somebody tell you, you say you cannot correct me, you cannot correct me.
Are you aware some people went to a church on Sunday in Awo and killed scores of people? Are you aware?
Oh my God! Now you are joining.
Oh God! Come on! No.
We are just talking about insecurity of it. People are agitating for government not doing what it needs to do. They are agitating for a decade in a system that is killing people, that is sending people to their early grave on planning death. This is what we're talking about. People are agitating on it.
Rational mind. Look, not because of the way you just talk, you think that you just lied. Now you join two stories that are not related in any. Let me finish. Let me finish. I don't.
What I just said now.
You are joining the kidnap of the girl in the hotel in Ogbomoso to Aborode. What are you talking about? It can be a dumb person like you. It can be a dumb or bad person like you. So why should I be reading what they are saying? I just told you the facts. We can bring that fact out.
That's your own
What
fact.
are you talking about?
Different from what we've heard over the time. This guy is in Germany, the same place that this guy's wife, what's his name? Igbo wives, they stay. They were both staying in Germany, and he moved. That was why he went. In fact, that was even what shoot him into limelight. The death of that guy was what really pained Igbo, that made Igbo go into other states. He got the fact, he got the news that these people that killed this guy were Fulani people who came into his farm. So now you are now telling us, you see, this is what you do. In the guise of, I don't know, sometimes you just say certain things, I don't even know where you're getting all your facts from. We just talk about Nnamdi Kanu a minute ago. You were arguing with me here that it was the lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu that were stalling the whole cases. And that was not what happened. But anybody who listens to you, who just let you just go away with that, run away with that thing now, will assume that was what actually happened.
Rational mind. Don't tell me, come on. Stop over. Don't tell me, come on. Don't tell me, come on.
No.
Don't tell me. No. Hold on. You have come again.
Let me mute you for a moment.
You have come again. There you go.
Hold on. You can have the conversation, but let the language not be aggressive. Have the conversation, but no aggressive language.
Less than just 20-30 minutes ago, Rational Mind here called General Yakubu and go on an idiot. He did not caution him.
Yeah, that's go on now. That's not you
president.
now.
No. So if I ask him to, he has said one thing. Look, forget it. Forget it.
Well, he's your fellow panelist, so there has to be mutual respect in the language to each
This
other.
is worse things. Rational Mind call people worse things. I don't know why only when people talk to Rational Mind that your adrenaline get pumped up one man. You defend him. He says worse things to people here. He said worse things to me. He said worse things to me. I'm not a baby.
Bishop, let's move.
I'm not a baby. Come on.
Let's move.
This is worse things.
Let's move on. Let's move on, Bishop. Where are we?
Hold on, Dewale. The worst thing that Rational Mind has ever said to anybody on this platform, he's been here for years, is come on. Rational Mind doesn't, it's not, his language is not offensive. I think everybody can, Ajande Koko, are you there? His language is never offensive. He'll say, come on, or you guys.
I just use comment for you now on WhatsApp, right?
Yes, Folly, back me up now. Does Rational Mind use foul language? He doesn't.
If it's common, I'm not seeing it as a foul language.
No. He never uses offensive language. It never aggressive language either. He can insult politicians. They are public figures and they're fair game. But I never hear him insult anybody. I don't think I have. About carry on.
Thank you, woman. I don't think we should be going the route of using inflammatory words. I never subscribe to that. I never do them, but sometimes arguments get heated up, and anyway.
No, we can have impassioned conversation without pedestrian language.
Yeah. Anyway, let me move from because we can continue to flog that case of Igbo whoever thing. But the what do you call it? The network road from what is it called? It's part of the topic, right? Was it?
The what?
The network road from Lagos to Calabar to.
Oh yeah, that was one of the outtakes of the FAC meeting or fake meeting.
It's a very celebrated initiative because you see, That's one thing, and I'm suspecting that that initiative will not be. What is the name of this current Minister of Works now? What is his name? The former Ebonyi governor.
Dave
What's his name?
Umahi.
I'm suspecting it might be the one that proposed that initiative. To me, that's a very good one. It takes someone who has a vision, because how do you integrate South, an entire South, if not through something like this, through good road network? Because now, instead of it's going to boycott, all this inner city, inner town, and go through the coastal. I mean, that's a very good. Before you know it, rail line will join. Before you know it, you just realize that look, you can transact business. You can move from southwest to south to southeast within hours. So to me, it's a very good move in the right direction. But the government should have done that. However, I've seen people that are also saying that I think I've come across it online where people are also condemning that it's going to be a white elephant project and all that. I mean, let them start first. Maybe at least we'll see. It's not going to be. I think that project will take for how long it's going to take. It's going to take years before it ends. But at least if any successful administration comes along and they don't say any good thing about it, that would be a shame. But at least it's a good initiative, for government to have, trying to put that in place, which is very good. Then coming back to the protests in Lagos, you know, I said it before, and it's going to be the last time such what you have happening in Lekki protest is going to happen again in Lagos, because now every time going to be a proposed protest in Lagos, the state government and the police command in Lagos are going to be sitting there and watch, because they're not going to allow what transpired during that Lekki. Is it 2022 or 21? I can't even remember anymore. And what happens then happens again.
2020.
20. So there's so far now. Wow. So I mean, it was unfortunate what happened then. As a matter of fact, look, when you are protesting, we've had protests in Nigeria before, led by qualified people, not just the charlatans that we have now. In the days of Beko Ransom, Kuti, and Co.
Jonathan.
I mean, even way before Jonathan, I'm talking about during the 1993, June 12, 96, 1997,
June
during
12
Abacha
protest.
era, we had successful protests, all right? And they were meaningful, covered by the press, without any tone of politics or whatever. And it was carried out successfully, even though the police were still going to disperse their pyro, whatever they call it, that called your tear gas to disperse people, despite that is their right to protest. But you see, what happens then? I think that was what makes the police force to come out and say, look, you can protest, but just don't be unruly. Don't destroy properties, and because I can tell you this, some of the things that I read online, if allowed to take place in real life, some of these folks they don't mind destroying lives and property, just like what happened during the NSAS. They would do it without blinking eyes. So, but yes, I think government. I mean, the picture that I saw shows police were also in their midst and all that, which is okay. I mean, Nigeria is hard now. Economically, it's hard, and people can barely eat. I'm talking about poor people, not just an average blue collar people. I'm talking about poor. I mean, look at our brother. Even Foley, you are calling from Nigeria, you can join up with your data. So that tells me that you are not just an average Nigerian right now. So, but that being said, people are going through hardship.
Foley is young billionaire now. You're talking, what you earn in a month is what he spends on lunch.
I'm on street with them. I'm in the same. We're on the same street with those guys.
Which
so
is
we head to
good.
the
It's
same
good that you
place.
protested, but you see, the thing is this: even though Tinubu may communication team may be having hard time communicating what they are doing, okay, because not everything they are revealing, but at the same time, continuous engaging the public is a way to carry people along, because people will now understand, look, you are doing something. But you see, even the little information that is being out there, a lot of people have no idea why government is taking this step. Why are we in this situation that we found ourselves? All right. So some people, I can bet you, in that protest just going out there simply because it says Tinubu or anything against Tinubu, let's just go. We don't mind. It doesn't matter. All right. And whether you're from Southeast, because I heard that in Southeast shouldn't protest because the Southwest brought it upon themselves. Look, to me, it's unfortunate that that is where we found ourselves now. So everything we do now still have the undertone of politics underneath. So, but people have right to protest, but allowing it to deteriorate to the point of anarchy is what I'm against. And if government is doing that by ensuring that people get maybe license or is it license or what do you call it? That's to for protection or for for the protest. If that is what we find ourselves wanting that to be done, hey, so be it, because we cannot allow such breakdown of law and order to happen again, especially in Lagos, because that is the center of commercial nerves of Nigeria. And whatever happens, and what I found really funny these days is that it's very easy to call for one agitation or the other, and people will take play. Look at what happened during the what is it, Mobad case or something. You needed to see the energy dissipated, and some even went and sponsored a billboard in this what do you
And
call
that
it, in
is
the
why,
Times Square.
and that is why, yeah, and that is why we are trying
all right.
to make sure.
I think state government was the
All
one
right,
that.
start to bring it home, Dewale, and then we go to
So,
Folly. Yeah.
so it's becoming more of a trend issue now that everybody just want to carry play carry. And when we are protesting, you protest for. Gone are the days when we used to get our information from a newsstand. So by and large, people are not just going to be allowed to be causing mayhem in the state anymore. If you're going to protest, but at the same time, I think government also understand, and I don't think government any responsible, including the one the constitutional authority that we have now, will be stopping anybody from protesting against any government policies. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Folly, you're up next. Just speak to us freely as the mood takes you.
Yeah, I'm still trying to speak about the protest of a thing that my brother is talking about, and that's why my fear is, as much as I love protest, and I still don't want a kind of protest that will go against the plan. Okay, but there isn't anybody that want to protest a genuine protest that have the mind of destroying properties. But what happened now in our space is this: we've left the process space for the hooligans among us. We've left the protest space for those guys who are really bitter in the society, which is not really actually good for our nation, because any protest that the elite did not carry on, they did not start, did not participate in it, and they allow the guys on the street to take over, would definitely be rough. And my fear now is this: those guys in questions, they were bittered and they were hungry. And the area that me actually believe that we can actually come in is for us to be the one leading them, not them leading the struggle on their own. Because if they do, it will be a kind of destruction to our space. Unfortunately for us, we are not seeing that coming, and we are thinking it will not come. But either we like it or not, if care is not taken and this guy enters streets on their own, we are going to pay bitterly for the crime that our government is committing, that our people in power is committing. So that is for protest issue. I think at this junction.
But the protests have not been especially impressive, you know. Anytime you look at it, it is never more than 20 people. Just students looking like people carrying placards.
Because Nigerians are being captured, and we are not seeing protests.
No, that is to tell you that the suffering is not to the level that people. If the suffering requires that they take to the streets, they will.
You see all these protests you are saying that you are not seeing that is actually having effects like much, because people that are actually coordinating it are still the one that have the normal brain in our society. People who really know, okay, let's carry placard, let's use this, let's have a write-up, tell the government. And they were the one that are still warming up for the protest. By the time the protest did not manage well, all the elites, all the bankers, all the decent one among us are not participating in the protest. And they are now allow those guys on the streets to be the one that will say, okay, we are not doing anymore. And they were ready to protest. It's going to be another thing entirely, which I'm not praying for that to happen. So like today now, we are going to have a nationwide protest, which is organizing by...
Is that by the NLC?
Yeah, NSC.
Oh, all right.
And some social, what's it called? What's it called? All these.
But the TUC are saying they are not getting involved with that.
No, they will. They just said they didn't keep them informed on time. But I think they've settled it yesterday, and they are calling.
It says TUC pulls out of NLC planned protest gives reason.
Actually, the way I was listening to that guy when he was talking to Sheun Akinbaloye last time, I'm expecting something like that to come up. You know, all these people. The problem we have in this space today is these people that are supposed to even speaking for Nigerians, they are being bought off. The leaders are being bought off. Most of them are being bought off. So, and we are waiting for them. And that's why that's exactly where we are here, where we are today. Because any society who doesn't have this social,
they bought them already?
You said?
Are you saying they were bought? They were paid?
No, I don't need to say. It's all what we all know, that the so-called organization we're all talking about are being led by people who represent government, not the real purpose of having those organizations. So that is not an issue to discuss. It's already what we know. We have people that will just go and negotiate with government and come back and tell their people that nothing happened. This is what we have. So that is not something we should be discussing here. Well, this is what actually brought us here, because those people are supposed to be the speakers for people, mouthpiece for the less privileged, for people who doesn't have the voices. They're supposed to be the one that will be representing them to speak their mind to them, to the government. But fortunately for us, we missed that space. Student union as well, they were being bought, they were being taken out of the system completely. You know, all these things are the reason why government see us as if we don't have power anymore. And people actually have the power. It's only we are not organizing it. Nobody's asking for shutting down the system. But can we just raise our voices a little? Let them hear us. That something is paining us, something is affecting us, and they do the needful. This is what protest actually meant for. It's not to distort things. Just for government, you know, people don't know that even protest is even what they gave you birth to be a protesters. Because if you are being given birth to and you don't make noise, your parents will not even carry you. If you are hungry as a baby and you don't cry, they will not breastfeed you. These are the things that will actually our right, our born right, to protest against anything that is not giving us the kind of life that we want. I'm not seeing any big thing in protest. And even the issue of the NSAS of the thing, initially, NSAS was not violent. It was not really violent. It was government and people in government that make it look like they were the one that went ahead to go and pay for those stocks to come and be attacking people. They were the one that make it violent. And they did it intentionally. They did it to win, to conquer the game. And they actually got what they want. So these are the things that happen in our space. And we have to be serious about it. If this thing is affecting us individually, either we like it or not, either you're in Nigeria or you're not in Nigeria, you have family here, it's affecting us. We only need voices, a decent voices that can actually be putting these people on their toes. This is what we need. And this is what I call, this is the reason why I say I think protest is actually needed more than anything.
But the problem is, Folly, the people are not showing an appetite for it. We've been hearing for a long time now that any moment now, the people will read that tipping edge and they will tip over. We heard it all the way through Buhari. We're still hearing it. And all of the protests that we have been seeing, they've been somewhat contrived, organized by spaces like yours, the Take It Back movement and all of those sort of spaces, which is politically sponsored essentially by people with vested interest in politics. Not that big money politics is coming into it, but Ashore is a politician, so you can see, you can read and
One man, don't go to that area of Showore is a politician. Showore is just a person that loves the country. He's just that person that actually loves the country.
Everybody loves the country. Now, Atiku loves the country.
It's not everybody. It's not everybody that loves the country. It's not everybody. It's not everybody that loves the country. When someone loves his country and is a patriotic citizen, you will definitely see that in them. So we organizing a protest is like during all this fallout period, they try their best. They try to correct the shenanigans of the government, but people don't see them. And that's why those guys came, they fight it, and they left. So if we as well, and we still feel our own generations, time will come, I'm not sure, God forbid, we may not see a country that will all dream of. Okay? Silence in the midst of all these things that is happening, if you are too silent, it's too dangerous for us. We cannot keep quiet and see things going against our life,
Folly, you may be surprised that there are some people and plenty of them as well that don't read the Nigerian situation in quite the way you do or your space does. There are people who identify that there's been decades of rot in the system, and those decades of rot are being addressed now, and they're seeing the workings of it. When those decades of rot are being addressed, there's going to be a pain period, and that is the pain period that Nigeria is going through now. And a lot of people adopt that understanding. So I don't think everybody is on board that, we have to go. No, not everybody is thinking like that. I certainly am not thinking like that. I can see what the government is doing, and I can see the necessity of it. I understand the suffering of the people, but if Showore was there, nothing that significantly different would happen. If Obi was there or Atiku, nothing that significantly different would happen. The country, it was at that point that it needed to shed a lot of these things that is being shedded now. So I'm not quite sure that there's any alternative pathway that has not been explored.
Okay, one man. Sorry. How many months will it take us to have rice, to plant rice and harvest rice? How many months?
Well, is it planting rice we're talking about? We're talking about money. We're talking about economy. We're talking about we're talking about creating an enduring legacy that will. Is it rice planting and yam planting?
Any country that cannot feed their citizens, they should be expecting something worse.
Which country cannot feed their citizens? There's plenty of food in Nigeria.
We can't eat plenty of food for where?
Yes,
Wow.
there
Why
is.
are you talking like this now? Why
Yes,
are you talking like this? We have it in
you
our
are in the
house.
market now. When have you ever gone to the market and you didn't see food? You know, it's not the quantity of the food; it's the affordability. Affordability is the issue, not a scarcity.
If you have a mass production of your production of your goods, of your foodstuffs, people would buy at the lowest price. So when you are talking about, yes, people, there is no food outside here. That's why the food is fucking expensive. The one you are seeing here are being smuggled. It's being smuggled to the country, and people that are smuggling it as one making it look like, if you have enough food, people will not even think about. People will not even see whether Tinubu is working or not. People are hungry.
Fully.
Bag of rice today is 90,000. In a system, you are paying 30,000 as a minimum wage. Come on.
Fully, can I interject you real quick?
I'm here, bros.
All right. So I think Woman has a point, and you have your point as well. But the thing is this: what I think is this: is that when people don't have the money to buy food, the food will just be there. I don't know if people have listened to some of these market women on different videos that we've seen that is complaining that nobody's coming to buy food. So when they've not sold their wares, they've not sold their commodities, it will just be there on the stand, and people will think maybe there's there's so much food for people to buy. The reason why it looks like there's food for people to buy is because nobody's buying those food because there's no money. If people buy, maybe they bring in 2 tons of food into a market, they are barely even selling half a ton. So
yeah, but rational mind, that's not. You said nothing can ever be priced beyond affordability. You cannot put stock out that you know that your customers cannot afford, or otherwise you're out of business.
That's what is happening.
No, that's not what is happening. People are adapting to.
That is exactly what is happening. People don't even have the money to buy.
People don't have the money to buy food.
All right. Okay. Let's say you put out yam on your stall, and you price it beyond what the people around you can afford. What happens to that yam?
It will spoil.
Well, exactly. So then you price it then
that same yam, Mr. Woman, that same yam, bring it out and sell it cheaper. Come and see how people will rush you.
Well, no, but what I'm saying to you is that it is not in the interest of the seller for the yam to spoil. So they will price it to a profit, but also price it to the way that it will be bought. Nobody is there to just. It's not an art installation. It's not an. Yes,
we are saying the same thing. People don't have this. People don't have this money to buy, and because of the food is fucking expensive, and it's expensive because there is no.
Well, there you are. So people are adapting to the reality of it.
People are adapting, but there is no money to sustain it. Sustainability is not there.
Let me say this: the production, or rather the supply, is not meeting demand. That's number one. A lot of places, farmland, where people farm, people cannot go there. Farmers cannot go there due to insecurity. So the little they are bringing out to the market is very expensive and it's not affordable to the people. You can see display in the market. Are they affordable? They are not. So that is what we have in the country.
Ajale Koko, you cannot say they are not affordable.
They are not. They are not affordable. What are you saying now?
No. You cannot say
why are people? Hold on, one man.
Yeah.
Why are people saying big power now? Why is the campaign of big power everywhere? If
that's just meme, isn't it? That's just meme.
One man.
I know
Let's get
what one man is waiting for. One man is waiting for that time that the whole Nigeria will be on the street. Don't worry, you will see that day.
Get serious.
Just have patience.
People are really hungry. It's not joke.
That day will come, and it's coming very soon. Very soon. That you see people on the streets. I think that's what you are waiting for. And you will see it very soon.
People are going through serious hardship. People cannot feed themselves and their family.
People are collapsing.
Look, how much do you think that a family of 4 will spend on food?
Who is buying the food in the market at Janle Koko?
One man. What I'm telling you that we don't have enough production of food, and that is what is responsible for the high cost.
Yeah, but who is buying the food in the market?
People will still struggle one kind of way to buy
people
it.
will eat now.
So there you are. So it is not priced. It's not priced beyond their affordability.
It's not everybody that have the money to buy. The money that you're supposed to use to buy food for a month, you spend it in a day or 2 days, and you think, what happened to the remaining 28 days?
That is it. Everything is expensive. Everything.
And your income is not even increasing.
And you know that your country is a consuming country. A lot of things are imported as well. Very expensive. The what do you call it? A lot of things. I mean, insecurity is a big factor to this. It's not that Nigeria cannot feed. It's not capable. Nigeria as a country is not capable of feeding itself. But the problem is that people cannot go to farm. Look, one man, a guy came here 2 weeks ago after you left on Mike's show. The guy lives in America here. And he said he has invested like 40 million or 50 million in farming. Everything went down the drain. Failed. Your state. Every effort for him to succeed was thwarted. He said that, you see, when they planted and when it's close to harvest, some criminals will just come, take away all their harvest, and what is going to happen to him? He's going to lose money. He said all his effort to modernize and transform farming because of the experience and the training he had in the United States, everything failed. Do you know how many thousands of farmers that has happened to? And what do you think that will be? What is going to be the outcome of that situation when farmers cannot farm? The little supply will be very expensive, and people won't be affordable for people to buy. It's not a good situation, man. It's bad. Everybody talk to people, they will tell you cost of food. I want fully try you. What they are going through in that country, fully, and the people that live in that country. Let me just leave it.
And what woman is waiting for is that day that we see millions of Nigerians on the streets. And with what is going on now, that is near. It's near. Nobody will tell anybody to come out anymore. The people will just, on their own, come out. And the government will be shocked what will happen. I just pray we can manage it. I just pray we can be able to manage it.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So thank you, Foley. Is Patrick there? Patrick, are you there? Is Ola there? All right. So I think we've done the round. So Foley, just give us a general feel of what optimism is looking like in Nigeria. I mean, it can't just be all gloom. But is there anything that people are hinging their hope on? Foley.
In Nigeria? You mean Nigeria?
Yes. Yes.
I'm not sure there is anything like hope anymore. People don't have hope.
Is there anything that you think Tinubu is getting right? You can't be getting everything wrong. What do you think is getting right?
My own assessments, if I should assess Tinubu, if I should rate him from scale of 1 to 10, I'll give him 1. Tinubu, yes. I don't know what you people can say about it. Any system that put people into this object poverty is any policy that anybody made in life that make people suffer this much. It's a wicked policy. You're supposed to be considerate before you even implement them. I know we have a lot of people that have these feelings for them, but I will tell you, this is how Buhari started 8 years ago. And the result, this is how we push it. We should be endure, have patience. It's working. For that 80 years, nothing ever changed. And these people have started again. I don't pray for the I don't pray for their downfall. But with what I'm seeing, it's not a matter of prayer. With what I'm seeing on ground, I'm not seeing anything better they are doing at all. Because I don't understand why you.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
All right, ask that question. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Dewale. Give me 1 microsecond. Ask that question, but ask it under now the able tutelage of guidance of Mike as I bill.
One more before you go. I wanted to throw one question. Maybe you can probably answer yourself. I want to throw the question for everybody. Unfortunately, most people have gone. Do you guys think there's a possible chance that maybe we are experiencing some type of economic sabotage from some kind of source? There's a book called A Confession of an Economic Hitman. How certain ways, I mean, I'm just saying, putting it out there. Maybe some type of sabotaging is going on. Because I remember like some years ago in America here, some people were making fake dollars and it was going in circulation, and I'm telling you, one man, people that were under behind it happened to be a group of Indians and Nigerians. That stuff was going up. I knew about it before even the government knew about it. A lot of Nigerians make money from that stuff, man. They were making dollar, like real dollar. They were spending it. The only way they find out, it was only one machine that I used to look at it to know that it's a fake one. And then, if you go through the ATM machine, the weight and stuff like that. So we don't know. Hey, there may be some kind of economic sabotaging going on. We don't know. But hey, they just need to look into that. I don't know if you guys,
all right. I think that's more Dewale's space. I think he's in law enforcement and things like that. Let me quickly acknowledge Ayo, Ola, Kulata, Lato Rich, Timajek. So those are the list. The super chat still open under Mike. So Mike, bring it home. I think you've still got quite a few people. The conversation still carries on. I think Dewale wanted to put a question to Folly. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Dewale, see there?
Yeah, I was trying to ask Foley a question. Did he actually vote for Tinubu? Can you hear me, rational man?
We can hear you. I hear you, but I don't know if I think
You mean me? If I voted for Tinubu?
Did you vote for? Huh?
Why will I vote for? Why will I vote for Tinubu?
Okay, now yeah, that is that answer my.
Because I'm seeing this coming already.
Yeah,
I can't vote for Tinubu. Why should I vote for Tinubu?
I mean, fair answer.
When I see from someone like Chowore on Grant, I'm voting for Tinubu.
Yeah.
I decrease.
You know the funniest thing. You know the funniest thing, national man.
Is that what you voted?
National man.
Yeah.
You know the funniest thing. Anytime this Oronsaye report comes up, you know what is funny is that this man that spearheaded the entire report actually was accused of embezzling almost 2 billion naira.
I think I heard that too, but I don't know. I don't know much about
yeah. The court now declared him, acquitted because they
okay.
I think it has to do with some of the because look, the man actually dabaru civil service when he got there. He joined the civil service, at the older age, and of course, government did the abracadabra and they gave him, civil service position. But they knew he was good at what he does because he's an accountant. And when that committee was, established, they were given a mandate to actually find a solution to, civil services needed overhauling and all that. And then they submitted some of the things that they proposed, man. Nobody in the civil service liked it because then we used to have longer time for the principal officers like a permanent secretary and all that. This guy put a stop to it and give them a time limit. So when you get to permanent secretary level, you're almost close to retirement. And some of these folks always cut their age so that they could remain in civil service, right? He saw through, in fact, to the simple mundane thing like having television in the offices of this, he told them to remove this. So it was so hard, like this thing needed to change. Right. So I guess that was what informed the acquisition of that 2 billion embezzlement and all that. But luckily the court found him, discharged him and acquitted him from the case. So it's just so ironic and funny that look, having his name attached to a report at the same time for something good. Now you also have something like the 2 billion. I won't be shocked if tomorrow is saying that they want to contest a public office. They will go out and dig some other things out and say that he killed his mother or something.
Yeah, I trust Nigerians now. Nigerians are now fast becoming like Americans now. They will always go and dig your past for you.
Go ahead, for the rational mind. Go ahead. I'll be listening.
No, I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know if Mike will allow me. For me, I just think. Or Foley, are you allowing me to talk? Or you want to answer him? Foley, are you still there?
I'm here. You are free. I'm sure.
Okay. So you see, I think our politics has evolved over time. When people will have to go and dig your past for you. But the only thing is that Nigerians have become so crafty as to how to counteract that defect. Ordinarily, what some people would be a scandal here in countries like America where we live, and the person would just throw in the towel. Say, okay, I don't do it again. I'm done. Maybe he had extramarital affairs, or he had kids outside, or he was involved in some things. When that comes to light, a lot of them will just throw in the towel and they just resign. They'll say, okay, they're not contesting anymore. But in the Nigerian context, our politicians, they become so crafty that they also send in false narrative outside there to confuse people, and you begin wondering, even the news, the previous news you had the first time, Is it true? I mean, is it true that he did that thing? You know? So I don't see really happening and working in our own climes, in our own climb. But I know as time goes on, the only thing why I think is not really why it's not really happening is because people don't come out, put themselves up for debates. If they put themselves on debates, like if Tinubu had debated other people, maybe that would have been all of them on the stage. People can scrutinize them, put them through the eyes of eye of a needle, you know, try to like scrutinize them.
No, even if you put them on a debate, the electorate, the set of people that elect leaders in Nigeria, they are not there to listen to your debates. They are actually going there to go and collect 5,000.
I'll disagree with you. You see, the thing is this. You see, if you watch when Showore came up with, let me not say Showore, let me go back as far as during 99, 2003 election, when debate was being championed by some people. I mean, a lot of people became more politically, how do I say, conscious of what's going on. But when some people just started declining to the, like, Baba Yabo, they never wanted to debate. Other people don't want to debate. They believe that they are bigger than other people that are debating. That's why I love Nigerians. You see, one thing about Nigerians is that if they start selling them dummies, start selling them, they are these kind of people that are easy to brainwash. I mean, people at home. So what I'm trying to say is this. A lot of us who became more politically aware, when we started hearing people like, what's it called? This former lawyer, Ganifawa, when he was debating back then, we listened to people like, some other people that were debating back then. We can be like, understand that, oh, this is how we can scrutinize, we can hear from our politicians. But when, what's his name, declined, Obasanjo declined, I think Yar'Adua too declined, all of them declined, and even Jonathan declined, you know, and all true, even Buhari, they all declined. No one wanted to, I mean, I think Buhari wanted to.
That's supposed to be a turn-off. That's supposed to be a turn-off.
That should have been what?
For them. A turn-off for them.
A turn-off as well? What do you mean?
As in total write-off, that they are not ready to lead.
Exactly. But I remember Buhari wanted to debate in the past. In 2007, 11, I think wanted to debate. And nobody, I think Jonathan never wanted to debate him. You see, the thing is this for me is that if we start cultivating that culture, imbibing that culture of debating, you see, a lot of Nigerians will start sitting down in front of their. What just happened recently with this crap we saw just happen now in this last election, that the person that got in there, he said he wanted to dance. I'm here to dance. He did not really flesh out his people that were running around with all these narratives of, oh, he's a master strategist and all that kind of thing. But I tell you, if Nigerians started listening, started organizing real debate for people to debate, I think Nigeria will become more conscious. They'll be more politically educated to make that decision as to who. They won't want to go by what their minions are telling us, whether they're obedient or the Agbado people. They don't want to go by what anybody say. They want to hear directly from them. That is how you develop a democracy. But when we go by
there is still one factor that is actually still affecting us. Factor of Wale. They don't have the structure. That factors is affecting us seriously. A lot of people will see good candidates, a better candidate, but because he believes that he will not win, they won't vote for him. They rather stay at home, listening to their DSTV, expecting Arise News to tell them who win the election. And the people that went out to go and vote most times are these people who does not know anything about governance. They will just say to them, maybe one of their councillor or one of their elder in their village is the one that actually told them that this is the person you are going to vote for. They have no clue of whether you are coming to do something as a governance or you have a duty to deliver for them. But none of them do have this clue. And until that time, all of us starts injecting those communities, passing to them the messages of good governance, what governance means in their life, and the purpose of having a good people in the space of governance, those guys will not ever change their mind. They will still believe that I don't care, 5,000 and when she magba.
I don't really believe. I don't really. No, sorry. You see, the thing is this. Let's not say never say never. See, our Nigerian people are very, very.
Can you hear me? What you don't mind?
Go on, please. Go on.
Oh, okay. I was wanted to when you mentioned public debate among the presidential candidate the other time, and I'm trying to rationalize um the impact of debate in public governance. Honestly, it's been debunked that what candidates says during the campaign is actually what they're going to do when they get to the office. One, there's also a saying that you campaign in prose and you govern in what I forgot how to put it.
In poetry.
In poetry. Thank you. Reason being is that sometimes you will assume or that this is how things should be, but when you now face the reality, you realize that there are a lot of roadblocks and in some other cases bureaucracy that will becomes an obstacles, and then you realize that um you've made promises to the electorate, and now when you fail to fulfill that promises, then you now say you as a liar, um, and somebody cannot be held to their word. Now, and that is why politicians always trying to avoid anything that will make them, place them at the center. And look, even in the United States, the public televised debate didn't happen until 1960, all right, between I believe JF Kennedy then, and he actually won because of his stage managed performances. And of course, there's other factors that contributed, but that also play a huge role because what people are looking for in debate are the soundbite or what we can call, performance. When you have somebody who thinks, think cleverly on their feet, who can, especially the lawyers, right? But you see, governing or public administration is a very, very complex thing. And that is why when you operate in a democratic system, it's always not going to be your way because a lot of stake uh, 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 um, that will be against you. So when you talk about debate, talking about people come out debate, they're going to fumble because majority of it has been rehearsed, majority of it has been practiced, not an happen instant where you have a daily life thing. Yes, there are some other things that that people would debate about that those things that are almost becoming a current decimal in our daily social life. But you realize that the way they will, I mean, some of just like Tinubu organized. It featured in some what you can call the uh, what do you call this?
Public forum.
Not really public forum, like organized you know with the stakeholders where I forgot what they call this. When they ask him, just like the one that happens in Arewa
Oh yeah, something like
Consultative
that. Yeah, okay.
Forum,
Okay.
where it was thrown some questions, and not very many of them were rehearsed. Not very many of them were already anticipated. But you see, but that forum enables him to shed some light on some things, and the media head to it. Now, and it was cautioned because look, for years we've had politicians that uses that debate as a weapon against their opponent, knowing that they have a very good stage presence and command of word, and they're wordsmith. So when people look at debate as the prelude to what will happen during the governance itself, it to me is more or less like just delusioning or just is- to me it won't really bring the essence or the main how that person is going to govern comes to
No,
be.
no, no,
So
no, no.
so when you have people debating, no,
it will
you I
means
may
you give a
how many
promise.
times?
No, no, it will means it will means you give a promise, and people will be able to hold you on what you promise.
Yeah,
Okay,
but when you
because when you say
promise,
something during the yes, people can be able to see something that okay, this is what you promise. Even if you are not
okay,
doing it, they will see something to castigate you on.
okay, when
Unlike
you
Let me
it's
ask you a
promise,
better than
question.
when you don't say anything.
when you
Guys, let me ask you.
promise,
Adewale, let me ask you a question.
yeah,
What do you think is what do you think is the purpose of a debate?
debate was not brought to our. That is why no electoral law has ever mandated it ever.
I'm not saying
Not
any
even in
electoral law.
Nigeria.
But
No,
why
I'm
do you think this is
saying
important?
it was brought forward because they wanted, the politician. I mean, the people. I mean, the candidate and the electorate to more or less have uh, a rapport where you can bring them closer to the electorate, and then ask them questions. But sometimes, they want to see them answering some question, pertinent question. But that does not guarantee that what being said is going to be executed. You know why? Because the dynamic of politics, especially in the climate that we are. Look, I'll tell you this. During the Obama second time, when he was
You wanna hold
debating
it.
this man, what is his name? Um, this this man from Utah. You remember one rational man, right?
Who was that?
And this former governor of Utah, what is his name?
Mitt Romney.
Romney. And he was asked some question. The guy actually goofed despite his preparations and other. He goofed, but because Obama, of course, was the incumbent, he has been practicing. So that one wanted to score a cheap shot, and to some extent, it was succeeding. It was leading in the poll for some time. Guess what happened? A leaked audio tape came out where Romney was berating people contributing to the social security. You know what the story all about, rational mind. And that's why I said that sometimes the dynamic of politics make mockery of debate. Because why? If you show me your antecedent, what you've done in the past, that will becomes the pointer to what I expect from you. People do change, but you've already accustomed yourself to politics of the land. So when you now have somebody who is promising heaven and hell, we all know we are human beings. I don't want to talk about politics. We are human. People, human beings fail, but sometimes might not be uh, for personal reason, but might not be deliberate as well. But people fail, and when you have a very complex society like we do in Nigeria, where you have multi-tribal, multi-ethnic, multi-whatever, and you have them in a diverse way with a different voices, with different agitation, with one headache one day, you realize that what you said during your campaign is going to follow you, going against you. But at the same time, you make a commitment. So sometimes you say it in a very short and not too into details, but you already have your own end game that you have close to your chest. So when you have people, politicians, when Obama was contesting, he didn't promise that healthcare will be his number one priority when he got there. He ham twisted the legislature to him to achieve that. And I tell you what, if that had happened in the second time, he wouldn't have been able to pass that bill. But of course, he put them at the center because he was popular. I'm talking about somebody with 60 something percent, all right, in the poll. So he used that to leverage a lot of things. So he didn't use that to campaign because he knew this. I mean, it's 50-50. And if you propose it, but when he got there and decided, say, look, I think I'm going to go after this, and he was doing that behind the curtain, then he was able to succeed, and it became, the public knows about it. The bill was going through the reading. So when you have politicians that are promising heaven and hell, and they go to the office and they're meeting all these roadblock and stumbling block, and it becoming much tedious for them to achieve what they've promised, they will see them as a liar, because no matter what decision you take when you're at that resolute desk, every decision comes from side of politics.
So Dewale,
Where
you are against debate, is what you're saying.
no, I'm not against the bill. I'm not against debate, but I'm just, showing, why debate not necessarily means that what that politician will be able to achieve, because promising,
No,
engaging in.
they're talking about the impact it's going to have on voting itself, because many people will rely on what, remember, people are in the middle that are undecided, that actually want to listen to policies and all that stuff. So based on what you say on stage and how you interact with the other candidate will determine how some of them vote. So it will not policy or how you implement, but in terms of voting, debates will influence the way people vote.
Unfortunately, we have a politics that is mainly.
Can I quickly say something, please?
Okay, go ahead.
The debate is good, but a lot of people always look at the optics instead of looking at the issues. So sometimes when they are into the debate, you will find out that politicians who engage in debate are not really looking to sort out issues on that debate stage. Though they will be talking about it, but they will be looking for a situation whereby the opposition will either goof on certain issues, like you talked about, issues like Mitt Romney and stuff like that. So things like that are what most people look for. And some politicians, when they know that they are not a good communicator, they just try to say, I don't have time for this. But in honesty, I've come to see these days as it doesn't really make any difference.
Oh, Progressive, can I ask a quick question? If Good Luck had debated Buhari, would that have at least changed had an impact on the direction of the results, or people would be debated?
Nobody will have voted for Buhari.
That's my point.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That
on stage it will have been destroyed, and that would be like on for everybody to see.
But the problem in Nigeria is this. Immediately people actually carry that your name or putting you in their brain. They don't. None of them will see your mistake anymore.
It's
Even
not
if
only
you like.
Nigeria. It's not only Nigeria. If
Even if
Trump now, if Trump like he should say all sort of rubbish on debate stage. No, it's not worse. It's the same everywhere. Boris Johnson had the same issues as well.
I'm talking about my
Boris Johnson couldn't go wrong at the time.
So
fully
fully
push over with Buhari on stage. How did that work out?
I never see any Nigerian politician that can
his court followers will still not care.
It's going to be a political suicide for them, including Obi. Obi cannot even debate Chowore.
What about Prince Adewale?
That is still okay. Mohalu tried it and he failed. He knows he regrets coming to that interview.
When did hold on? Are you talking about the interview where he already started calling him out?
I know when they were talking about salary of a thing.
But sure, you can't say sure already. It wasn't sure just on the.
No, there was a debate, Mike. There was a debate.
No, it was not. They were just questioning them, but Sure was interfering in
it's an interview.
Him answering questions. Yeah, it was an interview. It was not a debate.
And it come to a stage when Mohalu is saying that he has not prepared to know how much he's going to pay for workers. Sure now told him that means you are not serious. Election remain how many days, and yes, you don't know how much you are going to pay for workers.
Let me
but you can't really know now.
He said
I mean, you have to come in and see what's there. I mean, you have to know exactly.
He said as a person that is coming on board, you're supposed to know how many workers you have, and you're supposed to do all your diligence. Find this. How much is it there? How much do you have? How much are they paying them? It's what you are coming to come and start a job. You're supposed to prepare yourself for that job you want to come out.
To me, that day I thought Sure threw a cheap shot. To be honest, to me that was just cheap shots. I don't think he
likes the limelight.
Look, I think that debate. Look,
it was not a debate. It was just cheap shot. Sure,
it's an interview. It's an interview.
But yeah, but he came for. Sure was not the one interviewing him now.
But it shows the preparedness of the boats.
I don't necessarily.
Mohalu already know how much he's going to pay for the ABCON. but you never know how much it's going to give to workers. And this is outcome of a thing. It's what actually put us where we are. Paying people who already rich, who would take our money to go and buy jets, and we still bail them out of their debts. And yet, people who are doing the job, people that you are going to pay salary, people you are going to pay salary to, and they will
See,
use
a
the
lot
salary to
of
buy.
things you already say, they are not really something possible or even feasible, sir. Like saying there's money everywhere, there's money this. Come on. I
There
know
is
the guy is
money everywhere,
smart, but he
Mr.
played
Mike. There
that.
is money everywhere, Mr. Mike. What we
Really,
have here
there's
is
money. That's why we are.
management. There is money everywhere. What we have here is management, mismanagement. We have money.
Come on now.
Don't let them
You
deceive
see,
you on this. We have money
fully.
to meet up with our needs.
So they will tell you build skyscraper all over the country. You turn everywhere to come on, man.
Fully,
It's not that
you
easy.
see why?
Come on.
You see why I
This
say
thing is
that?
not a rocket. This one is not a rocket science. You only need somebody who know what you want to do with it.
Fully. You
Foley, it's a
said that.
rocket
That
science.
shows
Governance
that
is not a
it
rocket
was prepared,
science.
right? You said that
It's
means it was
preparedness
prepared
that
from the
Campaign.
matters.
It's easy to campaign to say what you can do, what you can do, what you can do. But
It's not
trust me, bro.
okay if you don't.
It's not like you
It's not
can't
about
do it.
campaigning.
But I'm not saying you can't do what you're saying, but it's not as easy as the way the guy
Perfect.
put it out. Like,
Okay,
oh, I
somebody is
can just
talking about
come in and begin to
somebody is
build
talking about
three.
cannabis.
So
Somebody is
already
talking about
we'll build
cannabis
second,
before
third,
you
and
came
fourth.
in.
Hold on, you say we build second,
But
third, and fourth Niger bridge. Are you kidding me?
Mike. How many months do you think it will take us to build Lagos Ibadan Expressway? If really serious, how many
Man, that's been
months
built,
do you
man.
think
That's
it
already
will
built.
take us? No. I'm
It's already
just
been
asking
built.
you. As a serious
Yeah, but you
person.
need budget. You have to budget for it. You have to budget. So it's not like it's a matter of the money is just there or the budget is there, but we're not doing it. I understand. Like in the past, they were screwing up and things like that. But you can't just say everything you want to build. You can just build a bunch of stuff like that. You still have to budget for it. Why do you think Buhari have to take loan to build certain infrastructure? A lot of our money goes into subsidy unless hold on. Unless you wait. For sure to be able to do those things, first thing first, you have to remove subsidy to get the money. And so already telling us it's not going to remove subsidy. So that already contradicts the what he's saying now. Come on, where are you going to get the money?
No. You don't need to remove subsidy before you
Really?
make things.
Then you have to borrow there. Like Buhari did. You have to go and borrow.
Even do you know borrowing is not even a problem. It's how you manage what you borrow.
We understand all this, but everything she already saying you build like it's too many things you say we build overnight. But you
if
can't
you borrow money and you invest in money in a particular place that is supposed that will actually bring a kind of result, you have nothing to lose. It's what your money will be doing for you is for you to be paying what you use it what's it called the money back, what you invested money on will be paying you back what you're supposed to be paying for where you borrowed.
Listen, Foley, I think the problem we have as Nigerians is that a lot of us we've traveled out of the country, we've seen what they have in the Western world. Then we, in our mind, we think Nigerians should have just turned this place to become where we are overnight. I think what we still have to take into consideration is that these people also went through what we are going now, and it took them time to get to where they are. And once you have built some certain foundations, to lay on top becomes easier. And I think that is where Nigeria has been getting it wrong for many, many years. We've not been able to lay those solid foundations for us to build upon. I think if we are able to get a leader or a government that will come in and create and build this
and lay
solid
the
foundation,
build a
so that
system.
any government that comes in, all they need to just do is
they just continue.
This is what you get every other, because what they've been able to do successfully was to build a solid foundation, and then it just become an autopilot. So the system begin to just run itself. But
people will not see our political space as a place where you come and make money anymore.
Exactly. So I think what we need to get right is the foundation of the country needs to be solid. Every government have come and they've tried to be populist. They've tried to make people happy. Sometimes you don't need to make people happy. You just do what is right.
Progressive. Sorry to cut you short. Let me just say something real quick. The story of Abia Power thing. I think we're also missing the point here, a different angle here, where you have something that can provide electricity for, is it a whole region or I'm not sure. And that was stored for 10 years, and the government of the country watched that project just decay, and nobody made a move at all levels. That is not
because
that.
it's not their priority. It's not their priority.
Some can give
their priority is to come there to buy Jeep, to buy Prado Jeep.
But for the think about this,
to build houses,
they have it right there. The only thing bugging it down are legal issues. They have it's there. It's not like they have it there. If I'm the president at the time, I will make a move. What's going on here? And you watch that for 10 plus years, and nobody at all levels could actually make a move. Not even the president of the country. That is where love of country comes in, man, gentlemen. That's where love of country comes in. If you love country, you will make the move.
The love of country does not exist in Nigeria. It's love of tribe and love of region or your state. So the problem we have.
I hope that Abia, when they have the electricity, because they're going to have influx of non-indigents into their state. I hope that
there will not be Abia electricity. Look,
I know. I'm saying that
to have electricity is good. Look, these two people are just going. We have independent power plant in Edo State for about 4 years now. Oshomo power plant has been there for about 4 years. There are a lot of government parastatals and a lot of businesses in
it's because it's government owned. Baba last start his own 2 years ago, and he's using it already.
There's a lot of businesses in Benin that is running on 24/7 electricity. The stadium, the government offices, a lot of the palaces, a lot of those places are on 24/7 electricity. So the problem they have now is how to start to connect to individual household. The infrastructure
and mind you, those projects supposed to supply the industrial environment side.
Yeah,
where you know that this production is taking place. Those are the area you need all those bongos of projects to go and start from there. Let's start from our production side at first, before you started building palace lights or governor's house lights.
Yeah, but where's the industrial?
Power your industrials.
Forget it. They have turned that place those wares to churches now. So maybe
that's what where the industrial area. The only thing like in Edona, the only thing the Obaseki is trying to do is that the area where that power plant is now, they are putting industries close to that place, like the ethanol plant, like the modular refinery. They are all in the same area where that power plant is. So that
that's
area
the best way.
Yeah, so that area now is more like the industrial area.
Industrial area.
Yeah, industrial area. So,
but that means you must have industrial zone. Not everybody just building it all over the place. That way, you can target the power to them. Like, okay, this is the area that you need to supply. We know how much you consume every week. This is how much you get. So there has to be a zone for manufacturing in all states. I mean, that should have been done anyways. But you cannot just build anywhere. So you want to start manufacturing or a plant, you must be in a specific location.
You know the biggest challenge. Challenge is the infrastructures are not there. Look at our electricity cables. The way the whole thing. Look, if you put a power plant now for you to reach people, it's almost like you have to create a new grid on its own. You know, because the one they have there, if you use that one, you're just going to waste your money.
So those are the discos have been, what they call them? That's the distribution.
Yeah, those things are decades.
Yeah, I'm like, can't you do underground cable something within the city? Why do we have all these wires all over across?
Yeah, but it's going to be super expensive because you're talking about armored cable. You know, armored cable are super expensive property. They are like super expensive. Even the one you use for street light, guys are going there to cut the thing overnight, steal the armor cable.
And progressive, by the way, what should be the detriment, the punishment for vandalizing of government properties? Because even the new red line that they have in Lagos now, the governor said that they had to replace some parts because they were stolen. So and people don't even, they just steal cables, cut bridge poles. Don't they watch these things? And when they catch them, don't they throw them in jail for 4, 5, or 20 years? Or just, You can't have people pushing people's. I mean, like you're saying, cables are. I don't understand. There should be some severe punishment for.
Especially Ammo cables are super expensive, man. Like
somebody just went and just told that, and nobody does anything, and I don't. Well, that's your country, man.
Yeah, but so because that one, so the infrastructure alone, look, is they're decay, man. They are rotting. They need to. That's why you see sometimes they'll just tell you that area they haven't had light for 6 months.
The progressive. Yeah. Sometimes we always throw some kind of like, oh, it's not going to work. Somebody will ask you now, why don't we go underground? And you say, oh, it's not going to work. Well, of course. When you invest
I didn't say it's not going to work. I say it's expensive.
It's expensive. Okay, maybe you say it's expensive, but I think, in my opinion, underground cable, laying underground cables is better because it costs a lot to maintain the one all above. Because when you invest in infrastructure long term, I mean, the one that would last longer term, like hundreds of years. I mean, there are some cables here in these countries where we have here. They've been there for
several years. 1 second. You have to
if you invest into
how much are people paying for electricity? How much are they paying for electricity? How much are people paying for electricity in Nigeria?
Yeah, so if nobody's ready, then
before you put the investment into it, you have to first of all think how much are they paying you?
In my estate, do you know we don't have a pole that will have wire on? Everything's underground.
So
yes.
We need to start imbibing that kind of culture.
But you need to agree with me that what you pay for electricity in your estate is not what the average Nigerians pay for their electricity.
It's the same prepaid meter.
Yeah, but the charging
it's not the same
way they charge you.
The same prepaid is
going to be different.
The same prepaid meter that everybody are using.
So I don't know. Yeah. So you see, we need to stop this
archaic way. We only buy our card.
This archaic way of doing things. We need to stop it. We need to start I mean, recently I think someone who went to somewhere in China recently. He went to understudy their urban planning there in that country, and he came back. I don't know what did he learn there. I mean, you saw a country where the way they plan that country, they have drainage system. They have storm system where excess of rain on the ground. So you study all this thing. So what are you coming to do in Lagos with that? Well, fine. I'm yet to see how it's going to do that.
Did you see
go on, please.
Did you see when they were constructing China? When they were building China's? When they were building China, I mean, did you see how many buildings went down? Even some new buildings went down. Okay, so ordinary to remove buildings from the drain flow, people start turning it to Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba matter.
So, you see, well, yeah, I agree with you, but then
in our society,
our people are just progressive. We are lawless set of people. Lawless set of people. We don't like to follow instructions. We violate things, and when we are asked to behave properly, we hide behind tribalism. We hide behind poverty.
The only thing I can say is that a lot of the state
want to do the right thing. Sometimes
we are not lawless. It's just because our laws only deal with people.
Really, we are not lawless people.
Yes, you know what? Law is made for people, but when people that made law are the one violated law, so what do you expect?
So no, fully not dumping for refuse in the gutter. That's what do you call that? Not following that. Is that the government that is violating that? You can't follow those basic rules. You can't follow them.
Okay, let's say
the most basic of things we violate it. It's my point.
Okay.
People who steal from behind. Come on.
You know, the only time people really started following rules was during Buhari's war against indiscipline era, where the guy was just flogging the shit out of anybody that doesn't line up.
Do you think
the only time you can make a black man behave is when you use
why do you have to get to that point to put a black man?
That's what I don't understand, though. Even blacks in the diaspora, the time they behave well was when they were being forced to behave well, like when the white man
where you
was
are,
whipping them.
If not because of if not because
Foley,
of their
are you
leaders,
in Nigeria now?
actually see all these things. Human being actually human being everywhere want to go against law. Every
I don't
human
think
being
so.
everywhere.
I know, but
No,
then
the implementation, the leadership in controlling the law, in maintaining the law matters.
Foley, yeah,
Most of
It is
laws.
Progressive way, progressive way. Wait, hold on, please. Foley, in the 80s, do you remember we used to have environmental sanitation?
Yes, yeah. Why against it is indiscipline?
Did we follow that law? Did we?
Yes, we follow it. We are still even doing it.
You did not clean your house. You did not clean, cut the grass. You know what happened?
Yes.
But okay. So from that till now, what happened?
That is leadership.
No.
Foley,
Your own
Babati, give me
area.
1 second.
In your own area, can't you come together in your own area and do the right thing?
Babati, give me 1 second. See,
Yes,
if you have hold on. If you live in a society and you believe that you want things to work well in your environment, and I do notice this in America where I live. Whenever I move to certain white neighborhood, and I start to do some things that mess up the environment for them, they see it as you're punishing every one of us, and they will correct you. They will tell you. I'm not saying all white people are like that, but it's more common among them that they will look at you and tell you that what you're doing.
Even there are some areas
But
that you
when I
find yourself.
when I move to black neighborhood, whether it's Nigerians or just blacks, I don't have regard for making them. I mean, like caring about the environment. Like we don't have the regard. Like the things we do, we know is detrimental, but we just don't care. We'll ignore it. Like this is your environment. If someone is doing something around you that's detrimental to the that affects every one of us, why can't we just say no? This thing you're doing, don't do it. It's not good. It's doing something in the gutter. It's every one of us that will get that will suffer for it. We have to wait for government to come and enforce it. Come on now.
No,
I think it's black man's mentality. Maybe it's our orientation. Maybe it's not.
It's all about the environment.
Fully. The government.
I think our education system needs to start educating us about how to think for environment and not just for yourself only. I think it's the education system. I'm sorry.
The government of Lagos said they want to ban some bags of all those poly whatever. They want to ban it. People are protesting that you are littering the whole place and they want to ban something. You are still out there protesting against that. What they say is environmentally, it's not friendly to what they want, their own plan, and you had it gives your own benefit to protesting against that. What kind of human being are we?
Babati, in addition, so yesterday when he was conducting himself throughout the Lagos red line, can you see the dirt? Our people are so dirty that they just throw anything anywhere they like. People are not conscious of their environment, their health.
Sorry.
Even when they drove them away,
give government alone in some things. Instead of government,
it's not government
problem. It's our own problem.
It's our own problem. But before you can actually blame people of not doing the certain things, what are the provisions that you provide for them? In my estate, you dare not. Sorry. No, in my estate, nobody will arrest you. Nobody will deal with you. But even you yourself will think twice before you drop anything on the floor.
Okay, Foley, hold on.
Whatever you hand in your hand. Sorry, let me land. Whatever you have in your hand that you want to drop, there must be a dustbin somewhere very close to you that you can drop.
We are not talking about your estate. We are talking about public place. Look at Oshodi, for God's sake. They are developing that place, giving you what can make your life much more better. But people deliberately, they will litter the road. I've seen people when they eat inside their car, they will throw the plastic cover or whatever, they will throw it outside of their window to litter the road, to litter the street. Let's take the truth. Our orientation is bad. Our people
it's very bad. Look, Remy, you go in the bank here. So I've had this experience. You go in the bank. Normally you stay on the queue. So when you get to your turn, you go to the cashier or wherever you're talking to the person. You just see somebody will just come behind you and start talking to the same cashier, like literally behind you, talking to the same cashier. And then she will start answering the person. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you?
So let's stop blaming government for all our woes. Really? Our people are deliberately docile and their mindset is not good. Look at people working hard day and night, and what our people are there for. Some are just area boys, some are just they will drop them today, they will go back to the same place tomorrow.
I think what Tinubu government need to spend some money on is to start creating citizen advices office across Nigeria. Across all
we actually have what we call
national
what's the name? National orientation. But the problem we have, they are no more active.
They should have offices.
They are no more
active. They were active recently now about this money issue. They were active. They had to do a flyer and some news advert. I heard in Nigeria.
It's not only when we have. It's not only when we have issues. It's supposed to be continuous things.
No, for me, I think Nigerians should start from age 0.
At least on radio, they're supposed to be on radio all the time. Be on the television all the time.
No, you know what I think Nigerians should do? Now, any baby born from year 2023 or 2024, we should start new orientation for them. New orientation.
You have to work on the new generation because the whole world cannot
go somewhere.
It doesn't have to be the new baby. You can still go to primary school and start
you can start from the You know, we have to call a new generation. You have to give them a name. They will say if we are from this age to
our age making
that means you need to pack us.
You have to create a new generation.
You need to pack all of us. So
a new generation of new thinking. New thinkers.
Only for the tier Koboko they will need. I want the Koboko but
no, Gen Z now.
No, I know I'm considering it. Remy, somebody on the radio or live on TV. I think it was TVC. It was selling furniture on the real line. Furniture.
Then,
and the guy to leave
the
guy said,
traffic lights. Kí mọ́tò tán red tán báyìí. Kò dẹ̀ dúró kó máa outside traffic light.
For the benefit of other people here, I don't understand Yoruba, so let's try to make it English.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry. You know, you can imagine when someone you are at traffic light and you are already seeing the red light, and you parked, and somebody behind you was blowing on for you to pass.
Hey, to carry on, move.
They do that to me several times.
You are the one doing the right thing. You are the one doing the right thing.
No, it's not that there's no law. The implementation is bad. I've asked a question.
I know that, but even you, no.
They will be cursing you. They'll start cursing you.
Guys, no. Remy, in that Finland of yours, if you're driving and you need to pee, you don't come in there and put your dick aside and start peeing now. You don't do that.
You know, Robati, you know that's one thing I hate about men in Nigeria. Like, dude, you know how many times I see guys pulling out their bulla every I'm like, God, I don't want to see your thing now. God, Lord, they're pulling out right there in front of you, in front of your woman. You go to work out with your wife. One guy you're pulling bulla repeat in front of you and your wife.
But you know, like where you are staying now, they make a provision for you if you want to eat yourself. That must be somewhere you can actually go to and do that. But here, nobody think about that. Government don't think about that.
You know what?
I'm saying the people. No. The people themselves. Okay, how can you build a restaurant and there's no restroom there? Buka, no place to do. What is that?
You know what?
That's no restroom. I mean, America here, if I drive anywhere, you have restroom that is working. That is you, not government now. That is you.
You know what?
I'm not sure there is any restaurant apart from Mama Puto.
Most of Nigerian cities are not
planned. Is there any decent restaurant? No, I'm not sure there is anything like that.
Everybody will build or do whatever they want. Here in Finland, there is a lot of zebra crossing. Anybody that steps foot on that zebra crossing, you have to stop for him or her.
Go and try yourself in Nigeria.
If you don't stop, you'll be fined heavily. That's something I was thinking that if they take 20% of finished people to Nigeria, Nigerian people will crush them to death.
I mean, they are zebra crossing in Nigeria. You know, don't say they have a lot of zebra crossing, but don't
Go
go
and
and
try
try.
it. Go and try it. Go and try figure out Nigeria. Go and try
The driver who is driving don't even understand. He doesn't even know what zebra crossing is. For him, he just see black and white line on the road. That's all he saw. That's
They don't even have license, God said. Most people driving like that. They don't even have driver license. They just started driving.
In all these developed country is very, very important.
So that's a systemic problem then. That's a systemic problem because when you allow people to obtain driver's license without going through the formalities that most of us will go through here before obtain the license, and you don't enforce the punitive measures that were supposed to be by losing your license.
We are saying people don't even have license and they're driving. That's what we are saying.
Well, we know. So when you catch such person, and then police will ask you for roger so that you can allow you go, or they take you to police station and they ask you to pay them so that they can release you. No, you don't do that. So
those are the foundational problems we're talking about.
It's both the government
and the people
who are in charge of law enforcement and the people themselves. They are both.
Even the car is not roadworthy. Even the car itself is not roadworthy.
Nothing is roadworthy, both the driver and the car.
You know, if our police force, do you know if our police force today actually decide that any offense that you make, they are not going to collect money from you, but you are going to be paying 50 naira into government purse, and that 15 naira, you know, it's small, but you have to park your car to go to bank to go and pay that money. Do you know if they do that for a month, nobody will commit any traffic offense in Nigeria anymore? Nobody.
Well, that's not the way. If you violate any like for example, you're drinking and driving, you lose your driver's license. You cannot drive anymore.
So it's not even that money. It's not that money they want to take away from you. Not that money they want to take away from you. Is that your
the police officer, rational mind, the police officer that
enforcing laws.
The police officer that want to arrest you he is drunk already. You're telling him to come arrest a drunk driver.
Who is drunk already?
The police officer that wants to arrest you that's a drunk driver. He is high already.
So yeah, it's both. Everybody's both guilty in this matter. Both the law enforcement, the government, and the people themselves. So you get what you bring.
No, this is why.
I'm saying that things like just cleaning your environment, but that you should do on your own.
But if I'm the one, I will government.
No, fully. There's no way to pretend that government is to blame for you having a gutter, and sewage system now. That's not government. Now. That's you. That is you. Clean your environment for God. Somebody. No, fully. No, fully. How can you be selling? Hold on now. How can you be selling food? Ni egbe, selanga, ati refuse, and people are buying from you, and you're selling food, and people are buying, and it's smelling there, and somebody is being close to you with his dick.
But do you know how people call environmental?
That is you now.
Do you know what people call environmental officer? But do you know we are environmental officer?
Or environmental.
Yes. It's still issue of leadership. Say
it is disgusting to me. Is my point. It's disgusting.
Let's assume that
somebody is peeing and shumbe and they're just selling food there in the middle of death and nobody says anything. It pisses me off.
I'm still telling you. Our government don't know their responsibility. Immediately they set a goals. They left the goals alone to go and operate on its own. Nobody's monitoring that thing anymore. Whereas they're supposed to have another team that will be monitoring those parasites you set to monitor to create the law, to make the law, as in to protect the law. Those ones, again, still need people that will be monitoring them as well. This is how you build a system. But when you have a system and you just leave the system to flow without anybody maintaining it, it will end up where we are. It's just a simple thing. Leadership will actually make sure that.
To me, I say one thing that will happen soon in Nigeria, and I'm glad we are working towards that. I hope as soon as possible we will have state police, and I hope gradually they will start giving resources to the state for them to manage, where they only pay royalty to the government, to the federal and the center. Immediately we get to that stage, you will see there will be a lot of changes in Nigerian state. First,
if things my brother, if things still continue this way, the state police will be even worse than the previous police that you have.
I'll finish in 1 minute. Any person that want to be a governor of a state, we have to have a Marshall Plan, think fast and think actively.
Remy, like that
how is it going to manage? Of course, like it's not going to, because Remy, from that basis, people will now know who is truly. For example, let's say you control the resources of your state, and then you said you have how many, maybe 5,000 workers under you, and you want to do a lot of people. People will ask you questions: how are you going to get the money? Not like this time around. It's of course no problem now. A federal allocation is there, and blah blah blah. But now you control your resources by yourself.
Remy, with issue of state policing, they will still turn to be a tools.
Yeah, I know.
In the hand of
they will use them. Initially, they will use them, but at least it will reduce criminality. At least it's your own people that is managing your own forest. It's not that one Fulani man every time is Fulani man killing you, or is man from killing Remy. It's your own people by yourself.
Remy, just imagine a wiki with the state police. Just imagine.
No. So because I hate when people do that. Okay, so do people watch porn on cell phones? Do they commit crime on cell phone? Okay, so therefore we should not have cell phones.
No, that's different.
You can't ban things that the overall.
We're not banning it. Look, Babati, look. When there are other options,
my own is before anything like that happens, there must be a serious conversation around it.
Let me explain something to you. When you have other options of doing something and an effective way of doing it, you can't just close your mind to one area of it. We can decentralize the police system.
Wait, hold on. Let's have a conversation. Tell me your own position. If you're opposed to state policing, what is your alternative?
I'm not opposed to a decentralized police system, but I don't want a police system that is under the control of a state government. I want an independent, decentralized police system. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that the system will operate in a way whereby every policing will be local, but not in the hand of a governor. Do you understand now? So they will be able to recruit locally. They'll be able to perform local policing.
He is progressive. Do you know what his title is? The chief officer of the state. So he has to be in charge. You can't have.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, he has to be in charge. What do you mean?
Come on, progressive. What are you doing? The secret service of your state.
You know what? You guys, let me tell you something. Now the federal government representative, the House of Rep, they are doing constitutional review now. They are calling for memorandum. They are calling on Nigeria to come forward, to step forward, to come and say something or write to them. What I say about state police is this: first and foremost, at least you're able to man your state by yourself. There will be no story that it is Igbo that is coming to kill us in Yoruba land, or it is Hausa that is killing them in East, or it is the blah 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 that is killing them in the blah blah blah. First, I know people will, no matter how good it is, go ask them in America. Some governors still use state resources to molest you, to harass you. It will come, but as we continue to evolve, things will continue to change gradually. But this is what we need at this present situation. Because you cannot tell me if I have 20,000 policemen in my state as a governor, I am the one paying their salary, and then somebody from Abuja or somebody from the east should now be the one controlling my own governor that I'm paying
No,
their salary.
Remy, you don't pay. You don't pay the way the system that I want to see is that the governors don't pay their salaries. Okay.
Who
The
pay
police,
federal government again?
hold on.
Who pays the tune now? Who pays the money?
Remy, hold on 1 second. Right. The police should be able to generate revenue, and then there should be some form of independent security fund. Okay.
Corruption galore. Police generate money by themselves.
Hold on, Remy. When I say generate,
Remy, can we take progressive? I beg of you. So, what would be the role? Sorry, because I really want to understand your position. Progressive, what would be the role of the state governor in what you're proposing? Because they will still have a role, right? I want to believe. So, what would be the role of?
There will be the state governor playing their.
No. Forget no. When it comes to security, is my point. What would be the role in that structure that you're proposing?
Yeah, there will be the chief security officer liaising with the police of the state, like the police department of the state. So basically, what they will do, they will have a meeting. They will negotiate. They will talk about issues, about security issues, and if the governor want to support with funds, say okay, they can say okay, right now we don't have enough funding, we are not able to recruit men. The governor can say okay, I'm going to assist you in recruiting a certain amount of police officer. He can do that. But it doesn't mean that he have to pay all their salaries. Okay, just imagine this. It doesn't like a police commissioner, he sacked the police commissioner.
I'm not discussing. No, please. I'm not discussing that. I'm discussing operations in terms of the power he has over them. So if you call him the chief security officer of the state, then that title itself gives him power over the state. As the chief security officer of the state.
That is where the problem is.
No. But hold on. But I'm asking you to define what those powers will be in what you're proposing, because it's not just money. Giving them money now. Beyond the money, beyond
the ones that we have now. Hold on. If we have a state police, so what would be the power of the governor then?
No, I'm asking you. No. Forget because
this is what I'm trying to explain to you. That
no. Wait, please. Let's discuss. Guys, wait. Let's discuss your own proposal because you want to discuss your own proposal.
The governor should have
when it comes to operations, what would be the role? Listen, though. What would be the role of the chief security officer of the state, which is the governor, in your own when it comes to operations or the power he has over them?
I just explained to you. The role is to provide support whenever is able to provide support whenever the support is needed. Yes, financially supporting. And
so that money back now, Abi. Okay.
No, what I'm trying to say is that if you put the position where we want to just jump into directly, look. I've seen governors, right? Ordinary vigilante that they are controlling, that they are in charge of. They are using them for election purposes. What are you talking about?
You know what? When you know a state governor that really meant well for his state, I will tell you where. It's during recruitment. If the recruitment of a state of a police officer in a state telling you that the minimum qualification is primary 6, don't expect nothing special from that state. But when they jack it up, the minimum qualification is you must be a graduate first. Then you will see the people that are enlightened and exposed, and they train them very well, and they pay accordingly. But when you are saying, okay, if you are primary 6 school certificate holder, come forward, or you are DSS3, come forward, that state is not serious. That means it meant another thing.
Qualified personnel. What is your own minimum? What would be your minimum requirement to join the?
For me, my own minimum requirement will be this one. At least you must have OND or NCE. That is the minimum.
Wow.
And for you to be a police officer, I'm talking about
good luck recruiting enough.
No. That's what I'm trying to say. I will pay accordingly because I want the best for my state. And
so, Remy, what makes you think? Okay, what was the reason for that?
Like, I will tell you what's the reason for that. Because first and foremost, I discovered personally, in my own opinion, I discovered that Nigerian people are not well enlightened, and if you put some people that they are not well educated, of course, what they would think is that they are going there to make money for themselves. But if you put somebody that have at least went through the walls of higher institution, knows, I've taught some general studies or whatever, and then you give them a good training. Of course, I'll pay accordingly. Of
So,
course,
so those are educated ones that are going to steal money. They didn't go there to. Come on now.
No. Listen,
I don't think you're.
I would pay them accordingly, and now we use a model.
So if you, okay, those ones that are not educated, if you pay them accordingly, so they will still. I mean, come on.
Hold on, Remy, where you are now?
Qualification.
Remy,
I told you.
No, Remy, we need to dump this mentality that those that acquire these degrees are the smartest, or they have
I'm
more,
not saying
they have acquired
that.
more knowledge.
But
You know,
asked
so
what is my minimum qualification, and I told him you must have at least OND. I don't want somebody with went to WAEC, and no, I want you to have passed through that stage, so that once you have and I also have an age cap. If you are going for a low-level police officer, you must be those ones that will man the street. You must be at least between the age of maybe 20 to 25, and as a police senior officer, maybe from 25 and above. At least you must have something that shows you that I can attract you from private sector to join the police force. Those ones that are going to be my investigator, they should be top notch. I just don't want to take any non-entity and then go and investigate it and bundle everything for me. And of course, I will make sure that people rules of engagement. I mean, it's well spelled out.
So you're saying somebody with OND, maybe you have degree in social something accounting means he would know how to investigate. Is that what you're saying?
No. You do not.
Somehow you think because someone has a degree, that means they are good in everything. Everything else.
I repeat again. I said for my investigator, if you are going to be a detective, you must at least have a bachelor's degree and above. But if
in what? So if you have bachelor's degree in
no matter
in what they call it a subject that has something to do with investigating or investigation of criminal justice.
Listen, by Mike. No matter the degree you have, I'm still going to retrain you. That's what they are doing here.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. Just retrain anybody. Someone with a street intelligence.
I'm still going to retrain you, but
it's a matter of putting people through. You have to create a police academy.
Okay,
where you train people to become a police officer. Hold on.
I need to replace Mike. Just to answer your question, can I ask a question, Mike, real quick?
Yeah.
What is the equivalent of a police academy? Is it equivalent to like a bachelor's degree or associate degree? What is it
in the US?
I'm trying to figure out what is the equivalent of.
You mean Nigeria?
It's no, here it's just high school diploma.
But I'm saying that the academy itself, when you graduate from it, is it?
Oh, the equivalent. Yeah, the police academy. It's the equivalent of about associate, I believe.
Okay.
And then you furthermore, you have to go through it. It's an education on its own. It's a schooling on its own.
Now.
You can acquire a degree on its own. You understand? And that's what Remy is to understand. Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to tell Remy here. Like you have to create the police. Oh Lord, I mean, let other people talk to now. You just like to push. Listen to what else I'm telling you. Listen, policing, the knowledge of policing, the knowledge of what policing is all about, all those things. It has nothing to do with just having degrees or something like that. It just has to do with understanding that aspect. You understand? Of knowledge. So what you need is police academy, police institution, where you go to that institution and acquire that. It's like a degree on its own. You understand? You go to the police academy and you what's it called? Get advanced through the same academy. To become a police, you have to go through the education. So all your education will be about policing, all the way from one stage to another stage, another stage. It's not that you go to university and go and study accounting, now they promote you in police. No, that's not the way it works. Your accounting has nothing to do with police knowledge. You understand? So you have to create institution like kind of like a school, academic institution which is based on policing itself, and you put people through it to go through it. You understand? So that's what needs to be done. Not like you go I ask okay, now you are the commissioner. That's not the way it works, man.
No, I understand you. You do not get me clearly, and I will explain. I will put it very in a simple line. I will explain again. First and foremost, of course, I will have my police college, but my police college is different. My police college will equivalent to 4 years serious study for bachelor degree. But for a quick gap, because before I train my own people to go through 4 years university for police, at least I must have some people who will be in the street to man to police. And now I'm saying my own minimum qualification is you must have an ND. I know why I'm saying that.
Why must police go for 4 years academic course? Where is that done in the world?
Okay, I will give you an example where I've seen that.
It's 9 months.
I have lived, I told you, I live in China, and most of their police officers went through police university for 4 years course. And when they came out, they also have bachelor degree in whatever discipline they have chosen the police academy.
But that's different from the one you are not proposing now, because you are telling us to go to Nigerian universities.
How many months training do they go in Finland, where you live? How many months?
Of course,
can we clarify, Remy, wait. You know, in the police system, you have people that actually study like forensic studies, cybersecurity. So
yes.
No, so I discuss one where you can have people, even people that study public science, just the basic, not the advanced.
Even at recruitment, even just I still maintain. I want somebody that
you can no. Listen, if you have, I don't know, if you have advanced degrees, I have friends that work in the police force, and they have their MS and they have their stuff, but they do more advanced work. But we are discussing just base entry level into the police.
For example,
police.
Let's assume I'm a governor of Ekiti State, for example, Ekiti State, or maybe a governor of Ondo State, where the literacy level is very high. I'm giving an example where the literacy level is a little bit high. I don't want to settle for mediocre, because I've seen if I put a school start order there, this school start order I'm putting, does it have the requested? Does it have a credit in 5 subjects, including English and math? Does it have the mental ability? So in the literacy level, like a state like Ekiti Ondo, I want people that can explain the law easily.
Remy, but hold on. But when they apply for to the police academy, they do test now. Don't they test them before they get into the school? They go to test now.
You are not.
They go to exams.
You are not being truthful here. All those tests. Is it not?
The testing, Abi Mike.
If you see
but that's
the way they comport themselves now.
Remy, what you should do, what you should have said, Remy, what you should have said is that they should invest more on the training centers.
Even if I want to invest on the training, look at our police that we have in our Nigerian road now.
Can you go and do it for yourself?
I want money. See the
Can
way
you go and do it for yourself and come and become a recruit police? What kind of talk? Who does that?
They want somebody that went to university after 4 years. They will come and standing on the road for you. I mean, doing it.
Recruit, come and be a recruit.
Those ones are not recruited. They are going to be
No, Remy, guys, wait, Remy, wait, Remy. Those that study 4 years or 6 years that are working in the police department are working in specific areas, like let's say psychologists or forensic science or law, cybersecurity.
Yes.
Those ones are different from what we are talking about. We're not discussing those ones.
So
no way I will spend no way I will spend 4 years plus 2 years of strike or 7 years of strike to come out of school to go and be doing
I carry gun. I'll be standing on the
road. So what for you what you are saying, the minimum qualification for rank and file police officer should just be school start order, right?
Entry level. You can always go back to school. Entry level, answer now.
No, the entry level should be a school start order.
Because they take the exam. You go to training.
I understand now. And I said, if I have to be a governor of my state, I will jack it up a little bit.
Why?
Why not? That's what I want. I want quality.
Yeah, you can get quality too.
Remy, Remy, you're not going to find people.
When you don't shut up police, nobody will tell you before you reverse the policy.
Exactly.
I will not be shut up police.
Remy, hold on, guys, hold on. Remy, hold on. Remy, when people go to university, they have a dream, they have vision. So when people go, I say, I'm going to study engineering, I'm going to study accounting. Their goal is when they finish, they want to become accountants or engineers or whatever they went to school to study. Nobody is going to school to go and acquire a degree in engineering or accounting to now say, once I'm done, I'll go and be a recruit in the police force. No, nobody's thinking like that. So you're not going to find recruits.
We are talking about rank
Remy,
and file.
Remy, you can help me out. You see, the thing is this: what Remy is saying is that you want quality, you want police that are able to express themselves and read the law to you and tell you your rights, not the kind of the crap we have going on in Nigeria.
We know that, we get that.
Well, I'm not saying, George, I'm not saying that a school site holder cannot do the same thing, cannot do act like a more educated person. But if that is the bar for him, I know some states here, some cities here that the bar is very high for their police recruitment. You need to have a bachelor's. Some of them.
Bachelor's. Which states?
Yeah, county police.
County police in America.
Yeah. I've seen.
Okay. Okay. So somebody. Wait. It's a lie. That's first of all, it's a lie because there's no way in America somebody. Hold on. Somebody will go through university 4 years, acquire bachelor's degree. Hold on. I can't. You know what I mean? Can you allow people to talk to you? God, Lord, man, chill out now. There's no way in America. I'll go to school, go to university, go and acquire a bachelor's degree in engineering or whatever it is, or whatever particular sort, and go and join the police force. They will find recruits. They just won't find them. The only people you see that will be interested, maybe people that study criminal justice or something, but no one will go and study for one career, one particular, to go and acquire one degree in one particular field, and go and join the police force. You can't find them.
Mike, listen, you can go to school, graduate, and then maybe later you say, okay, you know what, let me go and do police. That's your own personal. The police authority can never make it mandatory that should be the entry level qualification. No way. There's no way in the world.
Because they won't find them. That's the thing, sir. You find those
where they will mandate that you be a bachelor degree holder before you can enter into the common rational mind.
I disagree with you. It depends on what you are putting on the table. If you are putting a good benefit,
if you like, put my money on the table, put a car on the table, forget it. Nobody's doing it.
I think you are wrong. I think
so. Okay, Remy, can we make this more interesting? Because what would be that salary scale? I really want to know what the salary scale.
Okay, fine. If you are going to be a rank and file,
okay,
police in my state, I will start 150,000. I will start 150K, and I will tell you how I'm going to get some of my money. My state will be that you cannot park anywhere. Some of them, I will have a new body that what they do.
In Nigeria.
I want to generate revenue. No, it's not going to. No. If you want to, if you want to do, of course, I will try my best to. Those people that are smelly in bite. I will build small shop for them. Not that they just be under the selling their stuff in the railway line or under the pedestrian bridge or just by the roadside. Majority of so if I can do that for them, and I spread the payment of their shop for like 5 or 6 years.
So what do you think will be the revenue of your state in the first place that you first of all put police officers?
I'm controlling the resources of the state. Let's assume that I'm a governor of Ekiti State. I'm sorry to be using Ekiti State. I have to look at the resources we have in my state. What do we have?
In your state that is a civil servant state.
Relax.
By the way, Remy, we don't claim me no go for tonight though.
Okay, let's say I'm a governor of the state.
No, fearless. Just read the
let me continue. If I happen to be the governor of Ekiti State will also have their own natural resources, no matter what. And I also know that most of my people are educated in various fields. And if I can bring everybody together, my state can also be a state where people will come out for their higher education or everything. If they make it more attractive, they will generate more revenue to my state. And I'm also trying to say that in my state, I will use the resources, maybe to improve, maybe the resources I have, probably invite some investors to build on it. I know it's not an easy thing because politics is not a cheap game. You have to balance so many interests, and to balancing this interest is a very difficult angle. But only what I'm trying to say is that if I want good thing for my country, for my state, why not go for quality instead of quantity? If just to have police, just in my state also have police, but they're not doing the right thing, are you not ashamed of yourself as in Nigeria that you have lived in abroad for several years and then you go to Nigeria, you see your policemen, the way they comport themselves, the way they talk to people on the street, are you not even ashamed? So if you still want that kind of thing, and if they gave me state police, I want
that has more to do with training, not the degree. That's more of a training problem.
So the training start from recruitment to Babati.
Okay.
Because if I recruit for my 6 holder or GS3 holder cannot even speak good English, the national language we are using, how can he know the law? And
I agree with you. I'm saying make the test more difficult, increase it a little bit, the level of difficulty. So
because if I make it attractive,
if I make it attractive, my point is you can get the best white holding O-level individuals that are educated enough that will pass the exam that are still of quality. You don't need to go up.
That one is subjective. The reason why that one is subjective is if you pass your WAEC very well, probably you want to continue to be a medical doctor, or you want to be an accountant, or you want to study engineering. Those kind of people might be very difficult to really.
Okay, so OND, no. I mean, that same logic. If a very bright, brilliant mind OND student, would you want to continue further and not just?
Thank you. If it's a
brilliant mind, logic now. So keep moving up now. Go and find yourself a PhD.
Let me say brilliant OND student, that one can also go ahead, but at the same time,
is the dull OND?
No,
so you want the dull OND?
No, I'm not saying the dull. You have an unemployment rate very high. Some of our graduates are roaming about the street, no job. So can't I create a job for them?
Remy, let me say this.
To take this job. Yeah,
Remy, what if you if you have your recruitment, or let me say, if you open that recruitment for school start holder with 5 credits, including English and Maths. Anybody that can pass, have 5 credits, including, they have that potential to be a good college student, So
if I'm going to do the
hold on,
okay.
Let me learn. So if you open that recruitment opportunity for school start holder with 5 credits, including English and Maths, and then they go through that required test to get admission into police college, and then give them training, including basic training in law, like principle of law or something like that. Give them that training while they are alongside their
criminal justice.
Criminal justice.
Can I respond to you now?
Hold on, let me.
Before you respond, okay.
Let me land. So maybe that will take them for another 1 year, and they graduated from police college. I mean, police academy, and then you have, as part of their benefit, that the state will pay for their tuition fee if while in training, while in service, if they want to further their education, you understand, that relates to, police, maybe criminology in college, or maybe law, or maybe, some other training that, relates to police service, that you will pay for their this thing, give them that benefit, and some other benefit as well, like pension scheme and some other things, medical.
I'll come in after you finish.
Can I just respond?
I think that will be the best way than to say, oh, you want to hire university graduate.
Baba, okay, can I quickly respond to the other?
Mike, can you put up the link? I might put in the private section. I think you were showing up the job.
This way. First and foremost, if I have a police college or police academy, it's not going to be free. That one, they will pay. I will tell you why.
You can't do that.
Let me finish. Now, let me finish. First and foremost, if you want to be a police officer, my police academy, if it's going to be 4 years, and I'm being trained people as detectives to be the top echelon of the police force, it's like you are going to normal university. Their tuition might be reduced, or maybe not the same way that people go to.
Isn't it free in most countries, though, by the way? Isn't it free to go to police academy?
What are you talking about?
No. Who pays for police academy?
Let me just say you want to create a university for criminal justice system. That's all. That's all you just say. Say you want to create a university for criminal justice system. That's all.
Police academy. That is to me.
Police academy is equivalent to you are going to Nigeria Normal University to get your BSc.
But nobody pays. Of course, I never had anybody pay for to go to police academy before now.
Even in the country where you live, they don't pay for it.
This one is a police university. It's different from
in Finland, where you live, they don't pay for it. Where did you see? Even in America, they don't pay. They don't pay. In America.
Do you know one thing here? To go to the police here, I don't know too much about it. If I know,
no way they pay for police to serve.
No way for
I don't think they pay for police academy.
Okay, what I just want to say about whatever I'm going to do, even if it's going to be free, for you going to that 4 years police university, is for the top echelon. And if I also have a program for people that are going to be rank and file, maybe 6 months or 1 year training or 2 year training, depending on how I think it suits my state. Or if there is a free, because first and foremost, I can't force people to join the police. The willingness must come from them. Because if I force you and you don't want to be a police, the only thing I can do is to give a very good benefit that will attract people to want to join the police. And if I give a very good benefit, this one can attract a lot of people to join the police. All what I'm trying to say here is that I just want good quality more than quantity.
Yeah, let me explain something. Okay, let me put my own idea forward, right? So look at it like this. Okay, you're a governor, you're in charge of the state police. So you can build a police training center instead of you to call it academy, just call it a training center. Okay, so if you're too worried, you can say, okay, minimal requirement, school start, but you have to go for the training for 2 years. Within that 2 years, you'll be taught a high level criminal law. You will be taught how to drive and how to police your community. Everything about policing you'll be taught within that 2 years.
2 years is too much now. Who's going to be paying for the upkeeping when you're doing 2 years?
No, I want to help Premier. So what you can also do is to say, okay, because don't forget, police is sometimes they could even go 2 years without even recruiting. So if you make it every year course whereby people continue to study, you'll get to a situation whereby people will pass out and then they don't have a job anyway. But what you can do is that you just make it a training facility whereby you come and train people who you want to recruit into the policing.
but then it will still be a continuous training center. The only way you get a high level policing is that the ones that you already have also have to be going for training to refresh whatever they know already, continue training. So the facility will be there to retrain your current police officers, and it will be there to also help the new recruits. So you could even say, okay, you'd make it 1 year training, okay, but then it's not the way you are trying to say you want to make it a school. Don't forget that when then graduate, then you have to employ every year people into the policing, which you
So
cannot
that is
do.
why I'm not employing a lot of people there. I will not just make it like Nigerian investors that every Tom, Dick, and Harry just push them inside. It's not going to be that. We have maybe per year, maybe we already know how many police that we need in our state. Maybe for each particular enrollment, there are not more than 100 or 200 police officers going.
I mean, what you are just is like somebody who is sleeping and dreaming.
Where is this practice that you are?
Let me just say this real quick because I wanted to say something. The link I posted there, you see, sometimes when we want to say something here, better you can say, oh, I've not seen something like that before, or I'm yet to see it. Rather than just say somebody is lying. I just posted a link there. That's a government site where all county jobs and even some federal jobs, you can find it on that link. Now I posted the city of it's a city in California where they are recruiting. They're looking for a sergeant, and the requirement they started with is an associate degree to bachelor's.
A sergeant.
No, that's not true. That's not what I read. But I'll pull it up, Sha. You can read it to us.
So what did you read there? What did you read there?
We are discussing entry level, not sergeant. That's the rank. That's a little bit up now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said it depends on different cities. This same, hold on. Hold on now. Can I say something? Can I say something? There's another. I can post
you always like to move the goalpost.
Can I say something? Hold on, please. I can post some other states like Louisiana, other states, whereby the same sergeant with the GED or high school, you can get into that rank. So every city has their own. They have their own. What's it called? Their bar, the bar which they raise it to. That was what I said. So when we don't listen very well,
first of all, the argument is entry level.
We don't listen well. You know that you've got it wrong. Now you want to move the goalpost.
You want to move the goalpost, exactly.
No. He didn't get it wrong. He didn't. Maybe you guys were not listening to him. Listening to him very well, and I think
basically
what he posted, you know, is in line with what he said earlier.
What did he say?
He said it depends on city that some hired, I mean, for recruitment, university graduate and stuff like that. So, and they posted a link to justify what he said.
Does that link justify what he said?
Entry level was the conversation. So who talked about sergeant?
Oh God. This
who talked about sergeant?
There's no God here, man.
This is information that suits your own narrative to come and post it.
What we're saying is that the recruitment, you are recruiting for either recruitment entry level or well, I'm not following. What I said is this: if somebody wants to set a bar for recruiting any police officer, regardless of, I just said to you, let me give you. You want me to send you another link for different?
Send the link where they say the requirement for entry level is bachelor's degree. That's what you said, and that's what I said. That's not true. Don't move goalposts. Just send links.
Let's not make this about me. This same link I gave you, I will give you some other states. This same rank, this sergeant, they will give you. They will start you from a GED or an high school.
Conversation was not about sergeant. We never talk about anything about sergeant.
Every city has a way, their own bar, which is state.
But there is no city that requires the entry level Muslim.
Let me
You have not seen. It's a lie.
Let me clear you something. I want to clear you something today, right now. You know, when you graduate from Nigeria University and you want to go into the Nigeria Army, you don't start from the same rank as somebody that went through the Nigerian Defense Academy. You know,
start as an officer. You
start from a higher rank. That's different. What we are talking about is ordinary recruit. Jeremy is saying for you to even join police at all, you have to go to university. That's
no. I said you must have NG for the minimum requirement.
Exactly. For somebody to come and be carrying baton on the street, to carry torch, to be shining torch on the street, right?
Who told you?
So Rational Man then went to go and dig a different information out.
Oh, come on, dude. Why you always like? I mean, why are you doing this? Why are you doing? I want to think. What information? We're talking about police, recruiting police here. Maybe I wasn't paying attention to what you people were saying very well. But
okay, but
recruiting
what would be your own suggestion for entry level then? Because that was what would be your own for entry level? Should it be OND or bachelor's degree or just high school?
Or professor.
No, because maybe let's just ask the National Mind. What would be your own suggestion for entry level Nigeria?
Well, you see, for me, when I want to say something, I like to use an example. Years ago, around 1999, when Obasanjo just got into became a president, I was going through that border, Benin Republic border into Nigeria. There was this guy I met, this Nigerian police guy, well kitted, well dressed. So we got into a conversation. I got to know that he's a graduate. You can tell. So what am I trying to say is this is an example of that's an example of a Nigerian police. That guy was very professional. The way he addressed us, the way he talked to us, he asked us to calm down. He wants to do his job, and he was telling. I was so impressed. I was like, "Whoa, this is democracy in action." I mean, I was really impressed that then. I think Tafa Balogun was the well. Let me just leave all that. So my point is that when you have very well behaved, educated police, it really gives a good image, and it helps because that very day, the way he flagged us down, the way he talked to all of us were even willing to obey him. That is how professionalism is when it comes to this. So my point is this: I would rather start from a very well-educated person rather than just. You see, let me say something. Let me say something to you. Some of this police, I can send you some of these links. Many of these police position that were advertised. If somebody has GED goes there, somebody has bachelor's go there. I tell you, if the guy who has GED goes, who has bachelor's go there, and he seems to have more experience, they will give him preference before that guy that has that high school. Because this is recruitment. This is how they do it in counties. They will look at your experience. They will look at your level of education. Before they can give you. They will also because you are an high school, whatever. And it just even entry level. Some entry level, even though they advertise high school there, they will give it to somebody who has associate or who has a degree and that has experience. So let's forget all this thing about. So my point is this: is that I'd rather go with somebody who is well educated. But if I open it, I will start with high school, with WAEC. But during the screening process, if people that are well educated applied, I'd rather go for them. I mean, somebody with bachelor's, because I will throw it open. Okay, starting point, high school. If you come with your WAEC, you are eligible to. But when we do the RIS process, I will start screening out people. If I see you have a high school and I have a high number of people that have bachelor's or even PhD, I would.
I think you're missing the point. This is the point we're making. If you do that, and let's say I have bachelor's degree and you have high school, and we both get the job, I will not start at the same level as you when we get in.
Exactly.
What you need to know is this.
My 4 years will just
look at that link. Look at that link. They will tell you.
I know.
They will tell you the range.
I know, but it's my point. If we get into the police force, my 4 years will move me up. So we're actually discussing just basic entry level. What would be because it has uniformity in at that level. So if you say okay, even if you have PhD, come and join. If we both get in that PhD somehow, we move that person up quicker than everybody else.
Fine. Yeah, fine then.
So basically, it's not the entry level anymore. Then
that's what I'm saying to you. You see, okay. You see,
basically, you can't throw it open to anybody.
Let me say this to you. Somebody who has gone through so many government jobs, and because I prefer government job, I've been through so many government jobs whereby a lot of people. I was one of those applicants whereby a lot of people who came in there, they have more qualification than me, and they gave it to them, and they told me why. They said, "Well, this guy has more experience, more qualification than you."
Rational, that's a different thing.
No, I'm just trying to tell you. And then these people, they tell you we'll start you with $50 to $60 an hour. So if I come in, let's say with that with the basic requirement, let's say I have certain qualification. They might start with $50. But that guy that came with the PhD and more experience, they might start with $55 an hour. So that's how it is. So it's all about budgeting. That's why you see counties, the way counties run here in America, here, they go by budgets. They will budget anybody they want to pay. They will go by the budget, strict budget. That this is how much you're going to pay. This is the pay range, and this is what you're taking home every month. So my point is this: is that we just need to understand how things like this works. I know in Nigeria we will say Nigeria is a third world country. So, sorry, guys. So my point is this: is that I would rather go with somebody who is. You guys continue. I'm joking.
So basically, just throw it open to anybody with any degree and see if the party test. So, but they will be overqualified in some ways because PhD and high school that's a wide. I mean, but well.
But it's just a pipe. It's just a pipe dream. It doesn't nothing work like that. You know, the way Babati you explain it better. So everybody go and apply, but the more qualification you get, the higher the higher ranking you start from. Okay, so if you throw open the position of a sergeant, okay, so somebody's going to come in, is going to train, is going to go through the process, but it has the qualification that elevate him to that level. So any job you go today, you go and start the job, you're still going to undergo training process for you to get yourself used to that same work process. So, and while you are still working, you still continue to train. And there are people who will be promoted while at work, but there are people who will come in and just go straight above you. So that is how it works in all levels or all sectors of work. So the police is the same thing. So for me, secondary school level is good. You go there, you do your training. The training for me is what is more important. I think that is where the government need to put a lot of resources. And then when they put a lot of resources into the training, then the facilities, the police stations, the police vehicles, all of those things, they need to put a lot of investment into it. Not that you go, imagine, it doesn't matter. You finish, you are a PhD holder, you go to work, your workplace is a shambles. All of a sudden, your orientation start to adjust to that environment in which you work. The level, your output will start to adjust to that environment in which you work. But if you go to your office and your office is a well-touched place, the place looks so good, you start to behave like that environment as well. So all of those things needs to come together. It's a package. It's a complete package. Not that you want to go on patrol, you think, oh, where's fuel? They say, oh, you don't have petrol to go on patrol. You're in police station, there's no light, you guys are putting candle on. All of those things will affect your own mental ability to carry out your job the way you should do it in the first place. So in my opinion, it's a complete package. So for a state governor to think just recruitment alone will do the job, no, Remy, I don't think it will do. I think you have to look at it as a package holistically, whereby you have to put a lot of resources. That's why some of these states they cannot do it. They don't have the resources to do it in the first place. You'll see what they will call state police will be in the form of a vigilante. Some of them will even convert the current vigilante to the state police. That's what they will do.
So we continue having mediocres in the whole system. You see, the thing is
thank you, rational mind. They are dropping the ball every time. Low level.
That is it. Quality. Yeah, it's not about quantity, it's about quality. Even though we can hire just like 10 of them instead of you having like 20 stars or
but would they be able to afford it? And number two, would you have enough of them at the state levels? Then I mean,
let me tell you, Babati, how they do it here in America. I mean, with my experience with them, is that there are many ways that they get police fund, federal government fund. They give them a certain percentage. That's why I don't know if during that this guy's death, this black guy that had his neck. Let me not go into being graphic here. We all know that story now. That guy that sparked this police riot in America here some years ago. Well, was it 3 or 2 years ago? So people were saying defund the police. I don't know. It was a popular slogan. Defund the police. Yeah. So certain percentage come from the federal government. They give to states. I mean, give to states and local. And counties and local government here to fund their police departments. Also, the police departments also make their own internal sales. Like, for example, tickets. When they give you tickets, you have to pay.
Yeah, speed fine and all those things.
All those scientists, yeah, that's another way they raise money. And then also from property tax, that way taxing people within that area, they get certain percentage from that. That is where they get money to pay the county workers and other workers within the county and even the police. So you see, when I say our people, our Nigerian politicians, they don't have the concept of governance. Let me say I know this because I came here, I see how it's done. I read their system, I see their system here, how it works. That's why I can know as if I need this or from Nigeria. But what I'm trying to say is that I don't know if our Nigerian politicians, they even come here. All they do is just come here, buy house, live, go to restaurant, carry Olosho and all of that, and go back to Nigeria and go. That's what they do. They don't read. They don't really read it. They don't come here understand their system and see how they can replicate it. So my point is this: is that federal government can give them a steady percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Like now that everything is going, like if they go on with this state police, that one that they are funding the federal police, that will shrink the number of federal police because there will not be any.
Should they recruit from the existing pool right now when they create?
Yeah, they should definitely. They should make it such a way whereby.
But people said that they're already corrupt, so it doesn't even want anybody from that pool because they're already tainted.
That's another thing again. That's another thing. But you can't lay them off right now. The thing is this: you see, Babati, let me say this: there are certain jobs here within the county, federal jobs, or let me use county jobs like city jobs. If you enter with certain entry level, they'll give you like a 6-month period to acquire certain certifications or some kind of certification or degree to continue in that position. And if you don't meet that, if you don't get it, they will let you go. You know, some of them will give 6 months, some of them will give 1 year, 2 years to acquire. So you tell them a time frame that while you are attending classes, and mind you, some of these counties, they will pay for your education. If you bring the result that, oh, I passed this exam, I had this certification, they will pay you whatever you spend on that, acquiring that. So these are incentives you can also put in place. So my point is this: is that they'll get a certain percentage from the federal government, because since the federal government no longer have that large amount of police force that they were under their payroll, now they'll just disperse it to these various local government or state. In this sense, now it's going to be state government. So they should have a dedicated account for them, whereby they will go directly not to the governors, to the account of these police departments in that state. Governor does not have any right. They don't have any right to touch it. Then they will have some kind of like a police commission within their states, and then they will be the one. They will have their HR that will be disbursing the money, and they will disburse money to different police departments within that state. The governor has nothing to do with it. I think they need to put in some kind of laws. It can work. It's not about just putting in place some laws and have some big brother like the federal police that will be monitoring the state police if they go rogue. So my point is this: is that then it means that certain percentage of money that they're earning from the tickets and from people who from traffic infractions, they'll be getting some certain amount of money from them. That's why you see some cities here, they give their police department targets that, oh, you guys are not meeting target this month, so we need like $100,000 worth of tickets that should be given to people.
Right.
Yeah, they have that. I don't know.
But that is enforcement. But for you to properly enforce it at the state level, that means states also have to have county and state prisons.
Well, that's the point. That's what I'm saying.
Federal prisons now. If I say it's a state crime, you can't say, okay, can you help me hold this person in the federal holding cell? So states must also have their own jail system as well.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah, that's another thing. See, I don't think they are really ready to put in place this. This is not something we can just say have state police like that.
You must build your own prison, so you can't go and be begging federal.
State jails and state prison, you have to have that, because if they have to use the existing federal, then they have to go into some kind of agreement with them that yes, we bring in our own criminals or whatever that we're jailing. Then we can always have access to bring them.
Sorry, rational mind. They already said it. The House of Representatives said the new constitutional review, the correctional facility, state have to build their home. They cannot share with the federal government anymore.
They should not, but for now that they don't have the money because they are cash strapped now. What can we use their federal for now? put in place some kind of system whereby they can operate side by side.
If they accept that constitutional review into place in the next 1 or 2 years, you just have to find money. You can give it to private.
Let me say something to you, Remy. You see, the thing is this. This is where you see. I can give our people, our Nigerian governors, I can give them idea how they can make money. Now, do you know that they have private prisons here?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to say. Also,
now,
in Nigeria,
all these our what's it called? Sorry, so all these our big billionaires, they can go and put their money together and create a private prison, and they'll be getting money from the federal government to house all these criminals. They can make money from that. And they will employ people. People to do that.
They should not give them money anymore. I don't subscribe to that.
Why?
Because it's your state that jail this criminal.
Because they don't have the money. That's what I'm saying. They don't have the money.
When we're talking about federalism, when we're talking about true federalism, why should the federal give them handout every time? It's not
Remy, just complaining. We're now talking about how to solve this situation. If you
we
don't
are
have
doing the same thing. We are talking about true federalism. You want the federal government every time give them grant.
Yeah, no, they will. They definitely will. Because you cannot expect them to fund all the old police departments.
Rational man, federal government that does not even fund its own police effectively.
Even the jail is full already. It's overcrowded.
That's why they need to create more jail. That's what they give. So that's why private partnership comes in. People like us, like you and I, Babati, can just go look for one big land. Just build some nice, looking like
idea. If you want to invest,
you see, my friend, I don't care. I'll give people idea of what to do. If you want, I can give you like 10 different ideas of how to make money in Nigeria. That is, if Nigerian government will be willing to help people. I mean, they can just give money to private individuals.
One man went to more prison facility.
So just build it. I mean, since they don't have the money, they are cash strapped. Let individuals go and build a prison yard, put it there, and then they can make money from there. They will employ warders. They will employ people to work in there. And people, I mean, all these are jobless youths. They'll be working. So that's what we're saying here. So you see, this is not rocket science. We know it can sound like it's too hard for us to understand, but it's not something that is beyond our doing. It's just because just put in place that the environment that will enable that to be possible. If you don't have the money to build prison, give people license, give individuals.
Like even in America here, to even do car inspection is done by private, and people make money off it.
Exactly.
Yeah, people can make money from that to help take your car.
Let me give you, Babati. Sorry, let me give you another something. If you have more way of getting this breathalyzer, go and make Sanwo-Olu or Nigeria. You see, I just hope when they do state police, that will be better. It can be easy that way. Go and make Sanwo-Olu install. I mean, give this breathalyzer.
For the drunk driving, testing it on the road.
Testing people. They can give you license and then you can be testing people, and then you'll be making money from there. And anybody you send to jail, and then his family will come and pay. I mean, you see, this is how we can enforce law. I mean, it's going to be more capitalistic kind of economy will be running by at that time. But then that is where we can make production. People are more productive. They are working. People are getting paid. They can have money to spend, to buy, go shopping. This is how we do it.
So rational mind.
No rocket science.
The idea of pay according to hourly pay instead of monthly pay.
Well, that too. We can do that too. Yeah, we can pay our you see, the point is our ideas.
Idea. Okay. Look at this one now. They've completely abandoned the night economy. 10 o'clock, nobody. So there's no investment in the night economy. They are losing money. I know, but you have to invest in security for people to be able to go to work at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, to open up the economy for other people. They want to work 8-hour shift or part time at night.
If we have state police, some people will be on night duty, parading.
Yeah.
So why not?
Our friend Boaz is saying that private prisons is why we have mass incarceration in America. And then is he not really working for the system here? Are people not sitting up? Are we not talking about the people who are just lawless, who are just who are not orderly? They just like not to follow the law. When you start incarcerating people, people will sit up. People will sit up. People will just start doing what is right in that country because they know that they will go to prison. They'll be stopped from coming out to mingle with people. And even when people commit felon, put it on their record. You cannot if you are the M ward, you're M a child, then you be on your record. Nobody will employ you. People will sit up. I tell you, people will sit because nobody wants to have anything whereby they will become useless. They cannot even. They cannot be useful to the society anymore because they have a felony on their record.
But this is the thing. I like what you're saying, but it's like this thing ties into each other. If you have your own prisons, you have your own police, you must also start enforcing your own road safety, whatever. It has to. So that thing is tied into so many things.
Yeah,
road safety. It has to be
road safety should come under the purview of the state, not the federal
anymore. Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to be. You see, so many things will go. So many things. I just don't know how they're going to restructure the whole. That's why we're talking about restructuring the whole country.
So somebody is asking you, National Man. They say private prisons is reason they have mass incarceration in America. I don't know how relevant that question is, but
it is. It's right. I mean, to some extent, it's right. It's right. I know. I watch this film. This film is about these black guys. The mom was I think the dad was a drug addict. The mom was a drug addict, and then they were just this guy was a well-behaved guy, but he fell into the wrong guy and then incarcerated this guy. Now this guy committed. So the point I'm trying to say is that because it is money for them. Let me say something to you, Mike. If you know, maybe you know about it. Do you know how much the government paid per person that is incarcerated in county jail? One person. Depending on the county where you're staying, some of them they pay at least per month. They pay over $10,000 by one person just to have somebody inside jail.
That's maximum prison for like.
Government pay them one person just for them to feed him, incarcerate him there. Some even like $30,000 per month.
For healthcare and all that stuff, yeah, they have doctors and all the nurses out there to see them and all that stuff.
Because you have to pay all these people. So you see, this is how the government can make money. They can. I mean, of course, people will be taxed when people are working. They are being taxed. They are paying taxes. Let me say that is where when people steal. That is where we cannot account for all this money. That is where this money just get filtered out. We can make that country work if we want to make it work.
But what you are proposing right now, if they can do it at the state level, they will make enough money from ticketing and just the car inspection, car worthiness.
That's true.
They will make enough money.
Babatia and National Mind, I just want you to ponder about this. Tinubu is proposing youth benefit ministry. He wants to start paying unemployed youth money. I don't know how much.
No, that's a bad move, bro. I'm not with that. Don't create any dependency. Give them jobs. Give them actual will. Don't empower them to have their own business, not just paying them some. I'm not for that. That's just my own opinion. I'm not just for this creating a welfare state.
They should pay for their education.
Not just giving them funds for doing nothing. No, have some jobs program that's tied to that money, not just collecting money every month. No.
Boss. I mean, there are corrupt people. I mean, I've seen that happen here in my county here. A lot of people are mass incarcerated. I mean, they just incarcerate people. A lot of people put them in jail because of that money. Because those people are making money. Those the prison or the jail was making money from the county, and so that's how they make money. So, and the more people they get into incarceration, the more they will just make money from that. So, I understand that thing is it's its other side, the dark side of it. But you see, we need to start letting people understand that there's everything to accountability. Your action will be. You'll be accountable for your actions. When we talk about
Boaz, you need to fix your camera so I can hide you because your camera is not fixed. I can't hide you if you can't do it. So go ahead.
So we just need to let our people understand that it needs to start to be accountable for their actions. So when people are accountable, they know that they're going to be accountable. They will sit up. Nobody wants to go to jail. It's because we don't enforce the law we even have. That's why nobody feels like I should obey the law. I should act right. So for me, I believe we can make money in many ways in that country. If only we can open our eyes to see to how we can make this money in different ways, we can make that money in that country. So that's it. So talking about police, for me, I think you should just raise the bar high. I'm not saying you should not include school sat people, but if I
I wanted to ask you a question. In United States, you kind of realize that the district police are kind of different from the state police and the sheriff. So in the state, you probably have a sheriff, a district police, and a state police, and I mean, they are all in patrol, so they all do a lot of different. They are all in different roles, and kind of compare the state police that I keep getting from you guys. It seems like they are the ones that are gonna be doing the patrol. They are the ones that are gonna be arresting people. They are the ones that are gonna. I mean, in the United States, you kind of see that the roles are kind of differentiate. So a state police does not go into the district to arrest anyone. They stay on on roads, on state road. That's their jobs. They stay on state properties and all of these. They have their own roles that they go on. So, I mean, how will you differentiate these roles in Nigeria? Because if things are not clarified, that's where the problem is. You have to have specific roles for a specific group of people because the government.
Let me give you example of what. Let me give you an example. In Nigeria, two fighting is not a federal police issue. Let me call federal political man. Do two fight? No, Nigeria we call two fighting.
No, two fighting is not a federal issue. That might be a state issue, but when it comes to murder case and stuff like that, that could be a federal. That could be a federal issue. That involves.
My point
go ahead.
My point is, it will be defined. Like for me, domestic violence issues, federal government should only involve maybe like murder charges, all this kind of child abuse, all this kind of things. So they will define it, because remember in Nigeria, what obtains in Lagos might not be obtained in Kano or Kaduna, because you have religious things to consider as well. So there will be states based on what they have in their state will determine what they will shape what the laws will be for their own state police. So that they have to fashion that right now. Okay, so with
the state also have like military police, like in certain states here in United States, you have military police.
No, Jude, that one is still. Let's have this one first before we add that one. Let's deal with this one first, I beg.
Because I don't see this solving the issue in Nigeria. It seems like this is instead gonna cause more problems down the line.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
it don't really solve it.
It don't really solve it from the way I see it. If things are not clarified enough, and then we instead cause more problems along the line.
Remember, they're going through that process right now, so we don't have anything out yet to say, okay, this is what they've decided. They're still working on on whatever the bill will look like. So until we see the actual,
look, let me say, look, what if we are fighting for? I mean, I think that country must go through restructuring. Want to have true restructuring. Local government must function.
Exactly, and that's where you have the district police coming in the local government.
Yeah, so and local government must have their own policing system. If as we are all shouting now, state police, it might be ineffective. But if a local government can have their own, policing infrastructure, I think that'd be more effective. And the state they can have their own police too, but they will focus on their own role, or their own function will be well defined in such a way that you not have conflict with that of the city.
Exactly, and that's where the educational background comes in. It goes with like probably associate degrees or maybe 2 years in college for a state police, and then maybe high school degree for a district police or a local government police. So,
let me say this. Earlier, continue.
That just like Randall was saying, that our leaders, this group of leadership we have in Nigeria, they are just bunch of corrupt people that have no vision for that country. what they are in politics for is not to serve the people, but to go and loot. So that is why you don't see them doing the right thing, governing well, and serving the people. Look, the way Americans structure their policing system, it is clearly defined, and you know where at one level where its own function stop, at another
Exactly.
you know where its own function stop, and that is why they were able to. That is why they can secure their country. The crime we have in America now here, if they don't have a well-structured policing system, they won't be able to have control over the crime rate in United States.
Let me say this real quick before you continue. You see,
Okay.
one thing they can do again is, like some states here, the head of their police department, the sheriffs, they elect them. They elect them.
Yeah, but those are counties. They are different.
Yeah.
Their own role is
Yeah, that's what I'm
different.
saying.
I mean,
So that
yeah.
people will not be afraid of somebody becoming a super lord or whatever, kind of they will vote him out.
They vote him out.
Yeah. So I also
So,
that
by the
too.
way, do they have provision for local? I know they're only doing state, but is there a provision for local government?
That's what we were saying. It's only state police they're talking about now.
Okay.
Which is not even something they should
not
talk
going to work.
I think people they are
It's not going to work.
Let me pitch in this one. When we are operating the parliamentary system, we have the native police, in which you are calling the local government police now. But they are also talking about, they will be talking about it in the constitutional review. But please, for immediate solution, we need that state police.
It doesn't solve it.
No.
It doesn't solve it. That's instead causing more problems.
It reduces criminality.
Problem. We should be fighting for the
Babaja.
autonomous.
Babaja Lekoko.
Yes.
I don't know. Sorry, can I chip in one thing?
Biggie.
You
I
might
don't know
not.
how this guy has spoken before. Go on, please.
We might not agree with what I'm going to say. You see, in as much as state policing seems to be what everybody is buying for, you know, my number one fear with state policing is going to be an affair of man, no man, Omadugo, area people, non-party member. It's going to be run by a party system. Somebody knows somebody, and somebody favoring somebody. And at the end of the day, the same exact thing you want to achieve, you might not be able to achieve it. Imagine if I'm in Nigeria, in my area, I'm well known. I joined the state police. Do you think I can really arrest people in that area? America's system is different from Nigeria's system.
They don't post you to your area. They post you to different part of the city.
No, they don't have to. They don't have to do. Look, what I'm saying. Hold on. This is it. If we have our local government function in such an autonomous way that they are not under the control and strangulation of the state as we have it in Nigeria today, everything will run well in that country. Because if in my local government, if I'm a police officer in my local government, a police under the police department, under the control of the local government, and with all the training and accountability, those criminals in the area will fish them out because we are committed to secure that city. That city must not fail because it is that city that is paying your salary.
Baba, you think it is that easy?
It will work. Look, once you are committed, you are being paid by the city. The people of that city are paying through their taxes. They are paying your salary. What is your job? You must not allow criminality in that city. It doesn't matter whether you get him into the cooler.
Abadale Koko, we've stayed abroad for long. You don't know what is on ground in Nigeria.
No, look.
Do you know the power? Do you know how much power ordinary Agbero has in
Look,
Nigeria?
they don't have no power. Look, it is this.
You think so?
No, hold on. It is this politician that make them, that empower them, because they uses them for election rigging and their criminality. It is the politician that are behind. Agbero does not have no cent power. 1 cent, they don't have it. But they are the one behind them, empowering them to terrorize us.
So,
It's the politician.
I totally agree with you. Look at the last election. Do you not have Agbero in Lagos? Who won the state? Is it Tinubu? I beg.
They don't have 1 cent. 1 cent power. 1 cent, they don't have it. But the politician are the one empowering them, giving them arms to terrorize us so that they can achieve their criminality, just the way they are governing us with, their criminality with impunity that we must.
I agree with you to an extent. I agree with you to an extent. The other one I wanted to mention, it's about the enforcement of the laws in Nigeria. I think what the government needs to actually do is actually build better prisons where the prisoners are going to be working to maintain themselves and be productive to the environment. There's a prison here called Angola. I don't know if anybody, I think it's in Alabama or somewhere. Angola. It's called Chain Gang. People in that prison, they go to the farm every day. And they are the one producing what they are eating in the prison. And they are even producing some for sale. I think that will make, if people go to prison one time and it might be called hard labor, but I don't think it's too much of a hard labor.
That will depend on the kind of the prisoner. If somebody who is a very hardened criminal, who is known to be a threat, a menace to the society, would you allow
even if you are a threat to the society, wherever they are going to work is a secured environment.
No, it should be by privilege, by virtue of by the level of why are you in prison for? You cannot say somebody who is a terrorist who is being in prison should be allowed.
I don't think taxpayers' money should be wasted on terrorists. I don't see why they should put those ones. Those ones are supposed to be. Yeah, they're supposed to be minors.
To him, is that what you're saying?
We kind of all those. There are some people that instead of somebody that finds somebody to go and put him in prison for 25 years. I think it's a waste of taxpayers' money.
So for capital punishment to just take care of
Lakbara long for some particular clients. Wow. If somebody does anything to my own child and think they're going to put him in free, I will tell the judge.
Didn't they change that law that there was this 30 years ago where most countries signed to that they will abolish capital punishment?
But once in Bell, it's Saudi now.
No. I said most countries, but did Nigeria sign that? Did Nigeria sign?
You know, one of the reasons why they kind of don't want to do capital punishment.
Did Nigeria sign that thing to abolish in our country capital punishment?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, because a lot of some governors are still signing death warrant.
They are not signing religion.
They are not signing it.
Out our mind totally. Because
but I'm saying in our law, do we still have it?
We still have it. Yes,
we still have it.
People are still condemned to kill by hanging and whatever.
Okay, this is why it
just doesn't happen.
Capital punishment is not good. It doesn't make sense. Okay, look, it doesn't give room for you to redress or whatever error the justice system have made. So we've seen a lot of
Exactly.
cases.
Sometimes they find out some people were not, they were innocent.
Exactly. So when
Okay, sorry. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. The people I want capital punishment for, you see, like here in America, we see sometimes that they bring some people to court and they keep saying it right in court there that they would do it over and over again. You know what I mean? That is a self-confession. Someone that has done it and is willing to do it. There's no point wasting taxpayers' money for 30 years. It is a waste of money.
Yeah, I can agree that they should make it available.
Do you know how much it costs? Do you know how much it costs on the average to keep a prisoner in jail in America per year?
Yeah, but the person, somebody who you found guilty, who is pleading innocence and then is found guilty.
Those are different. I just gave you my instance now.
Biggie, even in America, people stay on death row for up to 10 to 20 years, still waiting for.
Even 30 years is a waste of money.
They just wait because they want to do this thing for as long to make sure that they are doing it. They don't want to make that mistake to just go on.
Exactly.
So they'll keep them for that on death for so long. It's almost like life sentence. Yeah. So
But I think sometimes it's just most of these mass incarceration you see in America, it cannot happen in Nigeria. You know why? Most of these people, if they go to the prison if they go to Ikoyi prison one or Kirikiri once, they won't want to go back the second time.
They become born again, like.
But here in America, they sit down in prison and lift weights, and they complain about food.
Watching TV, lifting weights.
And they complain about the food, how nourishing the chicken is. When somebody is eating one,
they even make music about. They even make music bragging about doing it.
Mike, did you see Hush Puppy was making video of his cake in prison in Chicago?
Yeah.
I
think it cost between 70 to 90,000 per annum to take care of a prisoner in America. 70 to 90,000.
The rappers, man, if you haven't been to jail, you don't have street credibility.
Because the jail is favorable.
You know what? Do you know what's funny? Let's do some estate program.
Jail is not favorable. Jail is not favorable. Don't say jail is favorable.
For some of them.
Progressive.
Should I tell you? Don't argue with. Let me tell you. Sorry, please, 1 second. I know of somebody that tells me conveniently that when it is around September, October, he commits a crime that takes him to prison that he knows he's going to spend the winter in there. And he'll be out.
Those are homeless
for summer.
Those are homeless people.
Not homeless, so this one is not homeless, so he's just a lazy guy who doesn't want to do anything. And I also know of somebody who had a very strong ailment. Whatever is going to cost him to fix it outside is a lot of money. He went and committed the minor crime, went to prison, and he did his medical everything there for free.
Yeah, actually, I can concur to that. There's some people that live better in prison than outside.
Exactly. It doesn't mean they are homeless.
It's not all prison. Federal prison.
Apart from that, look, what you need to I understand some people mindset. They feel like okay, they have a better life inside than outside. Okay, that could be a situation whereby they are struggling in all ramification when they are outside. But the idea that a grown-up man, a human like yourself, you'll be told when to go to bed, when to wake up, when to eat, what to eat. Come on. What do you know what that is? That takes a lot away from you.
Some are used to it. Some don't know anything different from that.
Yeah, but
they've been going since 14.
Yeah,
they probably grew up in the juvenile.
Yeah, those have been institutionalized. They've been institutionalized, so that it's not the that is not the right way of life.
And if you check what crime they commit petty crimes.
Yeah, progressive. Do you know there was a guy like years ago? He served like 14 years in prison. He was about to be released. Do you know what this guy did? He started somebody in prison just to stay there for longer. He didn't want to leave. He started somebody in prison, so they had to keep him longer there. He didn't want to get that anymore. He's been stuck. Yeah, he's just institutionalized over there. But my thing is, like those kind of people, maybe if you go to Nigeria for a year and eat Oka or a wine in Nigerian prison for 1 year, they will change their ways. and just live better. But
Babati, I have a friend who once told me a story. I think he had a problem with his woman, and then they got into a fight, and he was taken into the county jail. This guy's never been to jail in his life before, so he was telling me the experience. So when he went to jail, and the food they were giving them was just, it's a county jail, what kind of food like that. He's not used to all this food, bread and some kind of potato mash and everything like that they give to them, and some carrot and some other things by the side, and maybe cabbage. So anyway, so he said he was just throwing up while he was in jail for about 2-3 days that he was there. But now this is where I'm going to. Now he said when he was leaving, some of the guys there were telling him that you will come back here. Say you're coming back again. He said no. He said he's not coming back. I said, look at you. All of us that were here, do you think we prayed that we're going to be there? So yeah, but what he's saying is like the system here, the way it works is that they do it whereby, because it's a way of making money for maybe the owners of that prison or the county jail, as the case may be. So the point is that the guy was telling me that a lot of them they said he's going to come back. So you will come back here. Because that is how the way they institutionalize. I mean, they've made the laws in that state is that any little thing you'll be taken back to that jail. So,
but that has more to do that when they leave, maybe because of their criminal record, they can't get a job, so they are forced into that life of crime again.
Yeah.
So they are forced to go back to stealing or robbing, and they get caught again, and they go back.
Yeah. So it's just it's
and sometimes to the cops they mark you down.
They mark you that too. Yeah,
they take you down for any small thing.
I've heard that somebody left prison, and within 10 minutes, the person that was picking him up, the police just sound like they knew. They were driving him home, and they stopped the car, and they had guns in the car, and they took him back again. they took everybody.
Yeah.
So sometimes they do mark them like, oh, you're gonna.
I know there's a state here in America, but I don't know.
Huh?
There's a state here in America, but I don't know which of the states, but it's called 3 strikes. If you shoplift 3 times, you're going to life imprisonment.
That's California now. That's California.
But California is not messed up. Do you know now? If somebody comes to your store and steals something less than $1,000, you cannot really do anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's all over the country now. Like they don't even arrest petty theft anymore. They don't arrest them, and they just tell you to fight charges.
Mike, did you see that the video of that guy that went into the iPhone? He wore a baggy pants, and it was
and he stole about 40. He stole about 40 iPhones.
Do you know what the worst part of it? This guy walked past a police car, like in front of the Apple. He just walked past the car, and he just walked in his car. Like I'm like, really? I never. Is that bad in California now?
How did you steal phones?
The prison there is overfilled. They don't have room to arrest people. So now they just release people now. They don't even.
In America, all those stores like CVS, it's their store policy. If anybody rob, don't touch them because we don't want you to get hurt. So
yeah. It's almost every store now.
How did you get access to the phone? That's what I'm saying.
It was in the display phone now. You know, Apple, they display all these phones and stuff. So
they normally display phone inside glasses.
No,
they break it and take it out. No, in California, you see 5 guys working with sledgehammers in a jewelry store. They break all the glass and pack out all the jewelries.
You guys know what happened to me like a few days ago.
They break it broad daylight. What are you saying?
I went to one place like that, so to work now. So I was ready to leave. So I remember I left something inside. So I left my car door open to run inside, just grab that thing. Something just told me to turn around. As I turn around, one of those drug guys just entered my car. He wanted to drive off. I said, hey, what the that went off on it. Dude, the guy started saying, no, I want to start to steal. I wanted to start punching the guy in the face, but at the same time, he was holding the bag. So I'm like, this guy will get guns. I wanted to start beating this guy, man. But I just said, oh, yeah, yo, just get the fuck up. Guy, I said, the guy was a good. Well, I said, regrets, I don't beat the shit out of this guy, man. But that one reason say, inside that bag, you ain't carry if you get gun inside, So we had to go beat that.
Do you know you can injure the guy and you can go to jail?
They will sue you for like
they won't steal my car. I for guy.
My brother, bro. I'm telling you, you can go to jail for it.
I
The
know now.
Nigerian system, you can be prosecuted
for even
for beating someone and trying to steal my car. I don't think
Oh
so.
yes, I promise you, my
They won't.
brother.
They won't. The guy's a junkie now. They won't. Police won't
I
even sign
promise
anything.
you, I promise you, my brother.
Mike, do you people have your stand your ground law in Texas there? Stand your ground.
Yeah, who told you I'm in Texas?
No, they have they have castle laws. That means in your house is where you have power with the gun. You can carry, but where you have the full power is when you're in your house. Somebody breaks in there, you can't shoot out. You can't shoot anybody. But that one that when you live in your house is very tricky. You must be very careful. It's very
if the guy wasn't trying to fight him, he was struggling, and the guy was walking away, and then you're right.
If you him there, I think it's.
But in most cases, the police won't even. They will tell the guy get or even.
They'll be like, Mike, you have
junkies,
insurance now. You have insurance. You have all that stuff. So so they don't want you getting hurt. So that's just the whole thing. It's safety. It's a safety thing. So yeah.
Yeah, but the guy provoked me. If it was like a few years ago when I was still younger, when we say, man, I can't control my temper. I could not beat that guy like bloody. I trying to take mine. Are you crazy? One area I don't fuck with me. Don't play my money. I don't play my family. I literally would fuck you off with that, man. I don't. Anything that belongs to me, don't try to steal from you. Say won't steal my car. I still want to like. I don't change you. Me, 3 years ago, you won't steal my car, catch you. Oh man, go collect.
Mike, are you living in the trenches, man?
Yo, Judy, I was looking in the mirror even this morning. I still asked myself, I can't believe I didn't beat this guy.
Move to good state, man.
I said, well, I don't change you. I'll change, man.
but I'm sorry, for anybody that lives in America, do you think America is becoming more dangerous every day?
It's always been dangerous.
Yeah, it's always been dangerous.
No, it's becoming more dangerous now with the law.
Biggie, it depends on how you move and where you must know how to move around in America. That's the thing with America. When
that's the thing about America. You gotta know where you are, which area you're going.
Move anywhere.
America, the way they design everything, they design an area for the useless people, and then they design area for decent people. You understand? It's a capitalist country. They now make if you want to live in an area where you don't have to know what's even going on, just have your money. You understand? Just ready to pay high rent, and you're good.
Like I can tell you that where I stay, I can't remember the last time I locked the door to my house.
Exactly, even where I stay right now.
I can't remember.
You know what's even funny? Like before,
when I go out of my area, sometimes I forget my car key because I don't take my car key out of my car.
If you go, you see, boy, if you go to some place in America, if you're driving around, if you see burglary proof anywhere, just don't stay there. Just keep.
Oh yeah.
Keep driving, man. It's not a place you want to be. So.
No, and this is how you know where not to go in America. If you go to any area, you see a person begging, a homeless or a junkie on the street. You know where you get to the stoplight. It's that junkie that's asking for change.
It's not a good environment.
That's not a good environment.
If you see
the fact that a drug addict exists in that area,
if you see a gun store by the liquor store, they keep moving, man.
Keep moving.
I drove from Atlanta, Georgia. I was going to Utah, man. I stopped at St. Louis, Missouri, man. Went to one of these gas stations, bro. Man, bulletproof mirrors, and I was like, God damn it. Turn around, man. I was like, hell no, no, I ain't putting no gas over here. Leave that area, man, fast. St. Louis, that's one of the worst places, man.
I mean, you will learn like some places in America. If you go there and their Walmart closes at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, it's not safe.
Oh, you know another one, Babati. If you go to any environment, you're trying to use a restroom in their restaurant, they say you can't use it. You have to ask for a key.
Well,
you know you're in a bad environment where they don't allow you to use your toilet. It's a bad environment. Just drive 10 more miles. Before you trying to use the toilet.
Or when you go to these their fast food companies and only see only black old ladies in there, man, just it's not worthy, man.
I don't know if you guys
So, but basically, we know the signs. Is my point. We know what to look out for. Once you see it, like, nah, man, keep it moving. This is
Keep it moving. It's not worthy.
Or if you go to any city, you drive to an area and see black population.
It's not as always this. Let me say this. I don't know if you guys have ever been to any street whereby you see people who throw their shoes on the
cable, on the wire cable.
When you see
Oh
that,
shit, that's come on, don't try.
That's a sign that area.
One spanner lost.
Yep.
Or if you're going, you see a street called Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Oh, yep. Martin Luther King, all these their Malcolm X Street and all these.
You start seeing graffitis on the wall.
Mike, I lived among white people before I went to residence in Houston for a minute. So I went to Walmart at 10 o'clock at night. I quickly figured out the Walmart people at night are very different people. I was scared. It was all black people at night in that Walmart, and they are weird black people, like not the regular ones. So they were prostitutes in the Walmart, trying to get like customers. They were like it was some weird shit, man. I'm like, what is this? It was like all black people in that Walmart, and they were all weird. Somebody was running up and down. Some kids were stealing beer. Just jacking beer from the store and running out. Like, it was just like on the way. I'm like, can you believe it? No, it was all black people. I'm like, I've never seen that before. So once you know the area in America, sometimes you just got to be careful. Don't go finding a girl that is beautiful in the hood because you want to smile or
when you go to any city, watch out for Southeast.
No, anything southwest. Anything south. The only place I know north was bad is Philadelphia.
Valley.
Every other city I know is south. Anything south, avoid it.
Whenever you hear valley area of any city, run from that area. Valley area.
These people, man, they like places where they have easy metro. They can catch a bus, train, and all this stuff. That's why
that's another sign. Anyway, you see where there's buses, public transportation. That's another bad area.
Right. Because most of them don't have ID to drive cars and all of that. So that's why most Africans live in the north side, northwest, north side suburb.
Just find out where is the biggest hospital in the city. Don't live there. I know.
The biggest what?
The biggest hospital. The biggest county hospital. The county hospital, government hospitals, the biggest one in the area. Don't live close to that area.
Oh, a place where they build unemployment center. Don't forget.
Section 8.
Section 8 housing. Jackpot.
I was driving from Georgia to Texas, and I stopped in Louisiana. I felt I was in 1862.
Oh man, yeah, that's crazy in Louisiana. What city was it? In Lafayette?
You go into the gas station, the restroom. Oh Jesus Christ!
What city was it? Is it Lafayette? Because
I can't even remember because I was driving with GPS.
Louisiana. Driving to Louisiana, maybe you like that place that are even worse than Nigeria. In Louisiana. What the hell is
when the guy in the gas station saw me, the guy was like, the guy looked at me and said, "You're not from around here," and I said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah." Only I know from the kind of car you're driving. I'm not gonna lie to you, Mr. I enter, I know say yes, I'm in the lion den.
Hey.
Bro, that's what places in America.
Thank God say I dey smoke cigar. Now cigar takes discharge myself.
You have to move like them, man. You won't stay there.
I come on cigar sharp, begin they blow up. Put one for my hair like this. They smoke one.
I filled up
the moment you enter that place, just start sagging your pants, man.
Until I got out of that place.
If you go to any store at night and somebody tells you, "What's up, playboy?" Just run. Get in your car, keep moving. That's
greet them back quick. Don't just turn like that because just say the same thing and just use eye snake.
When you go to any convenience store and they answer you from outside, they don't allow you to enter.
Oh, those small window, I mean. Those small windows.
Yeah, small window. They shut down the door at 6 o'clock. There's a town in Chicago called Gary, Indiana, man. Everything gets shut down at 6 p.m. Man,
you got to be careful where you stay in America.
And let me give you, if you're looking for apartment and they say don't worry, no credit check required, no credit check required. Oh, why don't go to that apartment?
No background check.
No background check. No.
Oh, that's good. You know they're the bad area, man. Anywhere you're good, they don't do background check on you. That means you're going to live with people that.
But some people want it very cheap.
Don't worry, you will learn now.
Yeah, you will learn now. You won't save money, Abby. You go learn.
See, I can guarantee you, there's probably a dealer in your building.
Right there, man. You got to
Guys, let me say another one. If you go to any street and you see everybody in that street, all their cars, they put this lock on their you see, they put all these locks on your tire, on their trucks.
Oh wow, I've never heard about it. I only heard about that in California. I've never
You go all that street, you just everybody there, you just put locks on their tire. Or they
the places, the states where you can really stay and you can avoid all those kind of things. And states like maybe Texas, even like I say California too, and probably. But when it comes to that DMV area, especially I won't lie, because they're so close to each other, you can't get away from the madness, man.
Mike, Midwest is the best state to live in. Midwest, all these Utah, I'm telling you, man.
You can go far from you can where the madness is. You can live miles away from there.
I mean,
even when you even see black people, they're all mixed.
They're all mixed. I mean, everybody is working. You live in the same apartment complex with a black guy. He's going to work. I mean, it's comfortable, right? But in Maryland, man, you are going to work. Somebody is checking about your apartment. What time is this guy coming back? What time is he going?
Yeah. Not bad, but if you want to feel about black people, come to Boston. Boston blacks are well educated. They make you comfortable. They might.
Oh really? Are you for real? You serious?
I heard about Massachusetts. I heard
Massachusetts, Boston. It's just too cold over there, man.
Even New York is getting better now, though, Babati. Even New York back in the days, man. God damn, that city was something else. But now it's getting better. But now a place like New Jersey, Philadelphia is where the madness is, man.
What happened to New Jersey though? It's crazy. New Jersey is
Jersey is the shit. It's the hellhole, man. It's not
No. Don't say
very dirty.
The whole state is not.
No.
Except you go to Newark. If you go to Newark,
Newark is a terrible zone.
By the way, don't go to Tennessee.
Almost the only Jersey, man.
All these brutal people.
But Tennessee is not bad.
Tennessee is bad, man. There's a place called
Tennessee, all those ones. You know where they are. The white people there, they keep the black, they pump them in one place like a plantation kind of area. They just keep them there. And they don't burn them when they come near them. Those people, they don't want to deal with them.
Mike, I drove to Memphis. I was in Murfreesboro for a while. Memphis is a very good hotel. 4.5 star, beautiful. Oh boy. The kind of gunshot out. I'm like, we had to go like Memphis is not a safe area, man. Memphis.
That's where they shot this rapper, man. American rapper called Young Dope. They shot him point blank over there.
I'm like, nah. It's a terrible.
Memphis. I mean, I like their basketball team, but man, come on, man. It's just
another city that used to be terrible was Houston, but the Nigerians came to fix it, because what happened was Nigerian population started growing past the Black Americans, and they were like sharing the same neighborhood.
Mike,
so the Nigerians now they started working with police.
There's one town by Houston called Alif. The whole town is nice. The whole town is Nigeria now. They took over everything.
And Nigeria's taking over, man. The most of the black population in Houston is Nigerians, man. So the thing is it was good for the black American, because now many of their children are now seeing how the Nigerians are behaving. They're not trying to be like the Nigerians.
Yeah,
so many of them are starting to behave good. Like, okay, so I can be black and be decent, you know. So many of them now, they are trying to, you know, the Nigerians are showing them how to behave properly. So they are, you know, changing many of them they learn your Nigerian language. You see Akata, they speak Yoruba to you.
Because they are even their women, they prefer the Nigerian guys.
The Nigerian boy they want to. The Nigerian.
They not born you where you go carry one of the women that is kick head, man. You're gonna suffer your whole life.
They don't kill many Nigerian boys. So you know many Nigerian boys end up in the cemetery because of Akata. So Nigerian boys are so stubborn.
Mike, don't refer to them. Don't refer to them as that name. I don't like it. It's degrading.
But Mike, you know that happens because in most cases the guy saw the sign, but he was trying to, like, you know, flex, like, yeah, I got.
You go to flex now. Some foolish, like especially the South Igbo boys, Southeastern boys. They go to flex. You know, Igbo people get stubborn mind. They get one of my men, Chike. I say, I know the full Akata they do this day. Unless I ask as a guy, if you're not ready for the actual gun battle or that kind of thing, no follow them flex.
No.
No be Gidigbo. The only way Akata go back down with you, if you know, say you say get go, you are down for the whole thing. But if you want to Naija style, say you threaten and say one fighter, they go waste you.
If you know that the girl you're dealing with is like that, and you still want to be like, I'm the man, all that stuff.
Baba T, come on, they don't tell you meet a nice girl at the club.
No,
I mean, come on.
No. The thing is, he wants to know the girl is in that circle.
But you the way to stay with me. People that get hurt when it comes to those kind of things. You know, bro code. If I see my girl with somebody else, I won't say, maybe the guy did not know that. Maybe she told him, or she's just single, whatever, whatnot. But what happens with these guys is like, even when they know the girl is messing with other people, they feel like, yeah, I'm the man. I can get whatever I want. I can even get your girl. I got the money. I got the car. They start flexing. That's what where the problem comes in.
Man, this Akata guy shot an African guy outside of the club. Okay, sorry, my guy, but that's the word that I understand. I mean, outside of the club, when they were inside the club, the African guy was trying to mess with her girl. Outside of the club, shooting point blank.
The thing is, they feel insulted that you African, you that kind of thing.
Exactly.
When they take each other or like talk to each other's girl, they don't mind. They don't care because they know that their girls will cheat on. They can cheat. Their girls can cheat on one of their own. But once the girl is doing with the African guy, hold on, this one, the one that even annoying them is when that Nigerian guy come to take care of the girl. You know, Nigeria, you want to take care of the chick, make the girl feel good. They hate that thing, man.
You see, Mike, Shaniqua is not the kind of black girl that we want.
But some Nigerian guys are so foolish now. They go see Shaniqua, they go spend money give her.
Once you hear the name, Takwanda, all those ones.
Wanda. If you don't hear those names, but some Nigerian boys just came. JJC don't know now. JJC thinks every woman of America is high class. You know, Johnny just come. All these Nigerian boys just come from Nigeria. The first game they follow talk now. Those Shaniqua.
My name is Portia. All those say.
In fact, those Johnny just come. They see that accent as even sexy.
And these American guys can tell you from the way you dress, they know that guy is an African. Even the way you walk, they can say, man, that's an African nigga, right? They can tell your movement, man. They know you. Yep. It's crazy.
Don't go out there. And also, you know, our guys, you have used your butashi. They have seen your power and they have recommended. You know, guys recommend it to their friends now. So you get somewhere, you start slanging everybody's girl like you're the one that has the power because you don't use your fine. And
When I first came to United, that was around 2008. I was working in a warehouse, Amazon, man, back in the days, man. It was crazy. You know, with these African Americans, I was in Maryland, man, like Upper Marlboro and stuff.
You are busy at work, huh? Jude, you are busy. I know. You are busy at work.
Man, I'm told, man, with all these girls were all like really want to try that African Mutombo stuff, bro. But their guys were like, fuck this nigga, man. Like, you know, they were like, man, this nigga is messing with all these girls and they can't even talk to us. Like, what the heck is going on with him? All hating stuff, man. Like, they get jealous so quick, especially their guys. They get
they hate
jealous,
that
man.
shit, man. Especially the African,
Man.
you look, African we war, like you look ugly, and then their girls is on you. They hate that shit, man.
Mike, it's not even that. It's that I think they're like sapiosexual in some way, because if you're educated, smart guy, it's kind of attractive in some ways for like a stable guy for relationship. When it comes to serious dating, so they can smash the regular guy, but when it comes to I want a life partner, that kind of thing, they prefer a kind of steady black guy with no criminal record, or other kind of stuff. So you kind of fit the billing for what they want, for like a stable kind of thing. So
Yeah, but the thing about those guys, they are not stable though. Man, it's hard to have them stable, man.
I told you now. If your name is Shani Kwa, Koki Kwa, those kind of weird names now, you're not doing that.
Even their real ones are not stable, bro. I had a friend that was dating an black American RN nurse, man. The girl was still not stable, man. Like,
why would you be a nurse though?
No, Babati, once they grow up in the hood, man, forget it, man. You really go school, come for school. That hood is not living there, man. Forget it.
Yeah.
Once they grow up in that,
she had like 4 kids with 4 different guys.
I lived in the hood, though. The little bit of we have pick up from there. I still can't get rid of it.
Mike, you know, my time in school, I had this cardiology friend. She would be like, I'm like, oh, she's like, I don't want to know these guys, and she would complain to me. Oh, our boyfriend he went to jail last night. I'm like, dude, you're a doctor, for God's sake. Why are you dealing with the way it makes me feel? Don't worry.
Yeah. They like Bola now. They like Bola where when it comes to sex.
Mike,
I think if you have you can have a problem with them easily in one way. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that does African American. I can't stand the aggression. But if you no, I'm not that kind of person. I can't do it. They are very aggressive.
Why do you think they get in trouble? Boaz, listen. Why do you think they always get in trouble when they leave the country? Because of that attitude now.
It's aggression. They
leave the country. You want to go.
They want to. Yeah. So this one, we just met and things were going. So one day she now called me that she wanted to see me, and I said, I'm at work. I'm gonna get done like 4:00. And from 12:00 till 4:00, she was buzzing my phone, blasting me for not being there. So the reason is because they are used to it. They go to work.
You got lucky, man.
Their men don't work.
Yep,
they are used to guys they are used to guys that would take them to work, drop them off, then zoom off with the car and come pick them up after work. That's the life. If you work a regular job, you are too serious for them. They can never last with you.
That's true. That's true, man. Yep.
That's can't trust you at all.
You know, Mike. I actually did one of them back in grad school, and we had for a couple of weeks, and I'm like, I'm not gonna talk to you, but I just kind of let her go like that. Man, I come back from work like 10 o'clock in the morning. So I was doing some long shit, whatever. She was at my door in the morning. I'm like, what the hell? She's like, why didn't you call me? Shit. I'm like, man, I've been busy. This girl would stalk me at work. She was all over the place. I'm like, man, I'm gonna get some restraining on this girl, man. So if they like you like that, they like you like that sometimes, It's kind of
crazy. Bro.
Let me say this. I mean, we're talking much about black women. How about all these our white women too? If you see them be old on, I don't want to say BBL. And they do the lip stock. I mean, suction.
Rational mind.
No, rational mind. They are better. What that you are doing hello?
No, forget. Biggie.
Why do
No. Do you know what's better? An Asian girl that has a black girl's body, natural. You like Where did she get this from? No way she
I
got
know, right?
what
the
the
Japanese,
hell?
you go to Japan, it's a lot of them.
Like, and they're tall, like fairly tall, like with the
What is
yam.
the BBL? And is doing BBL? Is that what you're saying?
No, natural
No,
cake.
I can't stand
Natural cake.
BBL.
Natural, man.
I'm telling you, like Asians with a black girl body is crazy.
No,
They start having that body in their
I'm
30s and
telling you,
40s.
man, natural.
Like
Russian
Plus America,
American,
American,
for real. No joke.
From
They
Asia.
got the yams, man. Crazy.
I mean,
It's just that aggression. I can't just deal with it. I don't know how it. I don't know. I can't deal with it.
Yeah, their aggression is so, and their aggression it comes. If you are not very careful enough, it can turn into something else.
No.
Got you serious,
I'll walk
seriously.
away.
The take is so once you like to, huh?
These guys are having issues. All these black women, a lot of them are
Yeah.
complaining.
Once you lie to them, once they start getting aggressive with you, they don't slow down, man. Everything they just get annoyed, and
What I'm saying is that they're having issues. They're not able to find a man to sit down with them. A lot of the black guys now, they are switching to Asian girls and white girls and maybe Hispanic girls.
They complain now. They say they're
Personal man, do you wanna deal with those kind of people? Maybe you've not really experienced them in that. You've not really experienced them.
I've never dated a black girl before.
He's a white guy. He's a white girl now. You should know him already.
Yeah, I'm married to a white too, but I can't just. Even as friends, I can't even. I can't deal with that aggression. It's too much for me. Like they cannot express themselves to you in a very simple way.
they have no respect. They have no respect, for whosoever.
They want to be heard, and they are always right.
And they want you to be there for them as soon as they need you.
There's a lack of male. They have maybe grown up lack of male authority.
Yeah, I think they have.
I think it's their upbringing. I think is when you go to the high school and see them from high school, even when they are still young, that's still their behavior.
But Boaz,
when was the last time you see? When was the last time you've seen two, except for crackhead, that you see two fufun come at Janino store fighting in the store?
Do you know what bothers me? What about the Nigerian girl that grew up with her parents but still act that way like she's one of them? That's what confuses me. I'm like, I know you
because those are people.
No, from Nigeria, I want to emulate.
Yeah, like
number one. But number two, what you need to understand is most of the things your kids are gonna learn, they're gonna pick it up from school.
Yeah. Most of the things you pick is in school.
Most of the things the kids are gonna do, they're gonna pick it up from school. They might not act it in front of you. You wait one day, put a recorder in your teenager's room and hear their conversations on the phone with their friends.
I don't want to. I caught one once kissing a girl, which to me as a man is good. I'm proud of him, but the mom was mad. I'm like, at least she's like, at least he's not gay. That's what she was happy about. Yeah, yes.
I told my daughter, my in-laws and everybody were mad with me. I told her, if you get pregnant, high school, whatever, oh baby, you're moving out. I don't care.
That's the Nigerian way of it. You give her the Nigerian talk.
You're gonna live with your grandparents, I promise you. The mother said, blah, blah, blah. I said, that's gonna be the end of me and you. Like my father will always tell me, I won't raise you and raise your children. It's not gonna happen.
But Biggie, I went to a jail in I believe one time. There were all those juvenile. There were a lot of Nigerian kids. A lot of them.
You see those ones. You see those ones. The problem with those ones is, most of the time the parents are hustling, and we forget about the children.
Because this one, the dad left them. He brought them here and went back to Nigeria. Left the woman here. She's a nurse and she has 3 kids. So she was always working night shift and she never had time. The girl got pregnant at 14. One is in life imprisonment now. The other one is even missing. Nobody even knows where he is now.
Do you know I know of one that siblings got themselves pregnant?
Huh?
Yeah.
Nigerians?
It's very sad.
It happens, yeah.
Because, and I know of a friend of mine, when he came here with his kid, I told him, you can't do this, you can't do that. You work overnight. He works from like 10 till the morning. The wife works till like 9. So between that 1 hour time, they leave the kid at home by themselves, 3 kids.
About 3 hours.
Unfortunately, you know what happened one day? Unfortunately, it's an apartment. The fire alarm came up. Everybody ran out of the house. The kids ran out of the house. But the police noticed there were these 3 kids just standing there by themselves, no adult around. And they asked, where are your parents? They are at work. They lost those 3 kids.
Wow. At what age? At what age?
The youngest one was 9, 7, and 5.
Oh, that's too young. That's too young.
My brother, even if it was 12, they will still lose them.
Yeah, 5. Oh, nah.
Yeah.
Nah. That's
the girl is almost mad now. She's frustrated. And I said, I told you everything about everything.
Well, Nigerians, they are not ready for American society, man.
If they can get a lawyer, they should be able to fight it.
Yeah,
fight what?
Expensive lawyer.
They take your
How are you going to fight it? That you left your children at home without adult and you went to war.
No, what Biggie? You can fight.
You didn't run to the gas station. They cannot win it.
Yeah,
you did not run to the gas station. You did not run to the corner store. What are you saying, rational mind?
No, I'm
if it's 2 parents, they stand a chance of winning. But if it's 1 parent, this child is gone. Like,
you have two parents in the house, and you are leaving those young kids for that window, even though it's just 1 hour. My brother, they cannot get them back.
Yeah, for 2 parents, if they have a good lawyer, but it's very expensive. They have a chance, but it's very expensive.
Yeah, there's kind of a chance. Depends on the kind of who they are and what they are.
What excuse do they have?
Because that means no. I've seen where that means one person has to give up the job, so they will make arrangements with some kind of like settlement, like you will promise not to one person. So they will make kind of like a concession that, and they will have a supervision and monitoring for a period of time. I've seen that done. Yeah, that's been done before.
May you not encounter some crazy CPS.
Yeah. So there's also that too. But that's crazy.
May you not encounter them.
Big in healthcare. I've seen so many of that. People working so many hours. And like my first time in America, my dad told me when we sat down, I was 16. I first came here. He told me, he said, listen. In America, you are going to have all the free time in the world you want. You are going to have all the free time. Like, trust me, all my guys that came to this country from junior secondary school or primary school in Nigeria, they either dead. I came after secondary school. Everybody that came before they finished high school in Nigeria, they're either dead, in prison, or weird gay shit right now. I'm like telling you,
that's the same thing.
I'm telling you, they are messed up. I'm telling you.
I came here young too. Most of the guys like because I lived in some tough neighborhoods, man. Some freaking tough shit, man. Like I literally experienced some real gang. Like
that high school.
When that era came, even me gone, man, I had to be tough. Yeah, I live in a neighborhood where you gotta be tough to survive there. To the point where, man, I couldn't even. It's that you become a punk and get like bullied, or you toughen up. And me, I was already a tough guy in Lagos, so I had to be that tough. You understand now? And luckily, I have a lot of sense. My wisdom just didn't allow me to end up in a fucked up situation. But man, you gotta. I mean, some areas, man. If you come to America, you gotta know where you're coming, especially with children. But some Nigerians don't understand that now. They will just
if you are coming to America.
Biggie, wait.
If you are coming to America, your landing point determines 65% of your life and chance.
Exactly, your landing point determines your where you are going to end up in this country. Honestly, some people lie, just luckily just lie in one nice white neighborhood and like that, and your children just enjoy, good upbringing and everything. But some people just land. And they just land in one of the worst kind of environment, and you won't know because you're coming from Nigeria now. You really don't know like it's so bad like that. You understand what I'm saying? So many Nigerians, they just jump out, they think they're going to Oyibo country, and they're not thinking of what's the difference between this neighborhood, that neighborhood, that, this and that and that. Even the school district, the quality of education our children will receive rely on the school district. So some people don't even know all these things. They just come straight to America and they're happy they're here, and they just start raising their children in whatever
They have
environment.
that. They have an idea of, oh, just put the kids in school, they will be fine. They'll take care of them. I said no. Pay attention, no. Pay attention.
Let me tell you about one guy. This guy, I know you guys know this guy now. The guy play professional. He's a Sierra guy. Play professional football. He play for Inter Milan. He play for Monaco too. So the guy came here. So when he come here now, so he always travel. So he had a cousin that was here. So it was like, I'm gonna leave my 2 kids here because it's free education. It's free education because the public school now. I said, guy, no, you don't know anything about America. Do you wanted to leave his kid and then travel, go to Europe? And I said, dude, because to him, just think America is America. I'm like, dude, this area you are here right now, you want to leave your kids. This is a very bad place. You put them in those public school there, this your son here, he's going to turn out, you're not going to be happy with what your kid will turn out. I told the guy, I said, dude, you have money. Take your kids back to Europe and play. Or if you want to leave him here, go to a different able and put them in the good school or private school, whatever. You have the money. Don't think America is just America. Everything is just like that. You have money. Why are you trying to take advantage of free stuff? So you wanted to put them in the public school in one area that I know that the public school there, it's gang infested, and the girls I'm like, dude, you have to know why.
Do you know when Wari was popping? A friend of mine that at the time when I came to this country, his dad was working there, so there was money, and they sent them here. And like you said, they were thinking America is America. Do you know where the boy and his brother went? To Philly.
Philadelphia.
Yes, when this guy, when he told me how he died, I could not. I'm like, the same guy, very quiet guy. He was shot at the stop sign by drug dealers. Stop sign.
That East Coast, that Philly.
So I'm like, how
Jersey, Brooklyn, New York,
of all places, Philadelphia. You know what they mean? But it was kind of caught up in they asked him to like me calling Mike, bring me real quick, and he took his friend to somewhere. Unfortunately, the friend said, okay, just wait in the car, I'll be right back. This guy went into a trap house to rob them over there.
That is friend, Abi?
Yeah, rob the trap house and say let's go. Got back in the car and he's driving, like asking the guy, what's going on? He said, keep driving. Somebody just pull over to the side of it and just shut the car up.
That's all it takes sometimes, just arguing the wrong person. Sometimes, this community, these neighborhoods, it may be a guy that has beef with some people, right?
Not for you.
And you know that even friends you're making. So that East Coast area is somehow like a crew. Their own gang terrorism is more about crew, like friends. So sometimes they were having beef with each other. So the guy you're hanging out with, maybe they want to have beef with someone. Maybe you don't shoot at some people. They're trying to get him back. And when they're trying to get him back, they want to get whoever is close to him too. So you may not know. You be so hanging out with him, doing their own boy, enjoying the guy. You don't know which way they get problem. Now they go see, say, oh, that's his boy. Next thing, they don't buy, they don't waste you. So when you bring your children here, man, you gotta know where you have them. Because some Nigerians just come, they bring their teenage sons here. Children want to make friends. You understand now?
Do you understand why it's always difficult for people with kids who come to America to just except maybe they are well off from Nigeria, they have money, they can
move. They lose their friends and everything, and you just move them.
Yeah, they might have to move to a white neighborhood.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Because right now we have a situation we are dealing with. How would you deal with a child from Nigeria, 5 years in America, that now says that he is of the trans community?
Right. Okay. I'll take that question. Let me just say this to Mike. Mike, we need to understand something, that some family, when they come from Nigeria, because of Baba Mama, they just came. Maybe they just got some kind of visa. They came in, and they will need to stay where Nigerians are, so that they can always tap into their knowledge of how to get accustomed or get used to the American system. Some of them, they usually end up in some of those ghetto area where the Nigerians are staying. But then when they now get established there, for them to relocate, it's always difficult, because maybe they're just trying to get themselves, Papa, Mama, see they are working minimum wage job. So, but then if you are able to come to America as a family, and maybe let's just say you're not well off, and you find yourself in a very nice white neighborhood whereby there's not much black people. Let me not say black people, but a nice neighborhood, whether black or what then, but nice. Then that might determine. Yeah, I agree with you guys that your first spot of entry, where you landed, where you stay, could determine the rest of your life here in America. It could determine whether you're going to make it or you're going to be something else. So, but for me, we need to understand that some family that they came in because they need to be closer to the Nigerian community or some areas whereby they know they can really survive. It's cheaper to live for them, considering their family now. Now let me now talk about what you asked me. You see, I know of some family in the past. They codedly, they was the way they handled it. When they started saying that, they just say, okay, be back here, you can see Nigeria. Let's go to Nigeria. Let's go greet grandpa. And when the man get there, he dropped the child there. But that would depend on the age of the child still. If the child is still like between that 11, 12, maybe 11 down, because when he got 12 here in America, he was almost an adult. So, but if like 12 down, then you can do that. Just if your mom is still alive or your dad is still alive or you have a sister that is is a disciplinarian, just go yourself. Let's go visit auntie or let's go visit.
There's one thing you do, rational mind.
That
listen. In some of these communities, right? Most of these activities among the teenagers and maybe young. This old mad behavior is between the age of people that are engaging in these activities in those communities are people from the age of 15 to 23 or 24.
Okay.
You understand? That's them. So now the adults sometimes don't even know the activity going on in these neighborhoods, man. They don't know. I'm telling you, it's among the kids, particularly high school. So some parents don't even know that the community they are living in, some madness is going on because they go to work. So maybe when there's a gunshot in the neighborhood, they are not even aware of it. Or maybe there's the activity going on. It's not really like Nigeria where everybody's on the outside and you display everything that's going on. The only people that know what's going on in the community are the kids, are the young people. They are the only one that know there's drug dealing going on in the neighborhood. There's who's what among themselves. They're the one that know. So some Nigerian parents don't even know. They learn. Hold on now. They don't, and the kids also they know their parents. So when they come home, they fake. Like I will tell you, when we came, we were young too. We go with the akatas. We sag our pants. But when we enter our house, we don't pull our up. You understand? So your papa don't know, say when you out there, you are learning, you are mingling with them, making friends and putting on dressing like them. But we know, say, your papa must not see you say the way you're pants like this or you're dressing like, so the kids keep it. So the parent may not know. By the time they go find out, say they are picking on learn some things and is involved in some things, it's too late.
Mike, I don't think that's the question that BT was asking. What BT was asking is, this, what we're talking about, this thing we're dealing with here in America.
How do you deal with? Because how do you deal with it? Because I've heard what you said, and it was the same reaction where they said they have one pastor somewhere. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do it.
Not you. I'm just saying that's what the jerk reaction was. They were kind of
that would be stupid on any parent. I could somebody in the comment section now is saying something that in the UK you cannot do that. That the CPS or the Child Protective Service there, they will ask you a question if you even before you leave the UK. I think they've had so many.
Even in America here, if you take the child to Nigeria, if the guy is smart enough and he knows where the embassy is back in America without your consent.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. So you see, the thing is, it's very difficult. But the thing is this: if you have a very cooperative parents or you have a sister, like they know what they won't treat him or her differently, but they could just help you handle her. Put her enroll her in a very nice school, maybe one of the biggest schools in Nigeria. You can pay the money, you can afford it.
Yeah, even you know that these things happen in Nigeria too. You know the solution. You know the solution to this thing.
What's the solution?
I would say it in Yoruba. It's a proverb. Yoruba ni kékeré là ń pẹ̀ka àrókò tó bá dàgbà máa gbẹbọ. If you don't want an iroko tree to grow out of proportion in front of your house, you trim it while it's still young. You see, sometimes most parents abroad, we try to Americanize, forgetting the fact that those Americans that are already Americanized, they are regretting every step they are taking. Like my son, when he was about 3 years old, he gets angry and he's upset and he hits me. I pick him up and I spank him. The mother will cry and raise her voice, and I said, "No, if I don't lay my hands on you, you don't lay yours on me." And he never did it again till he grew up. You see, sometimes these kids, they do all those things, they start very young. Parents overlook it that is a child, is a baby. And before you know it, they grow out of proportion. I was watching a video the other day. A boy was talking to his mom. He's about 12 years old. And mom, "Shut up, mom! Bow!" Heavy slap on the face. I told my wife, I said I'll be in jail by now.
No. Wait, he slapped his mom.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ìgbájú gidi ni kò jẹ́ pé kí ni o. Mom, shut up! Down! I told my wife, ìyàwó mi òyìnbó mo sọ lágbára Ọlọ́run máa wà lẹ́wọ̀n. Lágbára Ọlọ́run bọ̀ máa ń ná ọmọ ẹ débi débi kò ní gbàgbé láyé ẹ̀. Tó máa fi kú, kò ní gbàgbé, kò ní dọ́rú ẹ̀ wò mọ̀.
Sorry, Biggie. There was a time, there was this white pastor, I think I said on this show before, during my church going in America, that she, after the service, she said a professor at the University of Texas in Austin was designing a program. You know how the Chinese and Indians, they have kids here, but those kids speak those languages fluently.
Exactly.
And they have this thing that they were developing, it was new for Yoruba and Igbo at the time, that the parents should sign up for the program. And it's like a summer thing that they do, and there's a way that they reinforce it to make sure that the kids can speak the language, they can read and write it. Bro, nobody signed up for the program.
You know what mentality Nigerians
She was so mad. She was so mad. She would say, now, when they get in trouble now, you be calling me for prayers. Come and pray for them. You should be doing this. And nobody signed up. Mike, nobody signed up for that.
Babati, my older sister, when she started having kids, I told her, I said, come, you need to get your kids into learning Nigerian culture, Yoruba, and everything. You know what she said? She said, what's the benefit of that? You know?
Exactly. Americanization.
She said, what's the benefit of them knowing Nigerian, this thing, Nigerian? I'm like, that's their identity now. She said,
do you know that
they don't understand that? Like, so Nigerian don't understand. They think everything in America is better than
those Indians. There's a way they communicate with their children that will calm those kids down. They will not, even in public, when they speak to them, like, calm down. Just nothing. You won't hear anything, but they communicate with them. Sometimes the language can do better.
Okay.
They can't speak Yoruba, but they understand this.
But it's from from Nigeria, we are already throwing away our own everything. We've thrown away our religion a long time ago. We are throwing away. Even in Nigeria, when you speak Yoruba, they say are speaking vernacular. So our right from Africa is where we've already thrown away who we are. So now you are saying now you're not coming and start. So we are already in a sense. We are not I have had when you say hold on, Babati, when you say the Chinese people come here, they're teaching their children their language, the Indian come here, because in their own country, that's where they believe that's what they were not already thrown away trying to be British or American in the first place. But we already, from where we come from, we're already trying to be Americans and English, British. So that's the psychology.
They speak their language to their kids, no matter what.
In Nigeria, it's vernacular now. You call Yoruba vernacular. So we believe, we tell our children, speak English. In Nigeria, they will say, speak English. Stop speaking vernacular. Don't speak Yoruba. So it started from home.
The only time when it's easy for two parents to do this is if both of them are from Nigeria, they have same upbringing, or let's say two of them, let's say a Yoruba man marry a Yoruba woman, but somebody who is maybe like Nigerian married to a white person, or even maybe they are a black person here, or an Hispanic, it's very, very difficult for you to be balanced in raising that kind of a child.
Nah, I still don't know. This guy
it depends on how you handle it too.
This guy on YouTube,
that's it, but then the majority is insane. Like in our own case.
Find this guy on YouTube. Hold on. It's a guy in Finland. He's married to a white guy, and he has three boys. And they don't only speak Yoruba.
They speak Yoruba, yeah.
A guy or
yeah. Yeah, the guy is married to one white girl like that.
They speak the Oyo Yoruba, the original one.
Well, it all depends. Every case is different.
But this is my point. But they also speak four more languages. But according to studies, kids can learn 5 languages by the time they are 7 years
possible.
old.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But
let me give you an example. When I had my first child, my wife said, she wants her father's name before my own last name. And I said, then congratulations, you just won yourself a whole child to yourself. The child becomes yours. I don't know why I need your father's name in the name of my own child. We argued it for the first time. Sometimes you just need to stand your ground. If I'm the father of the child, why do you want your father's name in between the child's name and my last name? You get what I'm trying to say?
Oh, test yeah.
Yeah, they test you, but everybody will test you. But I told her right there, it's not too far. It's not too far long. I'll pack my things. We will end it right here, and I dash you the child. I will dash you. I will relocate to a different country completely. Shishi onirigba. Omada Tony.
But how can somebody tell you that if my kids learn Yoruba in America, don't mess with their accent? I have had parents tell me that
they know what's really funny, sir. America, there's really no accent in America. There's no one universal American accent. Everywhere you go, it's different accent. No? They speak differently.
How many Mexicans do you see that don't speak Spanish and English together? Their kids.
Exactly.
It's a normal thing for them now. You speak English, you speak Spanish, and they do it together as kids. So what's wrong with us? Why don't we want to do anything like that?
We look down on who we are in the first place.
Should I bust your bubble? I had a friend that brought the kids here when they were roughly teenage age. And every time the guy fights the kid, you know what he tells the kid? Speak American English. Stop speak American English. And I'm like, are you all right? These kids, by the time they go to school for 1 or 2 years, automatically they are going to pick it up. They're going to pick it up from their friends. Why are you forcing them to? And those kids will now start like, Jesus Christ, why are you doing this to these kids? What is American English? Those ones don't even upset me. You know, the one that upset me the most are the adults that come straight from Ogbomoso or Osogbo, straight from Oyo to America. Then they get here and they start speaking wanna gonna.
And they start sounding retarded.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
They start sounding so foolish. You know, you're faking. It's like trying to fake accent. It's just stupid, man. Like, why trying to fake something?
A friend of mine back is from Kenya. The guy was, I don't know what he was thinking. It was like, man, they were asking, where you born? Say, I'm from Atlanta. But it's in Kenya. So he wants to hide that, like you say, I was born in Atlanta, that he never went to Kenya, maybe.
And he has Kenyan accent.
But you can hear that he's from Kenya. I'm like that.
I think I've met people like that before, man. They have an accent, but then they will tell you they were born and raised in that. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. Stop it.
I'm like, I can hear you. They know you're lying. It's like, no, man. I'm from Atlanta, man. I'm like, Kenneth, what are you doing? Why are you just lying?
But people don't do that anymore, because now it's cool to be African.
There are a lot of people a lot of them.
Maybe those days when
a lot of Liberians used to do that.
But there was a time in America, I don't know if you remember, where if you're from Africa, they ask you where you're from. Just tell them you're from the Caribbean.
Because back then
just say you're from Caribbean.
Maybe
don't even mention that thing in Africa, man.
Jamaica was the coolest to be.
Was the coolest to be. Once they have an accent, they ask you where you from. Just say, "Oh, I'm from Jamaica."
So back then, I don't blame them. Back then, it was bad if you were.
If we're from Africa, it was bad, man. It was bad because people were so ignorant of Africa, man. They just when they think of Africa, you just think of one big jungle like that, where everybody's just.
But Julie, they will ask you that question not because of racism, just ignorance.
Just
they will ask you if you know this African dude. Oh, you know that African dude over there? It's like, man, what the hell are you talking about?
I've seen someone ask me that is it true that we have lions roaming around in Africa? And I say, yeah, exactly the same way the bisons are running on the streets downtown.
You know, before when they asked me, I used to get mad, but later on,
I don't get mad. I just tell them the same way we see bison. The same way we see bison on the street downtown.
I'm like, how did you get here? I'm like, yeah. Did you fly? I'm like, no. I swam across the ocean line. I just swam. You know, it was just 6,000 miles of.
You've never heard somebody ask you, how do you learn how to speak English? That's the most annoying one.
You know, one big mistake they made back then was that they now thought every African have very low IQ. They don't have the capacity to think deep or to calculate.
I think they judge us from watching the movie The God Must Be Crazy.
But Nigeria people have few day on them. Nigeria people scam. They scam.
let me give you one story, Mike. You know, back then in community college, what happens is when the black students, they give you your feather head the first 2 weeks, they give you that money. So what will happen is when the black people, when they get their money, they will pay their school fees and they will still keep that 2,000 and they'll just drop the class. That was the usual thing back then. So you just come get the money, maybe just for 4 classes, but the African Americans, they were not just for just register for more classes to get more money. Then they will drop the ones, maybe take 2 classes for that semester. So I'm taking this chemistry class. I'm the like only black guy in class. It's into chemistry. So we do the test. We do the test, right? So we're coming into the class, and the guy is handing over the test transfer to them. And the guy hands it over to me. He looks at me. Look at my name again. Look at me again. And he can see in his face, like, who is this guy? He's looking at me like, who is this guy? I'm like, yeah, I'm here. It's like, oh, come and make your presentation. He's like, yeah, where are you from? Where are you from? Like, Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria. You're not from here. Like he thought I was maybe African American, was like looking at me like I'm not, like he's confused. Like I'm here. I'm not gonna drop your class. I'm gonna be here for the whole term.
Yeah, people don't stop.
I'm not dropping your class. I'm gonna be here. It's like, really? Like, yeah, it was confused. So so that's the thing, though. When you come in as a black, my first time in America in college, if you had a WAEC, you were a god walking among humans. That thing was valued a lot back then. If you had a WAEC or GC,
yeah,
wow. They're like, okay, look at this. So that was the thing that made you feel like confident. Okay, at least if people have they have this kind of attitude, at least they value what I have in my head. That's what that got me going at the time. Like, okay, you might not like the culture, the dressing, whatever, but at least you value what I have in my head. But this is my thing, Mike. I had maybe just me. I had white friends first before I had African American friends, because
of course it's always like that.
Reason, the people they don't like Africans, but the white people they want to actually be friends with you.
Yeah, the white guy. The thing about the white is, the one thing I swear about the white is this: they will study you. They may look at you as African, they have their stereotype, but they will still judge you based on your character.
But if you are different, this is what I want to say to my even going to school, grad school, and all that stuff. This is I know people might not like it though. If you're a black person and you love education and you want to study more, people that are white will help you.
They will help you, yeah. They
white is different. I'm going to help this one. I doubt how. Even I got and like, no, come on, okay. Where are you from? Oh, you're from Nigeria. Oh, I remember, blah 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 blah. Oh, I am proud of keep doing it. It's like they're almost surprised that you're a black person and you take schooling seriously. That's the way they see, like, oh my God, this one wants to study. Oh, what do you need? They're so happy if you're a black person.
The thing is, once you are a black person and you beat that stereotype of what a black person is supposed to be, like maybe you walk into a company as you are performing, or in school you are doing well, the white people will just they will give you more respect than they give their fellow white, because they are like, okay,
I was
no,
confused.
our expectation,
Mike,
and they will
you know
start
what?
taking you, trying
I
to
was
introduce
confused. I'm like, wait a minute. They're supposed to be racist, but my fellow black are more racist to me than even they are. So
the blacks are the one that give me all the headache, man. I won't lie. All my headache in America, really, most of it came from the blacks and the Hispanics too, but particularly the
I don't think it's racism. I think it's just they feel intimidated by you.
But the blacks can also get annoyed if you mingle more with white people and not mingle with
I'm Nigerian. I'm a migrant. I'm here for the economics. So of course I'm looking at the best of the best. That's the Nigerian thing. Who is the best of the best in any environment? I'm going to emulate that person. I don't care about
but yeah, man.
I can no. You see, I cannot trauma bond with anybody because they're black. I refuse to do that. Oh, slavery, colonization. So therefore, we should sit together. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that with you. So
the thing about the blacks is, once you live around them, they want to set they want you to do things their way, and if you're not doing things their way, hey, they start calling you all kinds of names. They say, they call you a coon,
I used to work in a job like that before, where with this black American guy, he was so rude to the supervisor. So the supervisor tried to fire him. He called him racist. So the guy was thinking I was gonna be on his side to quit the same job. He said, "Man, you're not gonna quit with me? This motherfucker is racist and all of that." I was like, "Man, I just got here, man. I'm trying to work money to send it back home. I mean, I don't have the same problem like you. I don't know if it's racism
call
or
you
not."
a coon, man.
He called me a coon, man. You don't know what this guy is. I'm like, man, no. I'm like, bro, I'm here working, man. Yeah.
That's the thing, though. The trauma bonding thing. If you don't share that sentiment, back then they call it the man. The man is behind the whole thing. He's the man.
The man, yeah. When they say the man, they're talking about the white man.
The man. I'm like, who is the man? Yeah, the man. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. I just don't want to trauma bond, and they will get upset like you don't share that same thing. I'm supposed to match. Vote. Why are you voting Republican? What is wrong with you? With Democrats, they are racist in the Republican Party. I'm like, wait a minute. Are they really racist in the Republican Party though? I don't get this.
Yeah, it seems now they're learning though, because most of them are now into Republican parties and all of that. You know, hey, have you ever dated like one of their women that say your food stinks, like your food smell and stuff like that? Man, one of these girls that I used to work with took her food to I think she had fish and took it to work and put it in the microwave. Man, woo! Like the fish was stinking the whole place, man. These African Americans and the supervisors, like, man, they were cussing her out. Like, dang, you can't bring that over here anymore. Like, man, it was okay. Like, man, they're not good, man. They will disrespect your food, disrespect everything you have. They just, I mean, I don't know, man. I ever since I never had a black friend or any African American friend, I never killed one of them, man. I have a lot of white friends, but not blacks.
They are good. There are good ones among them. You just gotta be careful with your relationship with them.
Bobby, let me ask you something. Even the good one amongst them don't want to hang out with their own fellow. They don't want to hang out with their own people.
Exactly.
They don't want to hang out with their own. They will leave or go. They don't want to hang out with their own people. They don't want to.
I mean, you don't want to. Do you want to be in that? I mean, to me, I think that aggression is just too much for me. I don't know. I just can't.
Well, but see, that's why they would tell you now. They say, I gotta get out the hood. You know? I gotta make it out the hood. I'm trying to get away from their own people now. And once they get away from their people, they are not coming back. They will not turn their back on their people. They will not start. They become, the Candice Owens kind of person. What's that? That sheriff man now. They become even more hateful of their people and be anti their people.
There's this guy. There's this guy. He's late now. Kevin Samuel.
Oh, that
guy was killed, Jerry. No way that guy. they off that guy, man. Something is wrong.
The guy there with
that guy says it the way it is.
Let me ask my own.
I mean, how can you have 4 kids for 4 different men, and you are looking for a man to come and take care of you and your kids.
High value men before.
High value, that's the word, man. You got it. High value men.
They'll even say that, oh, you are using your hands to eat. But when they are eating white man's burger and chips, what do they use? If you tell them the truth, they will say you are insulting them, so they insult you back. If you don't want to protect the murderers in their hood, they will say, oh, you are against them because you are in the. They praise their murderers. They say because
and that's why you shouldn't live in their hood. You cannot survive in their hood.
You have to follow their rules, man.
They expect you to see the crime and keep quiet.
Mr. Sully, your voice is okay today. That's good. Today you know you're calm. Yes, yesterday your voice was different. Your voice is okay today. That's good. That's good of you. Continue.
They are a supreme.
I mean,
that is better than the Africans. that's their thinking. So anytime they complain about the racism of the white man, you know what I noticed? Everything they complain about what white people are doing to them is what they do to other people.
but I will tell you one thing, and it's not because of my family or my marriage. I think I've seen more favor from the Caucasian than I've seen from the blacks.
Really? That means that you're married to a white lady then? You're married to a white
I'm married. Yeah, my wife is white, yeah.
No. Triumph.
But take my marriage away out of it. I'm talking about my professional life.
Biggie if I ask Mike and Sola, they'll tell you the same thing. I'm sure if I do, everybody just had the same thing when it comes to that kind of interaction, when it comes to helping you succeed in life. You tend to
I've seen more favor.
Here, so
I've seen more favor from the white than I've seen from the black.
Yep.
A white man, if you are competent, he looks at you for who you are. A black man needs a tag along. He wants you to start making enemies with his own enemies. For no reason.
Once they make one of them supervisor in a job, man, it's all crazy.
They want you to try. They want that trauma bonding. That's what they want. Trauma,
even
bad. Is the white man. Let's fight the struggle. And like,
even if you want the Africans to join you, you are not. When Africans are coming, you are not teaching them anything. You have no facilities of your own to hire people. You have no infrastructure. You have nothing. You have no school. You have no libraries. You have nothing to support these people that you want to support you. So you want to come empty-handed, and you want them to follow you empty-handed too. They don't have anything, nothing to really support you, nothing to really educate you, nothing to really inform you. They just expect you to come straight from Africa and be ready to fight their battle. You don't know the battle. You don't know who you are fighting. You don't know anything. You know.
Sorry, but they say you must fight because you are black, and that's it. Being black is the only.
No. There's this saying I always tell them. A friend of my enemy. The friend of my enemy is not my enemy. It's just somebody. It's just another person I need to be careful of.
They say if not of them, you wouldn't be in America. They fought for this country, man.
No. Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue that. I don't care.
Their forefathers fought for the country. They didn't do jack shit. And
hold on.
They still wouldn't do jack shit.
So I think she wanted to say something. Sola, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I don't know where you are. I'm in Nigeria presently. So good morning.
Good
I'm going to
morning.
good morning to everybody. Let me start from the point somebody raised regarding teaching our children from the younger age. Very relevant, very important. When we say we are already losing our track in terms of our tradition to our children. Like, yes, I live in UK and I work closely in the community. Asian children, they don't even understand English anyway until they start nursery. Their parents speak their language fluently to them. Only when they start school, that is the only time they start speaking English. And this is what we are losing. Most of our children. In fact, I remember there was a time I came to Nigeria, was in 2007. That I stayed with my sister in Abuja. There was a girl living with her then. This girl has never traveled out and she does not understand an atom of Yoruba. Lives in Nigeria, never traveled. Even my own children that I took to Nigeria, they couldn't speak Yoruba very well, but they understand every word of Yoruba. So I was like, what is this? Is this fashion or what is really going on? How can a child be in Nigeria, a Yoruba child, and she does not understand? I actually thought she was joking until when I realized that truly she couldn't speak Yoruba. I said, what is this?
Like bragging
And the
right though.
same thing
You know that, right? In
and the
Nigeria,
same thing we do where we are.
Colonial mentality.
No. Like
Exactly.
bragging right though.
Exactly. So I was wondering how could I bring children from abroad? That was the first time my children will be in Nigeria and they understand Yoruba very fluently. Because in England, I speak to them, especially when I want to pitch them inside the bus. They will just sit down quietly. Even people will be wondering, what did you say today? I said, don't worry.
Exactly. Tabadele.
But even without saying a word, when they look at your face, they understand your reaction. So I don't know where we got all this mentality. Don't speak Yoruba to your children. I had somebody saying that in Australia, it was an Asian guy that has a school, a lesson that is actually teaching our Yoruba how to speak Yoruba. An Asian guy.
Lojuti.
How did we get here? I don't understand.
It's still gonna get worse.
Don't you guys think that's what the Nigerian project is all about? I mean, the Nigerian project
is to wipe your pressure off now.
Exactly. It's to make us British, extension of the British Empire. That was the whole project. The British, they were expanding their empire. So the territory they conquer, they want to make the people subject of.
When you say Nigeria, sorry, point of correction. When you say Nigeria, don't you put the Northerners and some Southeasterners?
Those are the only people I know. That the Northerners, it was more like they were already Islamic conquest, so they already had that consciousness that okay, we can't go with the West. And that's why the British saw them as a.
They didn't get anything. They fought for Islamic what's it called, manipulation as well.
No, they already had their Middle Eastern conquest now, like kind of like
they're also speaking Arabic.
Exactly.
So yeah, they can speak Arabic, but no matter how bad it is, when you meet a Northerner abroad, the kids might have the best of the Queen's English accent and the American accent, but they will communicate to them in Hausa.
Yeah,
definitely.
Okay. So moving on to discipline our children. Yes, we can discipline our children to a reasonable smacking that will leave mark. No is no where we are living. If not, so we will end up in jail. But there's nothing that says we cannot instill discipline in them. There is all this discipline that we used to have now. Kawe, it's okay. Raise your hand. I've done it with one of my children one day. You know the one we do that you one toe on the floor, one leg on the floor, and it's very painful. Or the one they will bend down halfway. They start laughing at the midway, but when it really gets to them, you see them crying without beating them, because we know beating them, leaving any mark, that is no, wherever we're living. So that we have to discipline in our children. There is nothing. In fact, there is only one of my brother's child that stayed with me that almost put me in trouble. She came from Nigeria, stayed with me for a few months, and she went to school and said, my auntie that I'm living with, she's using Omorogu to beat her son.
Aye.
My son that she went and talked to is around 16 years of age then. And truly, I do have wooden spoon that I used to beat my children with. I don't do that anymore. They are all grown up. So Kanye is a child that now came to Nigeria that almost put me into trouble. And that time it was only God that saves me. I was in Nigeria. The day I came back to London, that was the day social worker knocked at my door. And I would have been in trouble. So we just have to be careful when we're doing all these things. So moving on
Sometimes
to...
too, you need to sometimes you need to talk to them too. Sometimes talking to them. Because I remember one time I told my child one time when he was about 8, that was when he was beginning to know his right and wrong. And I said, come here. The only thing the government require of me to provide for you is food. It doesn't specify McDonald's. It doesn't specify KFC. Food. What I have is what I provide. Accommodation. What I have is what I provide. Clothing. It doesn't say new or designer. If it is fairly used. And I say, if you try to make a mistake of thinking that you are going to get somewhere better, me, your father, I will never show up to come and say hello to you wherever they take you to. So you have to be ready for that. Sometimes you tell them the truth. And I think that is one thing that people have lost in this Western world. It's good for your child to be your friend, but there is limitation to your friendship. Sometimes you have to be a parent.
I don't think so. You know some children will test your patient.
You test me, I test you.
Children, and 3 of them well behaved, and you will have one of them that you have trained the same way, the same manner, and this one will just be the difficult one. We have children like that. We just
you test me, I test you.
Know how to manage them. They are moving on to people. Most of our guys are married white. I think is letting these white girls know your culture from start. I'm going through one now. My son just had a baby. Okay, I was even asking the girl, you know, this is a black guy, he's circumcised. So why are you now refusing us to circumcise the baby? Why do you want to give your father? In fact, we are planning to go to court. Because my son said, no, you won't give your father, my son, your father's name. And this is what I said to them. I said, when you are going with all these people, let them understand your culture from the start. Because I don't understand whether they just like black boys, but they don't like the family of black boys, they don't like the culture, but they want a black boy. Because that was the question I asked the girl. I said, but you know, Anthony is circumcised. So what is new to you? When you
I think it's more. I'm sorry, Madam Shola. I think that conversation is more of a conversation of your son and the lady. I don't think it's about you. I think your son and the lady, they are both the parent. They should be the one having that conversation.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't have this conversation. But it's not only my son. I've seen a lot of other people that married white that they are facing the same thing. So that's what I'm saying, that when you are married, where you are going to go with all this, let them understand your culture. Let them understand that if I have a son, this is what happened. Yes, some Caribbean don't circumcise, some whatever don't, but in our own where we come from, we circumcise our. I said this is what you need to. It's like my older son now. I've been warning him. I said, you are going with a white girl. You better tell them, because I don't have time for all this nonsense. I will not even deal with that. So I think making them to understand, if you like a black guy, you know they are circumcised, then be ready to circumcise your child. If you're not ready, then sort yourself out. What else did you discuss? Anyway, let me leave it that for now. That's just the little contribution. As let me just.
No, before you go, you said going to court?
Yeah, because the girl refused to add my son's name to the birth certificate. He was there with her through the neighbor, through the birth, and they agreed. They gave the boy a Christian name together, and my son had a Yoruba name that he wants to give. The girl refused. Before we know, she's already gone and do the birth certificate. Exclude all the names. No, they are not married.
Oh, okay.
They are. One thing is that you have to understand the law of the land you are. To the girl, because she's more or less white. Yes, you are not married. When you're not married, you have right over the child.
Has your son done DNA test?
Oh, that's where I'm going. So at some certain level, you have the right, but the right also have a clause. If there's a confirmation that the guy is the father of the child, then she has right to name his child. So that is where we are now. My son has already done the DNA. And I said to her, I don't want us to start with going to court. Let's give her time, before now saying, but at the same time, I do not want it to drag for a long time before we sort it out. Because like I'm working with one Kenya guy along within my job. The girl is 2 years of age now. It took him 2 years for the court to grant him because he didn't do it on time. But they got to eventually grant him to go and change the name of the girl. He's a Christian. The girl's mom is a Muslim. So they gave the girl all Muslim names. The girl has already been bearing Muslim name. So I'm now the one even intermediary between him and the in-law. They say, look, this girl has already known, she's known by the name they are called her. You can change every other name, but leave the name the girl is already being known. But he has the name to erase all the names they've given to her. And this is what I don't want to do with my own grandson. That's why I said, okay, we do it from this baby now. But at the same time, I don't want us to go to court. We want to give her a little bit of time in the next 2-3 weeks. If she still refuses to go and change the birth certificate, then we have no choice. We have to go to court. Because you cannot give, a father is there, he's providing everybody, even us as a grandparent, we are buying you a lot of things, and you just want to erase the father's name from the birth certificate. That won't work. So that's just, it's tiring though.
Are they still together?
In fact, according to them, we didn't even know the girl. Like my husband up to now did not even get involved. It was like a one-night stand. Then she came that she's pregnant. So he's trying for my son to befriend her, but my son said no, that he does. And that one is even silly. I say, if you don't like somebody, why did you even go and sleep with them in the first time? So this is just the situation on ground, but what can we do? The child is a blessing. I'm not going to reject any child. I accepted the child from the moment we were told.
If I'm to give you an advice, since she didn't put your son's name on the birth certificate, she's still gonna come for support. When you go to the court for support and the DNA is proven, the court will automatically instruct her to allow the father to have his name on the birth certificate.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't think because I think if you take her to court now on that issue, and it's like trouble from the beginning. Yorùbá sọ pé àfin ẹjọ́ tó wá ṣọ̀rẹ́. And don't forget that child is going to be between them for the rest of their life. So we have to be careful for every step we take.
You have to understand them from the start. You understand you see some people that they are leaning to compromise, but when you see one that is so adamant, that's like refusing everything, and I was saying to myself, give her time. Maybe she wants to get council property, and she just wants the sole name on the whatever. That's fine. But if she's so totally adamant, then whatever action you want to take, we're going to support you. Even though it's just an awkward situation. But what can you do as a grandparent? You just have to accept.
Yeah.
But my husband is angry up to now. He has not seen the child. He's not interested. For the fact that it's just silly things. But what can you do? These children.
Well, are you guys 100% sure that you said you did the DNA already?
Yeah, he's done the DNA. He's the father of the baby.
Oh, he's the father. Okay.
Anywho, so that is I think we're saying something about Nigeria again. I can't remember what that we don't like each other. It's just very sad. Where I work, the council, the administrative manager of that council is Asian, and 90% of people that work there under him, they are all Asian. But this is what we don't have among ourselves. If the administrative officer is near, let me use Yoruba, he will hardly employ Yoruba. Awala mama takurawa. You will see each other by biting each other at work. I don't just know what is going on. I don't know what is going on. I don't know why. And that's why we're so backward. We don't support each other. Where we're supposed to be one, that is when we rather support somebody else than supporting our own. Then how do we grow? And this is the same thing we're going through in Nigeria now. Instead for us to be one and fight the situation together, we have brought tribalism, this and that into it. And I hope God help us anyway. Yeah. And where we live where we live, wherever we live matters. You know, somebody was talking about Hood. I don't understand American very well. And you know, Nigeria, where people, all this, I don't know what you call them in American, we call them Caribbean here. They don't like Nigeria. Why? They said I think we developed too fast for them. When they say Nigeria this year, next year is already having good job doing this. So for that, we're already in their hatred target. So I think we just need to know the environment we find ourselves so that we just live among people who have the same orientation, same ideas, same willing to push ahead. You know, that's my little contribution. I'm so tired. I just woke up. Anyway, thank you. You can take over now.
Okay. Amati, you still there?
Now, man, Solly, you there? Solly, the first one. I want to Europe in here. Solly, by
Amati, I will show. I don't know whether I don't see this video. I will show you this video in a second. Remember. Okay. This one, FBA lady. You seen this lady before? This video. I don't know if I can play. Maybe I don't want it to be. You don't see this video before?
What did she say? I think I
She was ranting about Nigerians or something.
I don't know.
Like we're talking about.
It's just rotating around and around on an idea. Recently, I've been talking a lot about race relations on my channel, and some of the comments that I get are from Nigerians in Nigeria who talk about how if they were in America, all of the wonderful and amazing things that they would be able to do if they were in America. If I were in America, I would be rich, I would be famous, I would be this, I would be that, because you Black Americans are lazy, you Black Americans are this, you're that, you love thug culture. I just got a comment the other day, and I commented back to the person about their colonial mindset. Hello, everybody. I am doing this live, but I am doing this just to get this idea out so that I could jump back into the video that I'm editing, because listen, it's another day, another Karen. So I'm constantly having to battle Caucasians on one hand, and then now I have to battle Africans on the other. And you all know, listen, I love my Nigerian people. I am genetically Nigerian and Ghanaian. I just spend dirty December and just won't go home January in Ghana and Nigeria. And there's a pervasive thought that I continue to see
Well, she's about to go
over and over again. And that idea is that somehow there's something defunct and wrong with African Americans just because our trauma is different than your trauma. And as I was editing this video, I realized, listen, the only reason why your Black ass would be able to come over to America and be able to do anything is because of the hard work, the blood, the sweat, the fighting, and the dedication of African Americans who on this soil changed this land. African Americans are the ones who got this country integrated. Let me explain something to you. White people in this country did not give us anything.
Exactly.
And this is why
This is exactly
she's screaming at the phone.
Exactly
this is why you see what is going on in the news and the media right now. We took in the
But Mike,
do you want me to play the whole video? I mean,
no, Mike, do you?
No.
Okay.
This is just a mindset. Exactly.
Years ago, this was a joke, but now they have this so-called FBA movement, repatriation thing that they are pushing now. That the country, as a matter of fact, I engaged. I had like a debate with somebody, actual debate, like we had rounds and stuff for on Clubhouse a while back, and it was well organized. It was my first day on Clubhouse, and I landed into this big page. That page went for like 3 weeks non-stop on Clubhouse, just the Africans again, and you just go at it. I didn't know I went that. So my point is, there's this push that not only do they want money from America, that Nigeria, being the largest, that sits it out. If you look at the map of Nigeria, that we also owe them some money, that we owe them repatriations as well. So I keep saying to myself, if it was about money, if it's about, I don't really know what they want. Is it? I know clearly some kind of trauma going on here. Clearly, everybody can see that, but I don't know. Maybe because that's from their own perspective. I don't know. Maybe somebody can tell me, like, what exactly do they really like? What, like, I know they want repatriations, whatever, whatnot, but I don't exactly get what it is exactly. Like, can somebody just tell me what it is? So I because I've talked to them for months, but they have different versions of what they mean by repatriations or FBA. Some will tell you we own this land. Some even tell you that they're not Africans, that they were in America already. They are Indian.
Yeah.
Like
They're natives.
They're Native Americans. That they're not Africans at all. I mean, some would say that they were European. Yeah, I don't know what it is. What is it? Yeah.
Why are you taking them serious in the first place?
Because
all their stuff.
You got to take them serious because they are getting serious. You got to take them serious.
Wait now, let me explain why.
You might get violent is what I'm saying.
Let me explain why I don't take them serious. Because what structure do they have? Let's be honest. Even if to set up things, you need to have a financial structure. Do these people look like people that can set up any financial structure? Okay, let's say they actually get a genius in there. The US government will quickly take the money. These people, see, there's no way they can apply or implement most of the things. Instead of them to just sit down like Nigerians, understand their system and focus on making money and making more money than the white people. That's where their focus should be. But they are focusing on FBA. They want free check from the government. Very unserious. It's just like, okay, some of the narratives we get in the country that we obviously know we should not be listening to the unserious nonsense. You know, I don't know if you get my drift. It's the same way I see these guys. You are not going to do anything. Look at, there's this guy called he has been building a school since used to
Ifatunde.
Yes,
Dr. Umar.
What's his name? What's his real name again?
Dr. Umar.
Yes,
Johnson.
Dr. Umar Johnson.
Has he finished his school yet?
Has been building a school for over.
Have he finished his school yet?
There's a
I got
reason,
that stuff, man.
So very unserious. They like money, and it's the same way they used to push this. You know, the people that push Biafra, they make money off the people. That's their own.
That's what I was going to say now. They're just like iPhone.
Now, so it's the same thing happening in America. You get, they are just making money off these people. They are not going to set over a decade to set up a school. A Nigerian would have done it in 1 year to 3 years. Everything. Set up the school if they really wanted to do it. Let's be very honest. Some people can do it in less than a year if they've been living in the country for a while. So it's just they don't want the problem to end, because if they solve the problem, there's no more clients. So it's a way to keep on milking these people for
the way hustling now. It started those guys, people like Al Sharpton, they did it for years.
Mike, let me tell you why.
Sell them now. Victimhood.
Sorry.
You know, the white man holds you.
Guys, let me tell you what. I went to a graduation recently for a family member, and there was this back and forth that somebody was abusing the Africans at the graduation, the Nigerians in particular. And by the way, it's not a fancy school. It was one of these HBCUs. It was HBCUs. So they were graduating. So when it came to engineering, computer engineering, everybody for computer engineering were Nigerians and Indians. Because when they mentioned it, they had the Nigerian flag on there. They know that Nigerian thing because they wore their Nigerian thing on their neck when they were getting their award.
See, but see, the issue is we make them look bad because when you are crying victim because of the color of your skin, you know, and another person is
PhD computer science, PhD this, and they were like, so when people came out and they were taking pictures with their Nigerian stuff and they were doing the Nigerian stuff, instead of like talking crap like all these Nigerians, blah blah blah. So you know, people are happy about what they earn because they work for it. So they were saying something back too, like racist kind of like what do you mean? You guys were finishing with sociology or all those crappy courses, and so there was this back and forth. Like what? If you watch the video back, maybe I might send the link later to Mike. It's HBCU. Once you started seeing Nigerians coming up, you can see the anger on people's faces. Like you can see like who are these guys? Like just like Nigerians.
But that's what that lady was angry about in that video now. She said the Nigerians are saying if they come to America, they will make it. And it's not offended her. That's why she went off.
But that graduation, all those courses were all Nigerians. Biology, medicine, it was Nigerian, Indian. I'm
no, like, what we're trying to say is that they always come like that woman. I don't think she made it. So she already has this lower view of Africans. So for somebody that is lower than her to tell her that she thinks that she's trying her best, which she is not, that they are going to make it if they are in the same position, it's pissing her off, and deep down she knows it's true, so it's making her look bad. That's just all what I see. A lot of the times it makes them look bad that we're excelling, even though they say they can't excel because they are black, you know, and it makes them feel like they are not trying, which they are not actually. So it's that resentment. And instead of them, the solution is, okay, let me not fight it. Let's make this money together. They don't want to do that. They rather continue to push the narrative. Because
do you know my final year of residency, I had a black person tell me that I stole our spot. That me being what I do, that you're supposed to be an African American, not me, that I'm the one. I'm like, you have over 500,000 MDs that you need in America. You're almost 500,000 short, and I stole your spot. And they see you as a black person doing anything good in this country. In their minds, the way they've been raised is they're supposed to be that person there because it's based on skin color.
No, they believe whatever you have, it was handed to you by white.
Like you're supposed to.
They see it as and the white man give you what you have instead of giving it to them. So
yeah,
that's what they don't see it as something you earn.
Like you took my spot. Like the school that I'm discussing with you now, this HBCU, Mike, that computer engineering program is free. As a matter of fact,
you know what?
Wait. The person that I went there for her graduation, she studied law in Nigeria, and came here and got MS computer science. So that school, they're literally begging African Americans to get the spot. But if they don't have enough of them, they will get black from Jamaica, Caribbean, and Africa to fill the black spots now. So why are you getting mad? They can't find enough of you to even apply for the program. So they'll get different black people now because it's a grant.
Yeah, because the government will not give that school money. They don't.
Yeah, so they want to
produce graduates. Yeah.
So why you but you see them studying all these relevant courses that nobody cares about, like but now you're not getting somebody getting free money for hard sciences. So who stole your spot? Who stole your spot?
You stole their spot, though. You stole it.
No, that thing annoys me, man. You stole their opportunity.
It's out of laziness now and being a victim. I never knew that people used to revel in this being a victim thing till I left Nigeria. People love me. Any small thing is not my fault, and they don't want to try any small thing. I don't understand, though. And it's you they want to blame.
Yeah, it was like I said before, even those among them that are well educated don't want to hang out with them. They don't want to. They're gonna go marry. I mean, the ones I have are friends. They're married to white girls, anyways. They don't want to have anything to do with their own culture, so they just. But I'm not having an issue with everybody. But this idea that is growing, like Biggie was alluding to. It's growing. It's a growing thing amongst them now. That we have Nigerians now running for offices in America now, holding positions in the House of Rep, in even the top 2 highest stuff in Biden's council. The Nigerians, one guy from Ibadan.
This is why I said don't take them serious. They complain, but are they going to do anything about it? No. And you brought up another topic.
I'm saying
Nigerians are now taking political positions.
I know,
so
but
if these people want to try anything, they don't even have enough political power to back them.
No, but I'm saying that they think that because this is the thing. They think that if you get to a position, it's because of your skin color, and therefore they should be the one because they are the original blacks here. So if you
don't
see
take them serious.
Harvard has the most. The Nigerians are like most blacks there. It's Nigerians.
But see, these are illiterates. You are taking illiterates serious.
But let's be fair. There's some Nigerians across the line.
Yes.
There was one. I don't know if you see one man like that. One Nigerian man like that. The guy was he was running for one Republican office, I think in Michigan. The guy started speaking out Republican talking points.
That's not crossing the line. If the door is open, why shouldn't the Nigerian try?
Wait, now. Maybe I'll even put that video. You listen for yourself. The guy was saying when he get elected, he will push for banning Black history in schools. This guy was talking against Black Americans.
There was this Igbo guy that was running. I think he won. I think it's in mainland or something like that. He won one of those offices. But she's a Republican and she's talking about family values, getting married, or all this kind of. They're like, you're black. It's supposed to be talking about black people. Like she's against black people. I'm like, she's talking about family values. How is that anti-black?
So the one. I don't know if that's one like they get offended. Like when there was one like that where they said they put picture of one successful Nigerian lady like that, and they were telling one Black American child to look up to her. And this one FBA guy, they call the guy Tom Talks. The guy made video was going off. Like, how dare you? The guy, you lost it. I'm like, all he said was for the young child to look up to this successful lady. That's all,
right now they even hate Obama. They say it's not really actually FBA because his dad is African and his mom is white, so he's not even slave descendant. So why?
This is what happened, and I blame those of us too, like in Africa. For decades, they packaged them as the supreme, this special group of blacks, and the rest of us from the black world, we are just below them, and they sold it to us too. We all, Babati can't deny it. Growing up in Africa, we thought they were like some special kind of blacks too.
Yes, now the clothes was the baggy pants. It was just swag.
No, they package because the only media available during those years in the 70s, 80s, 90s, even early 2000s, it was just the world. Whatever you will present was what we know was going on in this world, So when they present black on blackface, it's always Black American face. You understand?
But
if they are forced to present African face, it's not about something good though. If they won't present African face, they could show one village like that where they work and they care.
But Mike, that's the machine that was promoting them is now promoting Africa now as a new
exactly. So that's what it is now. So they are used to being in that position of seeing being the people being promoted as the the face of the black people, black world, the supreme special black. Everything else is the greatest thing black race can offer is them. The greatest thing, so that they've had that mentality, and the same racist media machine now promoted that same thing to everybody else, other black, even in Africa. They make us think we are less, and the greatest you can be is to become Black American. And that's why our young people want us to be like them now. I mean, we're growing up, you all want to be like them. I really think Whiskey, David, all of them, they're trying to sing like them. Burna Boy went, So it's the thing that's been presented. But now the truth is actually surfacing because now the only avenue to information is not just something being controlled by a white man. Everybody can go and look up someone else's history, go and look up people's culture and understand that in this world, it's really more colorful than we all know, So now people are now knowing that, so they have some people called the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Zulus, they have this beautiful thing about them, they have this culture. And we're all learning on our own now. It's not something just really shoved down to you. So now it's becoming more balanced. The truth is not coming out like and then we are seeing them. They are the other side of them that we didn't know. Like so these people here, they are not even serious people. Say, whenever I came to America, I saw that these people won't be like see their lifestyle. It's not the way to go. So, but to them, it's kind of done into them like so I'm not really this special black that I thought I was. I'm not.
But I thought it was just, even Caribbeans. They hate Caribbeans too. They don't like or Dominicans. They're like, we're Dominicans, we're not black. They're like, you black. They're like, we're not. Don't force it on us by force. We don't want to be black because we know what. Don't force it on us. So
the only reason they are forcing us to be black, Black America like when we are mixed, when you are mixed race. They want to claim to be one of them because but when you're not mixed race, they won't come to you and say you're black. They will, the one that even make me laugh. They will go and tell Dominican that's mixed race, like you are black. Then they go see African where they dark. They say you're not black, you're African. Very ignorant statement.
So if you look at health, politics, music, movies, businesses, it's moving to it's like the Nigerian, it's like the Nigerian era now. It's like the Nigerian, that's a new face of the global thing now. And they've been
it should have always been Nigeria. It should have always been somewhere in Africa, and where more is Nigeria. Like
I was even reading that money is meant to fund rap, hip hop is now moving to African and Latina music. That's where they're moving their funds now to invest. This record company just signed a partnership deal. Like they own half of Don Jazzy's label now in Nigeria.
Yeah, I heard something like that. They're buying off our stuff.
They are moving in now. That's the new wave now. They have abandoned the whole hip hop thing. Nobody's doing hip hop or anything.
Nobody is. The whole American thing was never.
Why would they abandon it? You make investments. The person will not survive more than 3 or 5 years. Ojono.
Robert, what's really funny?
Look at Fela's songs. Even till now, they are still making money off it. So
even basketball, the best player is what is Giannis. Even soccer, the best what is top 5 now is
basketball team. Their basketball team on a national level.
They were mad though, solely on TV. They were mad on TV. Some guys from somewhere from the middle of nowhere is beating us. What do you mean? Some guys didn't even. The guy was just good on ESPN, just blasting, and they're like, why are they mad now? Because they.
Oh, you mean Giannis?
Stephen A. Smith now. You know Stephen A. Smith now.
Yeah. Oh, when I just beat them. Oh,
yeah, he was mad.
I remember that one. And he get I got Black American. Oh my God.
He said because now LeBron is almost retired, and they want a new face for the league because it's almost retired. But guess what? The top 5 best players in the league are all foreigners. He said we can't have a foreigner become the face of the league. We need some guy. But nobody feeds. Meet up, you understand? Nobody can beat Embiid from Cameroon. Nobody can beat all those guys. They're the best.
You have Jokic.
We have the top guy from France, the Wembayama, whatever his
name. Wembayama.
Yeah. We don't want all the foreign black. We want American black. But
the real face of the black race should be Africa. Should be because they're not them. Because we are just like what I was saying that Africa should be the one like leading the black race, not black America. Not black Americans. The face of the black race should be.
But you know what I don't like is but obviously bad way. So they know they need. So now they move. I was watching the video. They said, why don't they move to Nigeria, but they go to other African countries? So I was now watching one said because he was very honest. He said, because Ghana will take bullshit from you, but if you go to Lagos, that accent is not fooling anybody. They won't take all that nonsense you can do in Ghana, or Nigeria will not take that from you. They are more strong-willed compared to other African countries. And I think what they are struggling to deal with is that they might need to go to Africa someday for music and movies, with the way Lagos is going, for instance. So if you notice now, they are building new music stuff, they are building new stadiums, they are building stuff for music. So next 10 years now, Lagos might be where you have to go to make movies in Africa for anything black. You might have to go to Nigeria to make anything black, like when it comes to movies and entertainment. So that is what they are struggling with. That's what they're struggling with.
Even in America, concept the black immigrants, they are pretty much just taking the space, man.
Even in their TV shows, you see a lot of Nigerians in the producing HBO stuff and comedy. I mean, Nigerians.
You seen this new Disney thing? I ran into the commercial like yesterday, and it's like a new Disney. It's about Nigeria, like
Lagos, futuristic Lagos, yeah. Yeah, that's the new. I think, like one man would say, I think we're in the Nigerian era now. It's a Nigerian world now. Everything is Nigeria now, so yeah, that's. But you know, they are doing their DNA assessment.
It's called this Disney thing. It's called Iwaju. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, Iwaju, yes, Iwaju.
Iwaju.
Yeah, it's a Lagos thing. It's a Lagos.
I just saw the commercial, but I won't look. I mean, things is changing, man. You just gotta adopt, man. They have to accept it. It's cool to be African now. It's not those days. When I speak there, I'll speak Yoruba in front of your face. Gonna say,
you'll be asking coming to America like it's some real shit. Like that was Zamunda, right? At least now you have Wakanda. Zamunda was not cool, but now Wakanda is the place to be now.
Well, Wakanda, Zamunda, that's not real.
So how can you say you don't like Africans, but you love the movie Black Panther? It's not based on African. It's an African story.
Jude still here, and Jude give them fire. Where Jude go those?
I still there, man. I still there. Waiting the apple, man. I'm tired of
Jude
those
go those Black American platform. I've been fighting them.
Tired of those guys, man. It's been a while.
Mike, remember that guy we were debating the other time on? Was it on OVA's guys that said that they're going to base the money paid by Nigeria based on kingdom. So whatever kingdom that you took most slaves in the battle, you must pay the most money.
Oh, yeah, I think you're talking about it.
Oh, yes. I still go to Nigeria and go and collect your repatriation.
That's all what they're waiting for right now. Reparation money, free money. That's what they're all talking about. Man, you saw those you saw those videos
where talking about it for now. They might not be talking about it for now because it's tax season now. When the tax season is over, then they come back again.
But I Biggie, this is my thing. I wish they do better, but this is the thing. This once you like sound intellectual amongst them, they ostracize the intellectual. So you see on TV, CNN, MSNBC, you say, black issue about the elections. Let's have a black voice speak. You will see a rapper, a DJ, a hip hop artist speaking on behalf of black people. I'm like, don't you have black people in your community? Why is a rapper speaking for black people on TV? You will see Snoop Dogg.
If you bring a scholar, if you bring an intellectual, they will say, no, it doesn't represent us, man.
They will speak. They will say Cardi B interviewing Biden. Did you see that interview? It was disgusting. Cardi B interviewing the president.
That's why you see most of them. They don't like Morgan Freeman.
Because
they don't really like Morgan Freeman.
They hated even these guys there, Bill Cosby. Because Bill Cosby, guy spoke. He told them anyone that tell them like, hey, you gotta put yourself up, man. They don't like it, man. They don't like it.
The gospel truth is you cannot free a slave that is in love with the chain. If you have a slave that loves the chain, you can never free that slave. Every time you rescue the slave, he's gonna keep remembering the chain, the beautiful chain. They are tied up in their mental states. I mean, I know there was slavery, there was oppression and all those stuff, but
I tell them that most of you, your grandfather were not even slaves. And from the generation of the oppressed, we have people that made it, that became doctors, engineers, and whatever. So what's your excuse?
They hate those ones because my time in America, when I first got here, if you were that way in the community, they call them white. Why are you talking white? Why are you acting white? That's the way they used to. They make them people like they make them feel bad. They will call them. They used to use this word back then. They were what's the name?
Hell out or coon, you know.
No, like if you sound too white, bougie, you were too bougie. You
Whitewash.
Not cool. Like you were like just this. I forgot, but this will make them feel bad. So if you were like a black guy that would like talk properly, they didn't like that. That you were not black enough. Oreo. You were Oreo. You were black outside but white inside. That's what they used to call them back then. We're in Oreo.
Oreo.
Yeah, that was So
I see there was something special about the being black thing, you know. It's nothing but destruction.
Like celebrating gangsterism, shaking ass, smoking weed, and do you even know what's funny? Those that they used to promote those things don't follow. Like look at Beyonce now; she will promote single lady, be single. You don't need a man, but she's married with 3 kids. Cardi B is married. Those women are married though, but they'll be promoting single mother. You don't need a man. But they are married. Snoop Dogg is talking about gangster. I'm a pimp, but he's married. He's got kids. He's got
grandkids. He's got grandkids.
But he's telling you talk life all over the place. You don't follow what they are talking about. They don't do most of those things. They don't do it.
Yeah, they talk about killing all day. I used to think those rappers were actually killing them.
Gee, I'm a man.
But they were actually back then.
This one's that fake one. But back in the days, those 80s rappers, they were real low. Those ones were real low.
No, there wasn't much. There wasn't much. I think majority of the killing was late 80s, 90s to mid 90s.
The killing rappers?
Yes.
No. The ones that I know, the first killing was the Tupac and Biggie, and then
I know before then there have been
rappers killing.
Yes, so
I don't know any rapper.
There's been
no. The early rap, no. The 80s. You said when rap first started, it was positive. The gangster, the negative side of it started like in the late 80s, and then
it
was the NWA
to mid 90s.
Yeah, the
Easy.
Those LA guys.
He died of it. He didn't get killed though. He died of it.
I know, but he was the mastermind behind Death Row, NWA, F the cops.
No, he wasn't. It wasn't.
It was before them. It was Ice-T that did the "Fuck the Police" video, and funny enough, he's playing the cop.
He was the producer. I think he was like the head of the organization. He was like a godfather. He was like a godfather. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to be beefing with Snoop Dogg back in the days.
No, it was Dr. Dre.
It was Dr. But Dr. Snoop Dogg went and formed a group with
the baby during his Snoop Dogg was the baby.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg came later. Snoop Dogg
came later.
It was that was
Snoop Dogg was a baby when you talk about.
Snoop Dogg wasn't a baby, bro. Snoop Dogg was. I mean, come on,
no, Jude. Snoop Dogg came later. The NWA, Eazy-E, those guys were already on. It was when Dr. Dre left NWA, and then when he started, that's why he now discovered Snoop Dogg and Warren G. And
Scott LaRock was the first to be killed. 1987. Scott, he used to rap with KRS-One. Scott, it was.
I remember. Yeah, that guy was shot. Yeah,
87. Yeah.
Yeah, that one, that KRS-One, New York, it was more like, it wasn't really. They were not doing gangster that time. In New York was more like ego, kind of like battle rap, those kind of things, But they were not making records about kill and kill. It was those LA rapper, the NWA. They started doing
East Coast and West Coast.
I think the last gangster rap that I know before they started doing a hard drugs and winning, I'm high. Was I think the last one was like 50 Cent was the last gangster rap, and I said, okay, this is gangster, I'm gonna kill you. Then
was when?
I think 50 Cent was the last.
Oh, 50 cents, yeah. 50
it's like that kind of in your face. I'm gonna shoot you. Yeah, it was the last one. Then you had all this Lil Wayne just drinking drugs and I'm gonna lose drugs, just encouraging using drugs on radio. But before him, it was just gangster. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm like, hey, man, man, shit.
They have the Ross was a gangster rapper, man.
Who?
Ross.
We were fake.
Nah, this one just all this fake thing.
Oh yeah.
The one that always annoy me. It's not really like I got issue. The one that always, it's not like I got issue. My issue is that some of them, you don't know anything about it, but you are rapping about it. So you could tell that you're not being sincere about what you're talking about. You know,
Drake.
Yeah, all those guys. No, even Rick Ross, all of them. Most of them, they are not sincere. They are rapping about I'll shoot, I'll cock my gun. I'm like, dude, come on.
Nobody believed Drake was a gangster or he was.
No, like for example, like 50 Cent, he comes out, you know that okay, this guy was actually living. He was actually living that life. Like someone like you listen to someone like DMX, you know that okay, he's coming from. You know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
You know,
right?
you know what I'm saying. You listen to DMX, 50 Cent. Those guys from Southern Hood from the East Coast. You know, okay, this guy here is he's from the hood. 50 Cent from Jamaican
I
Queens.
mean, some of the real gangsters, well, when you talk about the what's it called, West Side Connection, those were gangsters.
Yeah, those LA guys too. I give it to
They
them.
were
Yeah.
gangsters. Even from their name alone, you know these were wanted.
Nah, those guys. No, I don't think in real life they were gang affiliated. Of course, LA culture is a gang culture. But in their music, they are not sincere about the thing they are talking about.
But you had like Scarface or Mob D were like real gangsters. Mob D was like real about it.
Yeah.
So
the thing about the New York guys, they're talking about what's going on in that neighborhood. You understand the street life? Because New York is a real street, man. That's where street things were happening, and some of those guys, you know. Not all of them, even that's on New York rapper, they're not really street. They just trying to be, you know, just putting words together. But there's some guys that actually come from the street. They were living that life. So when they start rapping about it, you could see the sincerity in their voice. Like, okay, this guy know what he's talking about. You know, but even though I don't agree with the message, but you know what they're talking about. They actually were there.
You don't agree with the message.
I don't agree with their rubbish. But when I hear them, I know okay, this guy know what he's talking about. You know, but there are some of them that just rapping, they just put pen and paper, and I'll shoot you in the head, I'll shoot you out there. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about, man? You are just trying to be, you know, you want to be what you don't know anything about, you know. You were not there on the streets, so why are you trying to be gangster, rapping gangster? We don't want to hear that. Let the people that are actually experience it, and they're speaking by the way they will talk about it, you know that okay, this guy's actually experienced it.
But you know, that was the time we had our own Idris rapping rubbish that nobody.
That was just annoying, man.
even till now on Spotify, you can't find his lyrics. There's no lyrics. Nobody knows what he was saying. What are you?
Jam Master J2 was murdered, right? Jam Master J. Yeah.
It was good.
Those the New York, the streets was coming into hip hop. Those guys, the guy that were there's a crew in New York back there used to call the Supreme Team. Those guys, Prince, man, I lived in New York. I lived in that area back then, man. Like, yes, their stories, man. The Supreme Team, Papi Mason, all those guys, they were through the street. What's going on the streets, you know? So everybody talk about them.
Supreme Team was where 50-50 came from. So you used to work Supreme. Yeah.
Who?
Nas.
50 Cent. 50
Cent. 50 was on the street. I beef with our family, you know. So you know, I think
like Nas, you had the Locks. the locks.
Yellow X, those locks. Those guys from Young Castle, man. Those Young Castle, those guys, they were straight on street flow. Those guys, they were one of my favorite artists.
But back then, to watch rap shows they used to be fun. All those award show, rap award shows used to be fun back then. Just call, yeah, what's up? I'm like, man, this is so cool to watch. But now they're just wearing skinny pants, talking about the devil.
Yeah, now they're just talking rubbish. No, these ones now, they didn't really believe that. Yeah.
Jawu used to be one of the guys too, man. Jawu, bro. Those like,
I never liked
that. That one is DMX knockoff, Jari. Yeah. DMX wanna beat that. Nobody's playing attention to that one, Jari. Nah. But it was
DMX was actually, the guy was a drug addict.
Really old school, old school,
So how old are you, Trump? I thought you were old enough. You Trump, doing Trump. I think this guy's old enough.
Try to listen to baby, little kids, all those little.
I don't think Trump is old enough to know this era we're talking about.
I agree. I'm a young guy now. I'm a young guy.
You go to a show, you go and buy the poster.
I never bought poster. I never bought poster. My friends does.
But you don't have posters. Hey, Chineke.
No. I never.
You bought
even I remember those days that you guys used to watch her crisscross. They say crisscross gonna make it.
Make it jump. Yeah.
You see, you guys.
That was this guy's era now. The lasso era. Yeah, like the
BBD.
Yeah.
Babel Devo.
Yeah, that's 90.
Mike does not know crisscross. It's not
Why would I be interested in rubbish like that, man? Crisscross.
You see?
those are. I know in Nigeria back then, everybody was jumping in the crisscross.
Everybody was
waiting concern me all this one where Benin Obedi. Waiting they do now.
Odile.
I don't listen to you.
But you know the
I don't listen to you for the past 2 hours.
Even though I listen to all this song, my best genre of song is still Sakara. The best of my song is Yusuf Olatunji.
Wow.
Any day, anytime.
That is rare.
Yeah, Ebenezer is my favorite too.
Do you remember this shows back in the 90s? They used to bring in Nigeria, best in an ages.
Yeah, Wicked and Wild.
American arts back in the days to Nigeria back there.
Yeah, Wicked and Wild. That be something bold and booking something. Yeah.
This
guy was the face back then, Beckfortizing.
Man, the
model.
And they will play this guy from the UK, Nigerian guy. This guy, sun's gonna shine on everything.
One day we gonna
Lighthouse Family. That was the best Lighthouse Family. Tunde Bayo.
Mr. Dewale, come now. Let us talk. You and Ola, who has the best voice now? Come back now. Come back to the platform.
I want anything that I want you for that to do it. Who has the rights to them?
I think the family. I think they are working.
The record label.
This on, but one for lying, I don't think they have rights to their record. They were all Decca Records, Sony Records.
Exactly, though. Yeah.
One blank any other that. Even Sony got his first 3 albums is foreign owned. It's not even owned by him. So
yeah.
No,
Biggie, I have a proposal that Yoruba people, we need to build a museum of art to my detail our history of Yoruba music history. To them, you can walk in like you do in America here, where you go to a museum or something, and they will have rooms you can watch videos. Somebody will even walk around with you, give you history about Nigeria, Yoruba history, and everything about music.
Let me give an idea to raise that fund. Open a GoFundMe, put it on the internet, and make all the old Yorubas. You guys are everywhere. You guys are everywhere in the world.
Are you not Yoruba anymore? Yeah, friends now.
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba now. I'm a Congo Nimuje.
You know one.
I'm Eko from where? Which side of Eko?
Don't come with this discrimination.
I'm Eko from France, from Paris.
See as you even pronounce themselves. That one alone disqualify you.
But big clearly people.
It's a nice proposal, but where do you intend?
Almost, Almost.
Where do you intend to send your
Dr. T? Dr. T, is it good for me to take a shot of cognac now?
Well, I mean, it's your liver now. Your liver, your choice. So your liver, your liver can work even if it's at 40% capacity. It can still work. So you have about halfway to go. So go. Over the level you are slowed down. But Biggie, that's my. If I had the money, it would be maybe Abeokuta or Lagos. I would just put something major, just Yoruba.
No, don't do it in Lagos. Lagos is crowded.
I think Oyo Osogbo side would be a very good place to, because where you can
not too far from Lagos.
There's nowhere with the rail.
It's for the tourism kind of where it's not too far off from where people can land. So I think Ibadan would be a good idea. Or Abeokuta
yeah.
So that would have all those history. We can preserve all this. Before somebody tells us that the movie industry was started by somebody from the East, when you had Dola Dipo doing movies in the 60s, 70s.
Yeah, Ogunde
do movie in the 60s. Now say, it is living in boys. It was us. Who are you? What is Nollywood? They've been doing movies in the 60s now.
They told us Mongo Park Fund discovered River Niger.
Yeah, but it's coming from
when people were already fishing on that river before it came.
Yeah, so if because somebody told me on this platform, he said, I'm discussing VHS. So the first home video was Living in Body 92. I said in 89. In 89, I watched Ekun with my own eyes. Aromire Alade. 89, Ekun.
No, that's the major pioneer of her own video now.
Yeah, so why you say Living in Bondage? You've been making movies in Yoruba since the 80s now.
The major innovation in Nollywood is from Yoruba staple. So people can try to rewrite the history, but we have the records there. So I don't argue too much because we still have theater at department.
But that those things need to be preserved is my point. It has to be out there, like you have a place where people can go and say this is where ABC, and you have all those things. And Biggie, as a matter of fact, my main plan was I wanted to do something like the Hall of Fame they do in Ohio every year, where they will say, oh, this year it's going to be Sonia Day, Obe, and late something of your bad tribe. Welcome to the hall, and you will bring them in. You will give them some cash money, they make their presentation, and you hang their banner up there, their music is there, and people will celebrate them. So every year you will bring 3-4 people into the Yoruba Hall of Fame of Music and Arts. Living and dead.
You see one thing, Babati, with this advent of YouTube and online media, so it's going to take some future people to have creativity around those old assets in music or entertainment. So I think it's something that will help some people make money in the future. It's just for someone to think about it and to start something there. They will make it, So it's good. It's good to me. And try what you want to do, and you may be surprised.
You just have to be You just have to be careful of people you carry along, because so they don't steal your idea and sideline you.
But Biggie, what I've discovered is when I made that proposal and somebody actually designed like a hall, beautiful, all this plan. They were like, what, just make it Nigerian now for everybody. I was already getting that pushback already. For some I'm like, no. Somebody else. I want somebody that is very Yoruba, conservative.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't want the liberal Yoruba always trying to make everything Nigerian, and this is a Yoruba project, not a Nigerian thing.
Yeah.
So that's only.
There are so many. Like even that you can have like a place where any Yoruba artist way back from the 50s or whatever they can.
That is it now.
You can listen to their voice in the original tone.
I am more detailed though. So I'll talk about the sisters from the 60s. What's her name again? What's her name? I've forgotten their name again. Look at my memory. I'm supposed to know this. Come on, Ola, remind me now.
Which sister are you talking about?
Yoruba, the twins from the 60s.
Ligado sisters.
Yes, there you go. That's my reference point to that I've been looking at. Obviously, you have the 50s as well, but they were more like Afro punk kind of thing. But I think, in my opinion, 60s was what started what I'm trying to do.
Are they like those ladies song, especially that Amebo? You know that Amebo.
Right.
My soul,
Road to 68. They have so that's what
a
I
long,
yeah
it's a long time project too, and it requires a lot of money.
No, where you can start from somewhere now, because if you want, because sometimes when you want to launch a project, look at the marketing around it, because once you start that project, some people may just hijack it for monetization, right? So, but make sure that you want to start that, you tighten some legal and some commercial to it, because that's the major thing. You know, many creator of content, sometimes they start it without they started without thinking of monetizing. So the next thing, so we just hijack it and they start telling you that, oh, they started it. So monetization sometimes motivates you to expand your scope and to make sure you cover more ground more than when you just want to do it for fun. So just look at it. You can launch this thing you are talking about, apart from maybe spending on logistic, and because you may want to interview some people, you may want to know how to get some content there without infringing on copyright. You may be surprised that you don't even need more than 2,000 to even kickstart it. You understand? So, but yeah, that's why I'm recommending online presence to start with, right? You may not need more than 2,000 to start it, but just make sure
$2,000 or naira.
Naira, $1. Sorry.
Are they? Okay.
For the so no, because I'm actually taking advice. So I had a Abeokuta before, but Biggie brought in Oyo and Osun, right?
Yeah, I think so. I
okay.
think so.
Okay. So, all right, yeah.
Like a much more Yoruba, like
you're not the
even if yeah, like if you do it in that kind of a show, then they're in the range of where they can always just go down and see the Osun Osogbo, and you know what I mean. They can
and the Yoruba, yeah, and this, yeah.
No. Okay, so you want to do it physically?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Physical is not physical.
That's why when you said $2,000, I was like, I don't know how it's gonna happen.
That's what I'm saying. I said what you want to do physically, you can start from online and you graduate to physical. That's what
they
I'm
will
saying.
They will steal that idea before. If you want to graduate, they will steal
it. Will still have it will still have the online component, but the reason why I want to do physical first is because you have memorabilia involved, where they will bring in stuff that these people owned when they were alive, that you can say, oh, this is what he wore when he was alive. This is you can reference to some, not just picture, actual detail of their history. So you have, when you go to a history museum, when they have people walking you through, you can listen to their music, you can sit down, watch a screen about their life, and it's just different people, and you can bring it up, and you have, like a hall of fame of like what they do in America here for past jazz, whatever. So you have all that coming constantly, like that. Then once that is built, then you can just move something online and say, okay, come on, watch this. This is available, showing at this social time. Just to keep it interesting, and then you can have references to other Yoruba culture. Say, okay, you come here. If you want to learn more about Fela, go to social place in the Abeokuta. This is the building. You can go there and see where it was born. So not only will you have a hall, but also references to different locations about Yoruba history as well. So like a connecting pot for the whole thing. So we can,
I see my fear these days that Yoruba culture is dying. In fact, I think over 50% of our culture already dead. So no, and one of those things, one of those areas you can get our culture because okay, look, let me start now. We've lost our language. Let's just be sincere.
Makinto, sorry, I apologize. I was doing a breakdown. You know, I do movie breakdown stuff. We're doing a breakdown of the movie Jagu Jagu, right? I this is movie, bro. It wasn't. I didn't even notice. I had because I do with some of my friends and the uncles and the older people that just analyze movies. I want to one best. Oh, so Yoruba Gidimo, Yoruba will also know Yoruba movie. It's supposed to be an epic movie. They couldn't speak the old tone. The tone, it was gone. It was just like a cool English kind they were speaking in the movie.
We've lost our language. That's just the truth. Because
no, it's just the environment, Mr. Ola. It's the environment.
No, it's not that. No, I'm saying that Toba. Sorry, there's Yoruba Jumolo Triumph that everybody speaks.
Yes.
There's collective Yoruba, but when you're like, and if you're acting, for instance, and you want to show the
Mr. Triumph, what is in your gun? You don't put in your gun.
You're in Spandanium now. Stop it.
In your care, money in your gun.
Well, I did. Well, I did.
Who is Spandanium?
Kin in your gun.
Agbado.
No, Mumbai, no, Trump. Of course, I know.
Okay.
You know, in your gun itself is a Yoruba language, but it's not necessarily the general Yoruba. So it is more for you.
And
Yoruba.
Let me apologize, Biggie. This is my second idea. Might be no second idea.
Yeah,
I want to have a Yoruba online dictionary, comprehensive. With all, you can click it and have a black donation. It will give you the way it's pronounced differently in different Yoruba locations, like comprehensive Yoruba online dictionary. It's money.
It's a good idea.
I think that's one of the simplest projects you can do, though. But you have
that would be the first of it.
But you have to make sure that your software is well secured, right? So you just need someone to help you build the app and scrape whatever you have now on the web, and you put them in the database, and you find a way to get people to help you fine tune it. So I think it's one of those easiest things you can do, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's part of I want to call the family for the kids here.
But like what I told you is this: monetization is the key thing you think about because you want to sustain it, right? Because sustainability. So the thing you just mentioned now is not a small project if you look at the sales end of it properly. Because this little thing that you think, if you do it properly, you may have like hundreds of workers even working around that and making fortune. Because language preservation of for people in the linguistic industry, I think anybody that can be creative enough can make hair out of that whatever they are going to do there. So especially for the languages that are dying, right? So to me, it's a laudable project, but like I said, monetization is key there.
Before you will say that I like money, mine is about how will you get the money to fund it? Except you have to create a business to fund it, or you do a charity forum to fund it. That's the only way. It will cost over $100 million to do it. You know that's very
See, Mr. Trump, like I said, it's only the legal side and marketing side that I need to be fixed. Some of these projects itself can start as small. You know, like someone that want to do Yoruba dictionary now, it can even start as little as a month just to get the app there, as little as 1 month. But that's not the issue. The person that will see your idea, that are the major issues.
Yeah. People still ideas every day now. People are here in the forums in this platform to get ideas and to make money and to look for opportunities. You understand? So that's it. That's it.
Because
Like
that Yoruba language you see, you understand?
Okay, but
people,
Biggie, what is Inyongo? Ali, explain.
I said it already. It's corn, agbado.
Agbado, Inyongo.
Now, let me ask you a question. Mr.
Agbado?
Trump.
Okay.
What's the difference between Ewa and Ere? Ewa and Ere.
Ewa is beans now. I don't know Ere.
Ewa is beans to you. So there's a difference
Ewa
between Ewa and Ere. You see, uncooked beans, when it is raw, is what they call Ere. It's only when you cook it, you now call Ewa. So those are the little things that when you say we've lost our language as kids. So I don't just know. There are conversational is what many of us know about Yoruba, but like I said, I was telling someone here that if I start speaking Yoruba, I will get you lost because it's going to be like I'm now speaking in foreign tongue.
Are you guys gonna make me bring my Yoruba, Keloshele, all those Ewa going back? Keloso.
That what we are doing is just conversational, right? It's conversational, and being conversational is still not
Yoruba from the street. That's street Yoruba language.
Most of the Yoruba that I understand, usually I get them from those old school music.
Oh, which Yoruba? Who's talking?
It's Biggie.
It's me, Biggie.
Okay. No, that's one of those things I was going to advise Babati on, because when you want to preserve our culture, you go back to all those old music and you learn a lot there, because from Sonny Ade alone, you can get hundreds of proverbs.
Yeah.
From Sonny alone. So we now look at it when you now go to the like of Orlando or what, and the line there you now go more local, like when you are talking of exactly.
This Yoruba magazine, Alaroye.
Alaroye.
No. I listen to it.
No, I listen to it.
They have a website now. It's Yoruba. Everything is called Yoruba written and everything.
Yeah, but you know, one thing is I read Yoruba a lot. Like before I left Nigeria, when because I lost some of those book I read while I was so young, so I now bought them again. Like all those Diofagowa book, like Ibolo Dumori, and then I bought all this Ladiji Okediji Ladiji Okediji no, is what is first name of that Baba self. All those are Jaluleru, Agbalagba Kan. Then I all those like Olowolayemo. So I read Yoruba a lot, because while growing up I enjoy all those stories. So while my people will be reading English na Yoruba. Yoruba. So you know that time, no YouTube, no internet.
Exactly, lots of reading.
Hey, but you know, by that time we used to go to Omanche theater.
We used to have local library too.
No. We used to go to our, so each city back then used to have cultural art theater where they would come.
Erioritage,
yes. And the Yoruba there was just solid. It will make you love the way they will be the way, you know, you make you love the culture, the dance, that's
see Babati, I learned Yoruba so that I was forming my own proverb. You understand? You know Yoruba to the point that you started forming your own proverb, not necessarily the one that you already know. You see yourself that and form Yoruba proverb on your own.
But at least do you know what I'm happy about? Across Yoruba land, there are more than enough Yoruba stations, just Yoruba 24/7. Culture, they have a lot of them. They are even launching one in the next few weeks now in Altair. So you have enough to preserve. I mean, you can do what you can do in sports. You can do in, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do just to preserve it, to make it cool. But you must also appeal to the younger ones, the TikTok generation, the one with the 2 second attention span. You know, so you have to find a way to.
If you start bringing Yoruba content that are so engaging, that can entertain people will switch over. Okay, let me tell you something. Do you know? And I know so many people will want to go against this one. At least in Lagos, one of my uncles ran a video club before. One thing I discovered from him that time is that many people prefer Yoruba Nollywood content to those of English.
Also, you forgot what happened in '95. Once oppressed me. People forget these things easily. If you forget, Biggie Dobarati, used to act English movies before now.
Yeah.
People forget that they used to act English movies before. It was when they had the Kasala of the home video stuff.
Soap opera. They are common on soap opera with all those TVs. Yeah, I know.
So I want to blackball them. People are even forced to take sides. I want to be. I'm telling young one, they are forced to stay in English side. But people that believe in what their own craft, they went with their own thing and they made it what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to be, you know what I mean. So they had their issue too.
So the thing is this, because when I asked those guys why they prefer Yoruba movie, then they say, he said, if you watch this, our people, they say it's only love or cultic. That's what they normally do. But Yoruba, it's not going to be love. It's going to be real life.
We had Yebi My Lover. We had Olaya back then when it was doing
Irueshi.
You had this movie. Toluwa Nile.
Oh my goodness. That's a serious movie. Oweje. All those stuff.
Later in the Kinilanche, àwọn Magun, Thunderbolt.
Did somebody mention Toluwa Nile? I still watch that movie today. Oh my God.
Prison. That prison scene was funny.
That was a good story, man. Yeah, those Yoruba movies, man. They were the story.
Oleku.
Only movie, but there was one movie Papa Lue and someone else did. Like Ovelo Shogun, where they now told Lue like, okay, how many years? Who depends on how many Agbaduti at the air magic. I forgot I know what that movie was.
Jesse,
but we are missing out. But we are missing out these two guys too. Papi Lulu and Jacob.
Alue is my favorite. Alue was funny, man.
Jacob, Papi Lulu. And Jacob was the guy with the hunchback.
Yeah. I think his last movie I watched, if I remember.
There is one we used to watch those days.
No. It says someone was vendor was just making it says like Fine Billy Times. That was the one I watched last. Fine Billy Times. Only he said Jacob in school. It didn't even take a longer time.
The guy just died. People remember this one that we used to watch those days. That I forgot the name. That it was funny. Emike, Iwoke, Ile.
Oh,
No, there were many of them
Abidjan.
now.
Abidjan.
There were many of
I
them.
love it.
Tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀
It was once in a week. Everybody is watching.
Abidjan tí kí lórúkọ kejì ẹ náà
Ogunjimi àbáwọn
Ogunji I think yeah Ogunji Fádéyí Olóró yeah.
Even Friday is not even strong.
Abidjan always beating agbésókè wa ṣọmọlẹ.
Kó dìde o.
I mean, Baba Salatu was a very, very good comedian, but he never made it out of that.
They
piracy
He
killed him.
lost money in that movie. That movie that he made, he lost money. That kind of
Orumoru.
He kind of lost money in that movie.
No, they stole his. They stole his.
They stole his copy. The piracy.
But this movie expose your culture to a higher light, and people started being afraid of people from the west, southwest. I remember those days.
Who remember this movie? I just want to know. I've been searching for the movie, but I think it's our work, but it's another one too. This guy used to sing the way. Sáré tètè o lọ sídìí ogun o ìyá rẹ̀ orí ọlá ń bẹ. I don't know whether anybody remember.
Hey, Mr. Trump, were they watching those Yoruba movies outside of the Southwest in Nigeria?
Yes, now.
Really?
I can't remember that movie.
I learned so many things about it. The thing created fear in many people.
That thing is our weapon. It was a very serious one. There was
and everybody started being afraid.
You know what used to scare people when they play that drum. That is to scare people. I'm like, it's just a movie now.
Honestly, I didn't know they were showing those things outside of Lagos. I thought it was really
limits now.
Nigerian movies, Yoruba movies is big in Brazil. They are huge. They've always been huge. You know what was funny? Even some music, those things, even the music were. I didn't know they were showing it outside of Nigeria. Like one time I was talking about Daddy Shoki, somebody from I think another country in Africa. I was like, oh, I used to like Daddy Shoki. I'm like, so you guys were listening to Daddy Shoki in your country too? Because I thought the whole thing was just in Nigeria that they were,
So Daddy Shoki, look at where, shine your eye where.
Even Fela Kuti, I didn't know the whole Africa was jamming Fela like that.
Baba used to say, then go they pose, then go they dengen, then go they pose. We are all listening to it now.
Yeah, we Daniel Wilson, Blackie, Oris Wiliki, Raskimono,
Junior and Pretty.
Yeah, well, I know that.
I think he's dead now.
The Mandators.
I think he's dead now. Raskimono is from Ogwashuku, because my friend in my school told me that the father told me that it was his bestie in his marriage. I say, really?
Ogwashuku is in Delta State, right?
In Delta State now. That's what they told me about. That's how I knew about him. That I thought he was a Yoruba guy those days too. They told me no, he's from Ogwashuku. So that was it. So I learned so many things. I never knew that some people would come very known and because they speak also like Onyeka Owenu got married to a Lagos Yoruba guy, and that's how she told us the story about. She said the story about the Biafra. I don't want any Biafra to come into the line. No? Is what she said. I'm not. It's not me to have that. I know that before they will start pumping, because I said something a day like this, they were repeating it that I said that the Igbos are cursed. I don't want problem. I don't want problem.
Biggie, you know
let
this song.
Let me land, Mr.
Let's try online real quick. He's going somewhere.
So this lady said that the father's house was seized by those guys there. They lost their properties. So if people
in Lagos
that the problem is from the southwest, you guys are wrong. I was shocked when she said that. The father house is still there, but they are threatening their life. When they come, they will kill them. So they never went back again. So she spoke another one that people that they have property in Lagos during the war, they came back.
They came back and met it.
they got their properties back. But in the other place, like Rivers, Cross River, Ebony, they lost all their properties. They lost it. Bye bye. So one thing is that that's why I said indirectly to them yesterday that you guys are not choosing your enemy wisely. You don't know the people against you. Although I don't want to say that the South, they all took the the Southeast properties, or being one that to go and take it to, or being one
my grandmother next door neighbor in Surulere. My grandmother controlled that property for 2 years for the guy until they came back from the east after the war, and they met all their money.
You can see. So that's why when I listen to people,
Yoruba people have this Omoluabi thing that they do.
Yeah, but Biggie, okay, we didn't take the property, but why don't we highlight all these kind of stories to put it out there more?
Those who know, those who know, but those who don't want to hear, there's nothing you can tell them. They won't listen. They are fixed on what they want to say. No matter how much you say it to them, it just goes in and goes out the other way.
Because Biggie, I engaged somebody very younger than me, but he was born here. But like I said, once they have this talk with their parents, even though they are born here, they're like Southeastern. He said, "Yeah, blah blah." It was talking about Biafra war, like it was was fought. The typical. and he said yes, and I said, "Where was the capital?" He said Abuja at the time. I said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Don't worry." I said, "Don't worry." He said, "What do I mean?" He said, "Don't worry, it's okay."
If your capital was in Abuja,
don't even need to argue with you.
So there was something I told the Midwest one time. I told Midwest because my grandfather told me this thing. You know that my area, 4 or 5 generations ahead of me, she's a princess from Edo State, one of the king's daughter, married to my one of my great grandfather. Understand? I don't know which number. So he told me something that when somebody is stubborn, they make the people disappear. I say, how? He said they sell them as slaves. Oh my God. I said it out here. Someone was telling me, you are lying. I said, we Africa, we don't write things in books. We say
we started slavery before the Oyinbo came. So you know, Sha.
They told me something that sometimes I don't even trust anybody again. And I said something that
Biggie, Eru and slave is not the same thing now.
What's the Yoruba word for slave?
No.
Let's say Professor Obidients.
Hold on, let me explain. In what we had in some countries, Eru had rights. They can even become king eventually in some quarters. And they yes, look it up. They actually they had rights.
But we still even practice slavery today now. They are slaves now.
The maltreatment of people, like compared to what they had, we don't treat ourselves that way. We don't put them and use them up, and they had their own quotas. They served the places they were supposed to serve, and eventually they expand, they blend in their women and children will be incorporated in the women, and they will use the men to go establish new places or go back to where they were captured in the first place to expand the empire.
So
that was the way it was done. But idea of just putting people on farms and using them until their back break and just kill them off and use them for we were not that cruel to our own slaves.
So basically, what you're saying, one is about abuse, the other one is not.
We didn't abuse them like we didn't capture them.
But it's still slavery. When somebody work for you for free, that's slavery.
No.
They did cancellation. No one can
Biggie, wait. Baba T, I hope you are not confusing missing Iwofa and Eru up.
Iwofa and Eru yato.
Eru, once you say Eru, is like you lose all your rights, your independence
automatically.
Everything. So Iwofa is the abuse. Agbasin, exactly. So I hope you are Baba T. It's like you two, I don't know what to say. That you are project. Let us start it.
He's a Yoruba man like me now. Babati is a Yoruba like me now.
Mine is bad. Yours is worse. It's a difference. So Just
no, you know, yeah, Yoruba. You know, yeah, one stupid Oriki. Let me not use Oriki. Only Yoruba ku eru lara. One man la eru ni. Is a confirm. Is a lifetime contract.
No. But see, why you say my Yoruba is worst? No, it's not worse now.
No, even your accent sounds like you. You know, I thought you were from Togo or Benin first when you first went. No. Biggest seriously, Togo border and Togo job more Togo but more Benin.
You don't sound Yoruba. You sound like somebody that understand Yoruba, but from a different.
I got A1 in my Yoruba. A1.
Your matter.
Your matter. You look like you to buy one.
Your matter.
If
if they say make you pronounce Toro Kobo, you go pronounce Toro Kobo.
Well, I did.
I was there during the Biafran war. They used to.
After
the war, the first thing Igbo people were doing was to learn another language. Quick.
You know, Mike and Big. You know what's even crazy right now? They are found a way. In fact, I read something on Twitter. I didn't even know how to feel. This is the new narrative now. Ojukwu was actually winning the war, but because of the love of Nigeria, he gave up willingly.
That's a lie.
That's a new one.
I'm not kidding you. That's their new stuff. But Ojukwu was because he actually loved Nigeria, he gave up even though he was winning. I'm not kidding you. That's their new thing now. That he actually was.
They just regret.
Ojukwu was holding on to the southeast when he now started trying to expand, trying to pull some other territory along. That was when he started losing it.
I was listening to one of the show I think a few days ago. One old Igbo man was talking about. I think they was talking about these protests that they were calling for this hardship. So the man was like, "We Igbos, I won't come out because the Yorubas they are known to betray us." Now the guy now go to the story of Victor Banjo. He said during the war, the invasion, we invaded. We're going to Lagos. We took Delta. We got to Benin. We took Benin. Now Victor Banjo now order the troops to wait.
Really?
And then now send some people to go to Lagos to go and take Gowon that we are in Benin. And now that's the story he was telling. He said now that's how Gowon came, sent troops. They found out they were coming to Lagos and sent troops to come and attack them in Benin. He said, because of that, I would the Yorubas, I will never forget. I will never trust them again.
They sold Victor Banjo.
And then the funny thing was, he doesn't know that there was a video there's still on YouTube. I was actually trying to, if I could call, I was trying to put that video and send it to them. Like, listen, watch this video where David Ejo, the Midwest governor at that time, in Benin, the guy was giving narrative. Like when the Biafra troops came there, he quickly called Lagos that they have been invaded. That already killed their narrative. Like the governor of the Midwest, there's a video that counts when the man gave his own account that when they came, he called Lagos. So the story they will just tell them, and that's
but Mike, why is that same belief continue changing? They still holding on to that idea. They still making that mistake of I want to conquer, because politically you will see it that is there. If we be wins, you know what the agenda is. Come on, let's not play.
Yeah, I think the anger is not really that they lost the war or they bad at the terrorist rate. The anger is that they still want that most of them want to focus on is oil. If you listen to those their Biafran leaders, what they really want is just to have control of that oil in the Niger Delta and just they love money now. They love money. So
but they discovered oil already in one of their states now.
At what quantity?
Oil is oil.
You can discover anything anywhere, but is it commercial quantity?
According to their research on the internet, yes. According to their research,
internet. It's just like telling me about Yoruba Nation. It's just like telling me about Yoruba Nation of the internet. Yoruba Nation only exists on the internet now. My brother. You see, when we talk about those Yoruba nation of a thing, me, I'm a core Yoruba person. But let's not deceive ourselves.
No.
It is not those people clamoring for it.
I know. We can't get it on Facebook. I know.
Biggie, don't let us miss the concept of, you see, Yoruba nation is ideology. You understand?
Okay.
And the more you promote it, when you have injustice in the land, the more you promote it, the more it keeps coming back, even to the future generation.
Baba, let me tell you one thing. When you want to promote anything, those who are promoting it, they are a big factor to your achievements. You cannot be clamoring for Yoruba nation. That is those are not the ones that are going to get it for you. It makes you look unserious. It does matter. It does matter. It does matter.
It does matter. Big doesn't want Igbo, for instance. Like Igbo cannot be the face of your nation.
Hell no.
See. Biggie, it doesn't matter. What matters is the message. If you want to
message.
Biggie. Mr. Trump, let me address Biggie on that Yoruba nation. If you want to go back to the route of saying,
don't shame me. You know, I'm a member of a work congress now.
All those are our warrior that we celebrate today. If you go back to some of their history, you'll be shocked. Even some dark side, some of their dark side. Now
we all have dark side.
If you go back to some
we all have things we are not proud of.
So they have things we are not proud of. But then people look more on how they preserved the culture of the land. Yoruba made proverbs say, "Tori were ita."
Baba, let me tell you one thing.
So all those
are we still on? Baba, let me tell you one thing. Baba, let me tell you one thing. If you are talking about Yoruba, I don't think you are more Yoruba freak than I am. When OPC came out, when Ibere OPC, I was among the first to kokolo bura láti join OPC. Mo lọ sí school. You know the school for OPC.
Yeah.
I went to school for OPC. I was a gallant soldier.
You are sure.
I realized pé iṣu orí burúkú wo là ń ṣe gan tó fẹ́ jìnnà. Some people, the ideology, what they were selling to us was different from what they were chasing. And that was why Gani Adam became a forceful leader today.
Biggie. That means that you have your white handkerchief then still with you.
Forget about that one.
Let us discuss this thing, Joe. See, Mr. Biggie.
Bàbá ń jọ́dé mi ò lọ meeting, mo ń jọ́dé nìkan dé láti ilé ìbẹ̀ tó ló ń gbá ayẹ bọ́ǹbù wa. Ǹjẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ wò pé yes, this is the last day. Ayẹ bọ́ǹbù. Ládùúrò nǹkan tó wà nílẹ̀.
Wait. See, Biggie, you don't use the little distraction there to now suspend the entire idea. In things like that, what's up with so when they go by Jawade, nínú àwádé yẹn, àwádé ọmọlúwàbí máa wà ńbẹ̀, àwádé ọmọ ẹ̀hàn náà máa wà ńbẹ̀, oríṣiríṣi ni. So you have variety of people opinion, but what matters, one Karo Dimasho, Karo Shomodi, so the thing is there that someone put that in his mouth. Over time, when we get the people that will refine all those stuff. The question is, it's all about our existence. Forget about whether some people, it's all about our existence, it's all about our history. See, if not because of little resistance, what happened to Hausa land probably will have happened to Yoruba land. As a matter of fact, Afonja and Alaafin already, they were even having issue. I will still know the implication in Ilorin today, as I speak.
Yeah.
So you don't see. Well, if you want to rely on all this London going Omoluabi, all this American accent and British accents, Omoluabi, if those are the ones you want to rely on totally, you are going to lose it entirely. So Omodegbon àgbàgbọ́n la fi dálẹ̀ Ifẹ̀.
The
The question now is this: both Ọmọọ̀ta àti Ọmọlúwàbí, we need everybody.
No.
We might need everybody, but who are the people that are going to lead?
Exactly.
The person that is going to lead is the first thing we need to know.
Let me explain something to you. When it comes to revolution, say you want to create something, the last thing you want is saying you need everybody. No, you don't. You need the right tool, the relevant people, and you plan it well, and then you execute it. That's the way it works. When Germans or when you go and look at people that have conquered places, they didn't go and start recruiting the entire. They didn't go and start preaching to the entire population. Hold on, I'm coming. When warriors want to go and conquer or they want to do something, go to war, they don't go and start preaching to the entire population to support them. They go straight to the goddamn. They get the warriors and the people that needed to carry out the revolution. They get them ready and they carry it out. You don't go and start preaching to your population to come out and support and be protesting for you. You don't need that. Once you have achieved the thing, and then the people follow you.
You can see what I was saying.
Do you know the? Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Do you know the brain? Do you know the brain behind the Cuban Revolution? Who was the brain behind it? If you ask everybody, they will say is his what's this guy's name?
That's
Castro. Che Ernesto Guevara. He was a medical doctor, and he became the front fighter, even though he was very asthmatic.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ méjèèjì ń fọ́ fún you and Mike. Wọ́n ní ìmọ̀ tú, ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ ẹni ní kì í bẹ́ẹ̀ ní dalẹ̀. Look, ẹ̀mí ẹni ní kì í dalẹ̀. So let me tell you one thing is this. Wọ́n ní àgbájọwọ́ báyìí òun la fi ń
sọ̀yà. Tógun bá dání lójú nìyẹn o.
Ẹni sùn rẹ̀ farabalẹ̀ o. Ilé ìtẹ́ ẹ̀ ń lò yìí ni wọ́n pè ní ìmọ̀ tú, ìmọ̀ jọ tí mo sọ fún yín. Look, get this thing right. Everybody cannot always agree on the same purpose. No, on the same way to go, but you must agree on the same purpose. How do I mean? Is this? You are talking of those people that are bastardizing. There will always be Judas. The question is this: when you are looking at people like Baba Akintoye, and you are looking at some people that are supporting, and we are saying we don't have leadership. We have. It's only that
you have the wrong leadership.
That's the problem. When are you going to have the right one?
No, wait. I think you're missing my point. You are missing point. First of all, the whole idea. Listen, Kuda. The whole approach of the Yoruba nation. Hold on. The whole approach don't make any sense. But Allah is now. The whole approach don't make any sense. Nisuru now. Are you hearing me? The whole approach did not make any sense. First of all, okay, you want to pick. You say you want your vanishing. You want to pick who they lead you, who is carry you, and you go to Baba Kitoye and Baba. Who are they? Just English grammar speakers. What value do they can they bring?
Okay, Mike. Who is
besides just talkers? Listen. If hold on. If there are people that we, if you say you want to create your Yoruba nation today, the people that have to be at the forefront to lead it has to be the relevant.
Give an example of those to lead it now.
The people that have to lead it will be all. Number one, have to be traditional rulers first. The Awo in Yoruba land too, and then the warriors.
This is a problem.
Wait. Listen. And they all have to already planning in secret, already organizing in secret, and then they will push someone like
Mike, it's almost 11 hours. Do you want to go to the background?
Okay, yeah, okay, go to the background.
I don't know. I mean, it's not for me.
Let's go to the background.
Background is better.